The train left the track, and the dispatcher announced that the next station was Noriyajin, but since the station was closed, the train did not stop. There were people chatting excitedly in the carriage, some standing quietly in the corner, some sitting on the phone. A young man with a sword behind his back walked through the carriage. The advertisement above him said that the Hunter Academy was at Nonhyun Station 3. As he approached the door, he pressed a button and the dispatcher announced that the next station, Noriyajin, was in a restricted area. People got worried when they heard this. One of the passengers turned to the young man and shouted what was wrong. Another man asked who did it and shouted that they must be crazy. The girl next to him reported that even at the entrance there were monsters. The guy who was standing against the wall raised his head and shiveringly pointed his finger at something. He was pointing at Kang Chul, who was hunting the subway. People shouted that it was the first time they had ever seen someone go down on Noriyajin. An old man sitting at the exit laughed and said he was surprised to find a reckless young man getting off at this station. Taking off his gloves, the old man added that Kang Chul had better not relax. Showing the iron hand on his other hand, the old man said that the freak who took his left hand was still alive. He said that he and his comrades, who were silver-ranked hunters, had attacked the enemy together, but they couldn't even scratch him, and came back in such a state, and children don't belong there. He also clarified that Kang Chul was aware of this, and was going there anyway. The hunter only looked at him. The old man smiled and said that he didn't need an answer, judging by his look. When the doors opened, the old man said he hoped that Kang Chul's determination and courage were backed by skill and not arrogance. 20 years ago, monsters of unknown origin started appearing in the entire subway system of Seoul, the capital of Korea. All passengers who used the subway died. All stations that were occupied by monsters are called dungeons. As he approached the gate, Kang Chul saw a small group of people in front of him. One of them extended his arms and told him to stop. The guy with glasses told him that this is where the Forbidden Zone starts, and before it, there is an area where boss monsters often appear. Showing 4 fingers, the guy said that anyone below gold rank or not in a group of at least 4 hunters would not enter this area. Unyielding protector, Li Huan intervened and asked Kang Chul what was wrong and why he had come without armor. Dandelion sorcerer, Nahongsik reported that he heard footsteps and hoped that he could finally get into the party. On the other hand, the silver-level archer Kim Jin Ho was silent. Then he stepped forward and held out his palm, telling the others to wait. As he approached Kang Chul, Kim Jin woke up his hand and addressed him as Mr. Suit, and asked him if he wanted to join their party. He added that Kang Chul had come to take over a high-level dungeon to get an extra line on his resume. Looking down at him, Kang Chul listened to Kim Jin say that the 3 of them were veterans, and this dungeon was easy for them. He added that Kang Chul won't have to fight, because they just need the number of people behind him. Li Huan called out to him, and Kang Chul ordered that the trophy will go to whoever defeats the boss. Li Huan agreed. As Kang Chul passed by, he said just do as he pleases, and Kim Jin summarized that the recruitment was over. While Kim Jin was asking if they could come in since there were now 4 of them, Kang Chul opened the gate behind him. The guard pointed his fingers at the gate and said they could go. At the entrance, they were met by a dog-like monster, but he was immediately hit on the head with a club. While the 3 hunters fought, Kang Chul just watched silently nearby. As they continued to fight, Li Huan shouted that these monsters could die with a single blow, which amused him. Raising his staff, Hong Shok used a chain lightning spell. He noticed that this effect was not enough, and shouted that he wanted a one-shot kill. Behind him, a monster appeared. With a weapon at the ready, Hong Seok turned around and shouted when he saw it. However, Li Huan attacked the monster first and knocked it down with his shield. As he approached Hong Seok, he leaned his mace against him and told him that he was too scared to hunt without it. It was clear that Huang's shield would keep the enemy at bay, but Hong Seok used his magic to destroy the enemy. Kim Jin loaded his bow and said that he would kill those who were on the verge of death, and wouldn't they make a perfect team together? Laughing, Li Huang asked Mr. Sister if he had heard and added that this is called teamwork. Noticing that Kang Chul had gone to the stairs, Li Huan yelled that he told him not to go to the front because it was dangerous. Raising his hand, Kim Jin stopped and told the others to do the same, saying that there was something wrong. The hound dogs ran past him and didn't even pay attention to him. He asked the others if it looked like they were running away from someone other than them. When Kang Chul came to the stairs, he stopped and said that it smelled like flames. From the stairs, a dog ran towards him and tried to grab Kang Chul, but suddenly a sword flew at him, and his body was already breathless. A huge angry bulldog monster with saliva dripping from its mouth appeared in front of Hunter Nakomi. This hound dog is a level 15 monster. His face and body was scarred, and in his paw was a huge weapon. Putting his mace forward, Li Huan shouted that they had finally met the Black King of Noriyajin, Smiling, he said that he had heard that this monster could speak human and asked him to say something. From the dog's salivating mouth, Li Huan said, "Save me," in response. But suddenly Li Huan's eyes became round like Hong Suk's, but he was delighted. The weapon fell out of his hand. The dog trembled and repeated to be saved. The ceiling collapsed, and another monster fell on top of him, and he tried to escape. This monster was called Salamander, and it was a level 55 monster. It swallowed the dog like an insect. Li Huang shouted that he had never heard of such a monster before. Kim Jin asked the magician for the book, and Kong Chul stood silently. After reading the book, Kim Jin threw it on the floor, cursing that it had been 10 years. He kept shouting that it was obvious that there was no information about new monsters in the book. Li Huan came up to him and said that, even if they did, didn't Kim Jin think they could do something else? Clenching his teeth, Kim Jin replied that he remembered reading about this monster in a hunting magazine, and that it was called Salamander. This name was given to him 2 years ago, at a station where there were 4 gold-ranked hunting Nikos, who tried to defeat the salamander, and the result of that battle was destruction. Smiling, Li Huan told the others to score a victory. He reminded that even those hunters had gone to Valhalla. The salamander meanwhile roared. The staff in Hong Sok's hands lit up, and he shouted that the monster was attacking. A roar erupted from the monster's mouth, enveloping those present in hot air. The hunters even covered their faces with their hands. However, they were knocked off their feet by the force, and Kang Chul remained standing in front of it. Li Huan asked if Jin Ho and Hong Sok were all right. The magician exhaled and replied that they were not. Looking at the clock, where the health Pokazatakalis were listed, Hong Suk said that they couldn't handle this monster. He said that the mana he had barely collected was gone in one breath, and that he would not be able to put up a mana shield. When Li Huan noticed that fire was coming out of the salamander's mouth, he warned that the monster was gathering flames again. Putting his shield in front of him, Li Huan said that they must stand no matter what happens, and told the others to run and he would protect them. But Kim Jin told Li Huan to stop talking nonsense. Continuing to smile madly, Li Huan said that his one sacrifice could save 2 comrades, and wouldn't that be more effective? Hong Seok shouted that this was wrong, and Li Huan should go with them. However, Li Huan was not going to give up. The flames from the monster's mouth had already begun to burst out. The shield bearers had the most expensive equipment in the pack. Hong Seok's cheeks were filled with tears, and Kim Jin also cried out with his arm outstretched. Meanwhile, Li Huan said that he exists to fight in the vanguard and protect his comrade. He is Li Huan's unwavering protector, who will not fall even if he dies. But Kang Chul, who was standing in front, raised his sword and said that Li Huan's strange pride and faith in his comrades moved him. Turning to the monster, Kang Chul said that its fires were not even hot yet. He then said that the salamander in front of him was not the Fire Lord he was looking for. In response, the monster roared and the wind enveloped Kang Chul. Li Huan clenched his teeth. Raising its head, the salamander began to emit flames in different directions. Coughing, Li Huan shouted that the fire was even bigger this time. Suddenly, someone told Li Huan to keep his shield up, and he tensed up. When Salamander pounced on Kang Chul, he raised his sword and his eyes lit up. In the next instant, the hot wind again enveloped the hunters' faces, and their faces stretched out in surprise. With a roar, Salamander raised her paw to attack. Kang Chul stepped back a little. When the monster struck the ground, a large hole formed in the ground, and cracks started to form. But wounds began to appear all over the monster's body, and blood spurted out. Kang Chul wrinkled his face in anger. He thought that even though monsters started appearing 20 years ago, he didn't have to worry about it, because in this nightmare crisis, there are rescuers to protect the people. These rescuers are now called the Hunter Nakomi of the subway, and Kang Chul is one of them. A mustachioed man pointed his finger at him and shouted that he was talking to him. He asked if he had ever been beaten by goblins or poisoned by poisonous plant vines. Or if he had ever beaten himself with his own mace. Picking up the flyer, Kang Chul said it was an exclusive injury insurance for Taeson life hunters. Listening to him say that people can use the service for 500 won a month, the young man called Kang Chul an idiot. He said that today you can get cancer insurance for a couple 100,000 won, and who would pay 500,000 won for it? Pointing to the flyer, Kang Chul said that it's an extremely risky job, and also said that you can get a lot of bonuses. Holding his palm out in front of him, the young man told Kang Chul to stop it. He said that since Kang Chul hadn't even been to the dungeons yet, he had no right to talk to him about them. Pointing to the tunnel behind him, the hunter said that it was a place where people put their lives on the line for nothing, and they should use the money to buy weapons or potions. He turned around and walked toward the tunnel and said that Kang Chul should stop wasting his strength and tell those who live above ground. It had been 3 years since the dungeon had appeared. Kang Chul stretched out his hand as he watched the hunter leave. With the emergence of the Hunter Nico profession, many positions had appeared. Because of this, a graduate like Kang Chul can work in a big company like Taesan. However, this month he has 0 performance points. His boss said he can't come back until he has a contract. Smiling Kang Chul thought he was in a crisis. Pouring water into the instant noodles, Kang Chul bowed his head and thought he was sick of it. He walked over to the table and sat down at it, waiting for his noodles to cook, and leaned on his arm. Suddenly his phone rang. Kang Chul picked it up and saw that it was Kang Seok calling him. Kang Chul's reasons for living life to the fullest picked up the phone and said hello. His smart and kind younger brother is different from him. On the other side of the phone, Kang Seok said hello to him. A joyful Kang Seok informed that he was accepted into Taesan Medical College. Kang Chul was overjoyed and even had tears in his eyes. Clutching his head, Kang Chul thought that he should take care of his brother while he was still alive. He told his brother that he had confidence in him. Standing in the crowd, Kang Seok apologized and asked his brother to forgive him for having to earn money alone. With tears in his eyes, Kang Seok added that he was the only one lucky enough to be born a younger brother, and he was sorry for causing trouble. Kang Chul replied with a tight lip that Kang Seok wasn't causing him any trouble at all. On the other side of the phone, Kang Seok asked if Kang Chul had eaten, and Chul said he was about to eat. His brother asked him if he was going to eat noodles again, but Kang Chul said he was going to eat kimchi stew with beef broth. After hearing this, Kang Seok suggested that they have lunch together, and said he'd come to his workplace, and Kang Chul said he could be there by 6 o'clock. Kang Chul smiled and thought that his little brother had grown up so much. Kang Chul started his meal and thought about how he shouldn't be discouraged. Taking his backpack, Kang Chul left work and headed for the subway station, which was blocked off by yellow tape. Remembering Hunter Nico's words about not going underground, Kang Chul decided that he needed to start marketing aggressively. He crouched down slightly and raised his hands in the air and shouted. A passerby nearby was startled and bounced away. The hunter raised his mace and put his shield forward to defend himself against the monsters, shouting, "Light will punish evil." The blue-haired huntress held a dagger in her hand, saying that she would destroy the monsters at an elusive speed. At this time, Kang Chul picked up the flyer and smilingly said, "For people to sign now." He approached the hunters and said that if they signed a 10-year contract with them, they would also give them a gift. The hunter shouted that Kang Chul was in the way and that he couldn't concentrate on the battle. Kang Chul asked him to read it for once. Clenching his fists, the hunter agreed through gritted teeth. Kneeling down, the hunter said he would sign anything as long as Kang Chul didn't distract him while he was fighting. Kang Chul's face blushed, and he smiled with all 32 teeth after saying that. When the hunters had destroyed all the monsters, the gray-haired man signed what Kang Chul had asked him to sign. Baek San sat down next to him and said that he didn't think the guy with the pen would go down to the dungeon just for sales. Thinking that he finally did it, Kang Chul smiled and thanked Baek San. While Kang Chul was putting the sheet back in his bag, Baek San said that he knows that being young, you have to go through hardships. He asked what made Kang Chul do it, and he said he had a younger brother. The others smilingly started saying that such family love is rare, and his brother should see how hard Kang Chul works. Suddenly, someone behind him called out to Kang Chul, and he turned around in surprise. When he saw Kang Seok, he said it was an interesting coincidence that his brother was here. When he realized they were in the dungeon, Kang Chul shouted what Kang Seok was doing here, and his brother stood there clenching his fists. Frowning, he replied that the meeting time had already passed, but Kang Chul was out of range, so he got worried and came over. Waving his hands around, Kang Chul apologized, saying that the dungeon was out of range, and then asked how Kang Seok knew he was here. Kang Seok replied that the guard at the entrance had told him. He smiled and told how he had sneaked into the dungeon past the guard. When Kang Chul heard this, he started yelling that his brother was an idiot, and how could he follow him into such a dangerous place. When Kang Seok couldn't stand it, he started yelling that Kang Chul was in danger here too. Tears came to his eyes, and he asked if Kang Chul had ever thought about how he felt worried about him. When Kang Chul heard that, tears came to his eyes, and he clenched his teeth. Kang Chul hugged Kang Seok and said he was sorry. The hunter rubbed her nose with tears in her eyes and said it was so touching. And the hunter next to her asked if he could sign up for insurance too. Suddenly, everyone turned toward the tunnel, and Kang Seok asked what that sound was. The hunters tensed up because something rushed right between their faces. It was so fast that Kang Seok didn't notice the chain on his leg. In the next instant, Sasha was flying toward the tunnel, and Kang Chul shouted. A blue hand with veins protruding from it grabbed Kang Seok's throat and blood spurted out of his mouth. A huge monster stood in front of them, holding a weapon with a chain in one hand and Kang Seok above the floor in the other. Baek-san shouted that this monster was the boss, and the knight reported that this monster was wielding hellhounds beside him. The monster boss looked at the floor where the bodies of the hounds destroyed by Hunter Nakomi lay. Squeezing his hand harder, the monster asked Kang Seok if he was the one who destroyed them, and then added that he would destroy them all. With tears in his eyes, Kang Chul shouted for the monster not to dare touch his brother. The hound dogs reacted to his shout, and there was a deafening barking sound. The hounds rushed to attack the hunters, and they put their shields forward to resist. Kang Chul gave up running forward with his arm outstretched and kept shouting. He looked at his brother, whose tongue was falling out of his mouth, and the veins in his face were swelling as Kang Seok whispered Kang Chul's name. The last thing he told his brother was to run away, and then the boss squeezed him with such force that Seok's body couldn't hold it. Seeing this, Kang Chul became mad and rushed to attack the monster with all his might. At this moment, his rationality turned off, and he ran with his teeth clenched. He knew he shouldn't have come, but at this time his hand reached for the dagger lying on the floor. Immense regret stirred and turned into anger. He was grabbed by one of the hounds by the arm. He then plunged the dagger with all his might into the head of the dog that tried to grab his hand. The transformed anger became fuel and propelled his body. Kang Chul killed all the hounds that blocked his path. Letting go of Soka, the boss turned around and tried to escape when he saw the angry Auntie Nico. Seeing his brother's body visibly lying on the floor, Kang Chul thought about the fact that they had taken away the meaning of his life. He continued to destroy the dogs with great speed, thinking about what he would tear and break. In the next instant, Kang Chul lunged with his dagger at the boss monster who was trying to escape. As he continued to strike, Kang Chul thought that he was doing so to exact his revenge. He decided that he would do it until there was nothing left. Hong Seok opened the book and saw that the salamander was level 55. Kim Jin looked at him and asked what was so important about this book if the man who had destroyed such a monster was right in front of them. Hong Seok replied that he didn't know because he was tired of being surprised. However, Huang was not happy about it and went forward, surprising his companions very much. He approached Kang Chul and turned to look at him questioningly. Grabbing him by his jacket, Huang began to shout, asking if he knew there was such a monster. He shouted as hard as he could that almost all of them had almost died, and asked if Kang Chul didn't know. But Kang Chul recalled how they were shaking in fear in front of the salamander. Then he asked him if they were not afraid at all. That question made Huang tense. Noticing his interlocutor's hesitation, Kang Chul asked why he shouldn't be more honest and asked who Huang should be angry with. Watching Huang clench his teeth, Kang Chul added that he was sure he already knew. Huang's hands began to tremble, and then he let go of Kang Chul's jacket. He realized that despite his own weakness, he had bragged to his comrades and put them in danger. Looking down at the floor, Huang sighed and thought that he was now angry at his savior. Suddenly, another man appeared out of nowhere and smilingly said that he heard the true hunters talking with their fists. Looking around, the hunters saw the Undertaker of the Herbs of Eternal Life Guild in front of them. Raising a UK Azatacell finger, the Undertaker asked them not to be too rough with. Looking at Hong Seok, he said that one day they might become their clients. The mage's eyes opened wide. Squinting, the Undertaker added that there was a chance they might become crippled and quit or die in the line of duty. Hong Seok listened in horror, but Kim Jin frowned at him. Turning to him, Kang Chul said they were early today, and the Undertaker replied that he ran after him almost immediately. Taking out his sword, the Undertaker asked if he could start and walked forward. Extending his arm, Huang told the Undertakers to stop asking if he knew what he was doing, but his shoulder was lowered by the heavy hand of Kang Chul, who stopped him. Looking at Huang, he told him that the Undertaker was disposing of monster bodies. Raising his sword to himself, the Undertaker smiled and said that safety comes first. In response, his subordinates also raised their weapons and began disposing of the salamander's body, shouting safety first. Covering his face with his hat, Hong Seok moaned that he was having a bad day and just wanted to go home. Kim Jin supported him. Kim Jin smiled and added that he should do more research on Hong Seok-kai. As Kang Chul walked away, Kim Jin added that there must be many more mysteries in this dungeon that have not been solved. Suddenly, Huang's voice came from behind Kang Chul and asked him to stop. Kang Chul clarified that he hadn't said everything yet. Remember the battle with the monster? Huang shouted that he wanted to become stronger too, which surprised Kang Chul. He shouted in his back that he wanted to become strong enough to stand up to any enemy. Huang wanted to become strong enough to protect his friends and strong enough not to get angry. At that moment, Kang Chul remembered how he too had shouted that he wanted to become stronger and asked to be taught how to wield a sword. Without even turning around, Kang Chul said that they would meet next week at Uido Station at the second exit, and then he added that Huang should decide whether to come or not. Huang shouted to eat. At that moment, Kim Jin and Hong Seok came up to him and put their hands on his shoulder and repeated the station name and exit number. 2 hours later, there was a crowd of people standing near the bodies of the monsters, and one of the men said that he had paid 20 million won for the information. Then he shouted that it was just a waste of money. Then he suddenly took a punch right in the jaw and flew backwards. The woman next to him replied that she already knew everything and told him to shut up. Looking at the bodies of the monsters, she summarized that whoever it was had better get ready, turning around the guild leader Bin Bin and said that maybe they were forgetting about favors. The Nine Dragons Guild is an illegal guild made up of ex-convicts that deals in credit Hong Sokai and black market torquing. Line 6. Samgaji Station is the headquarters of the Nine Dragons Guild. Once inside, the young man said hello and asked if the owner was here. Inside sat a number of elves who broke away from eating and looked at it. One of the men came up holding a huge knife in his hands and called him a knoll and told him to listen. Pulling the knife forward, he added that he thought the boy had misread the sign. Putting the sword to the guy's neck, he told him that this was the Nine Dragons Guild and asked him to leave before he cut him down. Smiling, the boy withdrew the blade with his finger and asked his interlocutor Nico not to be like that. In front of him stood Ghostblade Wei, who added that it would hurt. Hearing this, the man became angry and called Wei a freak through clenched teeth. He then raised his knife high above his head and swung it, asking how Wei dared. However, Bing Bing, who was sitting at the table, asked the man to put his knife away, saying that Wei was her guest. But Wei had already intercepted the man and put a knife to his throat and another knife to his leg. People looked back at Wei as he entered, whispering that he was the Ghost Blade. One of the men said he had heard that Wei had retired and become an undertaker. Walking past Wei pulled the guards apart, asking why they were all so serious. Wei told them he thought they'd be drunk after partying or something. Taking the chopsticks from Bin Bin's Manda, she told them that their target had been stolen and ate it. In response, Wei clarified she was referring to the Norwegian salamander. He then added that it was strange, and he was sure he had reported the exact time of the revival. Poking her Manda with her chopsticks, Bin Bin replied that by the time they were there, only the body was there. Covering his mouth with his fist, Wei clarified, maybe they were too late. However, at that moment, Bin Bin hit the table. With one punch, she broke the table and shouted for Wei to shut up. Looking at him seriously, Bin Bin reminded him that this was the second time. After saying that, Wei slammed his palm on his head, sighed, and wondered who the man was there. We thought about who he was and how he was getting information about such monsters faster than undertakers. The veins on Bing Bing's arm swelled up, and she said that she had lost 3 VIPs during this incident alone. She also said that they were suffering heavy losses, and because of this, the reputation of the Nine Dragons was getting worse. Clenching her fist, she asked Wei how he planned to pay for it. Covering his mouth with his hand, Wei laughed and clarified to pay for it. Then he said that she wouldn't have called him just for money. With his hands spread out, he said that they were just fooling around even though they just needed to destroy someone. In response, Bin Bin clarified that it was too difficult a task for him, or what. He smiled again and replied that it was not. In fact, it couldn't be easier, and he was wildly curious. 3 days had passed since the Norwegian dungeon raid. Meanwhile, the hunters were preparing for the meeting with the strange man. They were all busy doing their own thing. Sitting at the computer, Kim Jin remembered that he forgot to ask the name of the hunter Nico. Huang, the melee fighter, started his special training in the park, and Hong Seok went to get his wisdom tooth removed, saying that he can't concentrate when they hurt. As the team's shooter, Kim Jin, as the leader, analyzes the dungeon and manages the team. Before the next raid on Uido, he needs to get as much information as he can. Reliable information is not easy to find out. Sitting in Kim Jin's office, he couldn't believe that this was it. In front of him was the informant Sungmin, who raised his hand and said that he swears, and this dungeon is just a low-ranked dungeon for sorcerers. Sungmin raised his hands and said that he had tried to dig deeper, because Kim Jin was the one asking for it, but there weren't even any small monsters. Kim Jin wondered if a hunter had called them to this station just for training. He knew that there was no way to tell, after all. A salamander had come out of nowhere in Norwegian. Kim Jin then clarified that the informant was confused about the other thing he had asked for. He hesitated and said that he didn't feel comfortable saying it after he had already charged him. A warrior in a black suit, who uses a two-handed weapon and has a scar over his eye. He added that there was no Hunter Nico matching the description anywhere he looked. Kim Jin's lip tightened, and he remembered the engraving with the letter V on the sword of that hunting Nico. Kim Jin knew that it was the symbol of a platinum-ranked hunter, so there must be information about him. Sungmin then asked if Kim Jin wanted anything else, but he replied that he didn't have any more money anyway. With 2 thumbs up, Kim Jin smiled and said that he would be back soon. After Kim turned away, Sungmin called out to him. Kim Jin turned around. He asked Kim Jin if he thought it was time for him to stop going to raids with only his friends because he was aiming for the gold rank. He said that if Kim Jin became a gold ranker, he would get a lot of bonuses, and he had already recommended him to his guild. But Kim Jin didn't turn around and asked if Sungmin was in a situation where he had to choose between his life and the lives of others. Would he give his own life? Folding his hands in a lock, Sungmin asked what kind of sudden deep question this was. Extending his palm forward, he replied that he didn't even need to think twice, naturally no, because he had his own family. Then he scratched the back of his head and smilingly said that he would have flushed first. Pushing the door open, Kim Jin turned around and said he would have done the same. As he walked out of the office, Kim Jin thought that he actually had a friend who would raise a shield for him, without a second thought, so Sungmin should apologize. Even though the gold rank is great and all, but the current state of the party makes Kim Jin's heart pound even harder. On the 7th line of Cheongsal Station, a lively crowd of hunters were riding the subway. One of them banged a hammer and told the other to take a look, since it had only been a few days since he fixed it. The hammer was in the hands of Babatos, the blacksmith, who said it was already chipped around the edges. Kang Chul replied that he had struck the salamander with it. Babatos called him a cretin, and said he wasn't surprised that the sword was fraying. Babatos also added that Kang Chul was probably the only one the 2 dwarves looked down on. Pointing his hammer at him, Babatos asked how he felt about the salamander's flame, specifying whether it was as hot as they say. Kang Chul replied that compared to its flames, it was just a child's play. Raising his hammer again, Babatos asked Kang Chul if he was still pining for that woman. Babatos pointed at him with his finger and said that if Kang Chul didn't get rid of her, his life wouldn't get any better. Picking up the forged sword, Babatos explained the improvements to the two-handed sword. Then he asked why he shouldn't put it away for the same reason Kang Chul was silent. Then he replied that it could still be used, but Babatos said that's not what he meant. Babatos said that the sword had absorbed too much blood, and when it was near something so sinister, even a veteran blacksmith like him would get goosebumps. But for Kang Chul, it's the perfect thing. Babatos also said that if Kang Chul kept using it, the people around him would get hurt. He smiled and added that it probably doesn't matter, because after all, Kang Chul isn't the type to turn on his allies. Taking the sword, Kang Chul looked at it and remained silent, but thought about the words about allies. Taking the protection off his bike, Kim Jin called someone. He dialed Hong Sok, and he asked him how his teeth were doing. He said he was in the neighborhood, and had just called to see if he should come, when suddenly a man was behind him. The man asked what Kim Jin was doing with his bike, and asked if he was trying to steal it. At first, Kim Jin didn't understand what the man was saying, but then he looked at the lock and saw his name on it. Kim Jin looked back and said that the bike belonged to him, and added that there must have been a misunderstanding. Presenting the sword to Kim Jin's shoulder, Wei smiled and said he was kidding. When the sword pierced Kim Jin's shoulder, he shouted asking who the stranger was. Continuing to hold the sword, Wei smiled and replied that he was a mercenary. Grabbing the bicycle by the wheel, Kim Jin clenched his teeth and asked what other mercenary would present himself to his target. He then threw the bicycle right into the stranger's face, but the stranger only smiled. Wei raised his sword, and the bicycle shattered into 2 pieces, and Wei replied that he would be the mercenary. However, Kim Jin decided not to stop, and struck the anti-Nico in the face from his knee. Kim Jin raised his weapon, and Wei realized that he was holding a telescopic baton. At that moment, Kim Jin applied the art of self-defense in real combat with an overhead kick. He then said that he had heard as if some hunters were attacking defenseless fellow hunters here, and clarified the stranger belonged to them. Putting up his sword to block the blow with his club, Wei replied that he was not trash like them. Wei got up and pushed Kim Jin away with his foot, reminding him that he was a mercenary. Kim Jin was hit in the stomach and fell into a roadside fence. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he realized that after the kick, it was clear that this opponent was stronger than him. The next thing he saw was the face of Nam Nico, holding a knife in his hand and raising his leg again. Wei suddenly stopped and said that it was strange because he was sure he had stabbed Kim Jin in the acupuncture point, and his body should be immobilized. Walking over to him, Wei asked what Kim Jin had done to his shoulder. He touched his sword blade to Kim Jin, who clenched his teeth, and Wei said that they would take a look now. As he ripped open his shirt, He noticed that there was some kind of padding on his shoulder. He asked what it was. Wei then yelled that Kim Jin was a goddamn pervert and asked why he was wearing a bra. Grasping his shoulder, Kim Jin replied that Wei had it all wrong, but a blush appeared on his face. He shouted that it was a breastplate for archers. Then Wei sighed and apologized. He spread his hands apart and said that Kim Jin knows how to surprise people. Smiling, Wei took his sword in his other hand and suggested to see if this breastplate could protect Kim Jin from the other side. Taking his chin, Kim Jin smiled and said that he didn't think he could fulfill Wei's request. After that, Kim Jin put 2 fingers in his mouth and a deafening whistle sounded. Wei cleared his ears with his little finger and asked why he had to whistle so loudly and why he had to whistle at all. Kim Jin replied that it was a special whistle and said that if the archer was in danger in the dungeon. So, the whistle meant that Kim Jin needed help. He kept saying that Wei didn't know that there was an archery guild in the neighborhood and that they were coming here now. Kim Jin smiled and pointed his finger at Wei and added that if he said it in other words, he was dead. Raising his hand, Wei closed his eyes and stammered, asking if it was true. Wei looked back at Kim Jin and then said he thought they weren't coming. When Kim Jin asked why Wei laughed very loudly, he kept laughing, and Kim Jin didn't understand. Raising a UK Azadosel finger, Wei replied that he blocked the sound with a wall of mana, and this is his original skill. The Room of Silence creates a vibrating sphere of mana that blocks sounds within it, and this skill is used for crime. Smiling, Wei said that Kim Jin can scream all he wants because no one can hear him but him. Kim Jin asked if that was possible, and Wei clenched his teeth and asked if he didn't know how to see mana. Kim Jin squinted his eyes and stretched forward and asked how to see mana. Wei crouched down and pointed his sword at Kim Jin, saying that he could forget everything because he was about to destroy him. He then clarified how Kim Jin had hunted the salamander in the first place. Wei licked his lips and added that after Kim Jin, he still had a small mage and a shield maker to destroy. Hearing this, Kim Jin immediately realized that the stranger was talking about his comrades. This made Kim Jin tense because he realized that they were in danger, and he shouted for them to wait. With his hand pointing at himself, Kim Jin began to shout that he knew everything. At that moment, Wei presented a blade to his neck, and Kim Jin clenched his teeth. Wei asked him what he knew. Kim Jin replied that he knew the man Wei was looking for, the one who destroyed the salamander in the dungeon. Kim Jin frowned and said that he knew where that person would be next. Walking through the subway, the Undertaker talked about how the men's tears have no effect on him, since he is weak. Suddenly, the Undertaker stepped in a pool of blood and lifted his foot and said, "Yuck." Looking around, the Undertaker noticed that this place looked like hell, with the bodies of dead monsters lying around. One of his subordinates sighed and said he could feel the terrifying mana. The Undertaker agreed and added that he could feel the wildness and instability of the monster. Continuing to smile, he concluded that their client was here. There were scratches and bloodstains on the walls of the subway. Looking at Kang Chul, the Undertaker said that he had traveled far today and must be tired. However, Kang Chul only said that they had arrived on time. Raising his hand, the Undertaker said that time is more precious than money. With a slight lowering of his scarf, the Undertaker asked which monster Kang Chul was hunting today. Sitting on the monster, Kang Chul put his hand on its fur and said that it was a level 49th burning bear monster. Raising a finger, the Undertaker replied that the monster had a tough hide, and it would take them a long time to carve it up. Kang Chul asked about the item he was asking about. The Undertaker shoved his hand into his pocket and replied that he had it with him. Pulling out a box, the Undertaker held it out to Kang Chul and replied that this was it. This box is called Heat-Resistant Drug. It increases the user's heat resistance and is made of ice Nico. After opening the box, Kang Chul thought that this item was suitable for a person who was always on fire monsters. Looking at the drug, Kang Chul noticed that it took longer than usual for the Undertaker to mumble in response. He then squinted his eyes and announced that the Taisen Guild was monopolizing the glaciers. Raising his Ukazada cell finger again, the Undertaker asked who he was and replied that he was the one who found any item for his client. Taking the drug, Kang Chul raised it to his mouth and said that the Undertaker must have had a lot of trouble getting it and then swallowed it. After that, Kang Chul's eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and roared. Watching his client bend, the Undertaker said that someone must be opening old wounds. The Undertaker also said that Kang Chul had forced himself even harder today. Peeking out from under his hat, the Undertaker asked about the little hunters he had seen in Noryangjin, and asked if Kang Chul planned to teach them. Without raising his head, Kang Chul replied that he'd heard that Undertakers didn't ask about their customers' personal affairs. Laughing, the Undertaker apologized for crossing the line. Then he added that Kang Chul could go home now and leave it all to them. Kang Chul said that they should take care of the monsters in that case, and the Undertaker agreed. Walking over to the bear, the Undertaker told his companions that apparently their client wanted to raise these chickens. Snapping his fingers, he added that the chickens raised by the wolf would make phoenixes. Fixing his hat, the Undertaker laughed and added that it would be a very interesting story. After that, everyone drew their weapons, and the chief said that it was time to get to work. Kang Chul went outside and realized that the sun was setting and night was falling. The hunters should lie down on the soft bed and let their bodies rest, because tomorrow is the day they will definitely be able to see. The kidnapped Kim Jin Wei hid him in a huge hole and tied him up and left him there. There was one day left before the hunters would meet at Yowido Station. When Kong Chul arrived at the station, he bandaged his hands and then clenched his fist. Bob Toes' voice was heard in his head, telling him to be careful because there was no telling what could happen one day. Pulling his sword from behind his back, Kang Chul replied that he couldn't believe that this selfish dwarf was talking about superstition. Looking at his sword, Kang Chul said that it was the best he could lift. Suddenly, someone shouted that they were here, addressing Kang Chul as Mr. Kang Chul. When he looked around, he saw Huang and Hong Shuk standing there waving their arm. When he heard them addressing him as Mr. and Teacher, Kang Chul was very surprised. After looking at them, he asked why they had brought so many things with them. Holding the backpack on his back, Huang replied that it would be a special training. He began to list the things he had in his bag, including potions, food, first aid kit, and sleeping bag. Kang Chul interrupted him and ordered him to throw it all away, adding that they only needed things that were necessary in battle. Huang cried out in surprise when he heard this and started talking about how he had been personally collecting them all night. Hong Seok looked at him and smiled, saying that he knew all of this and that's why he had just gotten a good night's sleep. After saying that, Kang Chul looked around and noticed that one of the participants was missing. Hong Seok grinned. Showing his phone to Kang Chul, he said that Kim Jin was sick, so he wouldn't be coming. Because of this, Kang Chul concluded that all the contestants were here, and Huang confirmed it. When Kang Chul said they had to go, Hong Shok and Huang shouted yes. Taking out a pass, Kang Chul attached it to the terminal they had to go through. Taking out a book, Hong Shok began to read that this dungeon was inhabited by demonic monsters. While they were walking, he read that these monsters were used to train both beginners and experts because of the large variety of monsters here. Then Hong Seok said that the book said that because the hunters couldn't get anything from these monsters, they stopped coming here. Huang looked away and said that he understood, and that's why it was so quiet that he hadn't even seen ants here. As Hong Shok continued to look at the book, he asked why nothing was falling off of. Kang Chul, who was walking ahead of him, answered that demons can't die, and they just return to the demon world with their bodies. Kang Chul also said that in this dungeon, a hunter couldn't get anything. Huang said that it was sad because they would be fighting without gaining anything. However, Kang Chul interrupted him and said that there was nothing sad about it because Huang wanted to become strong. Raising his fists, Huang said, of course he wanted to become a powerful warrior just like Kang Chul. Kang Chul smiled and said that in that case, he would take him to the strongest warrior he knew. When Huang and Hong Seok heard this, they opened their mouths and exclaimed, "Wow," and then asked again to the strongest. Kang Chul turned his back again and said that he would take them to the demon warriors with big egos. An armed demon appeared in front of them, and behind him were several small demons like him. When Huang saw him, he opened his mouth and asked if they were the best warriors. He noticed that they didn't look like warriors, but Hong Shuk was standing in front of them with a book in his hand. Turning around, he cheerfully stated that it was Simon, who was the weakest kind of monsters in this dungeon, and they were all level 5. Remembering the dogs in the other dungeon, Huang clarified that they were not too different from the walking dog. Kang Chul smiled and said that Huang would get hurt if he underestimated them. Meanwhile, the demons standing with weapons in their hands started pushing each other and kept repeating, "Simon, Simon, Simon, Simon." When Huang heard this, he made a face and asked what they were talking about. Suddenly, the demons stuck their swords into the ground and started clattering while saying Simon's name. One of the demons stepped forward while the crowd of comrades stood behind him and waved a finger at Huang. Huang smiled and asked if he wanted to fight him one-on-one. Huang put his mace on his back and went forward, saying that the demon would regret his choice. But the demon raised his sword, clenched it tighter, and repeated Simon again. Putting his shield closer to his face, Huang looked out and told the demon to attack him. The demon then sprinted and swung his weapon to attack Hunter Nico. Simon used the demon sword's Techno Nico against him, but Huang was able to dodge his direct hit. He put up his shield, and the sword hit him, but Huang shouted that he had blocked it. Huang then used his other hand to divert the mace to attack and was able to strike the demon in the stomach. The demon repeated Simon's name again as he clenched his teeth and blood spurted out of his mouth. Seeing that the monster was still standing on its feet, Huang wondered if that wasn't enough. Watching the demon bring his weapon back up, Huang thought he was sure he had hit it. The demon used the same attack, and again Huang put up his shield so he wouldn't get hit. However, the demon didn't let go of his weapon and kept pressing to hit against Nico. He clenched his teeth so hard that they gritted. Huang also clenched his teeth. He was trembling. He knew that with his strength he would throw the demon off, and he was right. Seeing the demon fly upwards, Hong Seok exclaimed that the monster wouldn't be able to block the attack in the air. In his opinion, the creature that Huang had thrown into the air with his shield was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Huang decided to take his time and once again landed a reinforced strike on the anti-Nico. Realizing that he had hit him with his crowning blow, Huang thought he had won. But in the next instant, Huang's eyes opened wide. Shards flew around. These splinters belonged to the demon's horns, which flew in different directions, and the opponent approached Huang. Opening his mouth, Huang realized that his attack was blocked by the monster's horn. After that, the monster crouched down slightly and Huang raised his mace up again. However, the demon only pushed back using the demon's sword, Techno Nico's direct piercing. His sword was almost next to Huang's face, and when he saw it, he screamed. As the sword slammed into the floor behind him, Huang thought he had dodged it. At that moment, he realized that this was his chance before the monster rehabilitated itself. Then he struck the demon with such force that he let go of his sword and flew backward. Seeing their kin fall, the demons stretched out their arms to him and began to shout, "Simon." Huang smiled and said that he had definitely defeated him this time. He turned to Kong Chul and asked if he'd seen how he dealt with him. But Kong Chul replied that he had said that monsters should not be underestimated. Huang turned around and saw the monster he had just defeated shaking as it began to rise from its knees. Hong Seok turned to Huang and said it was okay, because this demon had no weapons and Huang would definitely win. However, Huang remained silent and looked behind his back where the demon's sword was and then picked it up. This sword he threw to his opponent Nico with a shout of "Hold." Seeing this, Hong Seok was surprised. When the demon caught the sword, Huang told him to attack him again. Hearing this, Kong Chul looked at Huang and smiled slightly. Holding the sword firmly in his hands, the demon ran at Huang, shouting "Simon." Once again, he used the Techno Nico demon's sword with a direct strike. But Huang was only thinking that this would definitely not happen again. Pushing off with his legs, Huang used a swinging attack with a strong kick. Covered by his shield, Huang decided that he would attack the monster harder and thus stop it. The monster then slammed into the shield Huang had put up for protection. Behind him, Hong Seok clenched his fists and shouted that he believed in him. Huang decided that he would bring the monster to the ground and used his shield to push it down. Looking at his enemy, the demon clenched his teeth, but blood spurted through them. Swinging his mace, Huang said that now the monster will not be able to get up. But the demon only smiled wickedly in response and repeated "Simon" again. And now, Huang used a strong strike, flattening the demon under the shield. Looking at Huang, Kang Chul thought he had a rough fighting style, but his fighting spirit was something to behold. After the monster was destroyed, its body disappeared, and only an empty floor with a crack was in front of Huang. Opening his mouth, Hong Seok shouted in surprise that this demon had really disappeared, but apparently he had forgotten that there was a crowd of armed demons in front of them. Turning to Kang Chul, Huang clarified that this wasn't the end for him. Pointing his finger at the monsters, Kang Chul said it was, and Huang turned around. Kang Chul said that the monsters would challenge Huang to a duel until they recognized him as a warrior. In response, Huang only waved his hand saying that they could challenge him as much as their souls desired. Swinging his mace and putting his shield forward, Huang shouted that he would destroy them all here anyway. The demon was the first to attack, striking again at the shield of Hunter Nico. The blow was very strong, and Huang even screamed. Again, the battle was over, and the demon's body began to disappear. In this battle, Huang won. Behind him, Hong Seok shouted that he had already defeated the 10th demon. Looking at his comrade, Hong Seok realized that he had become stronger, even if it was in such a short time. Hong Seok wondered if Huang's back had always looked so strong. Meanwhile, Huang began shouting to the demons to come to him next. However, the demons were not so eager to get to him, but remained staring at him with their arms folded. Suddenly, behind their backs was another demon, but he was different from all the others in color. This demon was smaller than the others, and he approached Huang and said, "Simon." Looking at this demon, Huang could not understand why he had a different skin color. While the demon was repeating the same name again, Huang looked at Kang Chul and asked him if he was trying to talk to him. Kang Chul replied that this is the reason why this dungeon is not popular. He said that he had to be able to talk to these monsters if he wanted to move on to the next stage. After hearing that, Hwang opened his mouth and moved his eyebrows, and then asked again to talk to them. He said that he didn't even understand them, and was it possible that he could talk to them? But Kang Chul only replied that it was possible. He added that the demonic way of communicating was different from the human way. In his opinion, if Hwang could share his thoughts with them, he would be able to communicate with them. Again, Hwang asked if he could share his thoughts, and then concluded that he didn't understand his teacher at all. Shoving his hand into his jacket pocket, Kang Chul said it was okay. He pulled out an interesting drink and held it out to Hwang, saying that he would understand them if he drank it. Taking the bottle, Hwang said that if he drank it, he would be able to talk to them, and Kang Chul confirmed it. It was a vampire drink that promotes health. When Hong Seok saw what it was, he covered his mouth with his hand. Then he told his friend not to drink it because the bottle has a sinister energy and he might get poisoned. Looking at the bottle, Hwang thought that this unknown drink might be dangerous. However, he unscrewed the cap, deciding that he didn't care right now. He realized that he was still indebted to Kang Chul, and then drank it all in one gulp. After taking a sip, Hwang thought that he would do anything to become strong. However, when Hwang drank the drink, his eye color suddenly changed to red. Coughing, he stuck out his tongue and asked what this nasty stuff was. Concerned, Hong Shuk said that Hwang's eye pupils had turned red. Kang Chul reminded him that it was vampire blood. When the comrades heard that, they stretched out and looked at Kang Chul. Laughing, Hwang started repeating the vampire's rites over and over again. But then he shouted, interjecting, Kang Chul said it was vampire blood. He asked if Kang Chul was referring to the unusual monster that turns people into bloodthirsty creatures with its bite. Kang Chul calmly confirmed that it was, and that it was due to blood poisoning. Again, Hwang shouted that Kang Chul said he drank vampire blood, which means he will become a monster. Kang Chul replied that this was not true, because the drink had removed the curse from his blood, and Hwang fell silent. This drink gives the drinker a demonic nature, and ends after 24 hours. It takes high-level magic to remove the curse. Hong Shuk couldn't believe that Kang Chul had given this to Hwang. Looking at him, Hong Seok thought that, as expected, Kang Chul was a very unusual person. Suddenly, a demon's voice sounded behind Hwang's back, saying that he had been blessed by the creature Han Seokai of the Abyss. Hwang looked at him and asked if he was telling him, but the demon asked if there was anyone else here. The demon said he couldn't believe that their warriors had lost to a clumsy guy like him. Hwang shouted that he had fought at the top of his game. Closing one eye, the demon said that, however, Hwang's heart was not act. He said that Hwang was not a coward and fought them with honor and dignity. Then the demon said that they Simons had tested Hwang's skills, and now the demons will recognize Hwang as a warrior. All the other demons put their swords behind their back. Hearing that, Hwang's mind was spinning with questions. Hwang's skills were recognized, and the demon said that it was too early for Hwang to rejoice, because now he could go to the next stage, and asked if he was ready. After saying that, Hwang looked at the teacher and Kang Chul smiled. Turning to the demon, Hwang clenched his fists and said happily that he was always ready. Turning around, the demon laughed and said that Hwang was just a child with useless energy. Following the demon, Hwang said that it didn't even give him time to rest. Suddenly, Hwang saw several armed demons. His eyes widened and he scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, Hong Seok shouted, "Isn't this the end?" And the demons put their swords in front of him. Hong Seok waved goodbye to them as he passed through the column of demons. Scrunching up his nose, Hwang said he was excited for what was to come. Stopping at a dead-end corridor with 2 doors left, the demon announced that they had arrived. Opening his mouth, Hwang grinned and asked him if it wasn't a dead end. But the demon said that even though he had been blessed with a higher essence, he still thought like a human. Touching the wall, the demon said, "See the power of great demons." Suddenly, the wall under his hands disappeared, and the surrounding area was illuminated with light. Hong Seok and Hwang opened their mouths again in surprise. In front of them, a black hole resembling a portal appeared in the wall, and then a huge gate with a skull on the door appeared behind the portal. When Hong Seok saw it, he shouted that it was the boss's room, and Hwang asked if that was possible. The demon told them not to be surprised, because it was easy for him. Seeing that the demon was covered in sweat, Hwang asked if it was suffocating now. Hwang then asked if the door led to the next stage, and the demon said that if he didn't want to die, he should surrender now. At that moment, Hwang thought that if he didn't go through it because he was afraid of dying, he would remain the same as before. One thing made him think, and so he turned to his teacher and said he had a question. He asked Kang Chul why he was helping nerds like him who couldn't even bring him money. Kang Chul was silent at first, but Hong Shuk remembered that he had thought about it once too. Kang Chul said that if Huang came back alive, he would tell him why he was helping them. Snorting in response, Huang smiled and held his hand out in front of him, saying that it was motivation to succeed. The doors opened and Huang said that in that case he would return as a warrior. In front of Huang was a huge cave like a volcano, with a small island in the middle. Huang looked around and wondered what this huge place was. When Huang got closer, a demon sitting on one of the old swords asked if he was the challenger, and Huang said so. The demon said he had been waiting here for challengers for a very long time, and then jumped down. He landed right in front of Huang with a clatter, and said that instead of a strong fighter, a weak child had come. In response, Huang shouted that he wasn't a child, and the demon clarified if that was true. In front of him was Amon, who was an evolved level 20 Simon. Standing in front of him and folding his arms, Amon asked Huang to prove that he was not a child. Then he swung his golden sword and said that they would check it now. Looking at the weapon against Nico, Huang realized that his sword was many times bigger than Simon's. Amon has great strength, allowing him to hold that sword safely in one hand. At that moment, Huang realized that if the enemy hit him with this weapon, he would be finished. When the enemy was close enough, Huang put up his shield and thought that the time had come. He decided that he would not block the blow of the anti-Nico sword hitting his shield. Clenching his teeth, Huang asked against Nico as his sword slipped. Oppo Nico's hand was air when Huang said that it was the price for wielding a sword without skill. After saying that, he struck Amon's side with a strong strike. Huang cheerfully asked if Amon was having a hard time breathing now because of the blow. However, his opponent didn't even move, which surprised Huang, and he opened his mouth. Amon said that apparently Huang didn't know what it was like, so he would show him what it was like. He swung his fist with a breath-stopping punch. Then he punched him so hard in the stomach that Huang immediately coughed and his mouth bled. While Huang was trying to catch his breath, he wondered what kind of power it was. The blow was so strong that Huang flew backwards, hitting a rock behind him. The dust around him settled and Huang rolled to the ground, while the rock behind him began to crack. When the rock broke, its top fell into the burning lava around the island. Huang turned around and saw the stone sinking into the fire with a hissing sound, and clenched his teeth. Amon came up to him again and said that Huang was not a warrior. Looking at his fist, Huang thought he had to get up. He grabbed his shield, but his hand was shaking, and Huang realized he didn't even have the strength to lift it. Swinging his fist, Amon said that Huang wasn't even worthy of fighting him. He punched him in the face and then added that he'd better start asking him to stop. He was telling Huang to finally drop his weapons and surrender. Raising his fist, Amon told him that this was what all the other challengers had done. In response, Huang lowered his head, and Amon didn't understand what he said and asked him again. Huang smiled and reminded him that he had already said that he was not a child. When Amon heard that, he swung his fist again and said it was too bad Huang got hit again. There was once a huge traffic jam near the Hunter Training Center. Huang sat by the window and wondered if people ever felt bored in their lives. He thought that he felt it every day, but his studies were not that interesting, and he had nothing to do. He looked out of the bus window and looked at the cars passing by. In his head, he thought that his life was in a traffic jam like these cars, and he thought about what kept him here. At school, a classmate came up to him and told him to get up, because Huang had ignored Hong So-kei's greeting yesterday and had gone home. A vein swelled on his forehead, and he arrogantly asked if Huang might want to die. Continuing to lie on the desk, Huang thought about the fact that he was born with athletic ability like his father, and he has a nasty temper just like his father. Huang even thought that he was wasting his time with this useless trash. As he left the classroom, Huang thought that even fighting wasn't giving him the slightest bit of interest in life. One of the teachers asked him where he was going, and Huang threw away a bloody napkin and said he was going home. Huang went outside and went down to the subway, and then put on his headphones. On the subway, Huang thought that he felt sick and felt like his chest was going to explode. Suddenly, there was a deafening pop, and it was as if another person had appeared in front of his face. It was the hunter who had rushed past him with a flash of light and fallen on his back. People in the subway got excited and started shouting that he was a hunter. One of the girls asked if he was okay. Baek Bom Soo, a hunter called Unsettling Sun, asked Huang if he could hand him his sword and shield. Huang was a little confused, but he looked around and saw the equipment near the entrance. He picked up the sword and shield and handed them to Bom Soo, who thanked him. When Bom Soo picked up the shield, it fell with a thud, and he said that it must be hard to hold in his hand because he couldn't even lift it. Again, he thanked Huang and told him to get out of here, and Huang said he was about him. But Bom Soo smiled and said he had to hold the monster until help arrived. Bom Soo raised his sword and shouted that the monsters would soon appear, and that he was the one who would hold them off, and that the people should evacuate. After saying that, People grabbed their belongings and ran in different directions, shouting for help. Huang stayed and watched the monster appear in front of them, while Bomsu said that he couldn't believe that the monster was here. In front of them appeared a huge monster with a club in its hands called a 34th level Cyclops. Standing in front of it, Bomsu said that this would be the worst day of his career. Bomsu realized that his strength with concentration was almost at zero, and he must stop the monster's strike without a shield at all costs. Deciding that he must concentrate, Bomsu swung his sword, remembering that the best defense was a desperate attack. In the next instant, his sword shattered into tiny shards, and Bomsu realized that he had screwed up. Smiling, Bomsu decided that even so, he was glad that the people were safe. Huang grabbed the shield and flew out of nowhere, hitting the monster in the face. He shouted for the monster to get his own, looking at him with his eyes wide open. Bomsu was just terrified. While the monster was distracted by his new opponent, Nico Bomsu decided that this was his next chance. At that moment, Bomsu swung his sword, and with the blade, he sliced the monster in half. When the monster fell, Huang stood in front of him, with his shield raised, and then suddenly his face turned red. Bomsu told him that he was a brave young man, and clarified where he got his courage from. Looking at his hands, Huang replied that it wasn't him, and it wasn't his body. But when he was on the verge of life fighting the monster, his heart started beating very hard. The hunter told Huang that if he could transcend his fear, he could save not only his own life, but other people's as well. The hunter added that Huang was quite trained and asked if he wanted to become a hunter. Sitting near a ruined stone, Huang remembered that he was the one who stood in the vanguard and protected the other warriors with the shield Li Huang. Huang opened one eye and saw the fist of his opponent Nico next to his face, but everything around him turned gray. Amon and the lava that was splashing below had turned to water. Still without getting hit in the face, Huang realized that time had stopped and asked aloud why it had happened. Behind Amon's back, a voice from the portal answered that time had stopped because he had called out to her. Two red eyes appeared in the shadows and a hand stretched out, and the voice replied that it was an entity that had control over time. A blonde girl came out of the portal and told him that time had not stopped, but that it was very slow, and Huang did not notice it. Huang asked who she was, and the girl said that she was the mistress of the blood that Huang had drunk. Huang made a face when he remembered that he drank vampire blood and said that he was a vampire. The girl replied that she was, and that she was a high-level demon called Ziferi. Touching Amon's hand, Ziferi said that Kang Chul's asshole had given her blood to someone else. Listening to this with my mouth open, Huang clarified that she's a friend of the teacher, but Ziferi asked her friend again. Ziferi frowned and clarified Huang was referring to that stupid simpleton Kang Chul. Looking at her, Huang stammered and asked why Ziferi was here, but she pointed her finger at him and said that he had called her. Huang's face stretched, and he replied that he hadn't called anyone. Ziferi told him that a drop of her blood could infect hundreds of people, and that Huang had drunk a lot of her blood. She touched his chin with her finger and said that she could hear his heartbeat in hell. Ziferi leaned closer and said that it was the blood connection that allowed his 5 senses to connect with hers. Looking at Amon's fist, Ziferi said that the feelings of impending doom that Huang was experiencing had called to her. Realizing what she was talking about, Huang remembered that this was what Kang Chul was talking about. Leaning in close to his ear, Ziferi reminded him that, as she had said earlier, time had not stopped, but was just going very slowly. She said it was hard to explain, and if Huang continued to sit like that, his head would explode. Huang couldn't stand it any longer, and shouted for Ziferi to stop saying such horrible things in that voice, because he had promised that he would come back and be stronger. Ziferi looked at his hand and told him not to worry, because she had come here to save him because of her vow. I don't understand. Huang asked about the oath, and Ziferi said that if he was curious. She waved her hand and shouted that he could ask his teacher about it. Her hand stabbed into Huan's chest, and a light appeared instead of a wound, and Huan screamed. Screaming, he asked if she had come here to save him, and asked why she had stuck her hand in his chest. Ziferi put her finger to his lips and told him to be quiet for a while. She talked about how she needed to concentrate and tried to hear Huan's heartbeat. Then when she found his heart, it was as if something had pulled sharply from his chest, and Huang screamed. Spitting out blood, Huang clarified what she had just pulled out of it. Holding something in her hand, Ziferi said that it was impurities that were bothering him, and he could get rid of it himself, but it would take a long time. But Huang didn't understand anything, because he was hearing too many strange words from Ziferi. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, because he saw a shimmering blue energy. He looked at the small light in Ziferi's hand, and asked if it was mana. Ziferi said yes. She added that luckily Huang had the talent of a grain of rice. Ziferi also explained that everyone has mana, living and dead, and if Huang can see it, It means he can feel it. Huang replied that Zifri was right, and he could feel the energy enveloping him. Covering his mouth with her hand, Zifri said that was the most she could do for him right now, and said that the Hunter Nico test was individualized. She told him that even high-level demons like her couldn't interfere with it, but Huang could safely avoid that blow right now. With a wave of her hand, Zifiri turned around and told Huan to hurry up, because everything would be back to normal soon. Smiling, Huan realized that he could do it now. Squeezing the handle of his shield, Huang said he could feel his strength returning to 3 times the mana. Placing a hand on Amon's shoulder, Zifiri said that now Huang could defeat him. Lastly, she told him to give her message to Kang Chul that she had paid her debt to that asshole, and that next time she would finish him off. After that, Zifiri disappeared, and time went back to the way it was before. As Huang continued to shiver, he thought about the fact that he had to make his body move. He clenched his teeth and shouted to himself to move. When time was fully restored, Amon's hand struck the rock, and it shattered into splinters. Amon realized that he hadn't hit against Nico, and his eyes went wide. Looking at Huang, Amon asked how he had done it, and Huang cheerfully replied that he didn't know how. Grasping his sword, Huang said that he only knew that he had become many times stronger, and then he struck against Nico again. Looking at the gate that was closed, Hong Shuk suddenly shouted that he felt a whole new mana. Turning to Kang Chul, Hong Seok clarified that this mana was coming from Huan, and Kang Chul confirmed that it was. Surprised, Hong Seok asked if the mana was not created for mages. Kang Chul replied that it wasn't just energy to use Hong Seok's magic, because Hong Seok knew that hunters in the dungeon were stronger than ordinary people. He said that Huan's strength had increased because the hunters were absorbing the mana of the dungeon without realizing it. Kang Chul also said that if a hunter keeps practicing, he will be able to awaken, and then he will be able to control the mana. After realizing what Kang Chul was saying, Hong Seok summarized that Huang had awakened. Listening to Kang Chul say that if they don't consider his unpreparedness, then yes. Simon called him a cruel bastard. Pointing his finger at Kang Chul, Simon said he rid Huang of the curse to destroy his potential, and clarified he doesn't care about their future. But Kang Chul replied that he only saw that Simon was worried about the man, and clarified that he had feelings for him. Simon's face flushed, and he said he didn't care about him, but Kang Chul said he should shut up. Kang Chul also said that the fire that had just been lit would be hard to put out. Hearing that, Hong Seok thought it was Kang Chul's doing, and Huang became fire, and then suddenly he clenched his teeth hard. He started waving his arms around, shouting that Huang was a fool and should come back to them because he should beat him up for worrying about him. Crouching down, Amon grabbed the wound on his side and raised his eyebrows upward to ask Huang if he had awakened. With a grimace, Huang clarified, Amon called it an awakening, and laughed. He said that Amon was so weak because he only used mana and was weaker than him. Amon wrinkled his nose and asked if Huang thought he could say such words after awakening. He continued to sit, and the veins on his face were swelling. Amon asked Huang not to make him laugh, because he would lose to him anyway. Huang picked up his mace and pointed it at Amon, and asked if he was sure. Huang then asked if they were not equal now, but Amon responded by calling him an asshole. Clenching his teeth, Amon started to rise. His eyes lit up, and he shouted that he was going to show him. Raising his sword up, Amon grinned and shouted that he would show the difference in their strength. However, Huang put up his shield and shouted for Amon to show her. The sword hit the shield, and Amon coughed. At the same time, in the subway, smiling Ghostblade, Wei was descending the stairs. Descending to the station, Wei sighed seeing several armed demons in front of him, and clarified Simon. The demon repeated his name Simon again, and Wei asked why they were looking at him like that. Taking a knife out of his pocket, Wei stated that he was even a little curious. Then he swung his sword and split the demon in half, saying that he didn't have time for that now. Seeing their comrade fall, the demon clutched his heart, and grinning began to repeat Simon. The knife that Wei was holding in his hand began to emit a green glow, and he said he didn't have time for them. Then he struck the demons many times, splitting them in 2, and they fell one by one. Wei finished the last one and said that it was because he had work to do. Amon's golden sword and Huang's shield came together in battle. The blows lit up the neighborhood with sparks. Huang carried the blows of his mace from different directions against Nico. Then Amon raised his sword high to attack Huang. Noticing this, Huang's eyes opened wide. He decided to strike at Amon by attacking him first with his mace. A fierce battle ensued between them. Neither of them was going to retreat. Again, Amon swung his golden sword, but Huang blocked his blow with his shield. Then Huang raised his mace to attack Amon, but suddenly he intercepted it and clenched it into a fist. Amon then began to grab the weapon out of Huang's hands, but Huang resisted. Amon smiled and said that now Huang would not be able to hit him, but Huang did not give up and looked at the mace that was trembling in his hand. He said that Amon should know that in battle, you should use more than just your muscle. Amon didn't understand these words and asked again, but Hwang had already struck against Nico with his head in his face, shouting that he should use his head as well. Amon leaned back and shouted as he fell back on the rock and laughed. Amon stood up again and punched Hwang in the head, saying he was accepting his challenge. With a punch to the nose, Hwang asked if Amon wanted to fight him now. Now the opponents threw away their weapons and began to bash their heads together as hard as they could. After a while, Amon wiped his nose and told Hwang that he had a hard head and asked if it was because of his stupidity. Hwang plugged one nostril with his finger and blew his nose. He straightened up and said that Amon's head would be stronger. Amon smiled in response, saying it was the first time he had seen such a talentless warrior. Hwang said he could fight any way he wanted. Amon smiled and snorted, saying that Hwang didn't understand. He added that Hwang was just a child who had learned to release mana. Being called a child made Hwang angry. Clenching his sword tighter, Amon told Hwang to see, and a purple light shone around his sword. When Hwang saw this, he realized that he was feeling strong mana and even got goosebumps. However, he decided that he shouldn't worry and should repeat what he had practiced. First, he should have put his lead foot forward, then ducked to minimize the impact. After that, he should grab the shield with both hands, but at this moment, Amon used the demonic sword Techno Nico Direct Strike, but Hwang had already armed himself with the shield Technico Turtle Shield. When the opponent struck, it hit Hwang's shield, which he held with both hands. But the impact was so strong that Hwang clenched his teeth. The enemy was stronger, and Hwang let go of his shield, which flew backward. When the damaged shield fell to the ground, Amon smiled and said that it was useless now. Turning to opposing Nico again, Hwang said that he had made a huge mistake because that shield was the most precious thing in his life. But Amon replied that he should have taken better care of it in such a case. Hwang then clarified how Amon did it and asked if he should just infuse mana into the item. Amon clarified that Hwang thought it was so easy and told him that even if he explained it to him now, it would be impossible for him. Sighing, Hwang replied that he understood, and in that case, he would try it without him. He channeled mana into his weapon, and a bluish light appeared around the mace. Hwang asked if that was it. Amon's eyes went wide when he saw it, and he couldn't believe that Hwang had succeeded. Watching Hwang raise the mace and sighing, Amon began to shout how he did it. The light around Hwang's mace went out. Hwang scratched the back of his head and said that he had failed, and Amon said that Hwang had surprised him. In response, Hwang smiled and clarified that it scared him, but Amon replied that it didn't scare him one bit. Hwang then said that he was having trouble controlling his mana, so he would use his own method. At first, Amon didn't understand what Hwang was talking about, but he clenched his fists and shouted a full outburst of power. A bright flash of light appeared around him. Hwang decided that if he couldn't control the mana, he would just spew it all out. Turning to Amon, Hwang swung his mace again and decided that he would not lose to him, because he promised he would get stronger. Simon Kang-chul and Hong Seok were still standing near the gate when suddenly it opened. Hong Seok immediately yelled out that the door had opened, and Kang-chul remarked that it looked like it was all over. Hong Seok rushed inside, shouting Hwang's name as he stood in the center of the room, with Amon lying next to him with a weapon. Upon hearing his name, Hwang turned around and sighed. Hong Seok asked enthusiastically if he had gotten through. Hwang pointed his thumb at the Amon lying behind him, who was already disappearing, and smiled broadly and replied, "Of course." Then Hong Seok tearfully started waving his fists around, shouting that he thought Hwang was dead. Listening to Hwang talk about how Hong Seok shouldn't hit him because he didn't even have the strength to stand up, Kang-chul smiled. The gate behind them opened and was touched by Wei's hand, and then he looked out. Putting his hand on Hwang's shoulder, Hong Seok told him to get up, because they had to go, but Hwang replied that he didn't want to. As Hong Seok continued to shake Hwang, he listened to him throw back his head and moan that he was tired. Then Hwang leaned back and spread his arms out and asked if he could just sleep here. Turning to Kang-chul, Hong Seok asked what they should do, and if he should leave him alone. At first, Kang-chul hummed thoughtfully, and then said that Hwang just didn't have mana, and if he fell asleep now, he would go to that color. Hong Seok raised his hand and sighed, trying to hold himself back, and said that he understood, and that Hwang might die now. Realizing this, he ran up to Kang-chul and shook him, shouting at him to see if he had heard what he heard. Hwang intervened and told Hong Seok not to worry so much because he wouldn't die from this. He pictured Zyphery in his head and said that Nuna would come and help him. However, Kang-chul said that wasn't true, and Hwang asked if it was true. Kang-chul approached him and hit him on the head with his fist and called Hwang an idiot, asking if he thought she would always be able to help him. Raising a Yukazata cell finger, Kang-chul said that blood power is a disposable power, and Hwang had already used it. Falling on his back again, Hwang moaned that he was just a loser. Grabbing him by his sweater, Hong Seok started yelling his name and begging him not to die. Kang Chul, who was standing next to him, asked Hong Seok not to make a big deal out of it, saying that he should be given a mana potion and rest. Hearing this, Hong Seok aghast and reached into his bag, remembering the mana potion. He took out a mana potion that could be bought at any hunter's pharmacy without a prescription. Kang Chul heard something, and then put his hand on Hong Seok's shoulder and said he should rest too, while Hong Seok asked where Kang Chul was going. In response, Kang Chul said he was going to greet the guest, and Hong Seok didn't have to worry. As he watched Kang Chul leave, Hong Seok continued to pour the mana potion into his comrade's mouth, specifying which guest. Before Kang Chul could get far away, Wei attacked him from behind, but Kang Chul managed to draw his sword and deflect the blow. Looking at Wei, Kang Chul asked who he was, and Wei smiled and said he was a mercenary. Kang Chul tried to strike him, but Wei pushed off the ground and flew up. Wei landed on all fours and asked how Kang Chul had blocked his punch, saying that he had hidden his presence. Kang Chul replied that he stinks of doom a kilometer away, so that's why he noticed. Wei smiled and said that he was hiding it too, while he was tossing the knife in his hand, and added that Kang Chul had surprised him. Catching his sword, Wei picked it up and aiming it, said that Kang Chul was also hiding his true strength. Looking at Wei, Kang Chul said that he was such a talker, and Wei said that he was having a really good day. Kang Chul then said he had a question, and said that even though many people are trying to destroy him, he asked what kind of jerk was able to hire Nico, and Wei raised his palm and shouted that it was personal. Wei waved his finger and told Kang Chul to keep his temper in check and tell him that he knew the mercenaries wouldn't tell him who ordered them. Clenching his sword tighter, Kang Chul said that in that case they should continue. Wei stood up and said that Kang Chul was so tough and then attacked him. Once behind Kang Chul's back, Wei said he hoped he could get home in time. Kang Chul turned around and tried to throw a punch against Nico, but he dodged the punch and flew up again. Turning to him, Kang Chul said that if he attacked unexpectedly, he could not hope to succeed in the offense. He stabbed at the anti-Nico, saying that Wei would not be able to fight him face to face. Clutching his sword, Wei poured mana into him, saying that he hadn't said he'd fight face to face. Huang stood up and shouted that the mercenary was using a skill like Amon's. As he continued to repel the attacks, Kang Chul clenched his teeth because the opponent was strong. Suddenly, his sword that was holding back the anti-Nico Wei's onslaught was pushed with his foot. Wei then stepped back, saying that he could hear Kang Chul's sword break. At that moment, Kang Chul remembered the words of the dwarf, who said that he couldn't fix it completely, so he had to be careful. Wei began to approach, saying that he would be serious now, and so Kang Chul should be serious too. Kang Chul blocked his attacks with his sword, but Wei said it was useless because the more he blocked, the faster Wei would become. As Kang Chul continued to block his attacks, he noticed that his opponent always hit the same area, and all his attacks are blocked. In addition, his opponent knows what state his sword is in. That's why Wei hits the weakest point of the sword. Meanwhile, a crack has already appeared on the blade. Raising his sword high, Kang Chul decided that he must win before his weapon breaks. Gripping the weapon with both hands, Kang Chul thought that he hoped he could win with a single strike. Kang Chul then attacked with such a force that the shockwave hit everyone in the area. After that, there was a deafening clap, and a puff of dust rose from the battlefield. Hong Seok asked who had won, and then saw a silhouette through the dust. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that Kang Chul was standing with a broken sword, and Wei was standing next to him. When Hong Seok and Huang saw this, they shouted because the teacher's sword was broken. Looking down, Kang Chul thought about what Babatos had told him. If he kept using it, the people around him would get hurt. Covering his face with his hand, Wei laughed and asked what kind of weapon Kang Chul had. Swinging his dagger, Wei asked if Kang Chul bought it at the supermarket. At that time, Kim Jin was sitting tied up in an abandoned building. A thug approached him with a plate of food and took the duct tape off his mouth and asked if he would eat. His ally standing behind him reminded him that they could have killed Kim Jin, but why are they taking care of him now? The guy turned around and said that they weren't really bandits, but guild members, and if they took him down, they'd be screwed. Pointing his finger at Kim Jin, he added that Ghostblade had also told them to take care of him. Noticing the look on Kim Jin's face, the ally said not to think of whistling, because they had prepared for it anyway. He said that this vanguard had soundproofing. He and the second guard stood at the exit smiling. However, suddenly the wall behind them collapsed, and they saw several shadows approaching them. Master Falcon Angel stepped forward and started shouting where his child was. Seeing him, the boy began to shout that it was the angel of the black horn. Clenching his teeth, the guild member asked how they found them, since they had hidden the marks on the cameras. But Master Falcon asked why they needed cameras, because they had an eagle, and showed the bird on his hand. The hunter looked at his companion and asked what they should do, for they could do nothing to the rancher. And the companion asked, how about jumping? And then they ran towards the window. Master Falcon's assistant looked out from behind him and said that they had run away, but Angel replied that they would remember whose territory this was. Kim Jin smiled at them and said that his saviors had finally arrived. Kim Jin said he was fine, and then he said that his friends and Mr. Fang were not in the same place. Then he added that his friends and Mr. are in danger. Everyone was surprised at the word Mr. Kang Chul looked at Wei and said he had a question. He asked why someone hired Nico as Wei, replied that he would think about it. Wei smiled and asked if it was because Kang Chul stole someone's loot. Clenching his sword tighter, Kang Chul said that if that was the case, he would go even further and destroy all their animals. Suddenly, Hong Shuk screamed as he felt the terrifying mana, and Huang started screaming as well. While pointing his finger at him, Wei stated that as he expected, Kang Chul was hiding his truth power, so he was directly expecting this as soon as he saw him. Watching Kang Chul's eyes turn red, Wei clarified that he was definitely human, adding that he would even believe it if they said he was a monster. Standing up, Wei asked Kang Chul if he was using martial arts, and at that moment, Kang Chul attacked him. When Kang Chul lunged at the anti-Nico, Wei shouted that he wasn't afraid of his kitchen knife. After that, he struck with the debris of his sword, which he infused with mana. Wei's dagger began to creak as he realized that Kang Chul had replaced the broken blade with mana. The blow was so strong that Wei couldn't take it and was thrown backwards. After hitting the stone wall, Wei wiped the blood from his mouth and said that Kang Chul was dumber than he expected. He raised his sword again and said he would destroy Kang Chul in the most unfair way possible. Pointing his sword blade at him, Kang Chul clarified that he was not embarrassed to say that. But Wei asked if Kang Chul knew what the hunters he destroyed had told him before. He started to imitate the voice of the hunters by mimicking them saying, "Ah, you dishonest bastard, you fight so badly." Getting up, Wei asked, "Isn't this stupid? And the one who should feel shame is definitely not him." He kicked his foot into the ground, saying that shame should be felt by the people who lost to him. The ground flew directly into Kang Chul's eyes, and he tried to cover his face with his hand. Seeing this, Wei first smiled, and then disappeared from where he had just stood. After that, Kang Chul's ankle was kicked, and Wei shouted that he was here. A wound opened up on Kang Chul's leg, and blood spurted from it. Wei said that it was close. Blocking Kang Chul's kick, Wei said that he was actually aiming for the Achilles tendon. However, Wei spun around Kang Chul at breakneck speed, saying he had good reaction. When Kang Chul turned to him, Wei asked him if he had a skill that improved his 5 senses and slipped his hand into his inner pocket. Raising his palm, Wei showed 4 balls between his fingers, saying that he just wanted to close them. Then he threw the balls on the ground and dust rose around them, and Wei said that he would make Kang Chul blind first. The dust around them continued to rise, and Kang Chul covered his face with his hand, and Wei behind his back said that after that, he would make him deaf. At that moment, Kang Chul stopped hearing something. Wei approached him and said that he couldn't hear anything now. Wei smiled and asked Kang Chul if he could hear him too. Kang Chul grinned and tried to strike out against Nico, but Wei raised a finger and laughed. Looking at him, Kang Chul cursed as he thought about the fact that he was deaf and dumb because of the anti-Nico, and now it was harder for him to dodge. Closing his eyes, Kang Chul thought he should calm down, and remembered that he had other senses besides sight and hearing. While Kang Chul was standing there, Wei came at him from behind, preparing to strike. But at the last moment, Kang Chul turned around and saw the anti-Nico, and was able to fend off the attack. As Wei flew back, Wei slowed down and asked how Kang Chul had found him, suggesting that he might have a third eye. And Kang Chul recalled that he'd said that Wei stunk a lot from the beginning. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and he asked Kang Chul if it was the dog or if he had sprayed on the wrong deodorant. He also added that he was surprised and asked how much longer Kang Chul would pretend. Running again with the knife in his hand, Wei said that Kang Chul should be in a coffin by now. As he ran, Wei thought about how Kang Chul could live so long with that sword. He thought that Kang Chul would no longer be able to dodge when suddenly something hit the ground between them. Seeing the arrow between them, Wei looked around suspiciously. A man came up to them and ordered Wei to stop. It was Kim Jin and his comrades who said that the AFA's attempt had failed. Seeing Kim Jin, Hong Seok shouted, and Kang Chul's eyes went wide. Seeing them, Wei frowned and asked how the bastard got here. But Kim Jin put an arrow in his crossbow and reminded him that he had already said that people would come for him. He added that now Wei had nowhere to run, and his allies shouted that Wei should be captured. twin druids Li Sung and Li Huan opened 2 bottles and shouted with glee. From these bottles, they threw out swamp rose seeds and shouted instant growth. Right in front of them, branches of plants with thorns appeared and grew rapidly. Wei flew upwards to return, but at that moment arrows shot at him. Trying to dodge them, Wei thought about the fact that they were coming at him from top to bottom, and he would have a hard time with it all. However, one of his opponents grabbed him with a plant, reported that the arrows were a diversion. Then he yanked that branch, and Wei hit Wei's face right into the ground, and the hunter pulled the plant towards him. Pinning Wei down with his foot, he asked how he was doing now, and added that this was their cooperative blackthorn hunting technique. In response, Wei asked why a big guild like them would want to save the entire guild of one pathetic bum. Mastel Falcon came out to him, scowling, saying that he was not a pathetic mediocrity. Folding his hands behind his back, he announced that Kim Jin was an active archer in their guild. Sitting down on one knee, the man added that people always need companionship, which is why the Black Horn appeared. His subordinate looked out from behind him and told Wei that he would never understand. When Wei heard this, he smiled and asked him, what was this nonsense because people only wanted money? Master Falcon asked Wei not to spoil their honor with his opinion. But Wei asked if black elves have honor and asked Falcon to stop talking nonsense and be done with it. Master Falcon turned to the glasses-wearing fellow guildmate behind him and pointed his finger at something. He and his comrade walked over to Wei and grabbed him and told him to get up. As they were taking him away, Wei turned to Mr. and asked if this was the end of it today. Kang Chul looked at him and said he didn't care, and then Wei was taken away. Kim Jin came up to him and asked if Mr. Kong Chul was okay and looked at him. Waving his hands, Kim Jin started to say that he wanted to go with them too, but he got caught and the guild caught him. Mr. Kang Chul interrupted him and said that he didn't need to explain anything because he was fine, and that Kim Jin should worry about his comrade. When Kim Jin heard that, he ran away shouting Huang and Hong Suk's name. Huang Hong Seok asked what happened to Kim Jin, and Huang said that he must have had a hard time today. Sitting down next to Kim Jin, he said he'd tell them everything later, but first they had to get out of here. He got up and told the guys to wait for a second and he'd call someone, but suddenly Huang grabbed his arm. Huang smiled and thanked Kim Jin for saving them. Tears came out of Kim Jin's eyes, and he apologized to his friends. When Hong Seok heard that, he cried and punched Kim Jin in the stomach, asking him why he cried and reminding him that he was so tough, and now he's a wimp. Master Falcon came over and noticed that the guys were laughing, and asked if such comrades were hard to find. Falcon looked at Kang Chul and said that it was only because of him that there were no casualties. Falcon extended his hand and introduced himself as the guildmaster of the Black Horn Guild, and his nickname was Angel. In response, Kang Chul also extended his hand and introduced himself as a hunter. Falcon said that Kang Chul could visit their guild anytime, and they would always welcome him. In response, Kang Chul asked in surprise what Falcon would do with him. After thinking about it, Falcon said that criminals would be punished very severely. He let the bird go and said that it was out of their jurisdiction, so they would send it to the association. Remembering Wei, Kang Chul thought that even though his attempt had failed, he would be punished. Falcon also said that one of the 6th line guilds, Guryong, was behind this elf. Taking his chin, Falcon added that they had few Decausato cells since all of their members had run away. Falcon looked at Kang Chul and asked him if he had any connection to the guild. At first, Kang Chul was silent, but then he said no, and he didn't even know them. Falcon said he would remember that and asked Kang Chul to be careful. Suddenly, Kang Chul was called out as a teacher, and he turned around to see the trio behind him. Kim Jin helped Huang up, who reminded Kang Chul that he had promised him something. He reminded him that Kang Chul had promised him if he got out of here alive, he would tell him why he was training them. Pointing to his shield, Kang Chul replied that it was really because of him. Huang looked back at his shield, and Kang Chul said that he knew Nightbeck Bum Su well. This surprised Huang, and Kang Chul told him that Bum Su's hunting wish was that his flame would never go out. But for some reason his wish had been passed on to another, just as the shield had been passed on to another. Huang shuddered at this story and said that he had decided to become even stronger. But Kang Chul replied that it was the last time he taught them. Pointing to himself, Huang asked why Kang Chul had told him about the wish back then. Holding out his palm, Kang Chul asked Huang not to be angry, saying that he couldn't teach them because of their ranks, and that they couldn't go into a difficult dungeon. Taking a coin out of his pocket, Kang Chul held it out and said that everything would change if they reached the gold rank and then tossed it to Huang. Kang Chul added that they would then join the Phoenix Guild and find an undertaker named Jang El Sa. After that, Kang Chul would continue their training. Huang silently looked at the gold coin in his hand. Clenching his teeth from shouted teacher Kang Chul, and made a promise that he would reach the gold level Raising his hands, Hong Seok shouted that they had a difficult task to complete again. Kim Jin smiled and said that it was okay because they could handle it. Looking at Kang Chul walking away, Simon thought about how the flames that had gone out and the flames that had flared up had all started from the same place. In the car, the guild members were telling Wei that he was annoying them, and if he wanted to, he could get out of here. But Wei cheerfully stated that he wasn't going to bullshit and told them not to sweat it. Reaching into his pocket, Wei said that the trip was very boring and asked if they wanted to hear his funny story, and he began to tell that it was a very old story that happened a long time ago. According to him, it was when dungeons first started to appear in Seoul. Wei said that he was born in a beautiful place in the proud and great race of black elves. Other than that, he lived in the most important family and lived a peaceful life. However, his happiness did not last long. One day the earth shook and the sky collapsed. After that, darkness engulfed him, and the world was no longer beautiful. A woman approached a boy lying on the floor of the subway and asked if he was okay. The boy raised his head. The girl asked him if he could get up and held out her hand. Suddenly, an elf came up to him from behind, and with an outstretched hand he pushed the woman, saying that she should stop and not dare to touch the master. The woman fell backwards, and one of the men asked her what she was doing because she wanted to help the child. Instead of answering, the elf reached for the scabbard to draw his sword, but he was stopped. He was approached by the boy's father, who ordered everyone to stand back. The elf looked at his warriors and explained that the humans were as distraught as they were, and therefore should lower their weapon. King Lotus of the Black Elves said that they should settle this peacefully. Raising his hands, he asked the humans if they understood the ancient languages, and the human interjected what he said. A girl sitting on the ground clarified if they understood. The Russian warrior next to the king said he did not understand their heresy. Suddenly, there was a shout for everyone to move back because the police had arrived. People looked around. Putting his hand to his head, the policeman said that they had been informed that someone had brought weapons here. Lotus turned to him and asked if they were in charge. Pulling his cap over his face, the policeman said he didn't understand them. With a finger behind his back, he added in broken English that they should leave the room. The elf next to Lotus assumed that the policeman was asking them to follow him, and the king agreed. The second policeman also addressed the elves, telling them to follow them and not to draw their weapons. Holding out his hand to his son, Lotus reminded him that their ancestors said, "The moon shines only on those who have not yet surrendered." The king said that if his son continued to believe, he could always find a way. However, sitting in the car, Wei said that things were not as his father had told him. In fact, it was not hope but despair, because when they got out of the subway, they had guns pointed at them. Then the police captain gave the order to shoot, and the elves were killed. The entire subway in Seoul was filled with monsters, so the government ordered troops to be near every subway exit, and the soldiers themselves were given a simple order, despite their appearance and their actions, to shoot all living things coming out of the subway, except humans. So the elves lost their great leader Lotus in the Outlands. After that, they had to descend into the darkness of the subway, and all this was until the humans stopped chasing them. All this because they were busy doing other things to escape the monsters. After that, the life of the Black Elves turned into hell, and their numbers decreased every time. Hunger got worse. Wei's kin went crazy, and then they started eating each other. They hunted old people and children. Hiding Wei was very much afraid, and his whole body was trembling, as suddenly someone was behind his back saying the way. Hearing this voice, the boy looked back and thought it was his father. But out of the darkness, an elf came to him, saying that he was not his father. Looking at his uncle drooling, Wei asked why he wore the crown, and his uncle said, "Because people need a leader." Maddened, he asked if Wei knew that. Because of his father's decision, they were suffering. Flying up, the uncle began to shout that if they had attacked the people then, this would not have happened to him now. Covering his face with his hands, he kept saying that he was sure they would have won if they had taken up arms. Lowering his hands, the uncle with red eyes told Wei that in that case he should become their food. He drew his sword and added that Wei would have enough to fatten all the soldiers, and he would also pay for his father's sin with it. Wei didn't expect to hear such words, but after that he became calmer. Raising his knife, his uncle shouted for the boy to die for the people and tried to grab him. Then Wei felt what he should do. He clenched his teeth and reached for his sword, and after that the boy swung the blade and severed his uncle's arm. He knew at that moment it was better to destroy than to be destroyed. His uncle shouted to him that he was now king and Wei must obey him. But on his first decade, Wei committed his first crime. Afterward, he felt his heart cleansed because he dismissed his feelings as regret. When he left that bloody place, Wei washed many times, but the smell of blood still remained. After hearing the story, his companion summarized that he had had a hard life. However, the hunter added that this did not mean that he should be forgiven for his action. The driver said that Master Angel was also a black elf like Wei, but he had taken a different path. Wei laughed and asked why they were telling him all this, because their guild was a group of Boy Scouts or something. The guy next to him shouted at him not to insult the Black Horn Guild. Laughing, Wei said that Falcon raised good loyal dogs. Wei added that Angel, or whatever his name was, would probably be upset if his 4 loyal dogs didn't come home. At first, the attendants didn't understand what he was talking about, but then they saw Wei lift his feet. Holding out his palm, the attendant shouted to the chief to be more careful. However, when the driver looked back, he was kicked right in the face. The driver flew out the side window and lost control of the car. The car started looping on the road, and the attendants were yelling, and Wei was smiling. The car then drove off the bridge, breaking the bridge, and fell into the cliff. Kicking the car door off his foot, Wei got out of the car and sat down on the door. Raising his head to the sky, Wei said that as his father had told him, the moon shines only on those who have not given up yet. At the Ich-Taiwan Mansu station, a fighter from the 9 Dragons held out his hand and told the guest to surrender his weapon before entering. But instead of answering, he received a punch right in the jaw, and Wei told Mansu to get lost. Wei also added that he wasn't in the right mood right now, and Mansu's nose was bleeding. He dropped Wei's hand, and Wei squinted at him and asked him what that contemptuous look was. Bin came out and ordered Mansu to stand back, saying that Wei was their guest. Bowing to her, Mansu said, "Yes, ma'am," and Wei said that if Mansu said one word, he would break his neck. Noticing Mansu's reaction, Bin asked him not to bark at the boy. She told Wei that the association and Black Deer were fussing over him, so they were just being careful, and Wei asked why it was his fault. Pointing to the seat next to her, Bin told Wei to sit down because she had called him no for sorrows. Taking a seat on the vacant chair, Wei clarified why she had scheduled the meeting here. Pouring the drink again, Bin replied that there was no better place to do it to avoid unnecessary eyes. Handing Wei a cup, Bin told him to drink it, and Wei replied that she could drink it alone. Folding his arms across his chest, Wei clarified, Bin thought he was in the mood for a drink now. Raising the mug to her lips, Bin asked why not, saying it brought back memories. She asked if it wasn't good, and Wei gave her the middle finger and swore, and said he had no memories, and how could they be good? In response, Bin grinned and shifted her eyebrows and asked Wei what the child was. Wei clenched his teeth and asked if she brought him here because she couldn't destroy one person. He asked why create a guild when there were so many restrictions and asked if they could breathe freely. Bin smiled and said that it might be nice to live the life she wanted, but it would leave nothing behind. Right now, she has a family that will stick together despite life and death. According to Bing, her goal is to grow up with these kids. Wei asked what's so cute. Wei also clarified that it wasn't hopeless from the beginning, and now Black Deer, one of the top guilds, was targeting them as well. Pouring her cup again, Bing replied that it was even better. She said that Black Deer had always been difficult to deal with. They were a 5th line guild, so there was no way to avoid problems with their claim to Gondok Station. Because of the 3 guildmates that Wei had taken care of, Angel would now seek revenge. However, Bing knew that finding Wei would not be easy with his fake identity and job. Based on this incident, the 9 Dragons would be able to build up power and reputation to compete with the big guild. Clinking their mugs, Bing said that there was no point in avoiding this battle when they would only benefit from it. Sipping Wei clarified then what he should do with that bastard warrior, just leave him be. Sticking her wands into the food with all her might, Bing exclaimed, "No, she said that with all her loss of the Veep persona because of him." Her hand trembled, clutching the sticks in her hand, and Bin said she couldn't just leave this warrior behind. Breaking the stick in half, Bin asked Wei to get rid of him as planned. Smiling, Wei added that this Black Deer couple would not sit still. In response, Bing also smiled and said that it was fine, because she would make sure that they had something to do. Hearing this, Wei scratched his ear and said that she was a very bad bitch. Kim Jin's squad was sitting in a tavern when they were brought a grilled boar belly. The waiter knight told them to enjoy it. Huang grabbed his fork and knife, and looking at the dish with rapturous eyes thanked the staff. Greedily eating the meat, Huang said the transportation cafe was the best after the battle. Looking at him, Kim Jin said he had been starving in the dungeon and why he was eating so much. Taking skewers and a burger, Huang replied that he doesn't know, because no matter how much he eats, he doesn't feel satiated. Huang suggested that it might be because he was using too much mana, and Kim Jin exclaimed. Noticing his surprise, Huang smiled and added that now he was stronger than before. Kim Jin looked at him and thought that now Huang could use mana too. Hong Seok raised his finger and added that he too was surprised because he thought that only mages could use mana, Showing himself, Huang said this is what people call a talent. Hong Suk's cheeks blushed, and he laughed, and said that apparently Huang had forgotten how he almost died from the shock of mana when he used it to its limit. Huang raised his hand and showed the bracelet, saying that was why he had bought it for himself. It was a hunter's watch. Hong Seok clenched his fists and asked if it was the newest model of hunter's watch. Huang held out his hand and said that it had a new design and a new mana shock prevention feature. Hong Seok showed his watch. Kim Jin looked at their watches and summarized that they looked exactly the same to him, but Huang and Hong Seok shouted that they were completely different. Calmly, Huang rubbed his watch and turned to Kim Jin and asked if they could handle it together. Kim Jin folded his arms across his chest, and Huang answered with the exam for promotion to the gold rank. He put his hand on Hong Seok's hat and said that Kim Jin was already capable of passing it, but was just waiting for them. Hearing this, Kim Jin grinned and asked how they knew. Hong Seok pointed his finger at him and asked who he thought they were, since they'd been friends for years, so they could tell just by looking at him. Reaching into his bag, Hong Seok pulled out a book. He read from it that, unlike the stone, bronze, and silver ranked exams that were held every month, pointing to a page in the book, Hong Seok said that the gold rank exam was held every 3 months and they had 1 month left. Frowning, Kim Jin said, "What does that mean?" But Huang didn't let him finish and just agreed. With a sly face, he said that all they had left was special training. Cheolsan Station. This station was where Babatos' training was taking place. Standing in front of Kang Chul, Babatos shouted that he was a damn jerk and then jumped up to kick him with a shout of die. But Kang Chul just leaned slightly to the side and Babatos missed, falling on his back and dropping all his equipment. As Babatos stood up, he rubbed his back and reminded him that he had already told him that golden dragon scales needed time to mature, unlike ordinary iron. He asked if Kang Chul could just wait a month, but Kang Chul held out his hand and asked him to fix it. Raising his hammer, the blacksmith asked Kang Chul if he was laughing at him, or what, and then added that he needed to fix his head. In response, Kang Chul asked the master craftsman if he wanted to destroy the man with his own tools, and Babatos called him ungrateful. Placing the sword fragment on the table, Huang said, Babatos already knows the sword is important to him. Clutching his head, Babatos cursed and said that Kang Chul is a grown man, but he could swear he has attachment issues. Babatos looked back and said he wanted to fix it himself, but the golden dragons were extinct when he was young, and the material no longer existed. Kang Chul asked if Babatos had said he was the best blacksmith. Babatos approached him and said that he was certainly the best blacksmith still in business. Picking up the sword, Babatos said that no one but Babatos could repair it. Kang Chul looked at him questioningly and asked who but whom, and Babatos said that, except for the legends among legends that had already retired, he was referring to the master blacksmith Mercedes. That was the end of the meeting. Jamsil Tyson World Tower. On the top floor, the guards gathered. Kang Chul and Babatos went up to this floor. They silently walked past the guards. Kang Chul turned to Babatos and asked who knew that the dwarf would live in the tallest building in Seoul. Babatos thought it was every blacksmith's dream to live here. He walked around looking around. Kang Chul said that it was funny, because dwarves were as greedy as humans. Babatos stopped and threatened Kang Chul with his fist, and told him to watch his tongue, because dwarves might like to show off their wealth. Kang Chul looked at him, and asked why Babatos had become so serious in the middle of nowhere. But Babatos said nothing, and told him to ring the bell. When Kang Chul dialed the call, an eye appeared from the receiver, and then a voice said, "Get lost." Kang Chul didn't understand, and asked again. Looking at the eye, Kang Chul added that it was rude because he didn't even have time to press it, and the voice replied that he doesn't talk to people, so he should get lost. But Kang Chul said Mercedes didn't need to talk to him, and asked him to just listen to him. Mercedes asked not to talk to him, saying he had no desire to listen to anyone, and ordered him to leave. Sitting in the lotus position, Kang Chul told how he heard he was the best. Then he added that he wouldn't leave until Mercedes fixed his sword. Mercedes in turn asked if Kang Chul had heard he had the best security system. Laughing, Mercedes said he refused to accept uninvited guests, and the guards behind them drew their weapons. But with a glare, Kang Chul replied that he had already told him everything, and he wouldn't leave until Mercedes fixed his sword. The guards had already raised their weapons above their heads, ready to strike. Kang Chul came up and struck them with his fist, and the guards were blown to pieces in different directions. Babatos looked at Kang Chul and shouted that he was no good at fighting. More guards ran towards them. Kang Chul did not want to give up. He clenched his fist and started beating the guards. Babatos, who was standing behind him, shouted at Kang Chul to stop Kang Chul from approaching him, but Kang Chul asked Babatos to handle it himself. Wagging his finger at him, Babatos called Kang Chul an insensitive bastard, telling him to be nice to him, and he can't do that to him. Because he was distracted, one of the guards grabbed his leg and pulled him towards him. Feeling threatened, Babatos kicked against Nico's leg and the guard was blown to pieces. Running away, Babatos shouted that the little dwarf would die at this rate, and he pressed the call button again. He turned to Master Mercedes, saying it was him, Babatos. While a fierce battle was going on behind him, Babatos asked him to open the door, because they might die in here. Hearing his name, Mercedes interjected Babatos, and at that moment, the guards stopped. Looking at them, Babatos even aghast, and Mercedes at that moment remembered that he was little snotty Babatos. Turning to the peephole, Babatos confirmed that he was the little snotty Babatos. After saying hello to him, Mercedes noticed that his beard had grown back, and Babatos asked to at least listen to Kang Chul. Mercedes was silent at first, but then said they could come in first and the doors open. Looking at Babatos, Kang Chul stated that he should have just rang the bell from the beginning. But Babatos asked what difference it made if the door was already open, and they went in. Kang Chul said it was a good job, and called him snotty little Babatos. Raising his fist, the dwarf said he was forbidden to call him that. They walked to the huge chambers and sat down on the couch. Kang Chul pulled out his sword, told the story. Looking at the sword, Mercedes saw that it was forged from the scales of a golden dragon. Bowing his head, Babatom asked Master Mercedes to help, as he was the only one who could fix it. But Mercedes replied that he was no longer accepting blacksmithing orders. In response, Kang Chul said that the rumors about Master Mercedes' skills were exaggerated. Turning away, Mercedes said that it would be easy for him to repair such a sword, and Kang Chul asked why not. Turning to him again, Mercedes said that he just doesn't like humans because most of them are cruel. He said that humans use the extraction of things and resources as an excuse, and they destroy all living things. Kang Chul responded by saying that it's because the dungeon monsters are dangerous. Raising his sword, Mercedes shouted softly and turned to Kang Chul. Pointing the blade at him, he asked if Kang Chul himself would use the sword to destroy only monsters. At this moment, Kang Chul immediately remembered the face of his new opponent Nico. After examining the sword, Mercedes said that it was not just a piece of metal, but a work of art in which its creator had put all his soul. He said it was better to leave the sword broken and unused than to give it to someone who didn't even realize its value. Kang Chul asked why the artisan Nico would care so much about how the weapon would be used, but Mercedes said it was up to the craftsman. Kang Chul raised his sword and summarized that they were done here and called Babatos with him. Kang Chul said he didn't care and didn't want to use a sword repaired by a coward. Suddenly, a stranger burst into the room and told Kang Chul to apologize right away. Looking at him, Kang Chul asked who he was, and the young man said he was Bentley, the apprentice of Master Mercedes. Your Junil Hospital Ritual Department. In the hall, they had already placed candles to the 3 deceased hunter Nike accompanying Wei. Bin Bin took a piece of meat and licked it. Master Angel looked at her with disgust. She lifted the stack towards the pictures of the dead and said, "Let's go." Bin Bin then said that she had left enough money as condolence money for Hong Sokai, so her comrades could take it easy and eat as much as they wanted. Mansu replied that even soup tastes great and rich when it's from a big and rich guild. Licking her lips, Bing Bing stated that although the food was good, the people here were not particularly friendly. In response, Master Angel angrily said that he didn't know why they had come, but they could just finish eating and leave. Bin Bin sipped from her glass and said that was what they wanted, and then put her hand on his shoulder and told him not to be sad. As she walked past, she said that he just needed to find himself some less useless 6s next time. Her subordinates followed her, past Master Angel, but suddenly Angel called out to her and said that she should take back what she had said. Putting her finger to her lip, Bin Bin asked what she had said. The angel with red eyes stated that she had insulted his comrades and therefore should take back her words. Hearing this, Bin Bin scratched the back of her head, grinning, and then turned to him. She asked what if she didn't want to apologize. Angel clenched a trembling fist. Throwing his fist at her, Angel called her scum. However, his hand stopped right in front of her face. Then his arms wrapped around plants and rope. He was surrounded by his fellow guildmates. Angel started yelling for them to let him go, and the guild members told him she wasn't worth it. One of the guys said that Angel should realize that this is what they want. After saying that, Angel lowered his fist and clenched his teeth and said that this time he would let her go. Taking off the ropes, Angel warned that if she said one more word, he could destroy her. Turning away, Bin Bin stated that he was a boss who only seeks revenge with his tongue. Walking away, she said that Angel's subordinates must be sad in their graves. Again, Angel called out to her, Bin Bin turned around and he punched her right in the jaw. He started yelling that he warned her. After the next blow, Bin Bin fell down. Her subordinates saw this and started yelling, and Angel's co-guildmates grabbed her head. Bin Bin got up and wiped the blood from her mouth, saying that Angel had started first. She spread her palm, and her subordinates rushed at the guild members with fists. Taysan World Tower. Continuing to clench her fists, Bentley shouted for Kang Chul not to call the master a coward. Waving his hand, Mercedes declared for Bentley to stop and go back to his room. But Bentley asked why the master wouldn't tell them that he stopped being a blacksmith for a reason. Mercedes gasped, and Babato stared at him in surprise, scratching his beard. Kang Chul asked what had happened, and Bentley told him that it had started with a weapon ordered by a hunter, who had also given the master rare ore. The Leviathan, forged from black iron, took 6 months to make and was a masterpiece. Staring at the flawless Leviathan, the hunter wondered how many more such masterpieces there were in the world. Thus began his obsession. The hunter began to collect the weapons created by the master, and many hunters lost their lives because of it. After hearing the story, Babatos asked why the hunter had done something selfish. His question was answered by Kang Chul, who suggested that the hunter planned to sell them on the black market and make money. But Mercedes said that wasn't true. He said that the hunter had destroyed everything he had collected, as if he wanted to show that his weapons were the best. Folding his hands, Mercedes said that he no longer wanted to see his creations broken or more hunters destroyed. He felt that none of this would have happened if he wasn't a blacksmith, and then asked the guests to leave. Kang Chul said that Mercedes is just avoiding problems instead of solving them. Mercedes raised his head at him. Kang Chul also said that if the blacksmith fixed his sword, he would fix the problem for free. Mercedes shouted if Kang Chul was listening to him at all. He asked Kang Chul if he thought his customers were weak. Waving his hands, he said that from the diamond ranks to the rankers, they all have a very good reputation. Pointing his finger at Kang Chul, he asked Kang Chul if he thought that a little guy with no name could be stronger than them and asked him to stop talking nonsense. Kang Chul replied that they wouldn't know until he fought them. Clutching his head, Mercedes gasped and asked Babatos why he was sitting there, asking him to talk sense into the fool. Pointing his thumb at Kang Chul, Babatos asked why not trust him to do it, since he may be a fool, but he is the strongest hunter. Mercedes kept shouting that if Kang Chul was so strong, he would have heard of him. Babatos frowned and said that this guy used to be part of the strike team in the Blue Sword Guild. He asked if Blue Sword had not been destroyed during the incident at Gandam Station. He then said that even he refused, and Kang Chul asked why not. Mercedes' hand was trembling. He said that since the incident with that hunter, his hands had become like this, and he could no longer hold the hammer. Looking at his hands, Kang Chul said that when he gets rid of that hunter, his hands should stop shaking, and asked if he had a blade. Mercedes replied that everything he made was customized, and he didn't have anything like it. Waving his hand toward Bentley, he shouted that if Kang Chul needed a weapon, he could give him his own. He shouted that even though it was nothing compared to the master's work, he could use it because he had done his best to imitate the master. Line 6, Volkok Station, a woman was sitting at the counter, writing something. Going to the window, Wei waved and asked how Happy was doing, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Happy replied that she was fine, and added that it was hard, but then handed him a stack of books. She showed him some cards and told him that she had found what Wei was looking for. A blush appeared on Wei's face. He took the book and gasped. Happy said that Wei would be surprised when he found out where she got it. Wei responded by asking where, and Happy replied that it was in the Weed of Eternal Life Guild. But Wei replied that he wasn't surprised because many people use their services, and Happy advised him to read the book first. Opening the book, Wei asked what it said to make her react like. Opening the page with Kang Chul's picture on it, he saw that he was a platinum rank, but he was also a VIP. Grabbing his scarf, Happy said that VIPs were very few, even among the diamond ranks, and even the first 100 rankers had to qualify for it. Looking at her, Wei clarified that he was still an unusual old man. Happy asked him to look at the back. She said that even though she got the information through A-level clearance, everything is classified. Suddenly, Wei read something, and his eyes went wide, and Happy confirmed it by saying, what was more surprising was Kang Chul's agent. His designated agent was the guild leader of the Coffin Maker Guild. Wei wrinkled his nose when he read this. Happy reminded him that as far as they knew, there were only 5 hunters that the Undertakers were responsible for. She said that Wei was climbing on very dangerous people, and asked why not back off before it was too late. Smiling at her, Wei asked how he could since it was getting more and more interest. Holding up the scarf, Happy awed and asked Wei what 10 lives. Putting the book in his pocket, Wei replied that he didn't know about the 10, but there was one more thing he would like to ask. He took his knife out of his inside pocket and put his tincture on it. then said that the sword had been sufficiently fed with the blood of this hunter Nico, and clarified if Happy could trace it. Taking up his scarf again, Happy said that as long as the scent was fresh. Lowering the scarf, Happy, who belonged to the stray dog race, said it was no big deal. She took the dagger and sniffed at it. Looking at her, Wei said it was always mesmerizing no matter how many times he observed it. But Happy asked him to shut up, because she needed to concentrate. Covering her mouth with her hand, Wei said he was silent. Happy used the toilet water skill, which combines an outstanding sense of smell and mana so she can track her target. A tower appeared in front of Happy's eyes, and she claimed that she had found him. Hearing this, Wei asked where the bastard in the suit was, and Happy raised a Yukazata cell finger. Pointing at the ceiling, Happy replied that he was at the highest point in Seoul. Taking the sword Bentley offered him, Kang Chul waved it a few times. When he stopped, Mercedes hummed as he looked at it, and Kang Chul said that although the weapon looked clumsy, it was well balanced. A blush appeared on Bentley's face, and he replied that he was glad Kang Chul liked it. Walking up to him, Babato said that it was pretty good for a kid that he was too young, even for a beard. Scratching his beard, Babato stated that now, all they have to do is find him. But Mercedes replied that he knows where he is. He said that the hunters had told him that they had seen him near the Night Cloud Guild headquarters on the 6th branch. Babatos responded by saying that there was lawlessness on the 6th branch. Kang Chul, on the other hand, suggested that the 9 Dragons Guild of the 6th line was behind it, and whether it could be a mere coincidence. Kang Chul put the huge sword on his back and headed towards the exit and called out to Babatos as he waved goodbye to Master Mercedes. Babatos raised his fist and asked Kang Chul if he was going to look for him right now, but Kang Chul said he had one thing to do before he did. Babatos immediately realized what he was talking about and asked if he was the assassin called Ghostblade or something. He asked Kang Chul if he wanted to make a request to search for him in the grass of eternal life, but Kang Chul said no. Kang Chul said that knowing him Wei would appear before him, even if he wasn't looking for him. In response, Babatos asked that if Wei is not a fool, won't he lay low for a while? Looking at him, Kang Chul said that they would find out soon, and then the elevator in front of them opened. At that moment, Wei came out of the elevator and smiled and said hello to Kang Chul. Seeing him, Babatos asked if it was him and shouted that he was really here. In the next instant, Wei had already rushed with an attack on Kang Chul, while Babatos rushed to run away. But Kang Chul just kicked him sideways with his foot, and Wei hit the elevator. Looking at him, Kang Chul asked if he was ashamed to call himself an assassin after such a direct frontal attack. Wei replied that if he attacked Kang Chul from behind, he would never know who finished him off, and that would be too boring. Rising up, the elf rushed to attack again, shouting that they needed to finish the battle. Raising his weapon, Kang Chul replied that he only hunts big monsters and can't control his strength in fights with humans. Closing his eye, Wei asked Kang Chul if he wanted to fight him before. The sword was near Wei's face, and Kang Chul said that in general, he is quick to grasp. Striking the sword, Wei shouted that it was all nonsense because last time, he almost destroyed him. Deflecting the sword attacks, Kang Chul said that this time, he would pretend Wei was a monster. With 4 balls between his fingers again, Wei asked Kang Chul not to be so cocky because he had nothing but blind power. He threw the balls on the ground and dust rose up around him, while Wei shouted that it's not strength, but experience that counts in battle. Watching this, Kang Chul asked another smokescreen around him was a red glow of mana. Raising his sword and swinging it, Kang Chul shouted that the same tactic would not fool him, and the dust around him dissipated. The fight was watched by Mercedes and Bentley, who yelled that Kang Chul got rid of all the smoke with one swing. Mercedes asked why they were fighting in his house. Suddenly, a blade flew past Kang Chul's face, but he managed to dodge it. As it flew under his feet, Wei grabbed his blade and said that the dagger was a trick. Smiling, he asked Kang Chul if there was nothing he could do. Grabbing his hair, Kang Chul brought his sword up to Wei's braid, saying it was disappointing. Kang Chul then raised it above him and added that it was too obvious. After that, Kang Chul said that it would hurt a little and slammed Wei into the ground with all his might. After getting hit, Wei screamed and then looked back and saw Kang bringing his sword above him. As the blade came down, it stabbed into the floor. At the last moment, Wei dodged it. Hiding behind a guard, Mercedes shouted that his luxurious carpet had been damaged. Babatos clarified that was all he cared about. Watching Wei breathing heavily, Kang Chul asked why he had become so passive. Wei's eyes turned red, and he said it was because of one punch that Kang Chul had become so arrogant and talkative. Noticing Wei reaching into his pocket, Kang Chul joked that it must be a portal to another world. Throwing a brown ball into it, Wei shouted for Kang Chul to try it. As it flew past Kang Chul, the balloon popped open and purple smoke billowed out. The smoke began to envelop the room, and Kang Chul asked for another smoke screen, and then added that he was starting to get tired of it. Smiling Wei stated that it wasn't a smoke screen but a hallucinogenic powder called giant grass. Wei's face began to twist into a vortex, and his voice said that if Kang Chul wasn't immune to it, his body would be stunned. Then Wei became 3 and his voice kept saying that he didn't want to rely on the items, but it seems without them Nikok. The 3 elves pulled out their daggers, and the voice said for Kang Chul to prepare for a barrage of blows. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was going on in the hospital between Binbin's subordinates and the guild's particip Nikomi. Mansu shouted that the black deer were all weaklings, and added that their fists didn't hurt at all. He then received a punch right in the jaw and spat out blood. The guild member asked why he shouldn't wipe the blood off his nose before saying anything. Smiling Mansu replied that he better worry about his boss and not him. Binbin wanted to strike Angel, but he intercepted her fist and clenched it. She continued to swing her fists, asking the guild to teach them only defense. She asked for the skills of a mighty rancher. Clenching her fist too, Angel replied that if that's what she wanted. Angel shouted that he would show her if that was the case, but suddenly he stopped. His fist was intercepted by a guy Angel recognized as Kim's manager. Kim said violence is bad and looked at Master Falcon with a frown. The fighting stopped, and Kim said he'd like to hear an explanation of the situation. Behind him, Mansu said that Angel had hit their boss first. Kim asked if that was true. Pointing his finger at him, Angel shouted for Mansu to explain it to him, normally, because they are the ones behind Ghostblade. Binbin said that they just came to express their condolences to their neighbor, and there was a misunderstanding. She made a sad face, stating that she was sorry if Angel was offended by anything. Running at her again with his fists, Angel shouted that they were bastards who really wanted to die. His co-guild mates grabbed him. Watching this, Kim said that Angel should know fighting between Hunt Nikomi is forbidden in the city. He looked at Binbin and said that it looks like a big guild is harassing a small guild, and in this case, Black Deer will be fine. Holding out his palm, Kim said that Black Deer would be banned from entering the dungeon for 5 days, and additional fines would be imposed for violation. Hearing this, Angel shouted that this was too much. His subordinate grabbed his head and whispered that he knew it. Raising his hand, Kim said that Mr. Angel, who started the incident, would come with him to the association for further investigation. At that moment, Bingbing thought that in the 5 days of Black Deer's absence, they 9 dragons would take over Gondok Station on the 5th line. Looking at Kim, Angel grinned and clenched his teeth. Binbin thought that Angel should just wait for the fight to begin. Because of the hallucination, Kang Chul felt as if several elves were stabbing daggers at him from different directions. But in reality, only one dagger was stabbed into him right in the side of his heart. Smiling Wei asked how it was, and added that he had stabbed him right in the heart, and then asked if it hurt like hell. Kang Chul replied that it didn't really hurt, but he was a little annoyed. The place where the dagger had been stuck suddenly caught fire. When Wei saw it, he yelled out what the flames were, and why Kang Chul wasn't dead yet. The fire grew around him, and Kang Chul said that he didn't seem to live up to Wei's expectations, and apologized for it. He said that his body wouldn't let him die for nothing. Hearing this, Wei shouted that Kang Chul was a damn cheater. In response, Kang Chul said that it sounded like a compliment to someone like Wei. He grabbed Wei's hand that was still holding the dagger and squeezed it so hard that Wei yelled for him to let go. Mercedes and Babatos watched with their mouths open. The flames continued to grow, and Wei started screaming because the fire was taking over him. Samgakji Station, 9 Dragons Guild. Raising a shot glass, Binbin exclaimed with a drink. Raising their glasses with her, the guildmates chorally repeated cheers. Mansu said that Binbin was really the best boss villain, and laughed. He asked who would have thought they would ever use the help of the Hunters Association, and Angel must be furious at getting all the blame. Binbin replied that he must be very shocked, and Mansu suggested that he was now being interrogated by the association. Taking Amanda, Binbin said that since Angel is the main person, now the 5th line is like a house without a master. She ate and added that in the meantime, they will quickly take over Gondok, while Wei is creating a disturbance and attracting attention. Looking at her, Mansu asked if things would go south if Mr. Wei loses or gets caught. According to Binbin, that wouldn't happen, because Wei's rank is only platinum, because the criterion for rank advancement is based on killing monsters. She said that if the association looked at the ability to destroy people, Wei would definitely become a ranker. After placing the wands on the table, Binbin summarized that they had eaten and asked if everyone was ready. Her guild members chorally said, "Yes, boss," and Binbin ordered the weapons to be collected. Abebe knelt down and rolled his eyes as Kang Chul stood directly above him, the flames already extinguished. Looking out and behind the guards, Nico Bentley said that Kong Chul was strong, and Babatos reminded him that he had already said that. Looking at his wound, Kang Chul said he'd torn his shirt again because it was expensive. Babatos distracted him by asking if the battle was over, and Kong Chul confirmed that it was. Clenching his fist, Babatos said he was an assassin jumping out of an elevator in broad daylight and added that he was constantly losing years of life when Kang Chul was around. Getting down on all fours, Babatos looked at Wei and sighed, saying that he was a poor guy because he picked the wrong opponent. Looking at Kong Chul, Babatos asked what he would do with him, maybe take him to the association. But Kang Chul replied that it's not like that, and it's better to keep it a secret. He picked up the phone and dialed someone. An undertaker came out of the elevator, a special agent assigned to Kang Chul. The undertaker smiled and said that it had been a long time since Kang Chul had called him outside the dungeon. Throwing Wei's body aside, Kang Chul said that it was him. The undertaker sighed when he saw him. Coming closer, the undertaker folded his hands behind his back and said that Wei seemed to be quite daring. Turning to Kang Chul, the undertaker asked how he would take care of him, maybe by torturing him long and hard. Kang Chul said that the undertaker needs to find out who is behind him. The undertaker also said that he too was wondering who sent the assassin after their VIP. His assistant standing behind him said that he had seen this man before, and he was one of the undertakers of their guild. Clenching his teeth, the undertaker looked at Nico's assistant and asked if he was sure, and the assistant said he was sure because he remembered everything. Looking at Wei, the undertaker coughed and said that there seemed to be a rat among them. He took Wei by the hair and asked Kang Chul if he would give him the man and make sure he knew what Kang Chul had asked. Kang Chul replied that the undertaker could do as he pleased, and the undertaker thanked him. Fixing his hat, he said that now that he had the ingredient, he could make a new chimera. One of his assistants said he too wanted a new face. The undertaker asked if he could take it apart right now. As they loaded Wei into the bag, the undertaker put 2 fingers on his head and said that in that case, he would go. Kang Chul followed him and said he was leaving Wei in his care. The undertaker said Kang Chul didn't have to worry, and the doors closed behind him. A shocked Mercedes asked if the undertaker wasn't the guildmaster of the Grass of Eternal Life Guild. Babatos confirmed that he was. In Mercedes' opinion, Kang Chul is indeed a mysterious man, and he approached him. Mercedes said he recognized Kang Chul's strength and promised that if Kang Chul came back with a spear, he would fix the broken sword with his own hands. Kang Chul looked at him and said he would take his word for it. After all, dwarves don't make promises they can't keep. Tortoise Guild. Dojo Baek Bom Su sat in the lotus posture meditating in the gym. This warrior called Invincible Sun is a holy knight. Several swords fired from the cannon in front of him. Baek opened his eyes and grabbed his sword to dodge them. The blades flew past and into the floor. Suddenly the training was interrupted. A girl came into the room and said that Mr. Baek had a guest. Mr. Baek looked at her and reminded her that he had already told her not to let anyone in while he was training. His assistant, holding some papers in her hands, replied that she was sorry. Baek put his sword back in its scabbard and asked who was there. A young man looked out from behind the assistant. Waving his hand, Huang said hello to Bom Su, and the assistant said that he introduced himself as Huang. Huang turned to Baek and said he was practicing hard as always. Baek was happy to see him. Grabbing him by the shoulders and looking at him, Baek asked Huang if Huang had undergone special training and felt that his aura had changed. Pointing his finger at himself, Huang said that he too had awakened his aura. Baek clarified that he had come here to brag. Taking out something, Huang replied that the shield Baek had given him had been damaged in the battle, and he thought he should tell him about it. Baek laughed when he saw his shield and asked if he was still using it, and then added that equipment should break. He smiled and asked Huang not to worry about it too much. Huang told him that he had been struck with a mana-enhanced sword, thinking about receiving such an attack again. Looking at his hands, Huang saw that they were trembling, and he went on to say that these thoughts made him lose confidence in the help of the shield. Closing his eyes, Baek replied that if mana can be used on a sword, then why not use it on a shield, and showed him how to do it. When Huang saw this, she looked at Baek with rounded eyes of surprise. Baek asked if Huang could control it well. Why not use mana for defense? Clenching his fists, Huang asked why he hadn't thought of it before, and then added that he had an idea. Touching the shield, Huang said that he wanted to learn from Baek how to strengthen the mana shield. Baek responded by saying that Huang was petty, and it had been so long since they had seen each other, and he had come just for that. Huang said it wasn't just for that, but it would be great if Baek could teach him. Folding his arms, Baek replied that it wouldn't be easy. Looking out from behind his helmet, Huang said that if he was going to quit halfway through, he wouldn't have started at all. In Bayek's opinion, that was a good attitude, and he said he couldn't wait and then ordered him to release the mana as he had done before. Huang did as Baek ordered, and a glow appeared around him. Looking at it, Baek clarified, Huang knew how to release it, but could not control it, and then took his hand. He said that he would teach Huang to transfer his mana and asked him to concentrate and try to feel its flow. But Huang didn't understand how to do it, and Baek said that when he tried it, he would know everything. Looking at his companion's hand, Huang exclaimed that he could feel the mana flowing in. Baek clarified how he felt, and then ordered him to concentrate on the flow. Suddenly, Bayek's eyes snapped open because the image of a girl with red eyes appeared in front of his face, and he recognized her as Zephyri. Zephyri intercepted Baek's hand and said that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Baek was shocked by what was happening. She attacked him, but Baek wrenched her hand away and screamed that she must be in the demon world. But Zephyri said that the curse was already broken, and the child was the key to it and pointed at Huang. Bayek was silent when she heard that, but then he clarified what she was doing here, and Zephyri replied that she just wanted something. She said she wanted Kang Chul dead. Baek grabbed his weapon and shouted that she was scum. He thought the vampire lord came out of nowhere, and it wasn't good. To top it all off, Baek knew her unique skill of moving fast, what not to notice. It's not teleportation type magic, it's just very hard to follow. He decided to swing his sword faster than she could move. Seeing this, Zephyri was very surprised when Bayek used a lightning flash. He tried to attack Zephyri, but flowers and plants started to appear around him. Leaning towards his face, Zephyri said that Baek was so close, almost got her. She said that compared to 10 years ago, Baek had become much more skillful. Getting angry, Baek waved his sword to shut her up. Circling around Baek, Zephyri said he was being very rude. Baek looked back and asked why Huang was being rude. Zephyri said she wouldn't say anything for free, but she added that she might change her mind if Baek could hurt her. Pulling out his sword, Baek stated that she would regret. He figured that if she was too fast to catch, he would block all possible paths with quick swing. Swinging his sword in different directions, yelled for Zephyri to try and dodge it. Showing 3 fingers, Zephyri replied that it was too easy. She summoned demonic bats that rushed at Baek. Standing behind her, Huang thought it was amazing and wondered if this could be considered a master fight. Closing her eyes, Zephyri said that it was a good attempt, but a little brash. She then summoned a demonic sword named Dane Slave. Taking the sword, Zephyri said that her weapon distorts the environment and creates a space around it like in the demon world. Baek's body shuddered. Holding the sword, he thought his body had become so heavy. Swinging, Zephyri asked Baek to now sacrifice himself to her sword, but her hand was intercepted, and Zephyri stopped. Huang stood in front of her. Looking at him with surprised eyes, Baek asked how Huang was. Zephyri looked back at him, and thought that even if he drank her blood, he had adapted to the air of the demon world from the second time. Huang continued to hold her hand. Huang asked if Zephyri could stop this fight. Zephyri asked why, and Huang replied that she and Baek are both his saviors. If they fight each other, then he won't be able to decide who to help. Hearing that she was his savior, Zephyri exhaled and laughed. She told him that she never thought she would be the day a man would call her a savior. Looking at Baek, Zephyri asked him to take care of her slave. At first, Baek didn't understand her and questioned her, but Zephyri replied that many forces were wary of her return. Putting her hand on Huan's head, Zephyri said they wouldn't attack her, but they wouldn't leave Huan alone if they knew he was her henchman. Frowning, Baek asked if she was going to start a power battle. Zephyri said she couldn't wait. Before she disappeared, Zephyri shouted that the dungeon master would be changing very soon. Looking at his comrade, Baek shouted what the hell happened to him. Line 5 of Gandok Station. There were armed guards standing near the gate. Approaching them, Bin told them to scram the guards, looking at her clench their teeth. The dungeon has unspoken rules. 10 guilds each occupied a branch of the subway. They act like dungeon keepers, but they get benefits like lower fees for selling items or the right to mop up. On the face of it, they are only in charge of managing and helping other hunters defend the dungeons. However, in reality, they are busy restricting access to financially lucrative dungeons. The guards ordered Mance to step back because this area belongs to Black Deer. Hovering over him, Mansu asked the boss room their bylaw and said that he couldn't force them to leave. Getting close to his face, Mansu stated that their guild was forbidden to clear the dungeon now anyway, and they magnanimously decided to clear it for them. Slapping guard Nico in the face, Mansu told him to stay out of his way and get lost. Approaching the gate, Bin touched it and said that this was the room of the boss. Opening it, she warned that it would be dangerous and only gold ranks and above could follow her. Walking through the dungeon, the hunter said that the atmosphere had changed and there must be a really strong boss ahead. Putting a finger to her lips, Bin hissed, letting them know that they were getting close. Gainef of level 62 came out to meet them. This monster was several times bigger than the hunters. Raising his weapon, the monster rushed to attack Binbin called out to Mansu. Stepping forward, Mansu shouted that he was already here. Then he struck the monster with Magnum. The other two hunters holding ropes in their hands flew up shouting that the capture team was ready. With these ropes, they wrapped their arms around Ganef's weapon and announced that they had caught him. Then they pulled the ropes towards themselves. Running in the opposite direction, they yanked the ropes and the monster released his spear. At this moment, Binbin approached the monster and said that this monster was armored with high protection. At her order, the other hunters aimed at the joints, but Binbin realized that it was not enough to make it fall. Instead, Binbin was hit in the face by Mansu. Taking her spear again, Binbin went the other way. Binbin realized that for their ranks, this boss was quite strong, but they would make up for it with battle experience and teamwork. Attacking again, Binbin used the soul from the copy, and many copies rushed at the anti-Nico. When the monster fell, Mansu climbed on top of its head and took it apart, screaming that it was black metal, and it was worth a lot of money. He thought it would cover their losses from the salamander incident. The co-guilder turned to Binbin and asked how they were going to carry it, since this monster was too heavy. Binbin expected a lot from this dungeon, but who knew this boss would be so huge? Turning around, she ordered to call the undertakers, but a voice behind her said that there was no need for that. Binbin looked back and saw the hunter Nico and asked who the hell he was. Kang Chul stood in front of her and replied that he was the one who eats other people's lunches. She asked how he was here. She thought he should have turned into the rest of Nico's life by now. Throwing the dagger that once belonged to Wei at her feet, Kang Chul spoke. He said that it had been a long time since anyone had managed to annoy him so much. Binbin recognized the weapon and looked at Kang Chul and asked how he had found it, since Wei was the one who would give him the information. And Kang Chul replied that he had his own methods, although they were rather crude. Binbin said she had no idea how he found them, but it was a mistake to come here. She slung her blade on her back, saying that there were no security cameras here, and there was no one to help Kang Chul. If one other hunter went missing here, no one would know. Kang Chul smiled and said that it was a good environment for him. Binbin stood up and yelled that he was a cocky asshole, and asked if he thought he could bluff her to her face. She shouted to her subordinates that they were facing the hunter who destroyed Wei, and they could consider him a monster. The first to decide to attack were the capture squad, again raising and twirling their chains. They threw a double chain at Kang Chul, which wrapped around him. Binbin rushed to attack. The capture squad thought that Kang Chul wouldn't be able to stop the two chains at once, but he reached for his sword and asked who told them that. Kang Chul plunged his huge sword into the floor, which shattered into small pieces. Seeing this, the capture squad shouted. Then with his sword like a bat, Kang Chul swung the pieces towards the opponents, thus striking. Watching him, Binbin couldn't believe that the enemy was using the pieces as projectiles. While she was thinking, Kang Chul approached her and said that she shouldn't be distracted in battle. Binbin realized that she was facing a very strong opponent. At that moment, Kang Chul told her not to think that he would let her go. Mansu rushed to defend his boss with a magnum punch, but Kang Chul managed to block it. Seeing this, Mansu turned to Binbin and she praised him for his good work. Extending his arm, Mansu asked Binbin to be careful because he didn't think Kang Chul would be able to block the next blows. Pointing his blade at her, Kang Chul turned to Binbin, asking why she sent hired Nico after him. He said that they didn't know her, so why did she hold a grudge? The vein on Binbin's forehead swelled, and she said that he had hijacked their target twice, and could he imagine how much they had lost from that? In response, Kang Chul asked if that was a reason to destroy a person he thought was nonsense. Binbin shouted nonsense, she grinned, and through her teeth said those targets were hers. She shouted that no one could take what was hers. And Kang Chul said she was whining like a brat. Swinging her spear at him, Binbin ordered him to shut up. Then Binbin decided that she didn't care about defense and would focus all her mana on the spearhead. It seemed to her that with one crushing blow, she would pierce through his heart. There was only one step left to take, but suddenly Binbin yelped and couldn't swing her spear. She fell to her knees. The instinct for self-preservation that she had developed from her childhood spent in the dungeon. Desperately screaming at her that this battle must be avoided, Binbin's hand trembled. A look of horror appeared on Binbin's face as she felt the mana emanating from her opponent. Nico was not human. Kang Chul's eyes turned red as he asked if she was giving up and used the flame slash attack. When Binbin saw the flames around her, she was very surprised, and Mansu fell on top of her and told her to get down. The flames went straight over their heads, and the hunters scattered in different directions. One of the hunters stood up and cursed, while the other asked what the hell this was all about. Mansu started shouting that they would not defeat this monster in order to save the boss. Taking a net from the chain, the hunter of the coverage squad shouted that he would delay the anti-Nico. He threw it at the enemy, but Kang Chul sliced it apart in one fell swoop, saying it was useless. Another Okram hunter grabbed him, saying he had him, and Binbin could escape. Hitting him in the jaw with his fist, Kang Chul told him to get off and then turn toward Binbin. He saw them running towards the exit, and Mansu covering the boss with his back. Kang Chul thought that from the outside, he might look like he was the villain. Turning away, Kang Chul said that there was no need to chase them, because he was already convinced of the quality of the sword. Looking at the monster that remained in the dungeon, Kang Chul wondered what he should do with it. Toward nightfall, Binbin's squad reached their guild house, and Mansu reported that they were there. Once inside, Binbin smashed the stone statue to pieces, asking where such a bastard came from. Clenching her teeth, she wondered if it was because of this hunting Nico that her plan was foiled, and why she hadn't even heard of him. Walking up to the room, Mansu noticed the door was already open. Binbin looked out from behind him. Entering the building, Binbin asked who dared, and saw a man at his desk. The man threw up his hands and smiled at her, and said she was finally here. He asked where she had been. The guild usurer of the Nightcloud Ingi Guild was sitting in front of her, and he smiled and said that he had been waiting for her. After looking her over, Ingi asked why she was empty-handed. Didn't they go on a raid? Bin asked why he was here. Raising his hand, Ingi said that he had come for the money personally, as she had not even paid the interest on time. Folding his hands, Ingi stated that he was magnanimous enough to wait after the salamander incident, and now where they came to. He asked Binbin, thinking he could be stood up just because he was polite to her. Frowning, Binbin told him that they had defeated the dungeon boss, but it had gone wrong because a destroyer had appeared there. She told about Hunter Nico, that he used the art of wielding a sword without a form. Listening to all this, Ingi with crazy eyes called her an idiot. Pointing at his head, Ingi asked Binbin to use her brains for one. Leaning closer to her, Ingi reminded her that fire element magic is the rarest of all, and no mage can control flames. Bingbing continued to claim that she had seen it, and Ingi replied that she was very naive. He assumed that it was an item enchanted with the fire element, though they are rare, but they can be obtained for money. Hearing this, Binbin decided that the pressure she felt could be from the object. Sitting down on Ingi's chair again, he added that she had better invest in her equipment. Leaning on Ingi's arm, he asked if she would like him to get her an enchanted item. Binbin questioned, and Ingi said that he couldn't give them another loan when they were already in arrears. He added that this time, they would have to guarantee repayment with something more valuable than money. Kang Chul stopped at the gate with the fiery phoenix on it. He opened the gate and saw a bridge leading to a bowl in the center of the hall. Looking at the fire burning in the bowl, Kang Chul said that recently he had a feeling that he was calling it more and more often. It was as if the fire was talking to him, and the flames only grew stronger. Kang Chul asked him not to be angry, saying that it was almost a miracle that he had been able to withstand its flames for 20 years. Looking at the sword, Kang Chul said he would fix it so he could stab him in the heart. A hand appeared from behind the fire and touched the blade. Then Kang Chul saw the face of a girl who was looking at him in the fire. She came closer and reached out her fiery hand to him, stroking his face and then touched his lips. In response, Kang Chul hugged her and she smiled, but then suddenly screamed. He reminded her that he had warned her not to dare play with him using her looks. His eyes turned red and he pierced the girl with a shard of his blade. In the same instant, the girl's silhouette vanished, and Kang Chul was left standing alone. Kang Chul's costume that he had come in was burned to the ground, and he sat down in surprise. Kang Chul raised his head and looked up at the ceiling and said that the bastard had finally gotten to him again, and he was going to have to clean up the room. Then he decided that it looked like his next destination was Kang Chul's Gondok station. Folding his arms across his chest, Beck asked Huang if Master Kang Chul really made him drink Ziferi's blood. Huang replied that he did, and clarified how Beck knew him. According to Bayek, Kang Chul was the one who taught him how to wield a sword when he was still learning. Clenching his fist, Huang said that Bayek had practiced and surpassed his teacher. This surprised Beck, and he replied that he was much weaker than him, and Kang Chul asked if Beck wasn't a ranker. But Bayek said that ranks and numbers are standard measures to determine the strength of hunters, but there are monsters whose strength doesn't fit those standards. With a surprised look on his face, Huang said that he didn't know that his teacher was such an outstanding person, and if so, why was he having a hard time fighting Blade? Laughing, Beck replied that it was probably because of him, and Huang didn't understand how. And Beck said that when Kang used all his power, the flames spread all over the area, and he held back hard so that Huang wouldn't get hurt. After that, Huang said that in that case, this was not the time to sit around and talk, and suggested that they continue practicing. Smiling Beck asked Huang ready, and Huang slapped his chest and answered like never before. The training went on into the night, and when Huang made mistakes, Beck hit him on the head with a stick. Rubbing his head, Huang asked if he needed to circulate mana clockwise and feel its flow, then angrily clarified how he could do that just by hearing it. Leaning over him, Beck said, Huang didn't have time to waste his Zeferi right. They don't know when her enemies will get to Huang. But Huang demanded that he explain it to him, so that he understands everything Beck asked how he even awakened with that level of understanding. Turning away, Huang stated that he learned better from practice than theory. The next moment, Beck called for Secretary Kim. A girl appeared out of nowhere. When she approached them, Beck asked Huang not to be frightened, because Kim's class is Earth Mages, and she can move freely as long as the ground is under her feet. She is also the practice instructor at their dojo, and Bayek asked Kim to give Huang a lesson. When she raised her hand and with it several stones rose into the air, Kim clarified they were starting and summoned a golem. Out of the many stones, a huge monster stone golem of level 18 appeared in front of Huang. Kim said that hunters are divided into 7 ranks or levels. The first is the stone one. They are apprentice hunters that can't enter the dungeon without being accompanied by senior hunters. The second is bronze. They can enter down the level dungeons approved by the association. Third silver, they choose their own class and become full-fledged hunters who can destroy level 15 monsters. Fourth gold, veterans that make up 20% of hunters who have awakened their mana can take the exam. Kim said that there were 3 more ranks above platinum diamond and rankers, but Huang had only awakened his mana and was eligible for promotion. She said that he should try fighting against the golem, which are the weakest monsters that the gold rank fights. After Kim ordered the golem to attack it, raised its fist swinging at Huang. Looking at it, Huang thought that even Amon was level 20, and he had no reason why he couldn't defeat this monster. This is the barrier before the gold rank, and then Huang had no problem deciding to jump over it. Dodging the golem's fist, Huang shouted that such a straight line wouldn't work like that. The golem turned around ready to strike, and Huang was shocked to see a spinning kick coming. This time the golem hit, and it flew into the nearest wall, hitting it. Huang asked if golems were supposed to be slow and stupid. How could he move so fast? Standing behind the monster, Kim said he underestimated her golem because her nickname is Fighting Earth Mage. So she trained her golem in martial arts, and Huang yelled that it wasn't fair. Kim responded by saying that Huang can't dodge because they will be raising his defenses in this lesson, and gave him 3 thumbs up. The golem then used its punch, and Huang put up a shield to protect himself from the attack. When Kim saw how hard the golem hit Huang, she turned away and went to the exit, saying that his nose was too small. But Beck smiled and said Kim stopped because he thought Huang was done. Kim turned around and saw Huang standing up on his feet with his shield in his hand and asked again. She couldn't believe it and said that Huang couldn't even use mana to cover his equipment. Looking at his shield, Huang replied that she was right and he couldn't control his power that well. He said that he got an idea when he watched the golem shoot his fists. Huang may not be able to gather mana in one place, but he can spew it out. From what he said, he used maximum strength to counter that punch. Laughing, Beck said that Huang had figured out another way in such a short time. In Bayek's opinion, it's a talent in itself. Huang got embarrassed and laughed, and Kim said that the test wasn't over yet and her golem wasn't defeated. She used the attack again, saying that improvisation would only work once, and now she wouldn't be so lenient. Throwing herself at her opponent, the monster used the golem spear. Again, Huang put up his shield, while the monster ran at him, and when his fist hit the shield, Huang applied a full mana release. The shockwave shattered the golem into many small pieces. Kim was shocked. Bayek said that Huang didn't even know how to use mana coverage, and even so, he not only protected himself, but was able to counterattack. He clarified how many steps Huang misses at a time, and Huang clarified if he could. Raising his head, he continued to say the promotion exam. His body was shaking, and Beck answered as if he could. Huang's strength began to leave him, and he bowed his head and said he was good at learning. In practice, Beck picked him up at the last moment. Seeing that his friend was sleeping, Beck said he definitely needed to be taken care of. Manhwa Station, line 6. There was a beggar sitting on the subway with a begging jar in front of him. A man passing by tossed the old man a couple silver coins. It was Kang Chul, who told the old man that he had heard there was a madman who used a spear with a black tip. The beggar looked at him and said that this is the place where those who were raised in this world live, and Kang Chul should leave if he values his life. The homeless man said that a couple of coins weren't worth the journey to the underworld, but Kang Chul threw a few $50,000 bills at him. He said he could pay more, and the old man was very surprised and clapped his hands and asked if he could draw a map. When Kang Chul went further into the depths, he was met by skeleton monsters of the 7th level. He dealt with them in one fell swoop. Looking at the piece of paper with the lines on it, Kang Chul thought that it was definitely not worth his money. He threw the card away as it was suddenly pierced by an arrow that flew right past Kang Chul's face. Kang Chul turned around and saw Bin Bin behind him, and told them that he was busy today, and Bin Bin said that he could humor them a little. Raising her spear, she said that they had even prepared a gift in her hands was an enchanted object with electricity. Seeing this, Kang Chul asked him what was enchanted. Bin Bin swept up Kang Chul, realizing what it was. Standing up, Bin Bin said that this time, Kang Chul's weapon won't save him. Looking at her, Kang Chul thought about what his weapon meant, and Bin Bin had already attacked. Swinging her spear, she asked him to let her use the power of her new weapon. But Kang Chul set his sword down, and the spear struck his blade. Kang Chul looked out from behind his sword and said that the electricity stabbed more than he expected. Bin Bin, on the other hand, shouted for Kang Chul to prepare to be completely fried. Standing behind her back, Mansu shouted that it was the same spear art, but many times stronger. His partner asked Kang Chul if he was already fried. However, when Bin Bin lowered her weapon, flames erupted around them, and Kang Chul stood still without moving. Kang Chul swung his sword and struck Bin Bin, but she bounced back. Looking at her opponent, Bin Bin asked if this attack wasn't enough. She swung her spear again, saying that she would use all her strength. Putting her sword on her shoulder, Kang Chul said that Bin Bin would regret it if she pushed herself this far. Throwing herself at him with her spear extended forward, Bin Bin yelled for Kang Chul to shut up and worry about herself. She shouted that with this weapon she was now stronger than him. Kang Chul swung his sword again to repel her attack. Bin Bin smiled and clarified that it was difficult for him to resist. However, in the next instant, Kang Chul struck her with such a blow that she let go of the spear and flew upward. Looking at her, Kang Chul asked her if she expected to gain great strength so easily. When the sword against Nico touched her neck, Bin Bin asked how it was, and Kang Chul replied that an enchanted item is not some incredible thing that exudes infinite magic. It is an auxiliary item. He added that he was sorry that Bin Bin must have spent a lot of money on it. Remembering Ingi, Bin Bin mentally cursed because he didn't tell her about it, and told Kang Chul not to be so cocky. Smiling, Bin Bin said that she didn't have enough information, and Kang Chul just had a little more mana. Suddenly, Kang Chul raised his sword, and Bin Bin squirmed, thinking she was about to get hit. Mansu shouted her name, but Kang Chul covered his head, because at that moment, a bolt of lightning flew at it. A stranger raised a spear and tried to attack Kang Chul, saying it was a good thing. Throwing the spear back, the guy said it was a bit too simple for him, and then turned to Kang Chul. Looking at the weapon in his hand, the young man asked where Kang Chul had gotten the sword. With a lick, he said that it had a similar smell to his weapon. It was Chonho, the weapon collector. Chonho raised his hand and reached for the spear hanging on his back. Pointing the spear at Kang Chul, Chonho asked if it was the work of the weirdo Mercedes. Turning to him, Kang Chul indifferently asked if it was. Smiling, Chonho said that Kang Chul is a liar because it can't be true. Kang Chul asked how he could be so sure. Raising his hand, Chonho said that he had broken his hands so that he would never be able to hold a hammer again. Now it was clear why the master's hands had become like this since the incident with that hunter. Putting the spear to Kang Chul's face, Chonho added that for some reason, Kang Chul's sword resembled his work. After interrupting him, Kang Chul asked if Chonho often talked to himself. Standing up in a stance, Chonho said he thought it should be checked and then attacked Kang Chul. Its tip hit Kang Chul right in the chest where the heart is. And then it went back into the master's hands, and at that moment Kang Chul attacked him by kicking him. Jongho jumped up in the air and said that now he felt it, and he realizes the weapon is not just a weapon, it seems to be something else. He added that apparently behind his back, the old man was raising Uchiniko. Looking at him, Kang Chul thought that the hunter was able to draw such conclusions just by exchanging a single blow with him. Bin Bin came up to him and held up her knife, and asked Kang Chul if he thought he could afford to be distracted. She then received a strong blow, and clenched her teeth in pain. Lowering his fist, Kang Chul said that she seemed to be untrainable, and laughed. Grabbing her spear, Bin Bin shouted mana potion, and her assistant threw the vial to her. Catching it, Bin Bin thought praise the gods for that weird guy. She panicked because she didn't know how to use this weapon, but decided she wouldn't make the same mistake twice. After smashing the flask against herself, Bin Bin stood up saying she felt much better. Chonho was hanging on the spear next to her, and Bin Bin turned to him and said that they needed to settle things with this guy, and why not join forces. Smiling, Chonho informed her that he didn't give a damn about him, because he was only interested in weapons. Bin Bin frowned and thought that even though it hurt her pride, this guy could be useful to her. Bing Bing then said that, in that case, he could take his weapons, and she only wanted to blow the head off this guy's shoulder. Looking at her, Chongho said that she didn't seem strong at all, but he didn't care. Jumping forward, he raised his spear, saying that this could be fun. Kang Chul, who was standing across from them, remarked that it was as if they were going on a raid against a villain. In the next moment, Chanho was already at his side, and Bin Bin and his aide took him into a circle. The aide shouted to Bin Bin that this was her chance, and she flew up to strike. She tried to attack, but Kang Chul managed to dodge in time, and Bin Bin shouted to Mansu. Looking at the spear, Bin Bin decided to put all her mana into this last strike. She flew at her opponent Nico again. However, as she approached Kang Chul and raised her spear, the tip of the spear was against the blade of the sword. He was backed up by Chongho, who pierced him with his spear. Kang Chul looked back, and he said he should have watched his back. Before Bin Bin could rejoice, tongues of flame danced around her. Looking at Kang Chul, she hesitated and said that the fire was coming straight from his body. The sword also caught fire, and then it attacked Bin Bin, and Kang Chul said it was annoying. Bin Bin's clothes caught fire, and she fell down and started screaming that she was hot. Then Bin Bin realized that it wasn't the enchanted object. The flames were actually bursting out of his body. When the fire went out, Bin Bin got up and told Kang Chul that he was a bastard. Here is Kang Chul's response. Asked this time she won't run away, she also started yelling for him to shut up. Bin Bin yelled that she would die if she came back empty-handed, and she didn't understand how she got to this point. Thinking back to her childhood, Bin Bin thought about how she just wanted them to have enough food. She just wanted to joke around laughing with her boys. And now this hunter had ruined absolutely everything. Bin Bin attacked again and screamed for Kang Chul to die, but a foot appeared in front of her face. Chongho decided to kick her in the face, which sent Bin Bin flying backwards into the wall. Chongho looked at Bin Bin and said that she was useless and whined like a little girl. Bin Bin's spear lay at Chonho's feet, and he added that such a mistress would only dishonor such a weapon. Raising his foot, Chonho tossed the electric spear upwards, saying that, as a merciful man, he would send it to a better world. Applying Devour, the hunter broke the spear into 2 pieces and thanked him for the treat. Unwrapping the dagger on the table, standing among the debris, Wei asked Bin Bin if she was really leaving. Bin Bin continued to pack her bag, but Wei asked if they were finally making ends meet and why leave. Bin Bin replied that when she was little one day, she saw the royal guards marching, big with cool-looking spears and confident gait. Ever since then, she dreamed of being one of them. With the desire to be like them, she even learned how to wield a spear. Smiling Wei asked if she's still attached to their fallen kingdom. Rising Bin Bin replied that she wasn't attached to anything, just now she wanted to build her own kingdom. And she stated that she was going to start a guild. Laughing Wei stated that she had always been a romantic. Looking back at him, Bin Bin told him to come to her if he decided to step aside and she would accept him as a subordinate. But Wei told her to worry about her own life, and Bin Bin smiled at those words. And now lying on the floor, Bin Bin remembered this thinking, that she had almost reached her goal. It was clear that it was just a misconception that everything was just as Wei had said. It seems that dungeons choose their own people, but hadn't Bin Bin tried hard enough? Her fellow guildmates ran up to her, waving their arms. They shouted, "Boss!" Mansu threw a swear word at Chonho, asking how dare he. But Chonho only turned around and immediately punched Mansu in the face with his fist. As he fell to the floor, Chonho said that insects should stay out of the way. Looking at the electric spear, Chonho added that this boy was almost whimpering that he was starving to death. Looking at the spear, Kang Chul asked, he stole the ability of the spear he broke. But the hunter smilingly replied that he didn't steal it, but digested and internalized it. Devouring is a skill created from the combination of Black Iron's ability to store mana and Chonho's obsession with collecting weapons. In this way, Chongho can absorb the weapon's abilities. Looking at the sword, Chongho asked, wondering what it tasted like. Kang Chul replied that he was sorry, but Chongho's life as a gourmet would end here. Dragging his spear behind him, Chongho said that countless hunters had come for his soul. He said that there was one monstrous hunter who swung a giant hammer like a fly swatter. Putting his spear on his shoulder, Chonho added that it turned out that the man was not a monster. That hammer was an enchanted object with the ability to reduce its weight. He tried to strike Kang Chul from different directions, but Kang Chul deflected each attack with his sword. Smiling, Chongho said that this ability made his spear faster than ever. He also said that one of his favorites was a sword that emitted mana in the shape of a saw blade. With this ability, Chonho could break through the mana that coated the anti-Nico weapon. He then talked about the element of electricity that had just been learned. Chonho concluded that he had gained all these abilities through his own power. Kang Chul, who was standing in the fire, said that it all looked like nothing more than a magic trick. A current ran through his anti-Nico body and sparked, and he asked Kang Chul still didn't realize. Stomping his foot and pointing his spear, Chonho added Kang Chul didn't realize the difference in level between them. Again, he struck again, but Kang Chul stabbed his sword, managing to deflect the attack, mirroring straight into the ceiling. Looking at his spear, the hunter asked if Kang Chul could see it was more impressive now that it had a new owner. Continuing to smile, he asked Kang Chul how he hoped to win if all he did was try to block his attacks. He motioned for Kang Chul to already use his weapon's ability. Throwing his sword against Nico, Kang Chul told him to check it out for himself if he was interested. Grabbing the sword, Chong-ho said that Kang Chul was a much more glorious old man than he thought. However, when he grasped the hilt, he was surprised. As he dropped the sword on the floor, Chong-ho frowned and asked what the hell it was and why it was so heavy. Then Kang Chul remembered how Bentley had come to him with the sword and a wheelbarrow and told him that he had done everything he had asked. He asked if it was really all he needed, and Kang Chul raised the weapon and said it was just right. Mercedes said it was 180 kilograms, and if Kang Chul could handle it, there was no need to enchant it. So, Kang Chul told Jeon-ho that it was just an ordinary sword, just heavy and strong. Again, Chong-ho clutched his spear with clenched teeth. He said he expected a big catch and got only a miserable herring. When Kang Chul took up his sword, flames blazed around him, and he said they had to finish. Raising the sword, Kang Chul asked Opaniko to show him everything he had. Striking the blade of his sword, Chong-ho said that he was going to Pokazados anyway. With great speed, Chong-ho attacked Kang Chul, trying to strike from different directions, but Kang repelled all his attacks. Chong-ho shouted that Kang Chul couldn't defeat him with this piece of iron because Leviathan was the strongest spear in the world. Putting up his sword again, Kang Chul asked if he had nothing else to brag about besides his hunting weapon. Looking straight into Kang Chul's eyes, he added that he understood why Chong-ho broke Mercedes' arm. Smiling, Kang Chul said that he was probably just scared that a stronger opponent would come after him with a better weapon. Hearing that, Chong-ho passed his rage and struck at Kang Chul's sword. He lunged at him with his spear, shouting that Kang Chul's words were bullshit. Kang Chul replied that Jong-ho's spearhead was dull. Kang Chul came closer to Jeon-ho and added that it just shows that he didn't train properly. Smiling, Chong-ho asked why he had to train. Raising his spear, he said that he had his Leviathan. But Kang Chul asked that if he was so sure of himself, why he decided to cripple the old man. He said that if Jong-ho had just left the old man alone, he could have collected more weapons. Chong-ho's eyes turned red from the spear, and he asked why Kang Chul Nikok wouldn't shut up and struck out. With a frown, Kang Chul clarified that he was hitting the sore spot, wasn't he? Swinging again, Chong-ho called Kang Chul a bastard and asked what he might know. Kang Chul was also able to block this attack and said that he wouldn't lose to Hunter Nico, who relies only on his weapon. In response, Chong-ho shouted that Kang Chul himself doesn't rely on his fire abilities, which he was lucky enough to have. Swinging his fist, Kang Chul clarified the lucky get, and then hit Chong-ho right in the face. From there, Jeon-ho fell to the floor, and Kang Chul told him that he had lost everything he had because of the flames. He then asked what Jeon-ho had sacrificed to get that power. Wiping the blood from his nose, Chong-ho looked at his opponent Nico and tisked. Standing up in a stance, Chong-ho declared that it was none of his dog's business, whether it was a flame or a Leviathan. Pulling his spear forward, Chong-ho shouted that now they would find out which was stronger. He struck, but Kang Chul put his sword to his face and avoided the blow. A battle ensued between the two, accompanied by bright flashes of electricity. Chong-ho stood trembling with his spear in his hand. Kang Chul looked at him and said that he couldn't stand up anymore. Clenching his teeth, Chong-ho said that this was not the end. He said that even if he had to bet on the rest of his life, he would crush Kang Chul. Seeing a shadow around Auntie Nico, Kang Chul realized that it was Black Mena. Smiling, Chong-ho said he would prove to Kang Chul that his Leviathan was the strongest weapon, and he swung his spiral cut. 5 years ago, a level 49th level Death Knight stood in front of them. The man shouted that the monster's movements had slowed down. Behind him stood Chong-ho shouting that he would finish him off. Then Chong-ho was a member of the guild, and his position was spearman. Raising his weapon, he shouted to the monster to get Wand Dolid and Bop Senpid. However, the knight swung his sword, and Chong-ho's spear broke into 2 pieces. At that moment, another man appeared in front of them and pushed Chong-ho away, telling him to get out of the way. He swung his axe with spiral cut. Looking at him with rapturous eyes, Chong-ho thanked Hunter Nico for saving him, but the hunter shushed him and asked if Chong-ho didn't know that enthusiasm without ability is just a hindrance. He added that if the boy was going to go around with his cheap weapons, he'd better go to the beginner's dungeon. Wiping the blood from his nose, Chonho frowned at the man's departure. When he left the dungeon, he sat down on the steps and placed the broken spear in front of him. He said it was black iron that he had stolen during the raid. He said that if Chonho spent his share, he would make a weapon out of it. Chunho looked at the stone and asked why the chief was giving it to him. Clenching his teeth, the chief put the stone in his hand, saying that if the weapon breaks often, it means that the owner is superior. Holding up the stone, the chief said that Chonho would make better use of it than he did. He added that a good weapon could raise the status of the dungeon hunters, and he should not let anyone look down on it. Embarrassed, Chonho clutched the stone to his chest, telling Chief Nico that he would definitely repay this debt. 6 months later, Chonho entered the guild headquarters to report that the spear he had ordered was finally ready. However, when he entered the room, he saw his chief lying motionless with the guild members standing around him. One of the members said that that asshole Chanbom Park had left his boss in a dangerous situation, and when they got there, he was already dead. This made Chonho furious, and his eyes turned red, and he asked where the bastard was. After that, Chonho came to the dungeon and started fighting with Chon Pak. When Chonho disarmed him, Chonbom asked how he got such a weapon. Putting his spear up to his face, Chonho asked why he didn't save the chief. Chonbom shouted Chonho himself is aware guild members are just expendable resources and why he had to keep an eye on him. Hearing that, Chonho asked if that was his excuse, and Chonbom clarified that maybe they could just agree. But Chonho wasn't going to negotiate with him, and said that he didn't need anything and swung his spear at him, taking away his head. The chief's face appeared in his mind, saying that good weapons are the status of hunting Nico, and Chonho must not allow himself to be looked down upon. Then Chonho decided that no one would ever look down upon him again. And now Kang Chul was standing in front of him. Chonho was trying to prove to him that Leviathan was the strongest. Looking at the hunter, Kang Chul thought he had a very powerful attack and swung his sword. He decided that he would concentrate all the flames into a weapon and used accumulation. His sword turned golden as he swung. Kang Chul blocked the attack of Hunter Nico. As he tried to attack again, Chonho shouted for Kang Chul to just die. However, Kang Chul struck with such force that Chonho flew backwards. After flying over Kang Chul, he landed face first on the floor. When he stood up, he thought he had lost. He remembered the guy who had come up to him earlier and asked if he was the mercenary who had taken the life of a co-guildmate. Clutching his spear, then Chonho said he planned to surrender to the authorities and asked not to be attacked. But the man said that if Chonho surrendered, he couldn't get the reward. The two men fought and the man died, and then another hunter came to Chonho. When he came closer, Chonho asked him again, and the man said that he was not some redneck. After that, the guy died too. Even after absorbing all those powers, now Chonho was lying face down on the floor. Looking at him, Kang Chul said that it was a waste of talent and he could have been a great hunter. When he heard this, Chonho remembered the chief's words that he would be a great hunter, and the chief was sure of it. Chunho laughed and said that someone had told him the same thing. And Kang Chul said that if that someone saw him now, he would be upset. Raising the spear above him, Kang Chul said that being able to rely only on his weapon was a very miserable life. Kang Chul put the weapon on his back and walked forward. He saw Bin Bin and her henchmen in front of him and said that they were still here. Bin Bin asked for permission to ask a question and asked how it was that he was still unable to make a name for himself. Kang Chul replied that it wasn't that he couldn't, but that he didn't want to. Bin Bin sat down on one knee and laughed, saying that he had remained pathetic to the very end. When Kang Chul returned to Master Mercedes and placed the Leviathan in his hands, Bentley and Babatos, and the Master among others, cried out in surprise. Babatos recalled that he said Kang Chul would definitely return the weapon and asked for his 50,000 won. Watching Mercedes hand him the money, Kang Chul asked if they had put him through all the trouble to make the bet. Placing the spear on the table in front of him, Mercedes bowed to Kang Chul and thanked him. He said that now the weight was finally off his soul, and then added that he would fix Kang Chul's sword as promised. Kang Chul asked if he could handle these hands. Raising his trembling hand, Mercedes said there was nothing to worry about, and he said that Bentley would be the one to do it, because after Kang Chul left, Mercedes taught him how to work with the golden dragon scales. A new era requires a new master. Bentley said he would do his best. In response, Kang Chul said that would be great because a normal sword couldn't stand up to his flame. When Bentley saw that the other sword had melted, he realized why Kang Chul needed a sword forged from the scales of a golden dragon. Babatos asked if they were running out of materials, since golden dragons had not been seen for a long time. But Bentley said that everything was fine, and he would use the materials for the work. Kang Chul then asked how long it would take to fix it. Bentley said it would take about a week. Kang Chul said he would be back in a week. Mercedes called him and told him that when Jianho first came to him, he seemed like a friendly kid. He doesn't know what dangers Kang Chul is going to expose himself to, so he asked him not to be influenced by the chaos of the dungeon. Kang Chul turned away and raised his hand, saying that he would keep that in mind. Bowing, Babatos told Mercedes that he was honored. As they walked out of his office, Babatos said his gloves were soaked through from the long time it had taken to meet such a master. Kang Chul looked at him and asked how much of an age difference there was between them, because Babatos is not often seen like that. Babatos replied that they were born in the same year, but Mercedes' birthday was earlier than his, so he was still older. When Kang Chul heard that, Babatos asked Kang Chul not to look at him like that, because the dwarves have a clear hierarchy. Then he asked where Kang Chul was going next, and Kang Chul said he was going to go wherever the flames called him. Hunters Association Examination Center for Advanced Training. Seeing Huang, Kim Jin, and Hong Seok waved and said hello. Kim Jin looked at him and said they hadn't gotten together in a while, while Hong Seok said it was time to show him the results of his training. Huang replied that they seemed to have prepared well. Turning to the center, the three decided they could go. Sticking out his tongue, Ingi told Binbin to just look at herself, and he stated that she was beaten to a pulp. Grinning, Ingi said she gets a here and there, and still calls herself the head of the guild. Grinning Binbin replied that she didn't care, because their pact was no longer valid since Kang Chul didn't use enchanted weapon. Ingi kicked her, and Binbin fell to the floor. He continued kicking her, saying that he didn't care. He then leaned over and said that Binbin had failed to honor the deal again. Lifting her up by her hair, Ying reminded her that he had already said this time the money would not be enough. From now on, the 9 dragons would be managed by Nightcloud. Hearing this, Binbin replied anything, but that, taking out his dagger, Ingi said that Binbin seemed to have misunderstood something. Putting the dagger to her throat, Ingi said that she was no longer in a position to negotiate with him. He then reflected that his head had told him not to take Binbin's life. Putting down the knife, Ingi said that the head was too favorable to Binbin, and he was going to sell her to some rich family. Turning around, Yingi smiled and told Binbin not to even think about going near the dungeons if she wanted to stay alive. He then added that he personally hoped that she would still come out, and laughed and left. The trio stood in the Hunter's Examination Center amidst a huge crowd. A presenter came out and thanked them for applying for the 27th gold rank examination. The man introduced himself as Hong Wan and said that he was the chairman of the Hunters Association and would be the judge of the exam. Looking at him, Hong Seok was surprised to ask this man, the chairman. In his opinion, he did not look imposing. Other than that, Hong Shaw couldn't even sense a drop of mana from him. Huang was also surprised to ask that such a person would judge them, but the hunter beside them told them not to be mistaken. He said that Hong Wan might look like this, but he was the brother of the legendary hero Ho Wan. Nico said that he was considered the strongest man in the days when the ranking system had not yet been established. Nowadays, the chairman hides mana, and only those with power do that. Turning to him, Huang wanted to clarify his name, but Nico pointed forward and shouted for Huang to focus. Putting the microphone back, Hong Wan said that he was done talking, and now they would begin the exam. Hearing this, Kim Jin didn't understand why, so suddenly, and Hong Seok said that it was more important. Then Hong Seok asked what this monstrous amount of mana was. With a wave of his hands, Hong Wan said that this hall was now filled with his mana. Its density was about 10 times that of a normal dungeon. The first requirement for obtaining the golden rank raised a Yukazi Tosel finger. Hong Wang said that the applicant must be able to use mana. Turning the hourglass over, Hong Wang added that, however, not everyone who can use mana will pass. In 60 seconds, the contestants must hold that time in his mana. They can move on to the next stage if they stay on their feet. Kim Jin's body trembled and he swore, clarifying that it was 10 times denser than the dungeons and adding that he could barely hold on. But Hong Sok next to him happily said that he didn't feel any tension at all. Kim Jin replied that it was because he was a mage. Suddenly, the hunter behind Hong Seok fell forward and foamed at the mouth. Smiling, Hong Wan said that if it was too difficult for the contestants, they could just give up, and it would be safer that way. The challengers fell around one by one. Hong Seok wondered if Huang was okay. Finding him in the crowd, he saw that he was sitting radiating his mana on one knee. Clenching his teeth, Huang tensed very hard because he realized he couldn't hold on. Punching himself in the chest, Huang shouted that Ziferi was definitely not allowed to appear right now. A voice behind him said that she really liked this mana a lot. Time expired. Huang Kim Jin and Hong Seok continued to stand on their feet. After looking around the hall, Hong Wan summarized that they had many capable hunters today, as he would see. Out of the 400 applicants, only 50 remained. Smiling, Hongwan added that a bright future awaited the sphere of hunters. He congratulated the contestants for passing, and after pointing 2 fingers, wished them good luck in the second stage. As Hongwan left the stage, another man came forward and bowed and thanked the chairman. Nico stood next to Huanui and told him to keep his guard up. He said that this was his 6th time trying to get the gold rank. The first stage was just a warm-up from the chairman. According to him, the real test is ahead, and it's better to stay alert. Huang thanked him. When Huang again tried to get the name of the guy standing next to him, Nico put his hand on his shoulder, shouting, "It's starting!" The man on stage congratulated the contestants on passing the first stage and said that he was Chief Kim, the chief manager of the association. According to the chief, the second stage would be a team mission, and each team would consist of 4 people. From the negotiating team, the man told the 5th team to enter. Nico, Huang, Hong Seok, and Kim Jin sat down on chairs in front of Chairman Kim. Huang looked at the hunter next to him, and Nico replied that they had met again. Raising his fist, Manager Kim asked the participants to be more attentive. He said that number 104 is a swordsman, number 105 is a holy knight, number 106 is a ranger, and number 107 is a mage. He said it was a well-balanced team. He didn't think there would be any need for adjustments. The second stage will be in the form of field practice hearing. This Hong Seok exclaimed practice and clenched his fists. The manager said that under the supervision of a veteran hunter, their team would fight a monster of level 30 or higher. Kim Jin frowned and realized that it was already platinum level. And Nico, who was sitting next to him, replied that gold hunters could raid monsters up to level 40, and that the difficulty would be reduced with a veteran hunter. Manager Kim said that once they passed this test, they would become gold-ranked hunters. However, year after year, there is a fatal accident, and Kim clarified that they still want to continue. Then Huang remembered Kang Chul's words that he would think about it if Huang reached the gold rank. Line 5, Guanghamen Station. Laughing, Huang clenched his fist and said that they just need to reach this stage, and the gold rank is theirs. And Hong Seok asked Huang to listen to them for half an hour to see if this was the right way. Turning to Nico, Huang stated that he should have known, and Nico replied that it was Huang who had been leading them all along. Looking in front of him and seeing the subway going down, Huang asked where they were, and Kim Jin and Hong Seok called him a jerk. Taking off his backpack, Kim Jin said they should try to check the map. But at that moment, a plant wrapped around his leg and Kim Jin saw it and cursed. The plant pulled him, and Kim Jin fell down screaming Hong Seok, and Huang shouted his name. This plant, called a 25th level criminal flower, Huang pumped to get everyone ready for battle. Pushing them apart, Nico grabbed one of the swords on his back and shouted that he was coming. Holding his sword in his hand, Nico declared that 1 blade would split the flesh, 2 blades would dissect the soul. With the 8 blades, he has Nico decided that he could dissect the entire world. Attacking the monster, Nico used the art of the 8 swords and then the secret move of the 8th edge. While working out at the gym, a man was lifting a barbell above him with about 8,000 lifts. Manager Kim approached him and said he hadn't seen him here in a while. Putting the barbell down, the chairman raised his fist and said that seeing so many shining newcomers made his heart grow fonder. Kim asked if there was a candidate who caught his eye, and Hong Wan said that there was. Pouring protein into the mug, Hong Wan said it was the 5th group. Kim clarified that he was talking about the group with the 8-sword swordsman. Drinking the cocktail, Hong Wan said that, with the exception of this swordsman, they all look quite capable. Meanwhile, Nico grabbed the flower and hung upside down with Kim Jin. Nico shouted that he was caught too. Turning to Huang, he asked if they could rescue him at the same time. Huang said he thought Nico was already a veteran. Nico asked Huang if he thought he would have passed the exam 6 times if he had. Lowering his helmet, Huang said it was time for them to start, and Hong Seok said he understood. The plant decided to attack its new opponents, trying to grab them with its branches. Extending his arm, Hong Seok used magic and the demon Simon appeared in front of them. Looking at the plant, Simon cut a few branches with his sword. The demon's presence surprised Huan, and he looked at Hong Suk, who pointed 2 fingers and cheerfully declared that he wasn't the only one who had undergone special training. Kim Jin, who was hanging upside down, shouted for them to stop talking and save him first. Tears came to Hong Seok's eyes, and he remembered his comrade at that moment. Suddenly, a stranger ran up to them and threw a small ball towards the flower. There was a pop, and the stranger said that these flowers are nocturnal. Rushing past them, the stranger added that their movements slow down under bright light. Swinging his sword, the hunter added that there was no point in cutting its vines because the monster regenerates them from the bud. Clutching his knife, the hunter showed the boys to aim for the soft area and then strike straight for the heart. The monster roared, and the hunter said They could easily defeat it that way. As Kim Jin fell to the ground wet, he thanked the stranger for saving him. The hunter said he didn't need thanks, because he had done what he had to do. The hunter looked at Huang and Hong Seok and asked if this was their first time in the Guanghuamen dungeon. Huang replied that they were in the middle of a rank promotion exam, so they came here to meet the examiner, but it looked like they had gotten lost. The hunter said that this dungeon was a large dungeon with many high-level monsters, and it was dangerous for them to wander around without a map. With a thumbs up, the hunter said that he thought he could help and lead them to a safe area. Huang responded by asking if he could help, and the hunter raised his helmet and said that people should help each other. He showed his face and held out his hand to Huang, telling him that his name was Guanggil. After shaking his hand, Huang introduced himself and thought that thanks to this kind-hearted man, they were able to get to the safe zone without difficulty. As Huang had learned during their journey together, Guanggil's knowledge of this dungeon was very extensive. For them newbies, all the information Guanggil gave was simply invaluable. When they arrived at the safe zone, they saw many people around them. Turning to Guanggil, Kim Jin said that the station was like a big maze since it was a dungeon, and how he navigated the place. Guanggil replied that he hasn't been to any other dungeons since he became a hunter, besides Guanghuamen. Kim Jin wondered why Guanggil had told him that there was a monster he wanted to defeat. Huang said that if Guanggil hadn't been able to defeat it yet, it must be a very strong monster. Guanggil confirmed that it was indeed a long and toxic relationship. Turning around, Guanggil said that since they are already here further, the guys can manage without him. With a wave of his hand, he said that he hoped they would pass the exam and become good hunters, and the boys thanked him. Thinking about it, Nico said that if it wasn't for him, their group would have failed. Hong Seok said that Nico was literally useless. With his hands up in the air, Huang shouted that they needed to find the examiner with his eyes closed. Hong Seok froze as to how they would find him in such a crowd. Putting his hand on his hat, Kim Jin said he didn't think they'd have to look for him. With a finger pointing forward, Kim Jin pointed to the man in front holding the sign. Walking up to him, Hong Seok excitedly asked if he was the veteran hunter. In front of them stood Wooster, the veteran hunter. He clarified they were the test subjects. As they got closer, Huang shouted that Wooster was huge, and he didn't expect the veteran hunter to be an orc. Laughing at Wooster, he apologized because he didn't mean to surprise him. Pulling his hat over his face, Hong Seok asked how an orc could speak in such a friendly tone, but Wooster didn't say anything, and asked if they were hungry, and then told him that the exam wouldn't start until tomorrow, so they could rest. When he heard that they were going to his hut, Hong Seok remembered that he hated dirty places. When they got to the house, Wooster set a table with many dishes for them. After looking at the list, Wooster specified 2 of them as close combat and 2 as long-range support, and then said that it wouldn't be hard to strategize. All the guys looked at him very scared, and only Huang had already started eating. Raising his hand, Wooster frowned and asked why they were looking at him like that. Hong Seok said it was just weird that an orc with an accent was making kimchi for them. In addition, Hong Seok was surprised that there was a whole city inside the dungeon, and it didn't seem natural. In response, Wooster said that Hong Seok thought it was natural to have a dungeon in Korea. He then said that there were many monsters in the dungeon, but there were also many non-human species with intelligence. He said that even though they are different species, he is also a hunter of this subway. Walk up to Hong Seok. Kim Jin said that they are sorry, because it was quite rude. Hong Seok tipped his hat and apologized too. Smiling Wooster said, it's no big deal, because he's used to it by now. When dinner was over, Huang asked Hong Seok why he said that. In response, Hong Seok apologized and said that the first non-human they encountered was a dark elf, and he tried to destroy them. Hugging his knees, Hong Seok added that all of this reminded him of him. Holding out his hand to help him up, Huang said they needed to go back and apologize. They went, and Huang said they needed to hurry before the food got cold. Wiping away tears, Hong Seok said the food was the only thing. Hong Seok walked by, and Huang stopped and looked at something. Hong Seok continued the phrase he had in his head. They saw a wanted ad on a pole for Guanggil, who helped them find a safe zone. Tearing down this ad, Huang brought it over and asked Wooster what it was. Wooster gave him a surprised look, and Huang clarified why the man was wanted. Wooster turned away from him and told him that the man was an orc slayer. The whole team heard this and were surprised and questioned. They sat down across from Wooster, and he poured juice and told them that this psychopath considers orcs as his prey. Huang asked him if orcs are not considered monsters. Wooster confirmed that they are not anymore. But while other times, such as elves and dwarves, tried it on with humans and dissolved into society, orcs stopped fighting only 10 years ago, which is quite recent. At that time, even encyclopedias qualified them as monsters. But now they have changed and they can communicate, no longer need to fight. And Hong Seok clarified this city Worcester interrupted him and told him himself that the people with him were very helpful. This is their loan for 20 years, but he's glad he was able to negotiate it and buy this place for the orcs. He said he was working hard as a hunter to pay it off quickly. But even though they were appearing in the civilization of humans, Vustra can't forgive the fighter, who is still terrorizing them. After listening to the end, Nico said that he had heard of an orc fight. Hong Seok turned to him and asked how he could not recognize it if he knew so much about it. Kim Jin replied that he had indeed made a good impression. Huang just sat there in silence, not believing that that weirdo Guangil was an orc slayer. Worcester said that even if they were shocked, he hoped they could still have a good rest tonight. He added that, after all, they had a promotion exam tomorrow. Huang thought he was right, because it wasn't the time to be distracted. He had come here for a purpose. The next day they went to the subway, and Worcester asked if they knew what the exam was about. Kim Jin replied that they had to hunt level 30 monsters. With a frown, Worcester confirmed, adding that he wouldn't let them fight such a monster if they weren't ready. He offered to check their qualifications right now because he needed to verify it personally. When he said that the students should beat him, all 4 of them were very surprised. Spreading his hands apart, Worcester told them that he would just stand there and take the blows if they couldn't at least move him. He would consider them unsuitable for the gold rank and disqualify them. When Huang heard that, he shouted that he must be joking, but he replied that he wasn't at all. He also said that the guys didn't have to worry about him getting hurt and applied the iron skin to himself. Watching him, Hong Seok opened his mouth and realized that he wasn't kidding. Pulling out his sword, Nico said he would go first because his sword is crying. Standing up, Nico told Hong Seok to just watch him because he would be serious this time and use the 8 sword art. Swinging, Nico attacked with a wave strike, but his sword broke, and Worcester said he was tickled. Kneeling down, Nico grabbed his head and screamed. Hong Seok said that if they were friends, he'd give him a hard time. Pulling out his crossbow, Kim Jin assumed that the usual attack wouldn't work. He decided that they should lay out everything they had and grabbed all the arrows he had inserted into the crossbow. However, the Gatling shot that Kim Jin decided to use didn't help him, and all the arrows missed the target. Hong Seok came forward, adjusting his hat, and said that it was his turn. Smiling, he said that it would all be over in a flash and used the appeal and the demon. Simon appeared again. Swinging, Simon used the demonic sword art, straight cut. When the blow hit Worcester, he said that it was no good. Hong Seok was stunned. He remembered the white demon sitting in front of him meditating a month ago. Noticing the mage's presence, Simon asked why Hong Seok was here again. Ducking his head, he remembered that Hong Seok didn't understand him either, but Hong Seok suddenly shouted that he understood. He revealed that he drank the demon's blood to talk to them. Rubbing his palms together, the demon squinted his eyes and asked why, since Hong Seok wasn't even a warrior. Showing his hand, Hong Seok told him that there was something he wanted to learn. Hong Seok recalled that the last time they had been there, Simon had used precise mana control to open a spatial portal. Tapping his fingers against each other, Hong Seok added that he needed such a high-level skill. He then shouted that he would become the demon's apprentice and asked him to make him stronger. After hearing him, the demon smiled broadly and laughed, saying that Hong Seok was an entertaining child. Hong Seok raised his staff, thinking that he would show the skill he had learned from Simon's elders and applied the mana infusion. Now, the source of the demon's power is mana. Seeing this, Worcester raised his eyebrows, and then Aemon appeared in front of him and used evolution. Amon attacked with demonic art and made a direct slash at Worcester. Seeing that Worcester fell to his knees, Huang shouted, and then Worcester said that he lost, and the guys passed. Watching Hong Seok jumping for joy, Huang told him that he had really gotten stronger. Raising his eyebrows, Nico thought that this shrimp is really stronger than he looks. So Kim Jin asked if they were the ones who could start the exam, and he said, of course. Behind him, a man appeared saying that he had brought a delivery. Worcester replied that he was very timely and took the bag of potion. Placing the potions in front of him, the delivery man said that it was 15 highly concentrated potion. Looking at this, Hong Seok asked if there was a delivery service in the dungeon, and Worcester replied that martial hunters were not the only hunters in the world. There are also hunter raiders, a service guild of hunters who deliver everything depending on the complexity of the dungeon. Kim Jin asked how the delivery from the dungeon in Worcester replied that through a mana phone. A mana phone is a phone for hunters that uses mana instead of batteries and radio waves. Standing there with his mouth open, Huang said that's how Kong Chul's teacher called the Undertakers. Kim Jin also asked why Worcester had ordered so many potions. Holding the bag in his hands, Worcester said that their group has no hitman, and he just wants to make sure no one gets hurt. He said that he had prepared them in case of any injuries. Kim Jin thanked him, and Huang added that it was very inspiring. With a big smile, Hong Sok said that they probably wouldn't need it because the exam shouldn't be that hard. A little while later, they encountered a level 34 steel rhino monster. Seeing him, Wooster smiled and asked how he was quite nice to them. After fighting this monster, almost all of the potion bottles had been drunk. Raising his shield, Huang informed that their attacks wouldn't work against this monster. He didn't understand why the monster's armor was so strong, and Nico told him that the steel rhino's armor couldn't be penetrated. It also strengthens it with mana, and in order to damage it, both of these factors must be overcome. Turning to him, Hong Seok asked Nico if he knew what was wrong with him, but not his weaknesses. Nico replied by whispering that he knew his weakness, and Hong Seok cried out. Nico told him to aim for the monster's belly, as the skin is delicate and not protected by mana compared to the armor. Holding the arrow in his hand, Kim Jin said that it would be difficult to attack the belly of the monster alone, and that they might have been assigned a monster with such a weakness for a reason. Pointing the arrow at the crossbow, Kim Jin said that their level of teamwork would also affect the results of this exam. Raising his hand, Wooster scratched his chin and said that at least someone understood. Turning to Wana, Kim Jin asked him to lean closer. As he watched his comrades talking, Huang wondered what they were talking about. Then Kim Jin shouted forward and Hong Seok and Simon ran toward the monster. When Nico saw this, he shouted that they shouldn't go head on at him. But with a smile, Hong Seok thought that was exactly what he wanted. He called out to Simon, and he and his weapon were left alone with the monster. The moment Simon becomes Amon, there is a sudden surge of energy, even if only for a moment. But the opportunity to attack the monster is granted. After that, Hong Seok shouted that now, Huang should go forward. Clenching his fist, Nico shouted that Huang hadn't even told him the plan, and Kim Jin replied that it wasn't necessary. He said that it was always Huang who was in the vanguard of their group. Huang jumped at the monster and used a shield thrust into its open belly, and Hong Seok shouted that now it was time to attack Kim Jin, but he had already pointed his arrow and said that he had been ready from the start. The arrow in his hand caught fire because Kim Jin used a loaded shot. It hit the monster right in the belly and it roared and fell down. When the monster fell with a thud, Nico looked at Kim Jin in surprise. He was thinking that he had trusted his friends and waited, even as his fingers began to bleed. Huang hugged him and shouted that Kim Jin was doing a good job, and Kim Jin said he was too. Smiling broadly, Hong Seok asked if they were done, and Wooster replied that they had done really well with the difficult monster. At Wooster's words, 3 people came through, and Hong Seok said that he didn't name Mr. Nico, but Wooster replied that everyone did, and only the 3 of them passed. Hong Seok approached him and asked why that was so. They shouted that they said it was a team mission and they did it together. However, Wooster said that Mr. Nico wasn't part of the plan on Rhino, and he knows quite a bit. Hong Seok listened to Wooster say to make sure that Nico's fighting skills and ability to handle the situation are not at a gold level. Patting him on the shoulder, Nico said that he was used to it. Even if he got the gold rank now, he would just be a burden to the others. He showed his class by saying that it didn't mean he would stop trying, and his main trait was perseverance. According to Nico one day, he would become a strong hunter like them. Wooster looked at him and said that he could do it because perseverance is a skill too. And then Wooster suggested that the guys go back to the association together to get their certificates. Suddenly, another orc appeared and told Mr. Wooster that they were in big trouble. This orc was from an orc patrol called Tabasco and told him that the unit had been attacked by an orc fighter. Line 5, Mapo Station, Oasis Underground Pub. Once inside, Kang Chul sat down at the bar. He told the bartender that he needed 1 hot Americano on the rocks. The guest sitting next to him stared at him in surprise, and the bartender told Kang Chul to follow him, and they went to the basement. Pointing behind his back, the bartender told Kang Chul to go straight ahead. A door appeared in front of him, with a VIP sign on it. Kang Chul went inside and asked him demiglass. In front of him sat the elf head of the Black Stag Guild. He apologized for making Kang Chul come all the way here. Then Demiglass said that he had heard that Kang Chul had settled their problems with the 9 Dragons. Raising his hand, Demiglass added that he would like to thank Kang Chul in some way. However, Kang Chul replied that there was no need because he was pursuing his own goal. Smiling, Demiglass clarified that Kang Chul's target was the Flame Lord. Kang Chul's eyes grew wide, and he asked how he knew that. Demiglass replied that he too had a curse and had lost his sight because of it, but he could see a lot more. And with his hand over his mouth, Demiglass said his advice would be useful to Kang Chul. Kang Chul then agreed and said he would listen to him. Smiling, Demiglass told Kang Chul to go to the 3rd line, and there he would find the Lord of the Waves. "Come to your squad," Wooster shouted to Guangil. Still, Wooster saw that several of his subordinates were already dead. He ordered Guangil to slowly stop and one of the wounded orcs turned to him. Looking behind Wooster's back, Hwang shouted Mr. Gwangil's name. Seeing them, Gwangil asked why they were with an orc, and Hwang replied that it was their examiner. Gwangil replied that it wasn't enough for Wooster to pretend to be a hunter. Now he was also pretending to be an examiner. Clutching his spear, he told Wooster to stop making fun of him, but Wooster shouted that they were no longer at enmity with humans, and Gwangil should lower his weapon. He then asked how long Wooster was going to imitate human behavior. Raising his trident higher, Gwangil said that, as if Wooster had the right to speak to him. Again, the wounded subordinate turned to his captain, and Wooster shouted for Gwangil to stop. However, he thrust his trident into the wounded orc, and the latter died. Seeing this, Wooster lowered his head and then screamed and ran at the enemy. Pulling his trident out of the monster's body, Gwangil pointed it at Wooster, and Wooster said that he would never forgive Gwangil. His sword hit the trident. Gwangil looked at it and told Wooster not to use human language. He tried to strike with the trident, but Wooster blocked the attack with his sword. According to Gwangil, the monsters have no right to do this. Wooster put his sword on his back and told him not to call them monsters. He said they were orcs' proud warriors of this land, and Wooster's sword shone with a golden light. He then struck his opponent with a blow that brought tears to his eyes, but Gwangil said that just because they can use tools does not make them equal to humans. Again, the trident sword clashed in battle, and Gwangil said that orcs are incapable of learning. He said that stopping such a direct attack halfway through would make it pointless. At that moment, Wooster realized why his opponent was using a trident. Shoving his hand into his inner pocket, Gwangil said that humans know how to use their brains, unlike orcs. There was a pop, and then there was a bright flash of light that blinded Wooster, and at that moment, Gwangil pulled out his knife and stabbed him several times. All the students screamed when they saw this, but the smoke cleared, and Gwangil just clucked. His sword snapped in half, and he said that he was very annoyed by this ability of the orcs. Then Wooster thought he had only survived because he had used iron skin when the grenade blinded him. Gwangil had developed his fighting style specifically for fighting orcs, and this battle would not be an easy one. Throwing away his sword, Gwangil said he wasn't afraid because there were hundreds more ways to get rid of an orc. He pointed his trident again, but at that moment, Hwang appeared between them. He spread his arms, and seeing him and Wooster raised one eyebrow, and Hwang shouted for them to stop. Seeing him, Gwangil asked what Hwang was doing, and he replied that orcs no longer hurt humans. Without listening to him, Gwangil ordered Hwang to move away because he didn't want to spill red blood. At that moment, other orcs came up to him, looking around. Gwangil asked if it was a whole troop. Tabasco stepped forward, telling Wooster that they would help him too. Wooster stepped forward and pushed Hwang away, saying he had better not get involved. Now, Gwangil was surrounded by orcs saying that it was not his day. He pulled out an object again, and then waved, and something yellow spilled around. Wooster thought it was oil, but Gwangil struck the liquid with his trident. The orcs were surrounded by flames. Staring into the fire, they asked where the orc fighter was now. Continuing to hold his sword, Wooster said that such a miserable fire could easily be extinguished. He took a single swing with his sword, using the Orcish sword art of the Mountain Splitter. However, when the flames dissipated, they saw no one, realizing that the culprit had escaped. Walking over to Wooster, Kim Jin asked if he was all right. Wooster looked back at it. Turning around, he apologized, saying he didn't mean to get them involved, but Kim Jin said it was okay. A blushing Hong Seok asked Hwang if it was dangerous and started looking around. Looking at Wooster, Hong Seok shouted worriedly that Hwang was missing. Running down the stairs, Gwangil ran to the yellow-ribboned exit. Hwang appeared behind him, but Gwangil didn't even look back and asked how he had found him. Hwang replied that he had followed his mana. Gwangil told him that he was used to fighting orcs who couldn't sense mana. Then he picked up the ribbon going down into the basement, adding that now he didn't even think anyone would follow him. Once behind the ribbon, he pointed his trident at Hwang, saying that that was the end of it and that he was forbidden to go any further. Hwang looked at the trident next to his face and asked if he was going to attack it, but Gwangil put the trident behind his back, saying no, because he can't hurt people. Hiding inside, Gwangil clarified that he was not going to obey him, and if so, he could follow him. When Hwang was behind the yellow ribbon, Gwangil warned him that he would now show him the hideous true nature of the orcs. As Hwang descended the dungeon, he saw flyers on the wall depicting orcs. He also saw a pile of weapons in Gwangil's house. Gwangil raised his hand and told Hwang that since he was following him, he could pass. Looking around, Hwang wanted to ask this, but Gwangil interrupted him and told him that this was his hideout. There was a blade next to Hwang, and Gwangil told him that it belonged to the orcs, a weapon used by their warriors. Hwang's eyes went wide, and he wondered how much research Gwangil had done to fight them. Sitting down on the bed, Guangil sighed and said that the orcs were unusually strong creatures, and that was something they couldn't take away. He lifted his trembling hand and looked at it, and said that he was only blocking blows and that his hand hurt so much. Huang looked at him and asked why he was pushing himself so hard to fight them. Instead of answering, Guangil pointed to a flyer behind his back that said there were over 300 casualties. That's how many people the orcs had wiped out in just the first day of their arrival. Guangil added that this was simply because they could not communicate with them in the same language, and his son was among the dead. If they were truly intelligent warriors, they would not have attacked the children. Those Guangil saw that day were bloodthirsty beasts. Guangil became a man who could not protect his family. He witnessed his own powerlessness. From that day on, Guangil never stopped fighting the orcs. Even when his bones broke and his flesh was torn, he never stopped. But there was a limit to what he could do with his own strength and skills. He needed to do research. And so one day he managed to capture an orc. Their habits of dress and even their language, Guangil learned a lot. And then he systematized all this information and gave it to the Hunters Association. He wanted the hunters to fight alongside him, but they didn't. Guangil thought that the hunters had forgotten all the lives they had lost and had chosen a frivolous world. Putting his mask back on, Guangil said he didn't care about things like money or honor. Raising his trident in hand, he said he was just doing what a father should do. After listening to him, Huang said that even if Guangil continues in this way, it will eventually hurt everyone. Waving his hand, Guangil told Huang to stop because he didn't need a lecture. Hitting the wall that had some sort of red button on it, Guangil yelled for Huang to just stay out of his way. A green light began to radiate around Huang. As he screamed, he realized it was gas and covered his face with his hand. Looking at Huang, Guangil told him that it was a trap for uninvited guests and he had prepared it from the poison of a criminal's flower. He kept saying that this poison made the victim's mana pour over the edge, and then Huang realized that his mask worked like a gas mask. According to Guangil, a drop of this poison could destroy even an orc, but Huang didn't have to worry because it was a smaller amount, and he wouldn't die. After picking up the bag, Guangil added that Huang would just get a long, good night's sleep. He said that by the time Huang woke up, it would all be over. As much as Huang didn't want that to happen, his eyes slowly began to close, and he fell asleep. Meanwhile, Hongshok tearfully asked what would happen to Huang. Tugging on Wooster's sweater, he asked Huang will be safe. In response, Wooster asked Huang not to worry by taking his hand and telling him not to hurt the man. Standing next to him, Kim Jin suggested that maybe he was using Huang as a hostage. Wooster said he could be expected to pull any stunt, and it was hard to tell right now. Showing his hand, Kim Jin said he had a way. Wooster looked at him and asked how, and Kim Jin told him that they have the same specialty. He said that he and Guangil were both rangers, and Wooster was surprised to hear that. And Kim Jin said that rangers specialize in dungeon research and exploration. He added that Guangil's methods were a bit old-fashioned, but looking at his fighting style and knowledge of the dungeon, he could be said to be an experienced ranger. Kim Jin sat down and shined his flashlight, adding that this was what would make him easy to track. Under the light of the flashlight on the ground was written F11. Kim Jin said that these are the signs rangers use when exploring the terrain. These signs can only be seen through mana-activated light, and in their time, they are the basics of training for new recruits. Sitting down next to him, Wooster said he had no idea Kim Jin had said that even if he did, they wouldn't have found it, because only the rangers knew about it. Turning to Tabasco, Wooster told him to go back and tell the elder what happened here, and he would track the bastard down. Turning to Kim Jin, Wooster asked if he could ask him to lead them, and he agreed. Hong Seok intervened in the conversation, shouting that he was coming too because his mana perception abilities could help. Pounding his palm with his fist, Wooster said that in that case they were going. Lying on the floor, Huang heard someone calling his name and asking him to wake up. When Huang opened his eyes a little, Huang asked if it was Zeferi, and the voice said that they had guests. Lifting his head, Huang looked at the bars and wondered who it was. The iron door flew open with a rattle, and Huang tried to see something in the darkness. Then he saw 2 red eyes and shaggy hair with fangs. Following the dungeon, Guangil used the same flashlight as Kim Jin. He looked at the symbols on the wall and thought he was almost there. 10 years Guangil had collected them, the outlaw flower, and all for this day, he decided he would spray it in every corner of the orc settlement. As he continued to run, Guangil was sure he would wipe them out in this entire dungeon, but he saw 3 silhouettes in front of him. Guangil gripped his trident tighter and asked what they were doing here. Behind the red-eyed stranger, Huang saw more silhouettes. When the dust settled, Huang saw the familiar faces of Kim Jin, Hong Seok, and the orcs. Huang's cheeks flushed, and he cheerfully announced that they had come to rescue him. Hong Seok ran up to him and kicked Huan in the helmet, asking him why the hell he was sleeping here. He kept yelling how their vanguard could let themselves be kidnapped. Hwang raised his head and said that he wasn't kidnapped because he followed him. Kim Jin frowned and asked why, but Hwang said he had no time to explain, because they had to get back as soon as possible. He said that Mr. Gwangil had said that he was going to release poison on the settlement. Hong Suk, Kim Jin couldn't believe it, and Hwang yelled that they needed to stop him. Kim Jin smiled and told Hwang to calm down, because he had already sent Wooster ahead, because he expected something like this. Wooster told them that Kim Jin had warned them, and apparently for good reason. And then, let's find out where their enemy was in such a hurry. Kim Jin stopped Wooster when he went in search of Hwang, saying that he had not gone with them. Wooster asked why, but Kim Jin explained that Gwangil's equipment was designed to break in. Hearing this, Wooster frowned and clarified that it was to get into something. Kim Jin raised his finger and said that there was only one place in this dungeon that needed his equipment to get into. Clutching his weapon in his hands, Wooster asked if it was a settlement. Now Gwangil asked how he understood, and added that he seemed to have underestimated the young ranger's abilities. In response, Wooster said that whatever Gwangil was up to, he'd better get out of it, because he couldn't handle them alone. Suddenly Gwangil said no one said he was alone, which made Wooster tense. And Gwangil said, could he be the only person who lost someone close to him to the orcs? After he said that, a few more men appeared behind him. These people were also orc fighters, and one of them said that they had always supported Gwangil from behind the scene. Another said that he had waited a long time for this day, and called them disgusting orc scum. Seeing them, Wooster swore and stood up with his weapons ready. His allies shouted that they would take on the orc slayer's underling. Then the orcs and the slayers converged in battle, and Wooster told Gwangil that he would not walk a step past him. But Gwangil told Wooster to try to blabber his threats by becoming a cold dead man. Gwangil raised his hand and used a snake of rope. The rope began to twist around Wooster, and Gwangil shouted at him not to even think about avoiding it. Raising his sword, Wooster cut the rope and shouted that Gwangil was trying to make him laugh with some string. However, there was a steel chain hiding under the rope, and Wooster only cut the cloth. It was too late, and the rope wrapped around Wooster's wrist, and Gwangil pulled it towards him. Holding the orc, Gwangil clarified who would use a normal rope to catch an orc, and added that Wooster was using his muscles, but not his head. Raising his hand, Wooster replied that he didn't know, and then yanked the rope towards himself, and Gwangil flew upwards. And Wooster added that for the moment, he had no problem that he couldn't solve with his muscles. Swinging his sword, Gwangil launched an attack calling Wooster an ignorant bastard. But Wooster repelled the true Spees' attack with his sword, saying that this spear annoyed him. As he struck his opponent, he asked if Gwangil thought it would be more interesting without him. But Gwangil pulled the rope towards him, and Wooster's wrist clenched, and then he kicked Wooster's arm so that he let go of his sword. He asked if Wooster thought his trident was all he could use against him. Gwangil drew his dagger ready to strike, but Wooster used iron skin. As Wooster approached him, he threw a punch and asked if his eyeballs were not iron. Grabbing his eye, Wooster roared and ran at his opponent. He tried to strike, but Gwangil ducked his trident and avoided the attack. The blow was so powerful that it sent him flying into the farthest wall. Falling to the floor, Gwangil asked if it was because Wooster was diamond rank. Pointing his sword at him, Wooster said that Gwangil would not defeat him. Taking out a small ball, Gwangil prepared to throw it, thinking that if they kept fighting like this, there was a chance he might lose. A bright flash of light blinded Wooster, and he realized it was another light and noise attack. And the next moment, Wooster's mouth was bleeding as the hysterical orc stabbed him in the back, and Gwangil thought he wouldn't lose if there were none. Looking at his opponent, Wooster thought he was so focused on the fight that he didn't see what was happening nearby. His warriors were already lying dead on the floor, and Gwangil's allies said they would guard the path and he could go to the settlement. Passing by the wounded Wooster, Gwangil said that was correct and asked them not to destroy him just yet. He added that they would need at least one orc to dig the graves. Raising his hand, Wooster shouted that he would not allow it, at which point the fighter shouted that he was orc scum and should stand still. Arriving at the orc settlement, Gwangil destroyed a few more enemies along the way. Looking around, he said it was his first time here. A few more orcs ran towards him, asking who he was. The orc in the middle realized he was an orc fighter and asked what was going on, and then ordered him to be captured. Taking out a bag of poisons, Gwangil reached for it, informing them that they were already too late, and threw a few vials right at them. Gwangil then pulled out his bow, releasing several mana arrows directly into the flasks. He used a multi-shot, and the poison vials shattered right above the orc's head. Looking at the green liquid, the orc asked what the hell this was. Then he covered his face with his hand, realizing it was dangerous, but it was too late. Watching the orcs fall and cough up blood, Gwangil said it was revenge. "Put your foot on the orc's head," Gwangil asked. he caught him completely off guard. He was sure he had never been humiliated like this, since he was always at the top of the food chain. The orc's eyes filled with blood and called Gwangil a bastard, saying he would destroy him. Then the orc's eyes turned black, and he pushed Gwangil away with all his might. As Gwangil flew back, Gwangil braked, saying that finally the orc was showing his true nature. Rising from the ground, the orcs exhaled and then roared, their mouths drooling. Hearing this beastly growl, Gwangil thought it was just like 20 years ago. The orc rushed to attack him a lot, but Gwangil was able to dodge, and Gwangil asked the orc is no longer going to swing his sword. Hitting him in the face, Gwangil flew up, asking where is their boasted warrior pride that is not talked about much. Watching the orc fall, Gwangil asked if they didn't believe that only by dying on the battlefields could they go to a better world. But suddenly the orc clenched his fists and roared, and flames began to appear around him. Gwangil looked up and saw the old orc shouting for everyone to stop. He grabbed the young orc by the head, saying that they shouldn't let the rage consume them. According to the old man, such lousy emotions were better kept in that bottomless pit they stuffed all the free bowls of extra rice into. But the orc whose head was in his hand continued to growl like a beast. Looking at Gwangil, the old man asked, "It's been a long time, hasn't it? This is the leader of the orcs. His name was Alioli. He is a diamond-level warrior." Reaching for his mask, Gwangil asked, who would have thought that the fish itself would swim into his net, and today is his lucky day. Alioli called Gwangil a fool and said that no fisherman would poison the river to catch fish. Gwangil replied that it was his revenge. When Alioli heard this, he reached for his gas mask and asked if it was too much. Gwangil did not understand this answer, and Alioli explained that the only one who had made an enemy in his person was his generation. When Alioli turned away, Gwangil asked if he had already forgotten that day they had destroyed everyone, from the smallest to the largest. But Alioli replied that it was an accident. When he heard this, Gwangil's eyes opened wide, and he told Alioli not to joke like that. That day, Gwangil saw the look on his face, and not only him, but everyone was smiling. It seemed to him as if they were playing a funny game, but Alioli said it was a misunderstanding. Punching himself in the chest, Alioli said they did not know how to tame the fire in their hearts. He said they were ruled by the curse of the Flame Lord. Leaning on his arm, Gwangil said that if you listen to him, the victim here is not the humans, but them. Turning to him, Alioli asked if he could not give them a chance to atone for their sin. Taking the bow out of his mana again, Gwangil said he was sorry, but an arrow fired from a bow does not change its course. Reaching for his sword, Alioli replied that in that case he had no choice and would defend his clan. Gwangil thought that Alioli had inhaled enough poison to make swinging his sword problematic. Blood was flowing from Alioli's mouth and nose, and he recognized that Gwangil's poison was a pretty sharp spice. He kept saying that if he stopped wielding his chopsticks because the sauce was very spicy. He then raised his sword above his head in preparation to strike, and ended the sentence by saying that he could no longer call himself a man. Going up to the subway again, the trio saw Wooster lying on the floor. Running up to him, Hwang asked where Mr. Gwangil was. The wounded Wooster said he was sorry because he couldn't stop him. Seeing the bodies of two more people, Kim Jin realized that the orc fighter wasn't alone, and told Wooster that they needed to patch up his wounds. But Wooster said that first they had to contact the Hunters Association. Tabasco came out to him and said it was important, but the manaphone had no signal. Swearing, Wooster said that Gwangyoa must have other accomplices. With a thumbs up, Hwang said he would try to stop it. Wooster replied that he couldn't put them all in more danger, because this was an orc business and they could leave the dungeon. Hwang objected, explaining that this is what hunters should be doing. Putting on the glove, Kim Jin said that they might have a better chance since Gwangil doesn't attack humans. He also said that they had already sent Nico outside, so even if they didn't win, they should at least buy some time. Reaching out to the fighters, Hwang offered to at least take their gas masks. There were only two. Hwang said he would take one, and Hong Sok asked him for the other. Holding out his hand, Hong Sok said that the only one who could sense mana and fight at the same time was him. Wooster raised his sword and asked Hwang to take it. Hwang was surprised to see the blade, but then he took it and thanked Wooster. Finally, Kim Jin told the guys to avoid injuries, and Hwang agreed. As they were running away, Hwang shouted that they'd be back in a flash, and then suggested they go to the diner again. Looking behind him, Wooster told Kim Jin that he seemed to have reliable teammates. Kim Jin knew that Hwang and Hong Seok would do whatever it took to buy time, but he would leave the rest to Nico. Running outside, Nico pulled out a manaphone, shouting that he needed a signal. Suddenly, he noticed one hunter and one mage in front of him. These men were also orc slayers, and Yerim said they had a small canary here. Pulling out his sword, Nico snorted at the news that the Orc Slayer had put accomplices here after all. He started swinging his sword, saying that today had been so much fun, but they had ruined it for him. Frowning, Nico added that he was so pissed off, and clarified how they were going to be held accountable. Raising his mace, Yarim asked what he was talking about. Nico's sword lit up with mana, and he said the damn masses better vaporize. Swinging his sword, Nico used the 7th blade of the moonlit night. He asked it to slice the moon and absorb all the light. It was the Art of 8 Swords arcane movement, and the strike was called Dissecting the Moon. A bright flash of light illuminated them, and then the floor was stained with blood. Watching him fall at her feet, Jerem said he was ridiculously weak, and Bitnara called him a losh peck. Nico's nose was bleeding. His eyes rolled back and he mumbled. No help was called, but Huang and Hong Seok continued to run through the dungeon. Falling to his knees, Alioli sighed and told Guangil to listen. Anger is an empty emotion. Spitting out blood, he added that if Guangil relied on him too much, he would end up losing himself. And Guangil said that Alioli has 1 foot in the grave, but is worried about him. Alioli went on to say that one day he opened his eyes and found that he was in an unfamiliar place with a huge beast in front of him. Then he did not know that he was in the subway. In panic, he prayed to the gods if they existed. And at that moment, someone spoke to him in a voice that echoed in his chest and told him to stop trembling, son of earth. Fear makes warriors weak, and if Alioli can overcome it, he will be able to show the true power of the orcs. Looking at the flames in front of him, Alioli asked what he should do. The flames told him to let out an emotion that was much stronger than fear and to hate them. The flames told him to hate anyone who could pose a threat to his life, and he became filled with anger. When Alioli was already grinning, the flames told his rage to burn this foreign land. Waking up, Alioli found himself on a mountain of bodies. It was an eerie, frightening sight. Raising his dagger, Guangil asked if he regretted it, and added that it was a little late for that. The old man agreed with him, saying that he knew it was too late, but did Guangil know who had helped them get back on their feet? Swinging his dagger, Guangil asked who cared. Then the old man replied that it was the humans one of them had taught them the language, and how to keep their rage in check. After that, many orcs began to play an active role on the front lines of the dungeons alongside the humans. Clutching his dagger, Guangil stopped near his neck. Alioli said he could not say for sure, but for now, they had saved more lives. According to Alioli, a new era was dawning, so why not end the sins of the past? He stood leaning on his sword and asked Guangil why not end it by spilling the bad blood of this sinful old man, and pointed his finger at himself. At that moment, Guangil remembered sitting in the subway holding his young son in his arm. He remembered and said, that day he lost everything, so why is Alioli now trying to pay off with little? He interrupted Guangil by name, but he raised a Yukasa toe-cell finger and told the man to shut up, because this was just the beginning. Swinging his dagger again, Guangil said that his revenge would not be over until all the orcs in the world were gone. However, the lightning strike flew straight into the blade of the dagger in Guangil's hand. Running up to him, Hong Seok screamed barely before Alioli turned around. Guangil also looked up and recognized those who had approached, and Huang asked Mr. Guangil to stop. Guangil asked if he wanted to say that he was on the side of the orcs, but Huang said that he was not on anyone's side. He added that Guangil himself told him to become a good hunter, which is why he was here. A mana bow appeared in Guangil's hands, and he asked Huang if he thought he could stop it. Huang replied that there were 2 gold-ranked rookies against him, and he shouldn't underestimate. Guangil raised his bow and replied that they were only hurting themselves and used multi-shot. The arrows were coming from all directions, and Huang thought that dodging them was not an option, so he decided to block them. Loading the bow again, Guangil said that they would see how long they could hold out. The arrows were hitting Huang's shield when Simon appeared out of nowhere. He flew straight at Guangil using the demonic sword art of the straight cut. At the last moment, Guangil managed to raise his bow and blocked Simon's strike. He figured the students had blocked his view with their shield and had time to use summoning before he could see. Running forward, Huang shouted to Simon that it was a great job. Afterwards, Huang suggested Simon pin Guangil down with a shield rush. As Guangil was putting the arrow in his bow, he saw his opponents and swore. Huang thought he was aiming at the floor. When the arrow hit the ground, it burst, and many arrows hit Huang's shield and Simon's blade. Guangil flew over the pit and attacked, while Han and Simon flew upwards. Once they were behind them, Guangil fired another set of arrows. But at that moment, Hong Seok put up a mana shield and the arrows hit him. As he landed, Guangil thought that the kids were much more capable than he expected, but he didn't have time to play games. He decided that in order to spread the rest of the poison, he needed to hurry up. Launching the arrows into the sky, Guangil apologized, saying he couldn't be soft on them anymore. Huang responded by saying that was fine, because they were going to overpower him anyway. Huang shouted that it was time to advance, and Simon evolved into Aemon. Pointing his arrows at his opponents, Guangil shouted for them to just give up, but Huang replied that they couldn't and applied mana release. A bolt of lightning came at Guangil, but he managed to dodge it. When the arrows came close to Huang's face, he realized he had missed. It turned out that Huang had been protected by Aemon's body, pinning him to the ground. Looking at them, Guangil said they should stop right now, because they were both on the verge of mana shock. In front of them, the arrows were stuck in Amon's back. Huang was sitting on one knee, and Hong Shok was standing, but his whole body was shaking. Swearing, Huang thought they needed to buy more time, but the enemy was so strong, and he had already used up all his mana. As Guangil approached, Huang said he couldn't stop, and Guangil said if he let them go, Huang was going to chase him everywhere. As they got closer, Guangil stated that he would have to make sure Huang couldn't, and in that case, he would just break his leg. He lifted his leg, saying that Huang would heal when he got to the top, and then kicked him. Huang lay on the ground, screaming and shouting. Guangil went up to Hong Shok and said that they were too stubborn, and he couldn't think of any other way. Raising his staff, Hong Seok stammered and asked Guangil to stay back. But Guangil apologized and punched Hong Shok in the face. As he fell, he raised his leg. At the last moment, his leg was grabbed by someone's hand and stopped him. In front of him was manager Kim, who said that violence is bad. Hearing the insult, Nico clenched his fist and then leaned on it and got up and sat down on one knee. He said he's really a loser because there's nothing special about him and he's just a weakling who can bluff. Stretched out in the palm of his hand, Yerim told Nico to calm down because she didn't say such a thing. Bitnara asked Nico, is self-defeating. Nico replied that those guys trusted him with this mission after all, and he wouldn't give up for them. Standing up, he said he wouldn't give up, even if he broke every part of his body. Yerim wagged her finger at him and told Nico to stop, because no matter how much they fought, nothing would change. Nico agreed, saying that she might have won the battle. Then he frowned and said that his mission was to call for help. Taking a big breath of air, Nico shouted with all his might that an orc fighter was spraying poison gas at the camp, and they were requesting help. Applying magic, Bithanara asked his plan was to yell at the top of his lungs, and did he think anyone would actually hear him. Bitnara also said that she sympathized with his friends who trusted him. However, from the phone on the ground came a voice that a message had been received, and the location confirmed, sending reinforcements to the orc residential area. Seeing the phone, Bitnara asked how on earth his manaphone could work inside the barrier. Smiling, Nico stated that he was bluffing, who was the sucker now, and how it felt to fall for his elegant swordplay. Hearing this, Bitnara screamed that she couldn't believe they had been duped by this cretin, and Yerim clenched her fist. Stepping forward, she said that the association was an hour away, and when they arrived, there would be no orcs left. Stepping on the phone, Yerim crushed it into 2 pieces, and Nico screamed. The call was completed, and the manager told those present that they had a level 2 emergency. Kim also announced that the meeting for the 17th annual spring chase was suspended. Turning to Mr. Zhang, Kim asked if there were any employees near the Guanghua Moon station that they could send. Mr. Zhang replied that there was a 14th rank Yuri Zhang, but she was currently fighting in the dungeon. Extending his hand, Kim asked Mr. Kim to contact Black Deer. They are in charge of the 5th branch and report to the chairman. Why he ordered trainee Myungyu Lee to bring him the teleportation stone from the supply room. The teleportation stone is a rare mineral that allows you to open portals. Its price is 10 million won. Jin asked if manager Kim would really do it. Kim frowned, adjusted his tie, and said he would personally go there. Letting Guangil go, Kim adjusted his jacket and said he was glad he didn't come too late, and then introduced himself. Guangil said it was the first time he had ever seen someone appear out of thin air, and asked if it was magic. Kim replied that he had used an item called a teleportation stone, and it was difficult for small guilds to acquire such a thing. When Guangil heard this, he thought who would know that such an item existed, and then thought that Kim would not be able to fight him without a mask. Just at that moment, Kim said that he had a sensitive sense of smell due to his asthma, and so he apologized for clearing the air. Extending his leg, Kim used a whirlwind kick, and the poisonous gas dissipated. Seeing the green vapor rising into the air, Guangil shouted that it was impossible. Behind him, Hong Seok and Huang shouted that Kim had dispersed all the poisonous gas. Clenching his fist, Kim told Guangil that he was wanted for a 3rd-degree felony, including orc extermination and terrorist attack. He then stabbed Guangil in the stomach, saying that given this, he would arrest him on the spot. Upon receiving the blow, Guangil flew backwards and hit the wall. His gas mask cracked. Clutching his stomach, Gwangil said that the man had told him that violence was bad and called Kim a hypocrite. Continuing to hold his fist in the air, Kim apologized and said he thought Gwangil would resist arrest. Taking up his mask, Gwangil clarified why on earth he was trying to catch him. He took it off and angrily stated that orcs are wild animals that will not chain. He went on to shout that Kim himself knew this as well as he did, for it was they who had locked them in the subway. He said that they were vicious, disgusting beasts. And why was Kim protecting them now after all this time? Leaning on the sword behind the manager's back, Huang said that orcs are not evil. Looking at Gwangil, Huang told him that Wooster had told him his best dish was stewed kimchi. What Huang was saying was that he didn't like spicy food, but he had learned to make it for the hunters taking the exam. He said that all the orcs he met here were as kind as he was. Gwangil frowned and asked what of it, and Huang asked he thought it would be over if he just wiped out all the orcs. He shouted that if Gwangil didn't stop, this trouble would never end. Opening his eyes wide, Gwangil ordered Huang to shut up, saying that he might be human. And then he got up and ran with his fists, shouting that he would not stand by while Huang was for the orcs. He didn't have time to attack Huang because at the last moment, Manager Kim came between them and pushed Gwangil away. The blow was so strong that the old man flew into the window of the nearest building. He found himself in an unfamiliar room and looked around and asked what it was. His face stretched out very much, and he said it looked like this when he was human. His chest began to ache and he grabbed his box, thinking how many bones he had broken. He also thought that his opponent was strong, maybe because he was the manager, and then decided that either way he couldn't win until they faced each other. Getting up, Gwangil thought that he was ashamed, but for now he should retreat and wait for the next opportunity. He thought that as long as he wasn't caught, he could always start from scratch, and first he needed to think of a way to retreat. Suddenly he heard a rustle, and turned around to see a small orc crying out tearfully that Gwangil was a monster. Tears sprang from his eyes, and he screamed for Gwangil to give him back his daddy. When Gwangil heard this, he froze to the ground, but quickly came to his senses and pushed him away, shouting for him to get out. Grasping the knife stuck in his back, Gwangil whispered that this was the first time he had ever seen such an incarnate orc child. Raising the knife, Gwangil said that, considering how furious the cub was, it could be assumed that his father was one of those he had destroyed. The orc's mouth bled, and he bit down hard on his lip and told Gwangil not to insult his daddy. Approaching him, Gwangil asked why else the little guy had fallen. Smiling, Gwangil leaned over and asked the kid to tell him what he would do in such a case. Gwangil clutched the knife tighter and watched as the cub sat down, and then he saw his son beside him. He wondered why he cared at all. After all, it was just an orc, and there was no reason to doubt it. Swinging his sword, Gwangil figured he would do the same thing he always did. But he let go of the knife, and it stuck next to the kid, and Gwangil cursed. He told the boy to get out of the way, saying he didn't have time to deal with him. Getting up, the boy started waving his arms around, shouting that he didn't want to and wouldn't. He shouted that if he let Gwangil go, he would reappear and hurt more orcs. Clenching his teeth, Gwangil thought this was wrong, and he couldn't waste any more time here. He lunged at the little guy with his fists, screaming at him to back off when he told him to. But the toddler grabbed his leg and squeezed it tightly. Gwangil picked it up and screamed, what the hell was he even doing? He shouted to the kid to stop interfering with him, but the kid said there was no way he would back down. When Gwangil wanted to hit him with his fist, a voice nearby screamed from his older brother. He turned around and saw two more young orcs calling him a monster and asking him not to hit their little brother. Their older brother called the little ones stupid and reminded them that he had told them to hide. Then Gwangil realized that the toddler was screaming to keep him from coming to protect his brothers. The toddlers ran out from under the table and started yelling that Gwangil was a meanie. They kicked him in the legs, yelling that he was the worst. Looking at Gwangil with tears in their eyes, the kids told him to stop hurting their brother and better let him hit them. Continuing to hold the old man's leg, the older orc said that they were fools because this man was too strong for them. He said he had a firm grip on this monster, and they could run from here. Then Gwangil asked why the boy kept calling for his monsters. And his eyebrows went up, and Gwangil asked the orc not to joke around like that, because he was not a monster. Again, Gwangil started looking around. Seeing the pictures and alphabet on the walls, he didn't understand why this place seemed so warm and dreary to him. He wondered if this was possible, and if he was on the wrong path. Climbing through the window, Manager Kim felled him, saying that Gwangil had gone too far. He said it would have been easy for him to get rid of a few kids, but since he couldn't, maybe he had some humanity left in him. The door opened and two red gashes appeared behind it, and Alioli came forward and said that it was all over, for rage was a burning flame. He was helped into the room by Hong Seok, who held him back. The little ones shouted at him. He said that sometimes it is good fuel for courage, but once it appears, it doesn't last until it's all ashes. According to Alioli, there is nothing left in the end, just like Gwangil has nothing left now. But Gwangil yelled for Alioli to shut up because he had done everything he could. He said he did everything he could to free himself from the guilt of not being able to save his son, so that he wouldn't have to live as a worthless father. According to Gwangil, all he did was engage in endless battle. Leaning on Hong Seok, Alioli asked how Gwangil was feeling now, if he could breathe easier. Seeing Huang Gwangil enter the room, Gwangil said it was probably a joke. Looking at him, Gwangil said that he never thought his plan that had been in the works for so long would be ruined by just one curious hunter. Huang replied that even if he wasn't here, he wouldn't have touched those children. And Gwangil said that he had a vague idea that it would end up like this. He clutched the knife he had in his inside pocket and smiled, saying that in the end, he had failed to realize either of those things. Pointing the knife at his head, Gwangil said that it was not his destiny, but he wanted Huang to become a good hunter. Huang shouted, but it was too late and Gwangil swung the knife. However, the knife stabbed into the hand of Kim's manager, who managed to frame it. Looking at the criminal, Kim asked how many more times he would make the wrong choice, and added that he had no right to die in peace. Raising his hand with a knife inside, Kim said that the orc fighter Gwangil was wanted for a 3-degree felony. Listening to Kim say he was taking Gwangil to the association, Huang thought it was over. The streets were screaming to be brought here soon, and the warriors outside were badly poisoned. One of the warriors came forward with gas masks in his hands, saying that there weren't enough, and his assistant said they had no antidote. Wooster said that they had finally caught the orc fighter, so why was the situation so bad? Behind him, someone asked if he was okay. Wooster turned around and asked who they were. A girl stood in front of him and laughed, saying that she had come to help him. Behind her, a man who looked like a doctor asked where the sick were. It was the Black Deer Guild, and a group of healers had arrived. Mr. Kim from the Everlasting Lifegrass Guild began to blow out the poisonous gas. Seeing that Kim had also arrived, the girl said that now there would be no problem with purifying the air from the gas. Tears came to Wooster's eyes, and he asked if they had all come to help. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Kim Jin said that the orcs were not outcasts. Wooster agreed with him. Tabasco came running in and said that there was a problem. The chief was in serious condition. Wooster opened the door to the apartment and called out to the chief. He saw him sitting with Hong Suk. Wooster came closer and asked how it happened, and said he would bring a healer right away. Alioli grabbed his hand and told him that he didn't have much time left, so don't. Then he asked if everything was settled outside, and Wooster answered that it was. He told him that people were coming to help them. Taking him by the neck, Alioli said that their efforts had not been in vain after all, and it was all thanks to the young orcs who were becoming hunters. He said that he had been chief long enough, so now he was handing over the reins to Wooster. When Wooster heard this, he shouted out what Olioli was saying, because there are plenty of orcs much better, and even his son, Bae Kim of the 8th rank. But Olioli replied that one cannot become a leader by being only a good fighter, and Wooster was a better candidate and fit for the position than anyone else. He asked if Wooster would accept this last request of the old man after he coughed up blood and hugged him. Wooster shouted that he would do it. Thanking Alioli, said he could rest in peace now, and closed his eyes. Tears came from Wooster's eyes as he clutched him tighter and tighter, and then said he would work hard. Sobbing, he said he was going to be a great leader like him, and asked him to look after him. Mr. Kim came up to him, and with his finger said that he understood he was interrupting an important moment, but could he step back for a second? Not understanding what this was for, Wooster asked, and Mr. Kim said he was going to take care of the poison in the gentleman's body. When Wooster stepped away from him, Kim said that the chief was in critical condition, but it wasn't too late. Kim said that the poison of the assailant flowers is dangerous because it causes mana depletion, but it doesn't hurt the orcs. He touched the chieftain's head and the air turned green, and the chieftain screamed. Huang realized that the poison was leaving the chief's body. Kim finished and said that he had absorbed a large amount of poison today. Looking at his hand, Kim said that he had absorbed a large amount of poison today, and it would take some time to get rid of it all. Suddenly, Alioli screamed again and bent over. He was picked up by Wooster, asking if he was okay. Feeling himself up, Alioli said he didn't even feel a drop of pain. Behind his back, Wooster said it was a relief because he thought he was dead. Looking at him, the chief thanked Wooster for worrying about him. Wooster turned away and said he was returning the chief's seat, but Alioli replied that he had already given it to him. Watching this, Kim asked if maybe he shouldn't have been saved, and Huang replied that it was better to be embarrassed than to be killed. Kim said that he had heard that the examiners had played a big part in helping the orcs, and asked Huang if it was him. Huang cheerfully stated that he was a shield warrior. His name was Huang, and he had just received a gold rank. Kim wondered where he had heard his name, and pointed his finger at him, and said Huang was the shield warrior from the salamander incident. Holding out his hand, Kim told him that he had heard about the three of them from the guildmaster, and now he remembered that he also had a turtle shell shield. Huang shook his hand, and said that he had mentioned the guildmaster. Kim replied that he was an undertaker with a huge hat and red glasses. Huang realized who he was talking about, and shouted if this man was the guild leader. Huang remembered that Kang Chul had told him to go to the Grass of Eternal Life Guild after the exam and find the Undertaker there. Looking at the coin that Kang Chul had given him, Huang told him that his teacher had told him to find the guild's Undertakers after getting the gold rank. Seeing the VIP coin, Kim was stunned, wondering how such a newcomer could get his hands on something so valuable. Showing the coin, Huang asked if he could meet the guild leader with it. Kim smiled and said that with it, Huang could even summon him here. Looking at the coin, Huang couldn't believe that he could summon the head of the guild with one small coin. Then he wondered how the teacher had learned something so rare. Kim told Huang he was going to use it right now, and Huang asked how to do it. Kim told him that it was simple, and that all he had to do was pour his mana into it. As Huang prepared to do so, he felt his heart beat faster. Huang smiled as he poured his mana into the coin, and thought that just as he had promised his teacher, they had obtained the gold rank and would meet soon. Standing in the dungeon, the Undertaker looked at the monsters and said that he had once again done his best. As they passed by, the Undertaker noticed that the label on his hat was glowing with a blue light. Then the Undertaker told Kang Chul that it looked like the chickens were finally hatching. The Undertaker also said that he didn't realize that Kang Chul was so fond of them, that he even gave him a coin. Kang Chul didn't say anything back and asked the Undertaker to go right away. The Undertaker said he had to answer the call, so he would leave a couple of assistants here to take care of things. With a wave of his hand, the Undertaker called one of the assistants out of the broken teleportation stone, and the two men vanished. Breaking the teleportation stone in his hand, the Undertaker and his assistant vanished. Seeing the Undertaker smiling in front of him, Mr. Huang shouted, and the Undertaker replied that he always answers the call of the coin. Behind Huang's back, Mr. Kim folded his arms and bowed to greet the head. Raising his hand, the Undertaker said that it had been a long time since they had seen Mr. Huang, but Huang said that he had never thought that he would come right away. Huang also noticed that the Undertaker was without his huge assistant today. But suddenly he noticed a man standing next to the Undertaker and immediately activated his sana and put up his shield. In front stood Ghostblade Wei, but Huang asked what he was doing here. Raising his hand, the Undertaker said there was no need to fuss, because right now, the blade was nothing more than a puppet that followed his orders. Looking at him, Huang thought the Undertaker was allowing himself to treat the Ghost Blade like a puppet. Huang couldn't believe that a big shot like the Undertaker had actually come all this way to see him. When the Undertaker asked if Huang knew why he was here, Huang replied that he only knew that his teacher had told him to meet him. When the Undertaker told him that his job was to awaken Huang Li the Shield Warrior, pensive Huang replied that he had already undergone an awakening when he fought Amon. With a thumbs up, the Undertaker replied that this was not the case, for an awakening caused by someone else was only half the result. Remembering Zifri, Huang thought it was true that he had only been able to awaken with her help. Then the Undertaker asked Huang if he could release mana but not control it correctly. Huang confirmed that this was true, and then asked how the Undertaker knew. And the Undertaker said that its flow and form is terrible. Apparently Huang couldn't get it right during his training. Listening to this, Worcester stated that he never thought Olioli would say that. When it comes to Mom, they orcs are hopeless. Kim intervened, saying that it was okay not to know, because even a ranker like him couldn't tell how the abilities were obtained. Smiling, the Undertaker said that now, Huang's mana is like a four-way intersection without a traffic light. Because of the unorganized mana drain, Huang is losing far more mana than he's using. Placing his hand on Huang's chest, the Undertaker said that if Huang improved his mana flow channels, he would increase his efficiency exponentially. The Undertaker's hand shone with a blue light as Huang's mana, and he added that Huang would be fully awakened. Hearing this, Huang thought that he wanted to be like Teacher and Baek. He also wanted to become a strong hunter. When Huang said that he wanted to be fully awakened, the Undertaker raised two fingers and said that he knew Huang would say that, and suggested that he should start. First of all, he should spread his arms and relax his whole body. Huang opened his arms in different directions and asked if that was what he wanted to do. Then the Undertaker asked him to hold his breath and wait, warning that it might burn a little, but Huang shouldn't move anyway. Looking at the two fingers that the Undertaker brought close to him, Huang remembered that he had seen something like this before. Swinging his fist, the Undertaker told Huang to now let him remove the blockage. Watching this, Huang wondered if the Undertaker would open a path for Mana, so he received several blows from different directions. The Undertaker said that beating him would help open up all the paths and threw a lot of punches at Huang. When the Undertaker's fist was bleeding and Huang was swollen, he opened one eye and asked if it had worked. Smiling, the Undertaker said it had worked, and it had been so long since he had done it that he was out of breath. Wiping the blood off his face, the Undertaker asked if Huang wanted to check. Closing his eyes, Huang remembered to direct the moving mana to one place. Then his shield began to emit a glow, and Huang thought it was working. But suddenly, a vibrant blade appeared in front of him. Huang didn't realize what was happening. When the blade struck his shield, Huang thought he was no longer in control and decided he wasn't going to let himself get beaten up again. In response, Huang threw a punch at Wei, but he managed to duck and avoid the blow. Blade tried to kick him in the face, clenching his teeth. Huang braced himself for the blow, but patting the Undertaker said, enough was enough. He told Huang that he didn't need to exert himself. Because it was just a test, Wei's foot stopped in front of Huang's face. From the Undertaker's words, and he saw that Huang was able to block the blade, and now he had no doubt that he was fully awakened. Throwing an object to Huang, the Undertaker said it was a gift. Catching it, Huang saw that it was a manaphone and said that Mr. Kang's number was already on the list. Hearing this, Huang clarified that he meant that the teacher's number was right there. With a rumble, the door opened and Kim Jin wondered if Huang was okay, and the Undertaker said that his friends seemed to have arrived. Turning to Kim, Jin the Undertaker told him that he had already done what he came here to do, and so he was leaving. Heading for the door, the Undertaker said he was patiently waiting for their next meeting. Hong Seok came up to Huang and yelled that he was an idiot, specifying why he was following them with a wounded leg. Huang smiled and said that he would explain everything, and the guys wouldn't have to worry. Then he offered to eat first because he was starving, and Hong Seok shook his chest and wondered how he could think of eating in such a state. Hearing this, Alioli said that if Huang wants food, they'll give it to him, because they can't send him back with an empty stomach. In response, Huang said that in that case he would like to eat Worcester's kimchi stew. Smiling, Worcester replied that this was correct and asked for a serving of food. Guangil, as an organizer, was tied up and taken to the Hunters Association. Most of his accomplices were also captured, fortunately, despite the damage the orc settlement was quickly rebuilding. With the help of hunters coming from all corners of the country, moreover, the orcs agreed to join the Black Stag Guild and received their protection. When it was over and the boys had eaten, Worcester asked if they were leaving. Huang scratched the back of his head and replied that they were full. Plus, they needed to get their hunter's license, and they really had to go. Worcester responded by saying that the orcs owed them a big debt, and they would never be able to pay it back. Tabasco held up his sword, and Worcester told them that they had prepared a small gift for them as a token of their appreciation. Huang approached him and asked if it was an Oro sword. Worcester said that it was the chief's sword, a blade of the highest class. Huang asked why they were giving this treasure to a loser like him. Worcester replied that they wanted to show their gratitude, and not even that much. In Worcester's opinion, the sword was too big and heavy for a warrior with a shield, but it was made of the best quality materials. Holding the sword, Huang listened to Worcester say that he could make it his own weapon. Looking at the sword, Nico said it looked great and asked if Huang could share some of it with him. Turning to him, Hong Seok asked why Nico wanted it, and he said he wanted to make another sword. Someone's phone rang, and Kim Jin informed the others that someone was calling. Worcester picked up the manaphone and said it wasn't at his. Huang picked it up and saw that the call was from teacher Kong Chol. Seeing the manaphone in his friend's hands, Hong Seok shouted where he got it from. Huang picked up the phone and said hello. Everyone looked at him in anticipation. Huang went into a car cafe and ordered a young roasted basilisk for 88,000 won. The waiter told him that it was on the house in honor of his golden rank. But when Huang took a bite out of the basilisk, Kim Jin covered his mouth with his hand and said he hadn't told them everything yet. And Huang said that he met Babatos, and he told him that he had an orc blade, and he sent him to an experienced blacksmith he knew. Babatos said that from now on, they could go to the dungeons that were closed at silver rank. He also said that it would be many times more difficult than before, so they should prepare themselves. Hong Seok clenched his teeth and clarified that it would be much more difficult and specified which dangerous dungeon he was going to send them to this time. After drinking coffee, Kim Jin clarified when and where they were meeting, and H. Huang raised a finger. Huang replied that it would be exactly 1 week from now at Bulguan Station on the 3rd branch. Hearing this, Hong Seok asked if the 3rd line of the Waterdrop Guild was there. Kim Jin realized that it didn't sound like Mr. Kang Chul. 3rd line, Biliguang Station, Waterdrop Guild office, 5th basement floor. Lying on the chaise lounge, guild head Taek Kim clarified that he had screwed up. In front of him, a man dangled in chains and said he was ashamed to admit it to his senior. Getting up, Tak replied that it was okay, and he understood him completely. Spreading his hands in different directions, he asked how it was possible to be human without ever making a mistake. The man started to thank him, but Tak frowned and said no. He reached for the watch on his wrist, reminding him that he said he understood and wouldn't forgive him. According to him, if a man screwed up, then didn't he think it was only natural to be punished for it? Putting the watch on his fist, Tech punched the man in the face, clarifying if he even knew how much money and time their order had spent. To get these cowardly orc fighters to move at least a little, Tak continued to strike. Then he grabbed the man's face and told him that not only had they failed to capture Guanghuaman, but they might have made the orcs stronger. Squeezing the man's face so hard that the man's mouth was bleeding, Tak said that if this continued, the association would be sniffed out, and the order would become a laughing stock. Inji came up to him and said that if Tak cared so much, he had it all figured out. He stuck out his tongue and said that he'd just taken care of the fake orc slayers they'd smuggled in personally. He said that dead men don't talk, so even if the association started an investigation, it would be for nothing. Smiling Tech scratched his chin and apologized for making Ingi get his hands dirty, but Ingi replied that it was okay because Nightcloud and Waterdrop were business partners. Smiling Tech looked at him and replied that he liked those words. Raising his fist again, Tak said how wonderful it would be to have an understanding hunter like Ingi working for him. He punched the hostage, saying that then there would be no need to swing his fists. The hostage lowered his head, swearing it would never happen again and begging for forgiveness. Leaning closer to him, Tech called him a pathetic brat and ordered him to look down. He said their lord was hungry for him. There was a huge whale swimming in the pool. Taking off his goggles, Tak said the only way for the hostage to repent was to become flesh and blood of the lord. With a spell, he broke the chain, and the captive fell straight into the water to the monster. Turning to Ingi, Tech ordered him to find these lambs that dare stand in the way of a god. Ingi smiled and replied that he had business there and would find it for him even if he had to turn hell or heaven upside down. Tak raised his fists and said that God's punishment would befall the wicked, and mana glowed around him. Ochre, the walking tiger from Waterdrop, asked how he could help the visitor. Kangchul replied that he had come to meet the Lord of the Waves. Then Ochre asked if he had an appointment, and Kangchul said he didn't. With his paw outstretched, Ochre said that without an appointment, he could not allow anyone to see the Overlord, not even the President. Kangchul said if he makes an appointment now, when will he be able to pass? Ochre said it's his first time here. He told Kangchul to go home, adding that he didn't understand the Lord of the Waves was a sacred being of their guild and he couldn't meet him. After listening to Ochre, Kangchul clarified that even if he paid. After looking at Kangchul, Ochre thought he didn't have any money and licked his lips and said that the guild had enough money. He then grinned and said that it was different if Kangchul had something better than money. The main source of income for the Waterdrop Guild was the mana potions that the hunters used all the time. But to make them, you need rare ingredients. Specifically, it's something that can only be obtained from Fallen Angel mana stones. A Fallen Angel is a level 60 monster with a mana stone in its chest. Ochre said that if Kangchul was lucky enough to get the stone, he would give him a ticket to the regular worship service where he could meet everyone. Smiling Pasha Angel asked why God loves human inferior creatures more than his, and perfect beings. In response, Kangchul said it was most likely because they don't brush their teeth. Screaming Angel shouted that Kangchul yelled, and then said that it just couldn't be. When Angel was defeated, Kangchul put all the stones in a box and brought them to Ochre. Noticing the tiger's surprise, Kangchul said it should be enough to let him pass without an appointment. Kangchul and Ochre then walked to the church. Ochre approached the man and told the commander that he had brought the hunter he was talking about. Standing with his back to them, the commander asked if the hunter was the one who wanted to meet the Lord of the Waves. Kangchul replied that he was, and Ochre told him that he had brought a lot of mana stones. Smiling, the commander replied that it was amazing and turned to them. He said that it would take at least a week for the warriors of the order to gather just the horses. Looking at him, Kangchul said he had something to ask him and asked him to let him talk to the Lord of the Waves. Looking down at the floor, the commander hummed and then said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He showed him the ticket saying that it was only for the regular worship service, and during the service they could see the Elder and the Lord of the Waves. From what he said, it didn't mean that Kangchul would ask a question or even talk to them. Looking up at Ochre, Kangchul said that means he was lied to, and Ochre shouted that because Kangchul just asked to see him. The commander smiled and said that he couldn't just give up on the hunter who had brought them so many mana stones. He added that he would like to give Kangchul the opportunity to do so. The commander replied that they were going to deal with the boss monster in the near future, but their best fighters were busy in other dungeons. Smiling broadly, the commander said that it would be super if Kang Chul joined them. He added that if everything worked out, Kang would be compensated and he would give him the opportunity to meet the Lord of the Waves. Noticing Kang Chul's confusion, the commander laughed, promising that this time there would be no lies. Ochre turned to Kang Chul and asked him to give him a chance since the Knight Commander was the third highest rank in their organization. Kang Chul turned to the commander and asked what kind of monster he was talking about. The commander replied that it was the head of the fallen angels, King Eosphor. They want to obtain the top quality mana stone embedded in his chest. With his hand outstretched in response, Kang Chul said that he would trust them and specified when they would move out. Hearing this, the commander exclaimed that no one would have thought that he would agree so quickly and then said that they would be leaving tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Kang Chul turned around and said that in that case he would come tomorrow, and the commander asked him to have a hearty lunch beforehand. When Kang Chul was on his way out, the commander joked that it might be his last meal. Turning to the commanders, Ochre clarified that he would indeed take the suspicious man with him. The commander asked if he could sense it. Being a beast man with more developed senses than human, Ochre didn't understand what the commander was talking about, but he exclaimed that this guy was just like him. He just reeked of monster blood. Tessin World Tower. There were many desserts and drinks on the table. Bentley pulled out a sword and showed it to Kang Chul, announcing that it was finally ready. The steel two-handed sword from Mercedes' workshop was his second version. While drinking, Kang Chul asked him to stop giving his sword weird name. Bentley said that this sword is better, and even the enchanted version of Kang Chul was surprised to hear that. And Bentley said that when they fused his sword with Leviathan's iron, it got new properties. Bentley raised the sword and added that he would show it now, and took a flame and pointed it at the sword. As the flames enveloped the steel, the sword turned a golden color, and Bentley said that he couldn't steal abilities like Leviathan. But from Bentley's words, they made the sword accumulate properties. Mercedes smiled and asked what Kang Chul thought it was pretty good. Kang Chul took the hilt of the sword and said that he felt like he could burn even magma to the ground. Looking at the flames, Mercedes shouted that no fire in his house. The next day when Kang Chul approached the commander, he asked if he needed to prepare. Kang Chul raised his bandaged arm and said he was fine. The commander asked if he had any questions before they went inside. Kang Chul looked around and said they were all going in. The commander asked that one look at the knights of their guild was enough to make Kang Chul tremble. However, Kang Chul said that was not the case, because the knights would get hurt if they got too close to him. Laughing, the commander said that it's not bad, Kang Chul isn't a man if he can't show off. The knight said he didn't know how Huang ended up on the commander's side, but they don't need people like him, and Kang Chul should be responsible for his own safety. Hearing this, the commander ordered them to stop fighting and work together. Opening the door, the commander reminded them that before them lay a battlefield, where doom could be waiting for them around every corner. However, when the gate was opened, the squad saw that all the fallen angels were already dead. The knight said that it looked like someone had beaten them to it, and the commander said that no one but the guild knew about this place. When the commander heard a rustle, he turned around and shouted that there was someone there, and they all saw a creature sitting in the shadows. The knight assumed it was a child and stretched out his hand asking why it was crying in such a place. Suddenly, Kang Chul shouted and stretched out his hand to stop the knight from approaching him, but it was too late, because the monster behind the knight's back raised his hand over him. The child smiled, and the monster flattened the knight against the ground with all his might. Seeing this, the commander shouted for everyone to get on alert. No one doubted that the dungeon boss in front of them was a 79th level Eosphor dungeon boss. Looking at the child, the commander didn't understand why he could sense even more powerful mana in him. Pointing his finger at him, Kang Chul replied that it was Azathosos' named boss, and hearing this, the commander asked if that didn't mean that he was above level 100. The child asked if they knew who he was, and added that it was very curious. In a moment, he was behind the commander's back, saying that maybe they still know what. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that when he is hungry, he wants everything he sees. The commander turned around and shouted when he had time to get around them. After thanking them for their dinner, Azathosos grabbed Kang Chul's sword with his teeth. However, nothing happened to the blade, and Azathos asked who Kang Chul was, and he replied that he was a simple hunter. Envy, anger, fear, and laziness, sorrow, and loneliness. They all gather these fickle emotions and offer them to people. Approaching Tech, the girl asked the elders to accept her heart. Holding out his hand to her, Tech smiled, answering with great pleasure. But suddenly the bowl fell out of the girl's hands and shattered on the floor, and the girl screamed. The liquid stained his jacket, and Tak looked at the girl who had fallen to her knees. She screamed for the elder to forgive her, saying she would clean it up right away. But Tak put his hand right in the puddle in front of her. Seeing this, the girl screamed, He looked at her and said that she would hurt herself if she touched the glass with her bare hands, but the girl said it was her fault. Smiling Tak said that clothes could be washed as well as buying a new goblet to replace the broken old one. Getting down on one knee, Tak asked, but who would mend his broken heart if one of his supporters got hurt? Smiling, he asked the girl not to cry, adding that she hadn't done anything that would be punishable by death. Raising and folding her hands into a triangle, the girl shouted that she was giving her heart to him, the generous elder. Listening to the people shouting with glee that they were giving them their hearts, Inji exhaled and smiled. Releasing his sword, Azathosos told Kang Chol not to get smart and asked him if he could only see what was in front of him. Not understanding what the demon was talking about, Kang asked, and Azathosos shouted for him to look behind him. At that moment, Eos4 appeared behind him. Smiling, the commander said that the fact that people can only see what is in front of them. Raising his hammer and standing behind Kang Chul's back, the commander added that it was God's way of telling them to rely on each other and help. Azathosos said that it was a fancy way of putting a bunch of garbage on themselves, and added that they only needed to rely on each other because they were weak. Opening the book with magics, Azathosos exclaimed that the demon world lives by the law of the jungle. Smiling, he said that the strong subjugate the weak and lord it over them. He cast the burial spell, and the angels who were lying motionless began to rise. Turning to the commander, the knight warned that the fallen angels were coming to life. Holding the hammer, the commander asked through gritted teeth if it was him, or if Eos4 had gotten even stronger. In hindsight, the commander thought it was because of that book. And Kang Chul replied that it's very insightful, and Kang thinks it's because he's the commander, and said that the Necronomicon in front of him. It's a devil book that allows you to control demons. Azathosos asked Kang Chul, even knows what it is. Throwing a shadow attack, Azathosos asked who Kang Chul was. Fending off his attacks, Kang Chul said he was the one to ask. Pointing his finger at him, Kang Chul asked how a top-rank demon like him could appear in the dungeon without a medium. Seeing Kang Chul's face, Azathosos said that it was true that the old demon had died, and there was no one to hold them back. He said that the battle for supremacy in the hierarchy was about to begin. Raising his hands above the book, Azathosos shouted for his loyal mutts to wake up. The fallen angels who had already died rose up and their eyes glowed purple. Azathosos then ordered his opponents to be torn to pieces and devoured. One of the knights told the commander that he didn't think they could survive. When they were taken into a circle, he said he was honored to serve the commander. Smiling, the commander said that no one would have thought that their guides to the afterlife would be fallen angel zombies. Swinging, the commander struck a blow, saying that if they were to die, they would do so by fighting, and they will destroy as many enemies as they can to make it as easy as possible for the rest of their comrades. Swinging again, the commander shouted that he was giving his heart to God. Suddenly, Kang Chul rushed in front of him, flames blazing around him as he struck at the angels. When Kang Chul swung around, all the zombies retreated, and Azathosos screamed. Watching the zombies go up in flames, Kang Chul smiled and said it was good. Turning around, the commander said that he knew Kang Chul was not that easy, but he didn't think he was that good. And Kang Chul told them not to risk their lives as they please. He reminded them that the commander had promised him a meeting with the Overlord, and wasn't he going to keep his promise? Smiling, the commander said that it was right, he should keep his promise. Raising his hammer, the commander used ignition, shouting that the situation had changed. He asked the knights to hold out a little longer, and then shouted to attack. Hitting Eosphorus, the commander shouted that they would get out of here alive, and the knights also rushed into the battle shouting. Walking up to Azathosos, Kang Chul asked what he thought of this, and the latter replied that it was time to end it. With his arms out, Azathosos asked Kang Chul not to make him laugh, and asked if he thought he would let some people defeat him. At that moment, Azathosos used the huge shadow ball, and the colors began to thicken next to him. Azathosos shouted that he was the 105th ranked demon, but Kang Chul silently divided the black ball and Azathosos into two parts, asking him what's in it for him. Azathosos' head screamed that now he knows what Kang Chul looks like, and he will finish him off next time. Kang Chul then asked who told him he could get away. Azathosos interjected. Crouching down next to him, Kang Chul picked up the book, saying he would keep the trophy. Holding out his hand, Azathosos started yelling that it wasn't his, and Kang Chul replied that he knew. Kang Chul then asked him to give this message to his grandfather, the real Azathosos. For the crime of failing to raise his child properly, Kang Chul confiscates the Necronomicon for a month. Disappearing Azathosasos told Kang Chul to be cursed, and Kang stood up and said he was done here. The commander sitting on top of Eosphorus shouted that they were done too. The commander said that they had gotten the Mana Stone, so as promised he would arrange for Kang Chul to meet with the Elder and the Lord of the Waves. The Waterdrop Guild aide approached the Elder saying that the commander had requested a meeting with him. After carving the meat, Tak turned to him and said that the commander could come in. Leading the commander into the room, he sat down on one knee, saying that the Knight Commander of the Pilgu Hum Waterdrop Guild was reporting. Tak held out his hand and told the commander that he heard their battle was not an easy one. The commander replied that it wasn't at all, and he had only done what he had to do. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Tak asked if the commander had had lunch yet, and the commander replied that he hadn't. Showing a chair nearby, Tak told the commander to sit down. After such a tiring journey, he would like to treat him to a hot lunch. The commander asked if he could ask for another seat at the table. After these words, Tak's face stretched with surprise, and he asked for whom the seat was for. The commander replied that he would like to introduce him to the hunter who had helped them in the battle. Smiling Tak said that if the commander himself spoke favorably of this man, then he must be special. Then Tak asked to set the table for 2 more people, and his aide went to fulfill the order. Entering the room, Kang Chul announced that he had come here to meet with the Elder. Standing next to the wall, Ingji saw Kang and raised his eyebrows and shouted. Pointing at him, Ingji said he was the hunter he had told Tak before. Smiling Tak said that they had waited so long to meet him, but he couldn't imagine Kang Chul showing up like this. Clenching his teeth, Ingji called Kang Chul a parasite and asked what he was up to. The commander asked what was going on, and Kang Chul put his hand on his shoulder. Apologizing to him, Kang Chul said he would have lunch at their place another time. At that moment, Tak tried to punch Kang Chul with his fist, but Kang Chul swung his fist and their hands met. At that moment, an assistant entered the room and dropped the tray from his hands, shouting that the meat was falling. Looking at the Elder, Kang Chul said that was a rather aggressive way of greeting for such a religious person. Watching this, Ingji couldn't believe that Kang Chul had blocked Ranker's 19th ranked kick. From that moment, he remembered Bingbing, who said that the guild members wouldn't be able to resist him, and realized that she was telling the truth. The Elder's fist turned into gold, and he named a large sum of money. After hitting Kang Chul, he said that was how much money the order had lost because of him. Smiling, Kang Chul asked if he had counted all the pennies, and added that Tak was stingier than he looked. In response, Tak asked Kang Chul if he thought it was funny, and asked if he was that arrogant or just stupid. Kang Chul replied that it's all about confidence, but Tak said if he still can't keep his mouth shut. Swinging to use the holy fist, Tak added that it means Kang Chul didn't get enough. However, Kang Chul grabbed his fist, saying that he was just going to talk, but now he changed his mind. Kang Chul waved his hand away and added that he wouldn't rest until he kicked him in the face. Then he started hitting his opponent. Seeing this, Ingji and the commander shouted. Again, the Elder tried to use the Sacred Strike but missed. Kang Chul, on the other hand, used Jeep and Cross against his opponent. With one of his punches, Kang Chul knocked the glasses off Tak's face, noticed his black eyes, and asked what was wrong with them. Removing Kang Chul's hand, Tak said he's not a demon because those black eyes are the sign of the Blessed One. The battle stopped, and Tak said he could feel the same mana coming from Kang as his lord. Snapping his fingers, Tak said that Kang Chul seemed to be one of the Blessed Ones too. Pointing his finger at him, Kang Chul said he was a slave of the Lord of the Waves. Laughing, Tak said that the Overlord doesn't require anything from them. He put his hands on his chest and said that they were willingly dedicating their hearts to him. Then he asked if Kang Chul was the same, and asked him to answer as a servant of the Flame Lord. Pointing his finger at him, Kang Chul said he was warning him not to speak as if he knew him. Putting his hand forward to block Kang Chul's path, the commander told him not to treat the Elder disrespectfully. Smiling, the commander asked Tak to ask Kang Chul at least this time. He pulled out a large diamond, saying that he was alive only because of this guy, and with his help, they wouldn't be able to get these top-quality mana stones. Thinking about it, Tak said that it seems as if Kang had interfered in the guild's affairs just yesterday, and now he was helping them. He added that this was not to say that Kang Chul didn't come here to fight, and asked why he had come. Kang Chul said that he didn't come here to fight, and he didn't care what their guild was doing, and said that he only had one goal. Raising his hand, Kang Chul added that his goal was to meet the Lord of the Waves. He only asked for a meeting, saying that he had a conversation with the Overlord, after which he would leave immediately. When he heard that, Tak laughed so hard that he even covered his mouth with his hand. Kang Chul asked what was so funny. Leaning closer, Tak said that Kang Chul didn't know anything at all. He took the stone from the commander's hands and said that he understood Kang Chul was not threatening the guild, since he had helped them so much. Tak then said that as a thank you, he would let Kang Chul meet the Overlord. When Kang Chul entered the pool room, he sat down on the springboard. From the water, a huge monster appeared on the surface with a roar of strength. Looking at it, Kang Chul asked Tak if he wanted to say that this disgusting chimera was the Lord of the Waves. Tak smiled and said that it was, although he was still a long way away from the final reincarnation. Kang Chul also clarified that this pitiful creature was the god they worshipped. In his opinion, it was just a huge piece of meat or fish. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He noticed that a man was growing out of the monster, his body trembling. Raising his head, the creature began to growl. Kang Chul noticed that it had such foreign mana. Looking at Tech, Kang Chul clarified what they were creating. Raising his hand, he asked if Kang Chul wasn't listening to him. The Lord wasn't finished yet. He said he was creating a vessel with the Wave Lord's consciousness. Smile Take said that at first there were only hands, but he was giving them a constant supply of mana to restore the body. Grabbing him by his shirt, Kang Chul pulled him to him and asked how could he be so stupid if he even realized what would happen if he summoned him here. He said that it would be the same as at Gandam Station Ingji, and the commander shouted. Raising his hand, Tech ordered them to be silent, telling Kang Chul that he didn't understand anything at all. He believed that the Flame Lord symbolized anger and destruction. The fire at Gandam Station was the inevitable result. Kang Chul's hands were trembling, and he asked why Take was so sure that their god was different. And Tak replied, it was because their lord creates rather than destroys. Kang Chul asked him to explain more clearly. Then he added that depending on the answer, he might decide to deal with Tak at once or on the spot. Smiling Taik said that Kang Chul was coming to the enemy headquarters and threatening the guild leader, and added that he had never met such a hunter. Taking Kang Chul's hand, Taik added that he better not be so rude considering he had asked for a favor. A yellow light shone around them, and Taik summoned the Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is Tak Kim's skill that allows him to summon a torture device made of mana. The maiden approached Kang Chul and slammed down, imprisoning him inside. When the mana stone was brought down, the Wave Lord trembling raised his hand trying to grab it. That stone Tak held on the rod asked why he had crossed the line of what was allowed and pissed him off. Back from jail, Kang asked now he wasn't so polite. Tak said he was almost a stiff, and why should he be humble in front of him? Tak said that he didn't build the pool in the basement of the guild office just to only raise this monster. When the fishing rod came down, the monster grabbed the stone and began to chew on it. The stone was eaten, and a bright flash of light enveloped the hall and those present. Inji shouted that it was unbelievable because the Overlord had grown hair. Suddenly, the Overlord began to tell the Elder to give him more. Taik smirked and said that he could barely speak, but apparently even the top quality mana stones were not enough to fully awaken him. Then Taik said that now, thanks to Kang Chul, they had a lot of mana potions. Now Kang Chul understood the secret of mana potions and why other hunters couldn't create them. Tak said that the mana stones, extracted from the fallen angels, were too corrupted to be used to make mana potion. But when they pass through the Wave Lord's body, the corrupted energy is filtered out, leaving behind pure mana. From the prison, Kang Chul asked if people knew that potions came from the flesh of a rotting chimera, would they continue to buy them? According to the Elder, no one wants that truth. He asked if Kang Chul knew that people use an insect called cochineal to make strawberry milk pink. He asked if those who eat pork need to know what goes on in a slaughterhouse. Kang Chul smiled and said, that's nonsense because it's a different matter. He asked Taik if he was feeding this creature more than just mana stones. Extending his hand, Taik said he was guilty and used magic to ask if Kang Chul knew what would happen to him. Seeing that he was surrounded on all sides, Kang Chul thought that the enemy specialized in close combat. Who knew that he was using such an effective restraining skill? These spikes were digging deeper and deeper as he moved. And Tak said that the Wave Lord would be happy to eat someone like him. Calling Kang Chul fish food, Taik said goodbye to him, and then the maiden flew straight into the beast's mouth and Kang Chul with her. The monster raised its arms and roared, but suddenly the commander jumped down from the ramp right behind Kang Chul. He grabbed the maiden and pushed her away while flying into the monster's mouth. Looking at him, Tak asked why he did it. In response, the commander apologized, saying that honor obliged him to pay his debt to Kang Chul. Watching the monster devour the commander, Tak said it was a pity because the captain was one of his favorites. Meanwhile, Kang Chul fell into the water, and black shadows began to gather around him. Then there was a flash of light under the water, and then an explosion. Kang Chul felt the mana pouring into him continuously. Looking at the shining sword, Kang Chul assumed that this thing was absorbing everything. He remembered Bentley's words that he couldn't steal abilities like Leviathan all the time, but they made it accumulate properties. With a smile, Kang Chul thought that Bentley had done something incredible. When the explosion happened, Kong Chul flew out with his sword to meet his opponents. He decided that he would gather his strength and destroy the monster with a single blow, and then swung. The flames enveloped the Wave Lord, and he roared as a fiery arrow raced straight at him. However, out of the flames, the Wave Lord appeared and extended his arm towards Kang Chul. Seeing this, Tak took off his glasses and joyfully announced that he was fully awakened. Now Kang Chul understood what the Overlord was really like, and at that moment, the monster said, "Chew." Looking at him, Kang Chul said that in his opinion, nothing had changed. Jumping to him, Tak said that the Overlord was now just an empty vessel. He said that in order for the Overlord to come to his senses, he had to perform a summoning ritual as one of the Blessed One. In response, Kang Chul asked Tak if he really wanted to summon him that badly. Smiling, Tak said that he wasn't going to summon the Lord of the Waves as such. He said that he originally wanted just this body. Putting his hand on the monster's head, Tak used mind control. Mind control allows you to invade weak minds and plant thoughts. Tak's original skill was the reason he became the leader of the Order. Continuing to smile, Tak said that mind control is more effective the less developed the target's mind is. Looking at his hand, Tak said that the Overlord was now acting on instinct and his mind was completely blank. Putting his hand on the Mosinthra, Tak shouted that, simply put, there was no better toy for him than this. And then Tak smilingly told the Overlord to devour this impudent mortal and turn him into his own flesh and blood. Noticing Kang Chul running away, Tak said that he seemed to have a talent for running away like a rat. However, Kang Chul rushed past them, saving the commander. In response to that, he remained silent. Seeing that the commander's eyes had rolled back, Kang Chul checked his pulse. Realizing that the commander had already died, Kang Chul said that Tak had really let a fellow guild member die right in front of him. Smiling, Tak said that he was saddened by the commander's death and didn't think the commander would sacrifice himself for a damn stranger. Waving his hands, Tak said that it hurt to realize how insignificant his life was in the end. Kang Chul stood up and said that Tak wouldn't get off easy now, and Tak clarified that Kang Chul was going to be a tough guy until the end. His fingers shone, and Tak asked Kang Chul to let him show him where he really belonged. When he raised his hand, the monster also rose up and roared. Tak applied a breath of water. Raising his sword, Kang Chul slashed the water that rushed towards him. There was water and flames all around him, and Kang Chul swore because the visibility was bad. The monster swung its tail, knocking Kang Chul off his feet, and he flew backwards. Raising his hand, the Wave Lord summoned a water spear and then threw it at his opponent. But Kang Chul ducked, and the spear flew past his face, and Kang thought that the Wave Lord was spamming his attacks. Growling harder, the Overlord threw a few more spears at Kang Chul, but he managed to get back from all of them. Watching this, Tak laughed, asking if Kang Chul could only run away. Diamond bullets appeared in the air. Tak shouted for Kang Chul to try and get away from it. He said that this rain is every drop of which is a spear. Then a barrage of spears rained down on Kang Chul. Putting the black ball to his mouth, Kang Chul just clucked, and the spears hit him. Tak said that he was a daring mortal, adding that he should fall down before the superior force. But as the smoke began to clear, the silhouette of a man appeared through it. 2 horns of fire protruded from Kang Chul's head, and he told Tak not to say that was all he was capable of. Putting his hand on the monster, Tak asked how Kang Chul dared to look down on a god. The monster roared, and Tak said that the punishment for Kang Chul's sin would be severe. When Kang Chul saw the monster fly up into the air, he thought this thing could fly too. Smiling, Tak said that obviously something that heavy could never do that. He said that the reason the Wave Lord flew into the air was because it used gravity to accelerate. The monster rushed to attack Kang Chul. Tak shouted to be crushed and disappeared. Listened to Tak. Kang Chul replied that this was starting to piss him off. He asked if Tak was really thinking. Clenching the hilt of his sword tighter, Kang Chul continued saying that he would just accept it and stand there. As the monster approached, Kang Chul swung his sword and struck. Part of the monster shattered and the Lord roared at Kang Chul. Tak didn't understand how his chimera lost to Kang Chul in this battle, since they both used the power of lords. But Kang Chul replied that it wasn't the same and reminded him that they had different levels of experience. Pointing his sword at him, Kang Chul replied that he was a better user of power than Tak, the ability to reach his full potential beyond just awakening excellence. Kang Chul's mana reserve was overflowing from the potion, while the state of excellence gave his appearance something out of this world. Thus, the scales in this battle had shifted from Wave Lord to Kang Chul. Simply put, he had the opportunity to fight back, even though Kang Chul was still willing to fight under such conditions. He invested every bit of his strength, but the flames of the Wave Lord were too hot for the human body. After that, Kang Chul took out a box from the inner pocket of his jacket, heat resistance pills. He remembered the Undertaker's words that these pills suppressed internal heat. At the same time, the Undertaker had said that the pills were certainly effective, but they should not be taken more than one at a time, or it would be bad. Smiling, Kang Chul thought that he had gone through all the trouble to get them just for him, but now was not the time to worry about small things. Kang Chul opened the box and held up the card, thinking he would swallow it all at once. When he swallowed it all, his eyes turned red and he coughed. Pointing at him with his Ukazada cell finger, Taik shouted for Kang Chul to stop playing with him. He asked Kang Chul if he thought something had changed just because he had grown horn. Then he used water breath. A waterfall rushed towards Kang Chul, but he cut it with his blade. Smiling, Kang Chul stated that he felt just fine. Again, the Wave Lord tried to attack Kang Chul, but he dodged. Then Kang Chul struck the monster, and there was a fiery explosion. Clenching his fists, Taik called Kang Chul a minnow and ordered him to stop it now. Throwing his fists at him, Taik shouted for Kang Chul not to touch his chimera. His fist turned golden, and Tak decided to use the sacred strike. But Kang Chul raised his foot and hit Tak right in the jaw, and then he fell down. Kang Chul approached Tak and told him that they had to finish, and Tak asked him what he had in mind. Kang Chul turned away and said he was planning to play with fire. He walked over to the monster that had opened its mouth. He swung his sword at the Wave Lord, and the monster was enveloped in flames. Tak opened his mouth in astonishment as he saw the Wave Lord burst into flames. He shouted that he could swear the Chimera had a staggering amount of mana, even for a rancher like him. Taik didn't understand how she was able to lose to a lowlife like Kang Chul. Kang Chul's eyes also turned black, and he said that if the body of a lord was given to someone who had no right to it, the Chimera would remain a chimera. After listening to him, the elder replied that Kang Chul was great and asked him to put out the flame. Falling on his knees, he said that Kang Chul has no idea how much money was invested to make it. He realized that Kang Chul's words would not convince him and shouted that he would pay and give Kang Chul more than he could ever dream of. Spreading his arms to different sides of the meeting, Taik said that if they united, the whole world would crawl at their feet. Looking down at him, Tak said that the elder was pathetic. Kang Chul was sickened by his every word and called him a hopeless piece of shit. Swinging his sword, Kang Chul said that it would be too risky to leave this body in the hands of a scumbag like him, so he would get rid of it. When he saw Kang Chul strike, Taik shouted for him not to do it, but it was too late. The body of the Wave Lord flew past and fell beside Tikamon, who only had time to stretch out his arm. Taik Kim, the master and elder of the Waterdrop Guild, had been working on a plan for a long time. He had invested 13,000 mana stones and over 2,000 days of waiting, and a huge sum of 130 billion won to realize this project, to revive the Overlord's body. Today was the day his greatest wish came true, or rather, it was going to come true as Tak sat on his knees and held the dead Overlord. Taik said he was going to go beyond the third line and take over all of Seoul, but Kang Chul made it all go to hell. In response, Kang Chul said that this was the final station for him, and added that he wouldn't take his life to join the Hunters Association. Smiling, Taik countered by asking why Kang Chul was so sure he would do it, adding that if the association got involved, the guild would be over. He asked if Kang Chul really thought Taik would just accept it, saying he would destroy him and get back on his feet. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Kang Chul asked how he was going to do that, since the Chimera was already dead. Tak looked at the Chimera and asked who said he would fight him. Then the elder said that there was someone else who would crush Kang Chul like a bug. Suddenly, Tak started saying envy, anger, fear, and idleness, sadness, and loneliness, and folded his hands into a triangle. He said that he was going to put all these fickle emotions together. Kang Chul looked at him and asked what they were. A golden glow enveloped Lord and Tak's body, and he shouted that he was offering them to Kang Chul. The golden light blinded him, and Kang Chul even had to cover his face with his hand, and then a flash of light illuminated the room. Cheol-san station raising his sword. Hai Babatos said that this time they got just a handsome man. Huang responded by saying that he would give it to him, because his teacher said he was a skilled blacksmith. When Babatos heard this, he was outraged and said that he was not only skillful, he was the best at what he did. Huang apologized and said he didn't know he was so famous, but Babatos replied that Huang was a beginner and couldn't know everything. Looking at the blade, Babatos said he already knew why Huang was here. He had heard that Huang wanted to make a new weapon. Stroking the blade, Babatos said that the boy had come to the right place. There was no doubt about its weight and sharpness. He said the orcs used a special method to forge such weapons, and Huang said it looked like a normal sword. He then asked if the blade required some sort of complex technique, but Babatos said that the method of making such a blade was quite simple. and said that orc warriors have a tradition of taking the enemy's weapons after winning a battle and melting them down to make a new weapon. An orcish blade of an elite warrior is made of hundreds of different metals mixed together, meaning that no two are alike. One blade can be said to contain the life story of an orc. Huang realized that he had been given something much more valuable than he thought. The blacksmith came up to him and patted him on the shoulder and said that Huang was a talented boy, and if the orc gave him his blade, it meant that he recognized him as a warrior. In response, Huang said that he was recognized only by non-humans, but it still pleased him. This made Babatos laugh, and he replied that Huang really knew how to lighten the mood. With a pat on Huang's shoulder, Babatos said he was beginning to understand why the picky Kong Chul had chosen him. Huang shrieked and asked if he knew why the teacher had chosen him. With his sword on his shoulder, Babatos said he didn't know the details either, but he knew someone who could explain it to Huang. At that moment, Beck came out to meet him, saying they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Huang cried out and Beck raised his hand and asked how he was doing. But Huang asked how Beck knew he was here, and he said that Kang Chul had asked him to train Huang. Smiling Bayek added that judging by the amount of mana, Huang must have made some progress since their last meeting. Clenching his fists, Huang shouted that he now knew how to control mana. Folding his arms across his chest, Beck replied that that was great, and then Huang was all the more ready. Pointing at him with his ukaze to sell a finger, Beck asked if Huang was ready to unleash the power of the master within him. Huang immediately remembered Ziferi and asked if Bayek was referring to her. Beck put his hand on Huang's shoulder and said that they had made an unequal pact as master servants. He explained that it meant Huang was under the master's protection and that he could even use her power. From Bayek's words, hunters call those like Huang blessed. It's a rare ability even among ranchers, but Bayek doesn't like the fact that Huang is contracted to someone like Ziferi. He also said that one day, Huang's ability will help Mr. Kang Chul a lot, and Huang asked how. Then Bayek said that there is a place that is neither a human world nor a dungeon, and Huang will open a door to another world. He said that this was Huang's role as a key, and Huang cried out when he heard this. A golden skull with horns appeared behind Tak, and he said it was a loss. Tak wanted to keep that body around and use it as a puppet, and Huang stated that Tak really just did that, and Tak asked what other choice he had. Tak said that if he couldn't defeat Kang Chul with his body alone, he would just summon the real Lord of the Waves. Huang crouched down and shouted for Tak to stop, because there was no telling what kind of disaster that would bring. But Tak only snorted in response, saying that if it meant that he would become bankrupt because of Kang Chul, he would rather die taking him with him. But Kang Chul thought that Tak was bluffing, and would not be able to summon a Wave Lord with such a crippled body. The eye sockets of the dead Wave Lord also turned golden, and Tak said in that case, he would create a new body. Raising his hand, Tak asked if Kang Chul knew that he also sacrificed humans. Talking about sacrifices, Tak said he had plenty of. Kang Chul couldn't stand it and called Tak a scum, saying he wouldn't dare. Tak's face turned black and his eyes turned gold, and he shouted that he would sacrifice them all. Then he used mind control, and a golden glow enveloped the people in the church. Watching the body of the Overlord Tak began to laugh out loud, and his body began to recover. Opening his arms, Tak shouted that the Lord of the Waves was descending into this world. The people who were at the church service began to fall down, but the Overlord had already fully recovered. There was an explosion, and a blue flash of light appeared in the middle of the hall. This flash pierced the Overlord's body like a spear, and he screamed. The Overlord continued to scream, and an electric current ran through his body from head to toe. When he opened his eyes, they turned white and a crown appeared on his head. Turning to the Overlord, Tak said he congratulated him on his arrival. Smiling, he said he was his blessed servant, and it was he who had opened the portal to this world and summoned him. However, the Lord of the Waves clenched his claw and punched Tak right in the jaw with such force that he shattered the tiles in the pool. Watching this, Kang Chul was very surprised, not realizing what was happening. The fallen Tak shouted out what the Overlord was doing, because he had already said he was the one who had summoned him. But the Overlord replied that it was insolent and then landed next to Tak. Grabbing him, the Overlord asked, Tak thought he wouldn't know how Tak had tortured his body, that Tak was only telling about the will of a god to satisfy his own desires. Frowning, Tak realized that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of the Overlord and asked how he knew about it. The Overlord replied that he had watched every sinful act Tak had committed and told him that the Overlords and their servants were connected by a strong bond. The Overlord's claw rested on Tak's chest, and he asked, since when were they connected? Then Tak frowned and said that it was all nonsense because the Overlord was just a tool for success from the beginning. He shouted that if Overlord thought he could show up here like that and act like his Overlord, he could go to hell. Behind him, the maiden revealed herself. She approached the Overlord and began to close in. Tak thought the Overlord was a fool. Realizing he couldn't defeat Overlord, Tak decided that Iron Maiden should hold him off. In Tak's opinion, today was not his day, and he really didn't want to, but had to get out of here and plan what to do next. Once inside the maiden, the Giver hummed and spread his arms to tear her to shreds. Seeing his ironwood destroyed, Tak opened his mouth because he couldn't believe it. Holding out his hand, the Overlord said he was taking the mana he had given Tak, and the Overlord used the water snake, which enveloped the Elder from different sides. Then the snake squeezed Tak, and he cried out and clenched his teeth. Then he screamed for the Overlord to forgive him. He shouted that from now on he would do anything the Lord ordered him to do, but just let him go. In response, the Lord said that the water snake would swallow all of Tak's mana and then destroy him at once. Tak's eyes became normal again, clenching his teeth. Tak realized that the mana shock was coming, and he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Tears flowed from his eyes, and Tak began to cry out in pain, begging the Overlord not to destroy him. But the Lord continues to hold his hand, saying that in his last moments, Tak is saying the same things as the sacrificed believers. Then he clenched his palm into a fist, telling Tak to disappear in his pain. Then the snake squeezed Tak with such force that blood spurted from everywhere. Turning to Kang Chul, the Lord asked him if he was blessed by the flames, but Kang Chul said nothing, and only gripped his sword tighter. He thought that the easiest prey for an armed warrior is an enemy with his back to him. Then the Lord asked Kang Chul if he was going to cut him down with that sword. Although Kang Chul could have swung at the enemy at any time, he did not do so, and told the Lord that he had not decided yet. There were two reasons for this. The Lord asked Kang Chul if he was not sure. The first reason was the intense pressure that Kang Chul felt from the huge amount of mana emitted by the Wave Lord. And the second reason was that in Kang Chul's opinion, there was no anger or intent to destroy from the Overlord. With a smile, the Overlord said that Kang Chul had better be ready to fight. According to him, even if someone has no intent to destroy but has a clear goal, he can take another person's life without blinking an eye. The Lord said that the position of the Blessed Masters showed how much influence the Master had over the world. His snake opened its mouth wide, and the Lord said that since Kang Chul had already achieved transcendence, he thought that his master would soon be resurrected. The Lord asked if Kang Chul was going to summon the Flame Lord to this world. Without any answer, the Lord thought that in that case he was right. He said that the human world was no place for a Flame Lord, and then the water axe appeared in his hand. Clutching the weapon tightly, the Overlord said that one must not break the rules and summon him, for all the Overlord does is expose the world to chaos. Pointing the axe at Kang Chul, the Lord said he would ask again if he was going to summon the Flame Lord into the world. Then Kang Chul said that he was. He smiled and added that he had sworn that he would destroy the Lord with his own hand. Hearing this, the Lord questioned if the man would destroy the Master and said he was curious if it was possible. The snake attacked Kang Chul, and the Overlord said that if that was the case, he had to be sure, and asked Kang Chul to prove that he had at least a chance. When the snake approached him, Kang Chul swung his sword and cut it in two. What was left of the snake flew behind him, and he remained silent in response. Raising his sword higher, Kang Chul said that the Overlord wouldn't stop him with just one snake. The Overlord said that Kang Chul was not a mere chatterer. He extended his palm and said that if one was not enough for Kang Chul, he would call for more. Creatures began to appear, and the Overlord said that they were his clones. When the Overlord made the summoning, the Sons of Water began to appear, and the Overlord ordered them to become enraged. The little children rushed to attack Kang Chul, and he thought it was too much. As they fought back, Kang Chul thought that no matter how many of them he destroyed, there would be no end to them. The clones were getting bigger and bigger, and Kang Chul felt that he was wasting mana. When he was swarmed by the clones, the Overlord asked him if this was all he could do. He said that although his abilities were impressive for a human, in the long run, his humanity was holding him back. But suddenly, light began to seep through the holes between the clones, and Kang Chul asked the Overlord to shut up. Even then, Kang Chul realized that the longer the fight went on, the lower his chances, so he decided to end it all with one powerful strike. Using the flame cutter, Kang Chul asked the Lord not to decide what he was capable of, and called him a blue devil. In response, the Lord said it was a desperate attempt, and again extended his palm, saying he was sorry, but Kang Chul's sword would never reach him. Again, the Sons of Water rushed to attack Kang Chul because they had hung up Roy's attack, but Kang Chul swung his sword with such force that a wound appeared on the Lord's face. He said that his sword still got him, Wiping the blood off his face and looking at his hand, the Lord said that it was true. Kang Chul smiled and said that he shouldn't be underestimated because it's not over yet, but the Lord replied that this is where they will end up. He added that he didn't think he would be able to destroy him. The Overlord also said that the believers of this place are unhappy people who have been brainwashed and manipulated through mind control. In order to summon the Overlord, their lives were stolen from them, leaving them in a mana deficit that the Overlord could still save if he could get their mana back. He said it was much better than wasting mana in battle and asked if Kang Chul agreed. Looking at him, Kang Chul asked why he cared about people, and the Overlord replied that he didn't come here of his own accord. He had nothing to gain from the deaths of those people. The Overlord saw from Kang Chul's face that he didn't understand, adding that it was logical, considering that Kang had met the Flame Lord before him. Frowning, Kang Chul clarified what a Flame Lord was, but he hesitated and began to speak. Orbs began to appear around him, and he said that they were guards watching over the 7 realms. He said each lord rules one kingdom, and Kang Chul clarified that there are 6 other lords besides the Water Lord. And the Water Lord said, "That's right." Kang Chul asked if that meant there was also a human lord. But the Water Lord replied that they didn't know that the human kingdom existed. One day, the Flame Lord's realm suddenly collapsed, and the human realm appeared. Kang Chul then asked if it had anything to do with the appearance of dungeons and monsters. Turning away, the Flame Lord said that he would like to answer that question, but he had no time to explain. He knew that if he delayed any longer, people would die from mana deficiency. In response, Kang Chul shouted that he still had a lot of questions, and the Overlord said that if he wanted to get closer to the truth about the Overlords, then he could find the first warrior Wang Ho. According to him, this man was the closest to the truth about the Lords. When Kang Chul saw the Overlord disappear, he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Wait!" But a bright flash of light blinded him. Ingji, who was watching, asked what the hell was going on. He couldn't believe that the thuggish church elder was dead. Rushing to the exit, he decided that he had to report this to the guild leader immediately. After the Wolf Lord used up all of his mana, he disappeared. The worshippers soon regained consciousness, although at first there was a great commotion. Under the leadership of the knights, everything was resolved before it got out of hand. The commander also came to his senses seeing this. Ochre tearfully shouted that he was awake. Kang Chul looked at him and asked what it was like to come back from the dead. The commander said he didn't even know, but one of his ancestors was waiting for him there. A mug appeared in Ochre's hands, and he clarified what his ancestor had said, saying that he should invest all his savings in electronic. Kang Chul looked away and said that the commander still seemed to be out of his mind, but he laughed loudly and said that it was true, and he could even swear to it. At that moment, Kang Chul remembered the Lord's words that he had to find Wang Ho's first warrior. Line 5, Mapo Station. Guys, Steve. Kicking up a bottle of rice wine, the man asked if they could drink it together. In front of the guild head, Demiglass stood the first Wang Ho warrior, and holding the bottle smiled widely. Demiglass then asked the two of them why he only had one bottle in his hand, and Wang Ho replied that he had emptied all the others on his way to him. When Wang Ho poured the rice wine, Demiglass drank a glass and said that was what he needed. Demiglass also said that since their last meeting, Wang Ho had sat up more, and Wang Ho replied that he did not live as long as the head. Wang Ho corrected his glasses and told Demiglass to look at them. He said it was a magnifying glass, and in his old age he had even become farsighted. This made Demiglass laugh, and he asked if that was too silly a joke for a legendary warrior like Wang Ho. Demiglass said that if the young hunters knew about it, they would faint. Drinking the wine, Wang Ho replied that it was nonsense, he was just an old retired man, not a legendary warrior. Leaning back on the sofa, Demiglass asked him what brought him here, since he was not here just to drink rice wine with him. After saying that, Wang Ho lowered his head, and then said that he had sensed the Wave Lord's mana. Placing the bowl on the table, Wang Ho clarified Demiglass knew something about it. Frowning, Wang Ho clarified what was going on, and Demiglass replied that he was just as perceptive as before. Smiling, he revealed that he had brought one blessed Flame Lord to the Wave Lord. After saying that, Wang Ho's eyes went wide and he realized that he was talking about the same guy. Demiglass told him what Kang Chul's name was and added that he had already destroyed one Overlord once during an incident at Gandam Station. Opening the bottle, Wang Ho laughed and asked if he had destroyed an Overlord. Wang Ho then asked why Demiglass was only now telling him something so entertaining. Turning to Angel, Wang Ho held out a bill to him and asked him to buy him 100 bottles of rice wine. He crumpled the bottle in his hand, saying that he felt this conversation would take all night. Kang Chul said the name of the first warrior and then fell down. The commander saw this and stretched out his hand, and Ochre ran to him. With the sudden death of Elder Tak, the Waterdrop Guild lost its leader. To save the day, the guild hastily appointed Knight Commander Pilgyu Ham as temporary guild master, and the mages set out to quickly heal Kang Chul in addition to applying great healing to him. The healer cried out that it's really bad, and Kang Chul's body is deteriorating faster than they can heal him. Listen to this. Someone said to bring more healers and ask others for help. Watching Kang Chul clench his teeth, the commander thought about why he had to suffer for all of it. It should be remembered that Kang Chul had eaten a whole box of pills that were recommended to take no more than 1 pill a day. Then he ignored that note and took a huge amount of pills at once. The effect of all the pills collided with the heat inside Kang Chul's body. This caused an unbearable pain for the man. His mana began to disappear. Clenching his teeth, the captain thought that Kang Chul had saved him twice already, and he couldn't just say goodbye to his savior. Then the captain gave his word that he would save him, and turned to the guardian. He ordered him to bring him every last potion from the guild storeroom. When the keeper heard this, he said that they were guild property, but the captain replied more briskly. When all the potions were brought, the captain began to pour them over Kang Chul's body. Noticing that there was no trace of his wounds, the captain smiled broadly and thought it had worked. After a while, there was a huge pile of empty vials lying around the guild building. One of the healers told the master that the worst was over. At that moment, Kang Chul woke up. Holding 2 more bottles of potion in his hands, the captain said how relieved he was. Turning to Kang Chul, the captain asked how he was feeling. With a smile, Kang Chul asked the commander not to get too close to him, because he had such a face that he thought he was a monster. Hearing this, the captain pointed his finger at Kang Chul and called him an asshole, saying that it was after all he had done for him, and who he called a monster. Then tears came to the captain's eyes, and he said he was glad Kang Chul woke up. Wiping his tears, the captain said he was very happy that Kang Chul woke up. And Kang Chul told the captain not to shed tears in front of his guildmates because he is now the head of Waterdrop. When Kang Chul's hands were untied, the healer shouted that he shouldn't move yet. Kang Chul clenched his fists and said that he had no time to sit around like a sick dog because he had guests. From the entrance, 3 silhouettes ran toward him, repeating, "Teacher, teacher, teacher." Huang stopped and asked why the teacher was half naked, and Hong Shok suggested that maybe he was showing off. Then Huang asked Kang Chul if he destroyed the boss monster or something, and Kang Chul said it could be said that way. Ochre said that Kang Chul really jumped up from his deathbed to look good in front of his students. Looking at Kang Chul, the captain thought that there were countless scars on his body, and what a ruthless life he had lived. Bowing down, the captain lifted a drop of water to the flame fighter savior, and then the captain said that they would repay Kang Chul 100-fold, and the other knights bowed their heads as well. All Kang Chul got from that fight were injuries, but when he heard the knights thanking him, he thought it wasn't so bad, and smiled. After leaving the temple, the disciples asked where they were going now, and Kang Chul replied that to a horrible place, endlessly dark, damp, and unpleasant. At one subway station, there is a monster called Lord of 110th Level. He was the leader of the barbarians. In front of the Lord stood a man who ordered him to sit, and the monster growled and obeyed. But then he swung his axe and tried to attack the man in front of him. The man only waved his hand, splitting the overlord in 2, and the monster fell. Behind him, the man told the hunter that he had defeated the overlord with his bare hands, and no matter how many times he had seen it, it was great for him. In response, the hunter said it was a shame because he wanted to make the overlord his pet dog. Sitting down on one knee, Inji said that the overlords were barbarians and therefore had a low intelligence which made them impossible to train. Folding his hands behind his back, the hunter replied that this explained everything and said that he had killed many of them. Pointing to the mountain of bodies, the hunter noted that not one of them did not obey him. Afterwards, the hunter asked what was the matter, if he had not given Ingi a task. Then Ingi said that the guild elder of the Waterdrop Guild had died, and the hunter asked for more details. This hunter was the head of the Night Cloud Guild, and his name was Jinsung Guak. Peck was in the car with a tablet in his hands, looking at something he said was strange. On the news, he saw Ghostblade attacking Mr. Kang, and also the fight between the 9 dragons and Black Deer. Baek had a feeling that one group was involved in all of this. Manager Kim asked if she should hire someone to investigate the case. But Baek replied that she shouldn't, because there is only one faction that comes to mind. Only one organization is capable of working from the shadows like this. Beck said that it was definitely the Night Cloud Guild, but Kim asked if it wasn't a guild made up of criminals and operating outside the law. She thought that if they were really involved in this, then both Mr. Kang Chul and Huang might be in serious danger. Baek frowned and said that was the case because the Night Cloud Guild was a wild place. For him, The really scary guy was the one who forced those criminals to obey him with absolute power, guild leader Guak. He and Mr. Kong Chul are arch rivals who are at odds with each other. Looking out the window, Beck ordered Kim to turn around and thought that in order to keep the peace in Seoul, they would visit Mr. Kong Chul. Then Bayek decided to prevent the two from meeting at all costs. Itaewon Station, Itaewon Line, Night Cloud, Guild Office. Standing at the window watching the city at night, Jensen sipped his tea. Putting his hand to his head, Jensen said it's been 10 years and his eye still stings when it rains. Jensen turned around and said that he didn't seem to have completely forgotten those unpleasant memories, because the day he lost his eye, it was raining too. In front of him sat a bound man, who apologized and said that he would not do it again, and suggested to just forget everything. Tied with a rope was the head of the Steel Wolves Guild, Wooster Ho. Smiling Wooster said that his subordinates were watching. Put a hand on his shoulder, Inga squeezed it and asked how Wooster even dared to be impertinent. Tears sprang from Wooster's eyes and he screamed, and Ingi said that he wasn't being asked to do much. With his arm outstretched, one of Wooster's subordinates screamed, but he had a blade to his throat. It was an orc who, biting into a cookie, told the man to just try and make a move, and added that he would split him in half. This orc is General Gambus. Jensen asked why he had betrayed them, and Wooster replied that he had betrayed no one. Wooster said that he had just borrowed something since their numbers had increased, but he was going to pay them back later. He said that everyone does that, and from now on, he would make sure the dough was paid on time. Hearing Bongu say if Jensen would be lenient and forgive him, Jensen picked up the mug. Taking out a spoon, Jason picked it up and looked at it, saying that if Bongu was shaking with fear, he deserved to be punished. The frightened Bongu asked what Jensen would do to him. Swinging the spoon at him, Jensen said something like this. The spoon stabbed into Bongu's eye, and blood spurted out, and he screamed. Jensen said that when the master makes the rules, there are no exceptions. He said obedience is pure emotion, coming straight from a trusting heart. Swinging again, Jensen told everyone to watch closely. He ordered his subordinates to watch the last moments of the rule breaker, and stuck the spoon into him again. As Bongu fell down, Jensen asked who in their guild was second to him. Raising his hand, one of the men named Gyu Kim replied that he was the deputy commander of the Steel Wolves, and Jensen said that he was the one in charge of the guild from now on. With a smile, Jensen also asked to tell everyone what happened here. He wanted everyone to know what would happen if they disobeyed him. Gyu Kim replied that he understood. Kang Chul picked up his weapon and slung it on his back. As the group walked towards the subway, Kang Chul noticed that it was pouring down heavily outside. Kim Jin asked what they should do, since they didn't have an umbrella, but Kang Chul said it was okay. Hong Seok turned to him and asked if they were serious about going to the dungeon together, even though they had just met. Kang Chul looked at him and asked if he was unhappy about something, but Hong Seok said that it was just the way he was, so it was fine. Smiling, Hwang said that the dark and gloomy place he was talking about was a dungeon. Kang Chul said that they would find out soon enough. Kim Jin didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. When they got down to the dungeon, Hong Seok took out his book and started reading. He asked what kind of monsters lived in Bulgwon Station and said that they were fallen angels. When Hong Seok stopped, he noticed that there was one right in front of him. After reading in the book that the fallen angels level was 60, Hong Seok shouted. Kim Jin frowned, thinking that the golden rank could hunt monsters up to level 30, but a level higher than 40 was out of the question. He didn't believe that they would suddenly have to fight a level 60 monster. Kim Jin asked Mr. Kang Chul if this monster was too strong for them, but Kang Chul told him not to worry because they weren't here to hunt. Noticing that the fallen angels had formed a corridor, Hwang asked if they were letting them through. Kang Chul, who was walking ahead, said that there was a clear hierarchy in this place, and Hwang shouldn't worry because they wouldn't attack them first. Kim Jin looked at the door and realized that behind it was a supreme being capable of commanding fallen angels of the 60th level. The door opened and Kim Jin saw a small child standing in front of them. Scratching the back of his head, Azathosis laughed and greeted Mr. Kang Chul. He then bowed on his knees and said that he was Azathosis Jr. In response, Kang Chul said that Azathosis had become much more polite since the last time they met. When the boy got up, he said that his father wasn't very happy about the last time Kang Chul asked how Azathosis was, and Azathosis replied that he was fine. Hong Seok came up to him and exclaimed who the Simon-like cutie was. Kang Chul replied that he was Azathosis, the youngest eldest son of Azathosis, the deputy commander of the Demon Kingdom and the gatekeeper of the kingdom. When they heard the Demon Kingdom, the guys shouted and Kang Chul said that they would go there. High-speed train to the Demon Realm, Grim Guy. Bowing, Azato said, "Welcome aboard our super fast train." Hwang and Hong Seok exclaimed, "Wow," and Kim Jin made a face. Looking at the train that looked like a crazy animal, Kim Jin asked what it was. Azatos folded his arms and asked what he was talking about, because he had already told him that it was a high-speed train. Hong Seok replied that it doesn't look like a normal train. Then Azatos said that they couldn't understand that it was made for transportation to the demonic realm. When Hong Seok heard that, he asked if they would take it to the demonic realm, and Azatos asked how many more times. After pointing his finger at them, Azatos turned to Kang Chul and asked if it was necessary to take this little brat with them. Rubbing his hands together, Hong Seok clenched his teeth and said that Azatos could have just answered without showing off. The doors of the train opened and a silhouette appeared, saying that if it was about the train, he should tell them. The creature said that this underground place now looked like a normal subway, but in fact, it was not the realm of humans or anyone else. He told that their high-speed train was squeezing through space to travel between worlds. In front of them was a conductor who greeted Mr. Kang Chul, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. In response, Mr. Kang Chul said it had been a long time and checked with Bordeaux when the train was leaving. The conductor replied that there would be a breach in the underground in 30 minutes, so they should leave immediately. Looking at Huang, Bardo said that Kang Chul had brought another blessed one with him. Kang Chul said that Huang had lost the power of his patron, and asked if that was a problem, waving his hand toward the entrance. Bardo said they could board, because the train would leave as soon as the blessed ones got on board. Bardo then wished them a happy journey, and as the troop departed, the train doors closed. As they sat down in their seats, the conductor's voice said he welcomed the passengers and thanked them for choosing their train. Huang looked around the car and noticed a black silhouette of a child in the corner. Then he said that he thought they were the only ones here, but there seemed to be other passengers. Huang waved his hand to greet the child, but Kang Chul intercepted his hand and ordered him to stop. He told Huang not to talk to it, because it's not a man, it's a monster. It was an unknown wandering monster, and its level was also unknown. According to Kang Chul, this monster wanders the dungeons, but no one knows where it lives, and it eats anyone who talks to it. Huang was surprised to hear that the monster didn't look that strong at all. But Kang Chul said that it's impossible to estimate its level, because these creatures are so dangerous that no hunter can defeat them. Kang Chul also said that they are not a threat until you talk to them, so Huang should be careful. Azatos, who was sitting next to him, laughed and asked if Huang had wet his pants. Looking at the monster, Huang thought that they had just arrived but had already encountered a monster of immeasurable level. What kind of place is this demon world? Then another creature came out and greeted the passengers with a microphone in his hands and said that it was not every day that they would get a chance like this. The creature said that if the passengers were going to work or going out for fun, he had something that would help them. Noticing Hong Suk's surprise, Kang Chul said it was a traveling merchant. He never sells the same thing twice, but sometimes he has something useful. Turning to the merchant, Kang Chul said that he was selling now and smiled, saying that he was lucky today. Taking something out of his pocket, the merchant added that he had brought his best today. Then he took out a seahorse, saying that it was a water pistol. The merchant also fired, saying that it could shoot up to 10 meters away, but Hong Seok asked if the merchant had something more useful. Pulling out something else, the merchant said that now Hong Seok wouldn't be able to resist buying it. He took out a neck pillow with sharp needles, which he said was for his health. Squinting his eyes, Hong Seok asked if he was sure it was for health. Kang Chul intervened and told the merchant to stop fooling around and show him a better product. With a snort, the merchant said he didn't think they could afford it because his best product was a little expensive. But Hong Seok said he was betting that it would be even more junk now. Taking out a suitcase, the merchant said that it was his unique product, a backpack of almost 3,000 square meters. After opening the bag, the merchant said that they could see for themselves that the backpack was bottomless, and they could use it as a storage area. Hearing this, Hong Seok said that there was indeed a lot in the backpack, and they wouldn't have to spend money on undertakers anymore. With a smile, Huang said he would take it and asked how much it cost. The merchant said that the backpack was worth 10 years of his life. Upon hearing this, Huang frowned and angrily interjected 10 years of life. Covering his mouth, Azathos asked, Huang thought that the items of the demon realm were junk that could be bought for a few crumbs of human money. But Huang said that 10 years is a bit too much because you never know how long you have left. And Kang Chul said that it's okay, he can buy and the merchant can take 10 years from it. Huang intervened and shouted that he shouldn't do that, giving up so many years of life for one backpack. Knocking himself on the head, the merchant said he was happy that Kang Chul understood the value of goods. Suddenly he said that he wouldn't sell Kang Chul a backpack because 10 years of his life was worthless. With a grin, the merchant asked Kang Chul to give him something more valuable than his life. Jumping down to the floor, Azathos said he would buy the backpack from the merchant and pay with the currency of the demon realm. When he asked how much it would cost, the merchant showed him 2 and 5 fingers and said it was 7 yellow coconuts. Hearing that their currency was coconuts, Hongsuk thought it sounded cute. After that, Azathos opened his mouth and spit out 7 golden skulls. Seeing the merchant collecting the skulls in his hands, Hongseok sadly thought that coconuts are skulls. Removing the merchant said, "For Azathos to be well, His Royal Highness." Holding out Kang Chul's backpack, Azathos asked Kang Chul to take it. Kang Chul clarified why he did it. Azathos said it was a bribe because now the Demon Kingdom was a battlefield where demons were fighting for the empty throne, and Kang Chul could help his father. Kang Chul asked if the fighting was still going on, and Azathos said that most of the fighting was over, and now it was a clash of 3 forces. The first is his father, Azathos, the king of the void of the north. And then there is the red deity of the west, whose influence has grown very quickly, the Lord of Ziferi. Huang opened his mouth when he heard that, because he knew she was important, but not that important. And the last one is the conqueror Kuga, who rules half of the demon kingdom. Noticing the orc, Azathos pointed his finger at him and asked who he was. After fixing his tie, the orc said that his name was Gambus, and he was the commander of the Night Cloud Guild's army, and he was here to destroy Kang Chul. Line 6, Itaewon Station Night Cloud, Guild Office 9 Dragons, Ghostblade, Orc Fighters. Holding the glass in his hand, Jason thought that all these incidents lead to the same person. Looking at the pictures, Jason reasoned who would have thought it back then. He remembered how everyone said there were no survivors after the accident at Gandam Station, but he didn't believe it. Jason knew that Kang Chul wouldn't just die and smile. He thought she would tame him this time. Behind him was the barbarian leader, Lord. The express was still rushing through space, and Kang Chul looked at Gambas and asked if he realized that it would not be easy. Taking the blade on his back, Gambas replied that Kang Chul was right. It would not be easy. He said that he had never been able to hold off an enemy without killing him. Taking up his sword, Kang Chul replied that Gambas knew how to intimidate first. He added that Gambas' skills would have to be tested. A battle ensued between the two, accompanied by flashes of light and shockwaves as Azathos covered himself with his hand, clenching his teeth, and Huang wondered if this wind came from the 2 crossed swords. The battle and tension in the carriage shattered the windows. Hongshok pulled his hat over his face. Azathos pointed his finger at them and asked them what the hell they thought they were doing, and they thought they could just smash everything up. He started shouting that if they destroyed this train, they would be doomed to wander in the void forever. Kang Chul looked at him and thought that Azathos was right. This wasn't the best place to fight. Running to the door, Kang Chul kicked it open, telling Gambas to get out. Kang Chul looked back at him and added that he didn't want to be stuck in the void, and Gambas said that meant Kang Chul was a coward. They went out and Kang Chul clarified that Gambas was from the Night Cloud Orc Guild. Then Kang Chul clarified he was sent by Jensen Guok to work from the shadows. Was interesting, but he seemed to have found out about him. Gambas pointed his finger at him and said that he had interfered with guild business many times, and now that he was a target, Gambas would find him everywhere. Kang Chul replied that he was ashamed to see an arrogant orc warrior turned into Jensen's back. Gambas angrily told Kang Chul to keep talking, because those were his last words. At this moment, Kang Chul thought that he still hadn't fully recovered from the fight with the Elder, and needed to be as careful as possible. As he watched his opponent swing, Kang Chul thought that even at a glance, he could tell that Gambas was extremely experienced. Moreover, Gambas was able to get on the train, which meant that there was a high probability that he was blessed. But first, Kang Chul decided to see what kind of abilities Gambas had, and used the flame cutter. Gambas pulled out his sword and said that it tickled him. Kang Chul opened his mouth when he saw the fire and shadow balls appeared around them. Gambas cut them into several pieces with his fire sword. Kang Chul looked back and saw Azathos, who said he had come to help. Hearing this, Kang Chul shouted why he had come, and Azathos said to support him, of course. Kang Chul then ordered Ozatos to go back inside because Huang and the others were in danger. Turning to Gambas, Kang Chul cursed and thought he should deal with him quickly. In the carriage, Huang Hongsok and Kim Jin were on alert, and Huang told them not to come any closer. Swinging his knife, Ingi told them to try their best and called them 3 yellow silvers. Huang shouted that they were already gold rank, and Ingi sarcastically said they were important. Pointing his crossbow, Kim Jin thought that Huang was right. They were gold, and there were 3 of them. How does Ingi remain so unperturbed? Kim Jin frowned, thinking that even though he didn't know how strong the bald man was, he was clearly looking down on them. Turning to Hong Suk, Kim Jin said that they were going with Plan A. Taking aim at the enemy, Kim Jin thought that in that case he would start and fired the aiming arrows. These arrows move chaotically, but always end up hitting the target. And now they were aimed at Inga's forehead. Kim Jin wondered if he could dodge each one. In an instant, Ingi dodged each arrow and then yawned, saying it was the most boring attack. Then Kim Jin realized that this bald man was on a whole other level. Hwang rushed at him with a scream, and Kim Jin shouted for him not to rush at him. But it was too late and Ingi attacked his opponent. Hwang barely dodged his knife. Ingi stuck his tongue out at Hwang and called him a chicken. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared and grabbed Ingi and clenched him into a fist. Screaming Ingi thought what was going on. Gambus and Kang Chul were watching this. It was Azathos who said he was the king of the void and asked who had summoned him. Looking at his staff that gave off the same glow as Azathos Hong Seok, hesitated and assumed it was him. Ingi in his hand shouted what it was. Azothos was being addressed by his son. While watching the monster, Kim Jin asked Hong Seok if he really summoned it, and Hong Seok said he didn't know. He said that he was just trying to summon Simon. Suddenly, the backpack that Azathos gave Kang Chul opened up and a purple light came out. This light was emitted by a book Senior Azathos recognized as the Necronomicon. Turning to Hong Suk, Azathos Jr. asked why this book was helping him, because he had always listened to demons. Azathos pointed his finger at him and said that it couldn't be that Hong Seok was blessed too. Smiling broadly, Hong Seok replied that he was, and that his teacher was the supreme demon Gorgor. Spreading his arms, Hong Seok shouted that he wasn't quite sure what exactly was going on, but he was ordering him as a summoner. He ordered to get rid of the bald man, and this orc Azathos remained silent, clenching his fist with such force that Ingi coughed up blood. Azathos said he is here because he was summoned and will fulfill the order according to the contract. Raising his hand with the dagger, Ingi shouted, Azathos thinks he's just going to put up with this, and sent him to 3 letters. As he tried to plunge the dagger into his opponent's hand, he saw the blade shatter into many small pieces. Raising a second fist, Azathos reported that resistance was futile. Ingi swore. Azathos tried to crush him, but Gambus stepped between them and raised his sword. Azathos recognized the orc and called him Kuga, the conqueror's slave. Listen to this, Kang Chul thought this guy Kugi can also control fire. Holding out his palm, Azathos said that Kuga was his family's sworn enemy. He told Gambus that the doom was his punishment for choosing the wrong lord and struck his fist. However, Gambus told Azathos not to look down on him and use the Orcish sword art of mountain splitting. Seeing his father clutching the flames, Azathos Jr. shouted that his father was the strongest being in the demon world, and a mere orc like Gambus couldn't even scratch him. Opening her palm, Azathos saw that there was nothing on it. Ingi and Gambus rushed off. Holding Ingi under his arm, Gambus said that they would have to make a tactical retreat. Ingi clarified that they were already retreating. Following them, Azathos Jr. shouted that they were assholes and could run away as much as they wanted. Raising his hands, he shouted that they would just be swallowed up by the void and be stuck here forever. Gambus then asked who said they were leaving alone and ran right at him. Grabbing Azathos, Gambus stated that he was going with them. Azathos Jr. screamed. Turning to Azathos, Senior Kang Chul said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and apologized for that. But Azathos replied that he was used to it because his son was always getting into trouble. Looking at the wrecked train, Azathos asked what they should do now. Hong Seok kept shouting from the train car as he saw how they had managed to tear the place apart. Azathos replied that all he had done was answer the call and follow orders. Hong Seok stated that in that case he was ordering Azathos to take him to a safe place again. Looking at him, Azathos said he thought Hong Seok didn't understand something. Leaning closer, he told him that it was not Hong Seok's power that had summoned him, but the will of the Necronomicon. At that moment, the book flew past Hong Seok and into his master's hand. Holding it with his fingers, Azathos informed him that it actually belonged to him, and now that it had returned to its owner, someone like Hong Seok no longer had rights. Behind Hong Seok's back, Bardo appeared and asked Sir to spare them, because if he left them like this, they would be stuck in the void. Kang Chul intervened and said that Bardo was right. Since Azathos had broken the train, he should help. Leaning over to him, Azathos called him insolent and reminded him that he was not old buddies and that he should not forget. Listening to their conversation, Hong Seok asked if they were friends at all, and Bardo said definitely not. Bardo said that when Lord Azathos challenged the former ruler, Mr. Kang Chul was on his side, so Azathos came second. Smiling, Kang Chul clarified that Azathos was still angry and added that he was going to use him this time anyway. Azados covered his mouth with his hand, and Kang Chul asked him to just lead them to the entrance of the demon realm. He added that he would do what Azados wanted, but Azados asked what he wanted. Smiling, Kang Chul said that the vampire lord Zyfree, he would give him her life. Looking at his teacher's back, Huang listened with his mouth open, thinking about Zyfree's life. Standing in the center of the temple, Kang Chul stabbed Zyfree in the heart, and she coughed up blood. Zyfree smiled and told Kang Chul not to even think that it was the end. Her eyes turned red, and she grinned and said that as long as there is night in the world, she will come back someday. Then Zyfree shouted that if Kang Chul was still alive by then, she would suck the blood out of his body until it was completely drained. And Kang Chul responded by saying, "Of course, and he can't wait for that." Western Demon Realm, Skull King Sanctuary with a sword in her hand, stood Zyfree. In front of her appeared a black shadow that said he was defeated. She defeated Rodham the Skull King. The shadow turned into a demon blade. Dainsleif from the Demon Realm, he said he expected nothing less from the Queen of the West and his mistress Lady Zyfree. That Zyfree told Dainsleif to spare her from this theatrics. Waving his hands, and Dainsleif said that there were over 100 factions in the Western Demon Kingdom, and Zyfree had personally massacred all of them. He said that only Viego Beast Coral and Rhaega Sky King remained. Smiling, he ran his neck saying that she needed to get rid of them quickly and declare battle to Azathoth. But Zyfree said they would hold off on that for now, and Dainsleif asked why she had gotten the idea. Zyfree turned around and said that the one who had deeply wounded her had finally appeared. Western Demon Realm, Ash Mountains holding a train in his hand. Azathoth ran forward. When he landed, he said he would let them down here, but Kang Chul asked him to take them further. Azathoth said he couldn't. He explained that the Western Demon Realm was a little further away, and if he took one step into it, it would be considered an act of aggression. Putting the wagon on the ground, Azathoth said that they would have to get there on their own. Kang Chul said that it was good for him to finally breathe in the fresh air of the demon world. Clenching his teeth, Hong Seok said that it was really heavy compared to the dungeons. The mana level here was completely different. Looking at the mountains, Kang Chul said that it was to be expected that human civilization was not even here. Azathoth approached him and asked him to keep his promise that if he dealt with Zyfree, he would give him the item he was so desperately looking for. Kang Chul looked up at Azathoth and asked him for the Phoenix Eye. The Phoenix Eye is a mysterious treasure of the demon world that protects the wearer from any kind of flame. Azathoth said that he didn't have the eye, but the conqueror of Kuga, Kang Chul, had it, specifying that he was the one who had conquered half of the demon realm. Raising his hand, Azathoth confirmed that yes, and he would soon fall. He had recently lost his hand while fighting him. Putting his hand to his mouth, Azathoth pulled something out of it and then revealed a small fiery hand. Throwing it to Kang Chul, Azathoth said he would give it to Kang Chul, and the hand seemed to dissolve and enveloped Kang Chul in flames. Kang Chul smiled and said he didn't know why, but it felt so good. Raising his hand, Kang Chul released a column of flame straight into the air, and a shockwave enveloped the squad. Azathoth said that the Eye of the Phoenix no longer existed because the asshole Kuga had absorbed it completely. According to Azathoth, he had merged with the Phoenix Eye, which was why there was a bit of his power left in his hand. Clenching his fist, Kang Chul said, "It's no wonder he feels the same lightness in his body as when he took the heat resistance pill." And Azathoth said that if Zyfree wasn't in the way, he would give Kang Chul his carcass as soon as he defeated him. A whirlwind rose up around Azathoth, and he asked Kang Chul not to worry, because he would be the one who would take the place of the ruler, and then disappeared. Looking at the flash of light in the sky, Kang Chul thought that the Eye of the Phoenix was closer than he thought. Behind him, Huang suddenly exclaimed and asked if he was really going to fight Zyfree. Kang Chul turned to him and said that from his point of view, there was nothing more annoying than Zyfree becoming Great Kang Chul. And Huang clarified that maybe Kang Chul didn't have to, and he looked at him carefully. He asked Huang since their last meeting he had gotten attached to the demons. Huang clenched his teeth and said that Mrs. Zyfree saved his life, and he didn't care if she was a demon or not. Then Kang Chul said that Huang was just saying that because he didn't know anything. Suddenly, two demons came out from behind the rocks and asked how dare they mention Zyfree's name in the Ash Mountains. In Kang Chul's opinion, these bastards were her pursuers too, but just in case, he clarified who else they were. The demon asked Kang Chul if he knew who they were. Jumping down, the demon shouted that they were the rulers of the Ash Mountain. The red demon's name was Rhaega. He is the Lord of Heaven. And the blue demon's name was Viego. He is the Lord of Beasts. Rhaego said that if their people fearlessly entered their territory, he would devour them to the bone. However, when they landed, they suddenly fell silent and breathed heavily, blood dripping from Wego's nose. leaning on his sword. Kang Chul said that they were so weak that he didn't even have to use his strength. Agreeing with them, Kang Chul asked who they were to Zypher. Hearing that, Vago shouted her name and said that it was nothing because they were enemies. With a bloated face, Raiga said that they used to live peacefully in the West, but with her arrival, everything turned into a bloodbath. In Vega's opinion, burning her in the flames of hell would not be enough, for she destroys everyone who fights back and everyone who surrenders without a fight. Kang Chul looked at Huang and asked if he needed any more proof, but Huang didn't understand. Huang explained that he was talking about Ziferi, whom he was trying so desperately to protect. Huang's eyes went wide, and he thought he was talking about what Lady Zifri was really like. Walking up to Zifri with the sack, Dinslav called her name twice. Taking a seat on the mountain of skulls, Dinslav placed the sack next to him and asked for her to look at it. Zifri looked back at it and asked what it was, and Dinslav smiled and told her that he had found it while walking in the void. Dayanslav opened the bag and told her that it was an orc blessed by Kuga and a man with an octopus head and the son of Azathos himself. He thought it was a great combo set. Zeferi's eyes went wide and she said it was very interesting. The rain outside continued to fall. The fallen angels roared at the person who entered. It was Bomb Su. Taking out his weapon, Beck used his lightning sword and lightning strike to kill all the monsters. When he stopped, Beck thought he had dealt with most of them. Turning to Kim, Beck said it was safe and she could come out. Looking out from behind the wall, Kim said, "Okay." Then she asked, "Who would have thought that the entrance to the Demon Kingdom was in such a dangerous place?" Standing at the entrance, Kim said she could see why few people knew about this place. Beck replied that only the best could even get here. Smiling Bake said that plus the train only comes through once a day, so it's hard to even catch a glimpse of it. Kim looked at the timetable and said they were a little late and asked if they could wait for the next train. Bach replied that it was pointless because he had a contract with the Elder King of the Demon Kingdom. Frowning, Beck said that the king was missing and dead, and he was no longer blessed, which meant that he had lost the right to take the train. Gritting his teeth, Beck swore and said that he wanted to be of some use to Mr. Kang. A man approached him and said that it was a wonderful feeling, loyalty and duty. He added that those were some of his favorite words. It was Demiglass and Wang Ho's first warrior, who showed him the goat with his finger. Turning to Peck, Demiglass said that he thought they were in a predicament and asked if he could help. Smiling, Wang Ho said that meeting new people always made his heart flutter. Beck listened with his mouth open and then asked the guild leader of the Black Deer Guild and legendary warrior, Wang Ho. The warrior was surprised that the new generation knew who they were, and Bake replied that he couldn't help but know Soul's hero, Wang Ho, replied that it would be easier. Smiling, Wang Ho said that they were going to demolish a couple of demons and showed the class and asked if they wanted to join them. Western Demon Realm Palace, Zeferi. Sitting at the dining table, she was cutting a steak. She was accompanied by Azathos Gambus, who were silently looking at their plates. Ingi was sitting next to her, and through a full mouth he asked, who would have thought they would meet a demon with a grudge against Kang Chul? Raising her fork, Ingi shouted that this was not to mention that she was treating them to this delicious meal. Zifri replied that she was glad they enjoyed it. Continuing to speak with his mouth full, Ingi asked why Mr. Gambus wasn't eating. Frowning, Gambus replied that the kindness of demons always has its price. Looking at Ziferi, Gambus asked what she was up to, and Ziferi called him Kuga's slave and said she was not like the lesser demon. Lifting the bottle of wine in the air, Zifri said that she was actually quite generous and sensible. Pouring the wine into Gambus's glass, Ziferi said that was why she would ask him for a favor very politely. And Gambus asked if he smelled something fried and specified what would happen if he refused her. Zifri's eyes turned red and she asked again if he said no. Everything around him turned gray. Gambus grinned and wondered what was going on. He tried to move his hand, and at that moment he realized that he couldn't move. He thought that time had stopped. But looking at the bottle, Gambus realized that everything was actually moving very slowly. As Zifri approached him, she said that she would probably tear his eyes out and ask him again. Then Gambus thought she was fast because she came so close, and he didn't even notice Zifri put her fingernail to the orc's pupil. Smiling, Zifri said that this time she would let him go for that reason. She went on to say that she liked Gambus because he reminded her of Kang Chul. When Zifri took her hand away, the dark shadows began to fade away, and everything around her became colorful. Growling first, Gambus lowered his head and asked what she wanted from him, folding her hands behind her back. Ziferi replied that she wanted to make him her blessed, but he had already made a contract with Kuga. Sitting down on a chair, Zifri asked what she wanted, and then said that she wanted Kang Chul's body. Suddenly, someone tapped a finger on Gambus's shoulder, and he turned around. It was Dinslav, who smilingly held out his sword in his hands. Taking it, Gambus thought it was his orc blade, and Zyphrey asked if he could handle it. The blade turned golden, and flames blazed around it, and Gambus said he thought she was asking for something heavy. As Zathos, who was watching them, thought that there was no way that Kuga's slave and Zephyri were now working together. In Azathos' opinion, this is just horrible because it could upset his father's plan. Ash Mountain Vago and Raiga were carrying the basket where Kang Chol's squad was. Looking at them, Kang Chol told them to go faster, and looking back, Wago apologized, saying he would do his best. As they continued to crawl up the cliff, Wago said that they were in turbo mode. Gritting his teeth, Vago told Raiga to hold on, because all they had to do was get over these mountains. Looking out from behind the cliff, Raiga said they should do it already. Smiling, Hong Seok asked Kim Jin why he looked more like a demon than they did, and Kang Chul said nothing. When they finally reached the top, Vago announced that they had arrived. Suddenly, Vago's head flew off his shoulders. Raiga looked back at him and roared. Raising his sword, Kang Chul asked who was there, and flames erupted around him. Kang Chul looked back and saw black flames around him. It was Gambus who had arrived. He raised his orc blade and pointed it at Kang Chul, and said that he had come to settle their business. Behind him was a table-smiling Ingi. Kang Chol's sword turned golden, and rubbing his nose, he asked inside the orc blade, "Is Dainsleif?" And Gambus confirmed this by asking Kang Chol if he wanted to get to know him better. Waving his sword, Gambus used mountain splitting, and Kang Chol responded with flame cutter. It is said that the overall strength of orcs is almost 10 times that of humans. So, if someone knows that and is still thinking of putting a sword through his head, it's very likely that person's IQ is less than any 2-digit number. So, should you avoid fighting orcs? There is a way to end any fight. The #1 rule of fighting orcs is to avoid one-on-one combat. Looking at Gambus, Kang Chul thought he should fight him according to the rules. To defeat an orc, one must simply run past him. Kang Chul did so. Gambus turned back to the fleeing hunter and asked what he was doing. He shouted that Kang Chul was a warrior, and his tail flicked up, saliva spitting out of his mouth. Gambus flew up and said that Kang Chul had disappointed him, and he was ordered to take Kang alive. Pointing his blade at him, Gambus said that he personally thought Kang Chul was not worthy of life. A black arrow flew from Gambam's sword toward Kang Chul's back. Flames flashed around Kang Chul, and he smiled as he thought he had caught him off guard. The more proud an orc was, the more he couldn't stand cowardice on the battlefield. After flying up and avoiding the arrow, Kang Chul thought that in order to defeat the orc, he would have to act out of the ordinary. When Kang Chul used the flame whirlwind to attack Gambus, he wondered if Kang Chul had planned this all along. Gambus swung his sword and repelled the attack, thinking that he could just attack. In response, Kang Chul advised Gambo not to swing so hard. Seeing his opponent right in front of him, Gambus wondered when he had gotten under his nose. Kang Chul replied that the holes in his defense made it even easier to attack. Kang Chul then struck Gambus' shoulder and wounded him. Gambus looked back at his opponent and shouted that he was a bastard. Rule of battle #2 is to make your opponent mad by pointing his finger at him. Kang Chul said that he can control himself. Then he added that Gambus seemed to have skipped this lesson, and Gambus' eyes went wide when he heard this. Gambus' eyes turned black, and he said that it was Kang Chul who made the orcs weak. Raising his blade, Gambus said it was normal to feel anger. A black shadow struck the sky from the blade, and Gambus shouted that Kang Chul was obeying him and making him obey him. Kang Chul's eyes also turned black, and he smiled, saying that the chief would be horrified by those words. In response, Gambus growled that this time, Kang Chul dare not run away. Hitting the ground, Gambus shouted that they would see whose flames burned the most, and used the mountain split. Also swinging his sword, Kang Chul smilingly replied, "As you say." Flying up at that shadow, Kang Chul shouted that he would slay it. Orc battle rule #3 was to anticipate the orc's sprawling attacks. Looking at his opponent, Gambus thought that Kang Chul had jumped straight out of the flame. Turning to Gambus, Kang Chul said that he had literally just told him not to swing so hard. Again, Kang Chul used the flame cutter, and an explosion occurred where Gambus was standing. The shockwave hit Huang's squad, and they covered their faces with their hands. Huang looked at the battle, and wondered if it was really a battle between two hunters. Kang Chul came down to the ground and stopped near a hole with smoke coming out of it. Looking at it, Kang Chul said that he had won, and Dainsleif appeared out of the smoke and said that he was very hot. When the smoke cleared completely, Kang Chul asked Dainsleif, and he opened his arms and exclaimed that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Smiling, Dainsleif asked who knew that Kang Chul was still alive, and asked if he thought he had been delayed in the world of the living. But Kang Chul only remembered that Dainsleif was stuck in Gambus' sword, and then he asked Dainsleif if he was going to attack the two of them, like a pack of jackals. Kang Chul thought that it would be a problem if that bastard helped the orc. and Dainsleif asked who said there were only 2 of them. Shadow balls appeared behind Kang Chul's back and attacked him, and Kang Chul clenched his teeth and fought back. It was the attack of Azathos, who with red eyes kept sending out blows. Seeing him, Kang Chul clenched his teeth and thought that Zeferi had already brainwashed him. As he leaned in, Azathos roared. Kang Chul thought he could barely handle Gambus, and now this one. On the other side, Dainsleif rushed to attack and asked Kang Chul if he thought he could defeat them all at once. At that moment, Kang Chul thought he was being attacked by 2 brats and smiled and thought it was a good thing. He remembered Kuga's hand that Azathos Sr. had given him. It had grown horns again, and Kang Chul thought that now was the perfect opportunity to try it out. Taking his sword, Kang Chul plunged it into the ground, thinking that he would try to find the limits of its power. There was a huge explosion where the battle was taking place, knocking Dainsleif and Azathos to the ground. Standing on one of the debris, Kang Chul realized that the mountain was crumbling. Kang Chul struck with full force, but he didn't expect it to be so devastating. Holding his sword, Kang Chul thought that Kuga's hand was much more useful than he thought. However, now the children were in danger. Because of Kang Chul, the basket the group was sitting in flew into the air. Suddenly, a bird's paws grabbed the basket and flew upward. Hong Shok looked back. It was Rega who held the basket and shouted, "There they are." Turning to Kang Chul, Rega shouted that he would take the little ones to safety and that he had to avenge Vago. Crouching down, Kang Chul asked Rega, forgetting his pride for the sake of friendship. Smiling, he thanked Rega, saying that now he can play like an adult. Kang Chul and Gambus's blades clashed in battle, and Kang sighed, asking if it was him again. Grinning Gambus suggested that Kang finally recognized the winner in a one-on-one fight. Continuing to smile, Kang Chul asked what if he didn't want to. Gambus didn't understand what his opponent was talking about, and was surprised that he lowered his sword. Suddenly, with his sword, Gambus flew down and he realized he was losing his balance. At that moment, Kang Chul kicked Gambus in the face with his foot and he flew backwards. Dainsleif came up to Kang, calling him an asshole and pointing his finger at him, asking him to do something. Azathos tried to attack him from behind, using shadow balls again. Looking at him, Kang Chul thought that it was a mess and it would be hard for him to dodge such attacks without a flat surface. Extending his arm, Kang Chul used the flame rope, thinking that in this case, all he had to do was attack back. A huge fireball formed in Kang Chul's hands instead of a sword, and he mentally apologized to Azathos Jr. This fireball rushed towards Azathos, who was also sending out shadow balls while stretching out his arms. The flames engulfed Azathos, and the shockwave threw him back as well. Kang Chul realized that he was going to fall down in a minute, and he had to find a way to land safely. If he had enough mana, he could release another fireball to cushion the fall. But right now, he needed everything he had to maintain his fighting condition. Gritting his teeth, Kang Chul decided that this was the only way out, even though he didn't want to be in his debt. Closing his eyes, Kang Chul asked if he was watching, and then apologized for borrowing some of his mana. The fire from the bowl where the Fire Lord resides burst out and formed circles. When a flash of light appeared in the bowl, Kang Chul opened his eyes abruptly. Huang, who was watching from the other mountain, shouted his teacher's name. Behind Huang's back, Kim Jin exclaimed that Kang had fallen from a great height, and Hong Shok asked if he was dead. Suddenly, the face of a fire dragon appeared in place of Kang's face, and then the flames dissipated. Kang Chul got down on one knee and clenched his teeth and coughed up blood. Kang Chul thought that he had exerted himself too much again, and wondered if he was still not good enough to control the power of the Overlord. He had no energy at all to fight them further. Kang Chul noticed something nearby. Standing next to him was Zeferi, who said she missed that flame. Zeferi leaned over Kang Chul and said that they had finally met again. Demon Kingdom, nest of fire, dragon. Looking at the remnants of the Drukons, the old man said that it was impressive. This is King Conqueror Kuga. He said that the man before him has every right to be called the King of the Void. Something raced through the bones, and Kuga exclaimed that this was his entire reputation. He turned to Azathos. Hovering over him, Azathos asked Kuga if he had made an alliance with the human. Kuga's eyes turned red, and he replied that he had. Behind him stood Jensen Gua. In Kuga's opinion, he would do anything to get the Demon Kingdom. Grasping the hilt of the sword on his back, Kuga told Azathos to now forgive, and he was interested in talking. Striking a blow, Kuga exclaimed that Azathos was his old nemesis. Smiling, Kang Chul told Zeferi that this was a shitty time to meet. Huang, who was watching from the mountain, wondered if Mrs. Zeferi was really going to destroy Kang. At that moment, Huang remembered how Kang Chul was wondering if there was something else he wanted to hear. When Huang didn't understand what teacher Kang Chul was talking about, He replied that it was about the Ziferi that Huang was trying so hard to protect. Then Huang replied that he wanted to know everything from why Kang Chul sealed Ms. Ziferi, and the reason why Ms. Ziferi is trying to destroy Kang Chul. Kang Chul replied that he and Ziferi didn't always get along so badly. He said that they used to be comrades 10 years ago. Back then, Kang Chul had participated in a battle of ranks in the demon realm by helping Ziferi. Getting down on one knee, Ziferi turned to Kun, king of the demon realm, and congratulated him on his ascension to the throne. Ziferi was the right hand of Kun, who became the ruler. She longed for the real pure power of Kun, so she always obeyed his orders faithfully. She said that finally the disparate factions would unite under one name. Turning to Peck, Ziferi told him to open the gateway between their worlds. Smiling, Ziferi said that now they would conquer the human world. But when Kun became ruler, there was a problem he ordered Ziferi to stop. Unlike Ziferi's ambitions, Kun's ambitions were limited to the demon realm. Kun said that there would be no more invasions and conquests because he was no longer going to watch his brother demons shed their blood. Pointing a finger at Ziferi, Kun said that she had done more than enough to demonstrate her skill and worth. Raising his finger, Kun said that Ziferi should not let demons continue to die in pointless battles. Ziferi responded by saying that this throne must be so fucking comfortable that Kun was already satisfied by sitting on it. Ziferi also said that no one knew that the lord she had risked her life for would become a coward in the face of battle. Ziferi stood up and summoned Dainsley, saying that they were members of the vampire clan and would no longer serve Kun. Kang Chul, standing behind her, shouted for Ziferi to stop. Ziferi pushed herself off the ground and shouted that there was only one law in the demon realm. Swinging her sword at Kun, Ziferi said that this law states that the stronger one takes everything. And now Huang looked at her, thinking that Lord Ziferi's plan was too dangerous. Huang thought that if Teacher Kong died, the next target would be the human world. Thinking about what to do, Huang turned to Hong Suk and he ran up to him. And Huan asked Hong Suk if he could summon Simon and ask him to bring Huan down. Watching Kong Chul, Ziferi said he's really something, and she can't believe he won even after she borrowed Dainslave. Turning to Gambas, Ziferi said that she thought the fake was still no match for the original. Danaslave turned into a sword in Ziferi's hands, and she picked it up and said that it didn't seem to be in good shape right now. In response, Kang Chul asked if she was the one who destroyed the past ruler. Ziferi raised the sword higher and said that if he was so interested, Kang could ask him personally when he was in hell. Suddenly, arrows flew into Ziferi's back, and hearing the sound, she turned around. Ziferi looked at the arrows and said that they were wasting her time, and asked if they thought the slow arrows would touch her. Jumping down, Huang shouted that the arrows were a distraction, and he thought he could get her. Huang shouted that this was the plan all along. There was plenty of time for him. Suddenly, Ziferi grabbed him by the throat and Huang choked on his teeth. Ziferi said it was commendable that he was brave enough to attack her unexpectedly, and asked what he was going to do next. She smiled and asked Huang not to say that he wanted to fight her. Huang smiled and replied that he wouldn't dare to fight her. Huang clenched his fist and began to remove his backpack from his back, asking if he could avoid the fight altogether. Opening the backpack, Huang said that this 3,000 square meter bag should hold Lady Ziferi. At first, Ziferi didn't understand what he was talking about, but then she started to disappear and only managed to gasp. When only a shadow was left of her, Ziferi shouted that he had played a stupid joke on her. She disappeared and Huang fell to the ground. He lifted his head and smiled at Kang Chul. Smiling back, Kang Chul said it was a good job, and Huang asked if it would seal it. Kang Chul said that if it was about Ziferi, it wouldn't. In Kang Chul's opinion, they'd be lucky if she didn't break out in 5 minutes. Holding the backpack, Huang asked what they should do now, and suggested that they could throw the backpack away and run away. But Kang Chul replied that they should give her a fight as originally planned. Then Huang asked if the teacher had exhausted his mana, and Kang Chul said it was no problem. Pointing behind his back at Gambas, Kang Chul said he had a very good portable charger here, and Huang asked if Kang Chul was really going to fight Lady Ziferi. Watching Kang Chul touch the orc's chest, Huang asked if the teacher had enough mana, and added that Mr. Orc didn't have much left. Kang Chul smiled and said that it was okay because the orc had something better than mana. With his eyes wide open, Huang asked him what was better, and Kang Chul leaned over and said he would borrow Gamba's flame. He turned to Kuga, the king of conquest, and touched Gamba's chest. The flames scattered in different directions, and Kang Chul smiled and said he would take every last spark. Sparks began to shoot from the volcano, and the fire blazed. Kuga clenched his teeth. Looking at the fire in his hands, he shouted, "What else is it?" He didn't understand why the flames wouldn't stop flowing out of him. Clenching his teeth, Kuga thought that orc couldn't have handled that much flame. Pulling out his blade, Jensen flew by and said it wasn't Gambus. Slinging his sword on his shoulder, Jensen grinned and said it looked like he had Kuga's other hand. Smiling broadly, Kuga asked if he was using it to steal his power. Touching his face, Kuga said, "What a cocky bastard." Raising his head to the sky, Kang Chul smiled and asked if he understood already, and added that it was a pity because he wanted to steal some more power. Clenching his fist and looking at Neko, Kang Chul said that he thought he was close to his best form. Kang Chul turned to Huang and asked him to open his backpack. After saying that, Huang trembled but reached for the lock. Kang Chul asked why he was shaking. Huang looked at him and replied that when he thought that one of them might die, he was afraid to open it. And Huang asked the teacher if he was the strongest right now, adding that he could feel it. Huang said he realized he was getting ahead of himself, but asked if he could ask Kang Chul. Kang Chul looked at him and asked what Kang Chul asked, and Huang said if Kang Chul could do it, he wouldn't take Ms. Zifri's life. He said if Kang Chul let her live, he would try to change her mind. Kang Chul was silent at first, but then he closed his eyes and said he would try. Once inside the backpack, Zifri jumped out of the backpack and immediately attacked and asked how dare he. Swinging her sword at him, Zifri asked if he thought she could keep him trapped. Suddenly, Kang Chul appeared nearby and replied that he wouldn't be surprised if she tore the spatial matter and got out. Zifri was surprised to see Kang Chul and asked what he was doing here. Kang Chul smiled and replied that he wanted to put an end to this old story. Zifri replied that the way Kang Chul is acting now is like a tiger moth flying into the fire. Standing up, Zifri said, "It's a good thing, because she's curious to know something too." Zifri jumped up and shouted what Kang Chul's blood tasted like. She swung her sword, but Kang Chul jumped up with his legs and avoided the blow. Leaning toward her, Kang Chul said he didn't give blood because he was anemic. Turning to him, Zifri said she remembered that she couldn't stand his jokes. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Kang Chul smiled and said it was because she had no sense of humor and called her a mouse. Zifri tried to strike again and shouted that Kang Chul was just being nasty. Kang Chul fought back, and Zifri put 2 fingers to her forehead and called out demonic bats. Waving her hand towards the enemy, Zifri gave the order to attack, and the bats rushed towards him. Swinging her sword in different directions, Kang Chul cut the bats one by one. Kang Chul then asked her if the bats looked bad, and joked that maybe she wasn't feeding them well. Zifri smiled and said that he was right, and it was because they were filled with mana. Kang Chul then exclaimed what and looked under his feet and saw the flying mouse had recovered. One by one, explosions started to happen around Kang Chul, and Zafri stood with her arms open in different directions. As the smoke began to settle, Zifri saw 2 golden horns. Pulling out his sword, Kang Chul said that it reminded him of the good old days, reminding him that back then, they had started with a hard battle as soon as they met. Smiling, Zifri replied that he was immediately annoying, but that it was pointless to destroy him then. Leaning over and squeezing his hand, Zafari said that this world was now inside the backpack without a single soul around. 2 wings appeared on Zifri's back, and smiling, she said that this would become his grave. Frowning, as Fairy rushed to attack Kang Chul. In one hand she held a sword in her hand, and in the other, she had a black blob of energy. Throwing it at Kang Chul, Zifri used the Devil's Hand spell. Taking a swing around herself, Kang Chul applied the Flame Cutter. Frowning, Zafari shouted that she thought he would at least be able to understand her. Raising her sword above her head, Zifri shouted that Kang Chul had decided to side with the ruler. Lowering her sword, Zafri shouted with red eyes that Kang Chul had betrayed her. Raising his sword higher, Kang Chul replied that it wasn't true. Deflecting her attack, Kang Chul said that he had only stopped the demons from invading the human realm. With a grin, Zifri shouted that humanity was destined to obey someone. Pulling her sword forward, Zifri shouted that she didn't care what Kang Chul thought about it. Smiling, Zifari moved closer to Kang Chul, reminding him that, in case he had forgotten, she was trying to take over the world. Clenching his teeth, Kang Chul struck at her, yelling at her to shut up, and Zafari flew backward. He told Zifri not to talk about her like that. In response, Zifri said he hadn't changed a bit. Standing in front of him, Zifri asked Kang Chul if he still craves what he can't have, and added that that's why Kang Chul is pathetic. Kang Chul grinned and said that must be why they understand each other. Pulling away, Kang Chul added that she too can't have what she wants so badly. Their blades clashed again, and Zifri asked who in the demon realm could stop her. Smiling again, Kang Chul said that Zifri was really no one, and that was why he was here now. Laughing loudly, Zifri shouted that that was why she had to get rid of him now. A red wall appeared in front of Kang Chul, and Zifri used the blood wall. Zifri said that it was the blood of Galbados, the top-level demon from the west of the demon realm. Suddenly, blood appeared on Kang Chul's cheek, but evaporated at the same moment, and he clenched his teeth. Zyfri said that the blood was so corrosive that it could melt even iron. She said that even these clothes made of fire rat wool would eventually be melted. Kang Chul, on the other hand, said that she seemed to have done some serious work after the seal broke. He was engulfed in flames, and Kang Chul said it would be interesting. The flame dragon reappeared in the place of his head, and Kang Chul used Excellence Lord form to say that he had some flames here. When Kang Chul asked if she wanted a serious battle, Zyfri stood up and said that it was right off the tongue. Sitting near the backpack, Hwang asked if they really couldn't do anything but guard it. Walking up to him, Hong Seok asked if they should go after him, since as far as they know, Ziferi has a good chance of winning. Kim Jin folded his hands and said that Hong Seok was right, and he knew that even though Hwang was blessed with Ziferi, she wouldn't forgive the man who imprisoned her in the backpack. Hwang replied that he wasn't going to run away because Teacher Kang had asked him to guard the backpack. Hwang turned to Mr. Rage and asked him to take his friends to safety. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed right between Hwang's legs, and Hwang screamed. Inji came down to them and asked them where they were going. Ingi asked them why they should not die quietly. Kim Jin raised his eyebrows and asked if he was a bald mercenary. Ingi shouted that he wasn't bald, and Hong Seok asked if this man was not the one who crashed. Raising his dagger, Ingi replied that he was reborn with the blessing of Lady Zyfri. He asked if the guys thought he would die from such a small thing, but he thought it was because he was clutching the basket as hard as he could. Ingi held out his hand and stuck out his tongue and asked him to give him the backpack, saying that if they did as he asked, he would be merciful and take his life quickly. Hong Seok exclaimed that Ingi would finish them off anyway. Ingi responded by calling Hong Seok a shitty magician, adding that he was an exception. Remembering how Azathos squeezed him, Ingi reminded him that he had been humiliated and said that he would deal with Hong Seok in the most painful way possible. Hearing this, Hong Seok trembled and Kim Jin asked what their plan was. Hwang asked what their plan was. Hwang smiled and replied that they would fight. Raising his head, Ingi asked if they were going to fight back. Ingi asked if they thought they had any chance against him. In response, Hong Seok shouted that they were advancing, and Kim Jin reached for his bow and used mana arrows. Kim Jin raised his bow higher and used a multi-shot, dodging Inga's arrows and shouting that the trajectory was too damn predictable. And Hong Seok raised his staff and made an invocation, the skull on the end shining with light. Seeing Amon in front of him, Ingi asked Hong Seok if he really thought some Amon could stop it. However, there weren't just one Amon, there were 4 of them, and they all rushed towards Ingi. Realizing that the demon was not alone, Ingi opened his mouth in fear and shouted, "What the hell?" Clutching his dagger, Ingi shouted as if it would scare anyone. As Amon approached, Ingi deflected his blow. He swung the knife in different direction. Continuing to deflect the blows, Ingi shouted that demons only have the advantage in numbers. Sticking out his tongue, Ingi said that they weren't that strong after all. Gorgor appeared on Amon's head and asked what would happen if they went to the next level. Looking at the huge Amon in front of him and the other 2 beside him, Ingi asked Damon. Looking up at Gorgor, Ingi asked what this sudden increase in difficulty was. Opening his mouth, Amon applied Damon's breath. A flash of light and a shockwave hit Ingi. As Ingi fell to the ground, he found himself without his new hair and suit. Hong Seok walked over to him and poked Ingi with his staff, clarifying that he was dead. Shifting his eyebrows, Hong Seok added that Ingi's hair was burned to the ground, saying that he was such a creepy old man. Behind him, Gorgor appeared and said that Hong Seok only attracts bastards like him because he hangs around Kang Chul. When Hong Seok turned to look at him, Gorgor said he was lucky he was looking out for him, because Hong Seok could have been in serious danger. Smiling, Hong Seok said Gorgor was keeping an eye on him, and added that although he was grumbling, he was really worried. Looking at the demon next to Gorgor, Hong Seok asked what kind of demon the recovered Amon was. Gorgor replied that he was one of the strongest warriors in the Damon clan. He said that Simon Amon and Damon are the 2 stages of evolution. Hwang grabbed Gorgor's arm and said that he was just in time. Gorgor clarified what he was doing here. Hwang asked him to stop the fight between Teacher Kana and Ms. Zifiri, saying that if it continued, one of them would definitely die. Looking at him, Gorgor reminded him that Hwang knows nothing about them. Hwang clarified in what sense. According to Gorgor, Zeferi's strength was on a whole other level. He said that even if the whole clan came together and attacked her as one, there was no guarantee that they would win, so there was no reason for them to fight her. Gorgor frowned and said that they would just lose their loved ones in a pointless fight. Gorgor told Hwan to just trust Kang Chul, adding that right now, that asshole was the only one in the demon kingdom who could fight her. Zifri swung her sword and attacked Kang Chul, but Kang Chul fought back. Zifri asked how long Kang Chul was going to rely on stupid tricks. Kang Chul replied that it would be until she let her guard down and stopped paying attention to what was beneath her feet. Zifri frowned and shouted what Zifri was doing. Their blades came into contact with each other again. Kang Chul used the wall of fire, and a huge pillar of flame rose up. The flames went out, and Zifri praised Kang Chul for a worthy attempt and said she was sorry it failed. Looking at her, Kang Chul thought she was protecting herself with her wings. It pissed him off. Then Zifri suggested that he stop pussyfooting around, trying to figure out what each of them was capable of. She suggested that they get it over with. Zifri frowned and said that Kang Chul had something that belonged to her, and she wanted it back. Putting her hand on Kang Chul's chest, she clarified that she was talking about it. Zifri looked at her and said, "That's exactly what she wants her heart back." Kang Chul said he was sorry. He said that it's helped him so many times that it's become his own. Zifri replied that it was no big deal because it wasn't a request anyway. She said she would take it back. Turning into a black shadow with wings, Zifri exclaimed that one of them would die today. Raising her blade higher, Kang Chul replied that she could read his mind. When Huang and Hong Seok saw it, they covered their faces with their hands and screamed. Kim Jin shouted to them that it was from the backpack. Kim Jin and Zifri flew out of the backpack with their eyes closed. As they flew out of the backpack, they fell face down on the ground. Huang looked at them and asked who had won. When he saw Kang Chul clutching the hilt of his sword, Hong Seok shouted and moved. Kang Chul sat down on one knee and looked at Zifri, who was still lying next to him. His eyes turned black again and he stood up to face her. Then he came closer and raised the sword above him and held it with both hands and bent it over Zifri. When Huang saw this, he stretched out his arm and shouted, "No!" But Kang Chul thrust his sword in and blood spurted. Huang shouted in his back that Kang Chul had run around not to destroy her, but Kang Chul replied for Huang not to dramatize, because Zifri didn't die. Huang clarified how it was. Looking at the sword inside, Zifri Huang said that he had just plunged the sword into her heart. Standing in front of Kang Chul said that pureblood vampires are immortal and can't be destroyed only by defeating them in battle. He said that since he had her heart, he should be able to slow down her rebirth. Zifri opened her eyes and frowned, saying she couldn't believe she'd lost to him again. Lifting her head up, Zifri said she swears she'll be headless when she comes back to Kang Chul. Kang Chul agreed and said he didn't mind, and added that he wasn't sure if he'd live to see it. Zifri laughed and told Kang Chul to try harder, because if he died, there wouldn't be a soul left in his world to stop her. And Kang Chul reminded her that people don't live forever, and he was sure that individually their lives seemed insignificant to the demon. He said that's why they try to leave something behind as long as they still have their views on life, and again, and even their will. Raising his hand, Kang said that from one hunter to another, from one person to the next, all of this is passed on. Pointing at Huang Kong said that when she comes back, these guys will be in her way, and she shouldn't relax. Hong Seok opened his mouth. Smiling, Zifri said that was ridiculous, and how could he talk about passing on his role even if he was going to disappear? She asked if she could tell Kang Chul something before she left. Suddenly, Kang Chul's eyes opened wide, because Zifri said that she wasn't the one who destroyed the Lord. And Kang Chul asked who did it then, Kuga or Azathos. With a finger pointing in his direction, Zifri said it was her, the one he longed for. Demon Realm, Nest of Fire, Dragon's Azathos was on a chain. Standing in front of him, the man said it was a disgrace as someone who was once called the King of the Void. The girl asked how he could end his journey like this. Azathos remained silent. Looking at her, Azathos asked why she was here. Flame Lord. The Flame Lord replied that was the wrong question, and laughed and said that he should not ask why she was in the demon realm. In her opinion, Azathos should have asked why it was him that she started with. Jinsen walked up to her, calling her Mia. The girl turned to him. Smiling, Mia said she hadn't heard that name in a while, and Jensen asked if she knew Kang Chul was here. Looking up to the sky, Mia said she knew because she had felt his presence since he had entered the void. Jensen said he was curious about Kang Chul's face when he knew she was back, and Mia asked middle-aged Kang Chul, saying that now it's a sight she'd like to see as soon as possible. Kang Chul was sitting on one of the mountaintops when dawn broke, and Hong Seok came up to him from below. He asked who the Flame Lord was, since Mr. Kang had suddenly become so serious. Gorgor replied that the Flame Lord was a guardian of one of the 7 realms other than the human realm. He said that in an attempt to consume everything with her flames, she had even burned her own world. According to Gorgor, she was the worst calamity. Gorgor said that the human world was protected from this creature by Kang Chul and his comrades. Then Huang realized what it meant that the teacher had friends. His face stretched in surprise. When he saw a flash of light on the horizon, Hong Shuk said that someone was approaching from there. Gorgor replied that he felt it too. The book Necronomicon was flying in the air. Hong Sok shrieked when he saw it. Reaching out his hand to it, Hong Sok asked what he was doing. Here Gorgor said that Azathos must have been defeated. Behind them, Azathos Jr. replied that it couldn't be. Clenching his fist, Azathos said that it was impossible for his father to lose to someone like Kuga. Grinning Gorgor said that it was, but only if they fought one-on-one. But Gorgor said that it didn't add up. He said that Kuda wouldn't get violent and gloat for no good reason. Azathos asked what that reason was. Gorgor said that it was possible that someone much stronger was behind him, and Hong Seok clarified that it was the Flame Master. Gorgor confirmed his guess. He said that if the Flame Master was really helping Kuga, the Demon Kingdom would face an unprecedented threat. Huang asked if Master Kang would be able to stop it. He recalled that Gorgor had said that Kang had done it before. Gorgor replied that Kang Chul is a strong hunter, and it's true, but he can't stand up to the Overlord alone. Someone came up to them and said that it was true that the task was impossible for one person. It was Wang Ho's first warrior who said that it was different when there was a team. Next to him stood Bayek, who greeted Huang and Demiglass. Standing up, Kang Chul turned around and asked the Wang Ho warrior. Waving his hand, Wang Ho smiled and told Kang Chul that they had something to discuss and asked if they could talk about it over a bottle of wine. Kang Chul reached for the flower. Huang asked Mrs. Ziferi. And Wang Ho asked Kang Chul if he honors the memory of the enemy he just fought, adding that he's a romantic nature. Clutching the book, Hong Seok asked Wan Ho. The author of The Hunter's Guide, Wan Ho asked Hong Seok knows about this book. With his eyes lighting up, Hong Shok replied that he had all 4 volumes, and said he was a big fan of Wang Ho. Wang Ho said that when he was still a warrior, collecting all the information he knew in these books was his hobby. Pointing his finger at him, Huang exclaimed, "Isn't that Grandpa a warrior?" Kang Chul replied that he was also the strongest hunter of the first generation. Kang Chul looked at him and said that he thought he was in the human world and asked what Wang Ho had forgotten in the demon realm. Wang Ho said he had a dream in which Seoul was on fire. Pointing his finger at Kang Chul, Wang Ho said he bet he felt it too, because Kang Chul was a warrior too. Huang opened his mouth and asked Kang Chul if he was a warrior too. Beck said he was right. He said that 10 years ago, Mr. Kang was the only survivor of the accident at Gandam Station. He was also the warrior who stopped the disaster named Flame Lord. Kim Jin frowned and asked if the incident wasn't a raid on a mega-boss that all the big guilds had joined forces for. Bake said that countless hunters had died in that incident. It was after that that the guilds divided Seoul into zones and began to monitor the boss's lairs all over the city. Demiglass joined in, saying that they had strictly controlled them so that no monsters had reached the surface since then. Turning to Wang Ho, Demiglass added that things had changed since then. The fact that the warrior had a vision was a warning sign of impending danger. Looking at Kang Chul, Wang Ho said that he had an extremely ominous premonition, and Wang Ho asked the Flame Lord had returned. Kang Chul was silent in response. Frowning, Wang Ho asked if Kang Chul was going to fight her again. In response, Kang Chul said that he planned to finish her off this time. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Wang Ho asked if he could handle it. Looking at his hand, Kang Chul asked what Wang Ho was doing, and Wang Ho squeezed his shoulder harder. Wang Ho then said that Kang Chul can't even break free from the old man's grip, and yet he is so confident that he is going to defeat the Overlord. Taking his hand away, Kang Chul asked what Wang Ho was saying. Raising his index finger, Wang Ho asked what Kang Chul thought. He said that they would have to raise Kang Chul to a level where he would have a chance of winning the fight. Wang Ho then called out to Demiglass, and he mumbled questioningly. Walking by, Wang Ho added that they would be quite vulnerable now. Crouching behind Kang Soul's back, Wang Ho asked him to keep an eye on them. 2 clots lit up in Demiglass's hands, and he asked to leave it to him. Folding his hands, Demiglass said that the wind currents that were blowing in the opposite direction and covered the fog. The energy scattered in different directions, and Demiglass said that whoever was hiding inside would not be found by anyone. The light rose into the air, creating a dome around them. Demiglass used spirit fusion magic. The Mirage Field skill allows you to create a mirage that hides the sounds of people and mana. Demiglass said that they were all safe now. Smiling, Wan Ho said that was great and asked if they were going to start. Kang Chul said they were going to start. Putting his hands on Kang Chul's back, Wan Ho asked him to just stay still, saying that it would really help him. When Wang Ho closed his eyes, blue energy poured out of his hands and Kang Chul opened his eyes wide. The energy penetrated inside Kang Chul and his eyes turned blue. He clenched his teeth, but blood spurted through them. Kang Chol screamed, and the light became bigger, and Wang Ho said like this. Standing in front of the Phoenix Gate, Wang Ho asked if this was the source of the second-generation warrior's power. Turning to him, Kang Chol asked how he got here. Smiling, Wang Ho replied that he would explain everything later. He added that he seemed to be the master. The soul blade appeared in Wang Ho's hand, and Wang Ho added that the host was not very happy to have guests. Looking at the gray veil around him, Hong Xiak asked if they really couldn't be seen. Demiglass raised a finger and said that not only could they not be seen, but there were no sounds coming from here, and no mana could be felt. Remembering Wei, Kim Jin got high and said it reminded him of something. Turning to Kang Chul, Hong Xiak asked how long they should wait. Smiling, Demiglass replied that it all depends on the person. Raising his hands, Demiglass said that once a warrior accesses his subconscious mind, it takes at least 12 hours. Opening his mouth, Huang exclaimed, asking why it took so long. Running forward, Azathos asked if Demiglass was serious. Pushing Huan away with his hand, Azathos shouted that his father's life was at stake. Clenching his fist, he said he couldn't afford to stay here that long. Bayek asked Azathos to calm down, saying that none of them could match Kuga and the Flame Lord anyway. Growling, Azathos raised his fists and asked them now to just sit here and do nothing. Smiling, Peck replied that that was why they would spend their time wisely. In response, Azathos clarified what Bayek meant, and Bayek turned to Huan. Holding out his mace, Beck asked him to take it, and told him that it was a mace made of molten orc blade, a weapon that Huang had ordered. Taking the mace, Huan asked if he had brought it for him, and Beck replied that the train was delayed, so he had time. Raising his hand, Beck asked if they were going to start practicing now, and asked Huang to get into a fighting stance. Opening his mouth again, Huan asked right now, and Bayek said exactly. Pulling out his sword, Beck asked to be allowed to show him how to use the power of the Blessed One. Demiglass clarified he would do the training right here in the Demon Realm, adding that there was nothing more exciting to them than beginners. Crossing his arms, Demiglass asked why he should not lend a helping hand. Turning to Hong Xiak, Demiglass asked if the book in his hands was the Necronomicon. Hong Xiak said he knew what it was. Smiling, Demiglass replied of course, and told him that the Necronomicon was a forbidden tome that could resurrect the dead. Listening to Demiglass say that this demonic text is desired by the dark magicians of the world, Hong Xiok pressed his lips together. The flames around Wang Ho were blazing, and he said with a smile that he hadn't swung his blade in a long time. Wang Ho raised his sword and swung it, saying that his joints were aching, and Kang Chul asked how long they had to fight them. Wang Ho looked at him and replied that they were almost there, adding that all Kang Chol had to do was open the door they were guarding. In front of them were the fiery creatures that roared and attacked. Swinging his sword, Wang Ho used the Sun Sword art. This strike was called Spiral Cut, which destroyed several creatures. Looking at the monster that flew behind his back, Kang Chol thought that this was far beyond the usual vigor for Wang Ho's age. Turning to Wang Kong asked if he was helping, but holding back so much, and clarified why. Looking at him, Wang Ho clarified Kang Chol knew, and Kang replied that it was obvious. Kang Chol realized that Wang Ho was trying to hide his mana, but couldn't. Swinging his sword, Wang Ho shouted that he was going to take Kang Chol's life if things went the same way. From Wang Ho's words, the power of the flames behind that door would stir up if Kang Chol couldn't keep it under control. When Kang Chol approached him, Wang Ho said he had to eliminate the risks before they could hurt him, and Kang asked why he was helping. Smiling, Wang Ho said that he was at Bulguan Station and was going to stop the Wave Lord, but what he found there was beyond his expectations. Wang Ho was late, so he expected to see a lot of dead people. But except for the elder, there were no victims, and then at that moment, Wang Ho changed his mind. Wang Ho realized that Kang Chul was a good man who was doing his best to help people, and that made him want to take a chance together. Striking again at the monsters, Wang Ho said that Kang Chol had better make the power behind that door his own. Swinging his sword again, Wang Ho used soul immersion, and the shockwave blew away all the monsters at once. Looking at the door, Wang Ho said that he had cleared the way and shouted to Kang Chol to run now. After knocking him down, Kang Chol thanked Wang Ho and replied as he did so. Approaching the door, Kang Chol thought he could feel its flame power, a cursed flame that would burn the world, and before it consumed him, Kang Chol would reject this cursed fate. Clenching his teeth, Kang Chul pushed back and stretched out his arm, thinking that he would be the master of this flame. The Necronomicon, a forbidden tome capable of resurrecting the dead. After hearing Demiglass's story, Hong Seok asked if dark magicians use magic that is contrary to nature, because he is not a renegade magician. Demiglass replied that he didn't seem to know that there were different kinds of mana. Surprised, Hong Seok asked if all mana is the same. Demiglass said no, just like everyone's blood type is different. According to Demiglass, the nature of each person's mana is also different, and Hong Seok replied that it made sense. He had a hard time explaining it, but he said that he could determine the temperature of people's mana. This impressed Demiglass, and he said that Hong Seok had reached this level without proper training, and that he was indeed incredibly gifted. After looking at the book, Hong Seok asked if he knew that the Necronomicon had chosen him because of the nature of his mana. Demiglass confirmed this theory, adding that it was a valid question. He explained that the Necronomicon may look like a spellbook, but it is actually alive. It absorbs to create the energy needed to survive, and Hong Seok clarified by absorption he meant. And Demiglass explained that he needed a special kind of mana that Hong Seok possesses, black mana. Black mana is a special power that is released by people who are close to death. It allows a person to exert more power than normal, but in reality, it's like squeezing the last of the toothpaste out of the tube. But Hong Seok is releasing black mana like a native, without being in that state. And Hong Seok asks if his mana isn't a normal color, and Demiglass says he's just not trained enough yet. Demiglass was sure Hong Seok was curious, and asked if he wanted to borrow his eye. Seeing the third eye appear above Demiglass, Hong Seok shouted. A strong wind began to blow Hong Seok off his feet, and he asked what was going on. But suddenly one of his eyes changed, and a symbol appeared on it. After that, Hong Seok shouted that he could see it, and it was indeed black. Looking at Demiglass, Hong Seok asked him that it was black mana too. Demiglass smiled and replied that it was, and he was also a black mage like Hong Seok. Kang Chul fell down on the floor, and someone came up to him and said that he had come this far. Kang Chul raised his head and saw a creature with fiery hair, who called him a cursed human. Kang Chul got down on one knee and said that they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. Ignis stood in front of him. 10 years at Gandam Station, the city went up in flames. Clutching his sword, Kang Chul said he couldn't. Tears rolled down his cheeks, and his hand trembled. Kang Chul raised his sword and looked at the ground, and told Miu that he couldn't do that. Taking the blade of the sword with her hands, Mia said that Kang Chul should do it. She said that if he hesitated even a little, there was no guarantee that he would be able to stop her next time. Lying on the ground, Mia thrust her sword in, saying that there was only one way to stop it. Apologizing, Kang Chul raised his sword higher and shouted as Mia noticed the fiery dagger behind her back. Kang Chul opened his eyes wide and saw his sword pierce the body of Ignis, who had protected Mia with his body. Ignis said that as long as he was here, no one would dare raise a hand against the Overlord. Now Kang Chul asked Ignis what he was looking at him for, and he asked him if he had seen him after all this time. Ignis asked what Kang Chul had been expecting when he had trapped Go here for the past 10 years. Maybe a welcome mat. And Kang Chul clarified what the matter was. He thought they were friends. Then Kang Chul asked if it was him, adding that he was the one who gave them the clues and led them to the Flame Lord. Frowning, Ignis replied that he only did that because. Without letting him finish, Kang Chul pointed his finger at him and said it was because he was Mia's weapon and he was using it to get back to her. Ignis smiled and asked if he thought Kang Chul knew that he was borrowing the power of his flame anyway. Kang Chul replied that he did, but now that he knew she had returned. Raising his sword in front of Kang Chul's face, Kang Chul replied that there was no time to waste. Ignis said he was right in that case and looked down and asked Kang Chul if he was here for this. In his hand was a bowl of flames, and Ignis said it was a vessel of hellfire that contained the Lord's flame. The flame began to spark, and Ignis said that however this vessel also belonged to the Overlord. Ignis shouted that he didn't think Kang Chul would just give it to a bastard like him. The Flame Lord has 5 different treasures. The first one is Ignis Flameblade. The other is a vessel of hellfire that contains part of the Flame Lord's flame. Kang Chul told Ignis the item possessing the other item, and then yelled out if he didn't think it was dumb. Clenching his teeth, Kang Chul roared, and his eyes turned black again as he activated Transcendence. Kang Chul flew up and raised his blade over Ignis and then used the flame slash. Ignis flew backwards from the impact and was covered in smoke. But when it cleared, Ignis asked Kang Chul what it was. Kang Chul thought it was impossible because he had hit him in Transcendence mode and he didn't have a scratch on it. Lifting the vessel into the air, Ignis said he was worried for nothing and then threw it back. He rushed in to attack, screaming that he wouldn't even need the vessel to overpower him. Ignis said that he recognized it was brave of Kang Chul to come here, but for Ignis to blindly rush in without knowing his own limits was foolish arrogance. Ignis flew upwards and said that he would regret his decision as soon as he died a slow and painful death. Kang Chul thought he was quick with his fist on his chest. It was clear that Ignis was much stronger than Dainsleif Zyfri, even though they were both demonic blades. Blood spurted from Kang Chul's mouth, and he thought that he needed to be alert and wait for the right opportunity to. Flying Ignis was ready to kick at Kang, asking where his best abilities were. With a kick, Ignis asked if Kang Chul seemed a little weaker than 10 years ago. Putting his foot on Kang Chul's chest, Ignis stopped and said he didn't know how he dared to challenge him. He smiled and added that it was okay because it was a sealed room that only existed in Kang Chul's subconscious. He thought that if he got rid of him, the seal in the room would break too. The fire lit up in Ignis' hand, and he said that once that happened, the room would finally be free. Putting his hand on Kang Chul, Ignis said that it was time for them to say goodbye. After that, Ignis used the flame blast and the fire began to fly in different directions. Watching Kang Chul clench his teeth, Ignis laughed loudly and asked how he felt that this was the true power of fire. Kang Chul smiled and said that Ignis was right, which surprised his opponent. Raising his sword to Ignis' hand, Kang Chul said that the flame was really good. Ignis' eyes opened wide, and he asked Kang Chul if he had survived his attack. Holding the sword, Kang Chul said that fast charging was just something. Ignis realized that he had an enchanted weapon in front of him, and wrinkled his nose while Kang continued to smile. Again, Kang Chul used the flame cutter, and a pillar of flame struck Ignis directly. Ignis' hollow body turned into a skeleton, and he said that Kang Chul's thinking was extraordinary. Ignis' hand was burning with flames, and he said it was all useless. When he had fully recovered, Ignis asked if Kang Chul was serious about using the Flame Blade Demon against him. In response, Kang Chul asked why he was suddenly so chatty, and asked if it was because he had caught him off guard after he had underestimated him. Kang Chul stood up and asked Ignis to be honest, and asked if he was so afraid of him. In Kang Chul's opinion, if Ignis was so confident, he wouldn't have put his mutts in front of the door. He said that Ignis knew what would happen next because he had done it before. Raising his sword, Kang Chul reminded Ignis that his blade had pierced Ignis once before. Putting his hand on his head, Ignis closed his eyes and began to laugh. Continuing to look at the mana around Demiglass, Hong Seok asked if his mana wasn't prickly compared to his. Demiglass replied that it was because he couldn't control it that well yet. Hong Seok asked how come he thought that if a loser like him can do it, why can't Demiglass? Demiglass replied that there's only one option. Kang Chul has a talent, and he alienates those who are born with it, and those who should take it with him. According to Demiglass, black mana is a force against nature. As for Demiglass, he had to make a contract with a demon to get it. He was looking for something forbidden, and lost a lot of it. And Hong Seok asked him if he said that talent is what people are born with. He said he'd never felt he had such an impressive ability before. Hong Seok has always been the one who slows others down because it takes him too long to get better. Behind his back, Gorgor said that it was all because he didn't know how to control his power. Gorgor said that black mana consumes Hong Seok's life energy, and it's a dangerous power that pushes his abilities to the limit. Squinting his eyes, Gorgor said that, in fact, using it almost always means death for the caster. Pointing a finger at him, Gorgor said that he was a special case. He said that since he didn't need to use his own life energy because he could borrow it from other creatures, and Hong Seok clarified that he can use other people's energy. Gorgor confirmed that. He added that that's why he taught him summoning magic. Demiglass added that it had been a great experience, and Hong Seok looked at him questioningly. Demiglass said that summoning magic can open interdimensional gates and summon a creature that the caster has a contract. Demiglass also said that he would tell him why Hong Seok felt like his magic was worthless, because he didn't understand the mechanism of mana activation. In response, Hong Seok asked what he meant, and Demiglass said that in theory, magic is more or less a process of purifying and releasing mana. Whether a person is releasing flames, putting up a shield, or treating a wounded person in the end, they use their own mana as a base. Also, Demiglass said that with black mana, it's quite the opposite. It is not a power that is released and used up, but a power that is taken away. With black mana, Hong Seok can take away the life energy of everything that lives and breathes. Hong Seok clarified that he could also take lives. Demiglass replied that his explanation alone was of little use. He turned to Mr. Ranger, and Kim Jin clarified that he was the one telling him. Demiglass asked if Kim Jin could move this man over here. Putting Ingi right in front of him, Kim Jin asked if that would work, and Demiglass said it was perfect. Noticing that Ingi had choked, Demiglass raised his hand and said it was a relief that the perfect specimen was still alive. Kim Jin, who was watching him, thought he was the only one who seemed a little creepy. He He thought this man was really the head of the Black Deer Guild. Then Hong Seok asked what Demiglass was going to do with the octopus man, and Demiglass replied that he would practice a bit, and starting from now, he would start extracting mana from the living creature. Both opponents got to their feet, and Kang Chul raised his sword and Ignis his fist. Ignis swung his sword, and Ignis struck Kang Chul's face, and his head snapped back. Ignis struck Kang Chul again, but he was already knocked back against the wall. Kang Chul's sword stabbed into the ground, and he braced himself and raised his head. He asked Ignis if he no longer used the fire he was so proud of. Clenching his fist, Ignis told Kang Chul to just look at himself, because he can't even dodge his blows, and he's not even sorry to waste the flame. Smiling, Kang Chul said that he thinks Ignis is just afraid that he will steal him again. Looking at Kang Chul, Ignis asked if he had stopped swinging his sword. He then added that he was getting close, and Kang Chul asked him not to rush him. Swinging his sword, Kang Chul struck out, shouting that he was just about to. Intercepting his arm, Ignis replied that even for someone who can't even wound an opponent who is standing right in front of him, Kang Chul is quite talkative. Squeezing his hand, Ignis asked Kang Chul to let him pierce his chest, and after that, he pierced Kang Chul's chest with his hand, and blood splashed in different directions. Looking at him, Ignis said that it was a very miserable death, and then pulled his hand out. Kang Chul fell to the floor, and Ignis said that now that the Sealmaker was dead, it would break and he would finally leave this nasty place. However, nothing happened, and Ingus raised his head and shouted that Kang Chul was dead, so why doesn't anything change? Suddenly Kang Chul laughed and apologized to Ingus, who looked at him. Kang Chul smiled and apologized to Kang Chul, who looked at him. Kang Chul said that he disappointed him, and Ingus shouted that he knew for sure that he had crushed his heart. He asked how Kang Chul was still breathing, and Kang replied that it was because Ingus had only crushed one heart. While Ingus was thinking about Kang Chul's words, he activated Zyphery's heart. Kang Chul laughed and said that next time, Ingus should check how many hearts his opponent has. Afterwards, Kang Chul sunk his teeth into Ingus's neck while he was screaming. Ingus turned into fire and yelled for Kang Chul to get away from him. He pushed Kang Chul away, and the latter asked the whole point of this spirit flame, and added that the taste was very unusual. Clenching his teeth, Ingus rubbed his neck and asked what kind of mana this was. From his eyes, fire was still blazing. He thought that it was very similar to vampire mana. Putting his hand on his chest, Kang Chul said that Ignis was right as soon as he broke one heart. Then Zyphery's heart began to beat. Ignis wondered if Kang could absorb flames using vampire powers. Taking a breath of air, Kang Chul told Ignis to watch carefully. When he exhaled, the flames that remained around the blade spurted out of his mouth. Looking at it, Ignis couldn't believe that Kang Chul had ignited his sword. Pointing his blade at him, Kang Chul said that the flaming MCH was at his service. Swinging his fist, Ignis roared, and then struck the ground with the volcano pulse. A huge rut appeared in the ground, and magma began to pour out. Kang Chul closed his eyes and thought that thanks to the flames he had stolen from him, the mana that was almost depleted was now overflowing from his body. Now Kang Chul could see everything, the approaching flames and every pebble bouncing off of him. He could even see Ignis's movements that he hadn't seen before. But if he took the risk to fight him head on, he might not come out of the fight alive. And if Ignis is still stronger than him, Kang Chul will surpass him with his technique. With a few swings of his sword, Kang Chul activated the flame cutter. Spewing flames from his mouth, Ingus shouted that it was useless and clenched his fist. Using volcano breath again, Ignis opened his mouth and fire flew towards his opponent. Pointing his sword at him, Kang Chul said that this kind of attack aimed at a large area would only disperse his strength. Smiling, Kang Chul said that he seemed to have surpassed Ingus in experience. Frowning, Ingus asked, "How dare the puppy?" and clarified if he even knew who he was trying to teach. At that moment, he withdrew his hand behind his back and the vial of hellfire trembled. When the vial was in his hands, Ingus shouted for Kang Chul not to get carried away, just because his strength had returned to him. The fire spread throughout the room, and Ignis shouted that he could control the flames of the Overlord. Sitting at the door of this room was Wang Ho, who said that the fight seemed to be dragging on. He sat on the roof of the car and thought that if you want to get a weapon with self-awareness, you have to be willing to travel an extra kilometer. Raising his hand, Wang Ho shouted "Holy cigars," saying that such a weapon after all is eternally troublesome. Looking at the soul blade behind his back, Wang Ho smiled and asked if he was right. Now in front of Kang Chul was a huge fire creature that asked Kang Chul if he thought he could handle it. Ignis shouted that he was someone who had only become stronger with the help of the Flame Lord. Noticing that Kang Chul was smiling, Ignis asked. Now Kang Chul realized that the situation was hopeless and smirked nervously. Kang Chul replied by asking if he knew that dungeons are places where you have to overcome many obstacles and stay alert. Kang Chul also said that it's not a good idea to use a large two-handed sword in such a place. Looking at him, Kang Chul asked if he wanted to know why he still used a huge sword despite that. He told him that he was the commander of the Blue Sword Guild's first strike team and his specialty was warrior. Applying his overlord form, Kang Chul said that his main task was to defeat huge monsters and bosses. Standing up, Kang Chul said that it was time to do something he was good at again. However, Ingus yelled for Kang Chul to stop bluffing and attack him. He shouted that they had such a short lifespan and that they were just fuel for the fire and not good for anything else. With a sword thrust, Kang Chul asked Ignis not to underestimate their potential, and Kang Chul said that it was because they were weak that they passed on their experience and wisdom from generation to generation. He swung his sword upwards. Stabbing his blade into his opponent, Kang Chul kept shouting that even his will was weak. Falling down, Ignis shouted that Kang Chul was pathetic fuel, and then struck him. Straightening up, Kang Chul said that this was the perfect moment for a precision strike. Ignis didn't realize it at first, but Kang Chul threw a punch, and a hole was created in his opponent. Huang clenched his teeth, and then the sword struck him. Beck shouted for him to focus. Huang fell to the ground from the next blow, and Bayek asked him what was in the clouds during the battle. He clarified why Huang was having such a hard time concentrating. Getting up, Huang apologized. Turning to Kang, Huang said that he had been sitting like this for hours, and he was stinking for it. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Bake asked him if he didn't trust his teacher. Then he asked what kind of hunter Huang thought Mr. Kang was. Huang replied that Mr. Kang Chul is a seasoned veteran hunter, and Beck said that's not true. According to Bayek, Mr. Kang is a pioneer, and he is the first to get to the bosses of unexplored dungeon. Kang Chul faces monsters whose level and strength are unknown with only a sword, and the reason he can behave so recklessly is because he's not afraid to die at all, and because he has the wisdom and experience to know how best to act in an emergency. He has the manly tenacity to push himself to his limits. When Kang Chul struck Ignis again, he called him a little bastard. Ignis attacked Kang Chul, but he was able to dodge, saying that Ignis is only physically stronger than him. In fact, Kang Chul thought that Ignis was as slow as he was huge. Kang Chul replied that it was no big deal because he only had to catch Ignis once to win. Kang Chul dodged again and turned around to see a hole in the wall behind him. It was clear that if Ignis hit him next time, Kang Chul would be gone. Clenching his fists, Ignis said that Kang Chul was the master of running back and forth. Raising his fist, Ignis said that now Kang Chul should try to dodge it. When Ignis was about to strike, Kang Chul only had time to raise his head. Kang Chul dodged every blow, and Ignis asked why. Over and over, Ignis swung again and again, asking why Kang Chul would not get caught. Kang Chul thought that Ignis had been strong since birth, so he had no idea how much tension they felt in such situation. Clutching his sword, Kang Chul struck at his opponent, slashing him across his body. Kang Chul flew upward and used a slashing kick, while Ignis roared. Pointing his finger at himself, Kang Chul told Ignis to look at him, as he was now a fan. In response, Ignis shouted, how dare he, and Kang Chul saw that his opponent was advancing. Ignis opened his mouth and let out a column of flames. Kang Chul's eyes opened wide when he saw it. The flames engulfed him, but Kang Chul only raised his sword higher. Smiling, Ignis called Kang Chul a pathetic bug, saying that even he couldn't withstand his breath. When the flames dissipated, only the sword and the flap of his jacket remained where Kang Chul was standing. Opening his mouth, Ignis screamed and disappeared from behind. Kang Chul shouted Kukushiki to his opponent. Looking back at Kang Chul flying with his fists, Ignis asked how he got there. Kang Chul's fist was shining, and he said that it was a return stone and that it allowed him to teleport anywhere. According to Kang Chul, all means are good in battle, and that's how the hunters were fighting now. Ignis shouted that Kang Chul was running because he was weak and should tell it like it is, not embellish it. Ignis thought that it didn't really make a difference and used volcano breath. However, he opened his mouth and nothing happened. Ignis shouted what was going on. He didn't understand why his flames weren't coming out. Smiling, Kang Chul said that he didn't know how to control his strength during anger outbursts at all. Approaching Kang Chul, Ignis shouted that he didn't care and would burn and spit it out. Running forward, Kang Chul said that's exactly what he wanted. In a leap, Kang Chul stretched out his arms and Ignis slammed his mouth shut with a snap. The reason why Kang Chul surrendered was because Kang Chul was running towards the Overlord's vessel. He wanted to reach the Hellfire vessel. Reaching out his hand, Kang Chul thought that he should finish it before it fills up. Grabbing it, Kang Chul pressed the vessel against his chest with a shout of being caught. Looking at the vessel, Kang Chul said that one must choose wisely, and their fate depends on his choice. Squeezing it so that the vessel began to crack, Kang Chul shouted, let's go, As the bowl cracked, flames burst out and Kong Chul bent over. His clothes began to burn, and Kong Chul looked up with clenched teeth. At that moment, a flash of fire appeared on Ignis's body, and Ignis howled. Regaining his original form, Ignis screamed at what Kang Chul had done. Falling to the floor, Ignis looked at Kang Chul and asked him what had happened, if he had absorbed the power of the vessel. Looking at him, Kang Chul replied that he had, and now no one would dare to stand in his way. Ignis grinned and shouted for Kang Chul to shut up, because the Lord's flame belonged to him. But instead of answering, Kang Chul struck Ignis in the face with his fist. Ignis coughed as he flew backwards, and Kang Chul stood in front of him. Clutching his face, Ignis screamed and tears came to his eyes. Scratching the back of his head, Kang Chul asked him to stop acting like a child because he had just started. Looking through his fingers, Ignis asked why the vessel had chosen him. Running Kang Chul said that the Overlord's flame has nowhere to go if it loses the vessel. Raising a finger up, Kang Chul said that's why he made the choice of who would be the better vessel. Swinging his fist, Ignis said not to make Kang laugh, and clarified Kang Chul now said he was worse than him. Dodging the punch, Kang Chul said Ignis looks bad. After Ignis received another punch to the face, blood spurted out of his nose. Without stopping, Kang Chul continued to hit Ignis's face. Then Kang Chul kicked Ignis, and Ignis flew up. Kang Chul flew up to him. As Kang Chul got close to his opponent, he crossed his arms and swung. Kang Chul struck Ignis's head, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Kang Chul landed on one knee next to him, and Ignis lay on the ground with his mouth open. Kang Chul raised his sword and asked if this was the second time his sword had pierced Ignis. Ignis stood up and asked why, and added that Kang Chul was just a brat. He then yelled for Kang Chul to fight back as much as he wants, and asked Kang if he thinks he can go against fate. He yelled that in the end, Kang Chul is just a damned human being. Kang Chul kicked him with his foot and asked the truth, and leaned closer and asked who Ignis was. Pointing his finger at him, Kang Chul asked who the damn man would destroy. After saying that, Kang Chul plunged his sword right into Ignis's chest and asked who cares about curses and fate. He shouted for Ignis not to dare to decide such things alone. The fire engulfed Ignis's body with the sword, and Kang Chul kneeling nearby. After a while, the door with the phoenix rattled open with a bang as it flew off its hinges. Clenching his teeth, Wang Ho looked around and asked what the hell it was. He grabbed his sword as Kang Chul came out of the shadows, and Wang Ho exhaled, saying that Kang Chul had scared him, because he thought Kang Chul was a monster and almost killed him. Wang Ho then clarified that Kang Chul had found what he was looking for. Kang Chul raised his hand and looked at it, and said that he had found it, adding that it was all thanks to him. But Wang Ho replied that there was no need to thank him, and held out his hand. Smiling, Wang Ho asked to just take his hand, adding that it was time for them to go back to their friends. As Kang Chul held out his hand in response, a white light appeared around them. At the place where they were sitting among the mountains, a pillar of light hit the sky. Kang Chul opened his eyes and coughed. The shirt on his body shattered. Clutching his hand, Kang Chul wondered if his clothes had disappeared, and asked Wang Ho the damage they were receiving inside his subconsciousness was transferred to reality. But Wang Ho only hissed, telling Kang Chul to be silent, raising his sword. Wang Ho added something wrong. They both stood up, and Wang Ho clarified why there was no one around them. A black shadow peeked out from behind a rock. Kang Chul and Wang Ho turned sharply in that direction. Raising his sword, Kang Chul's eyes bulged and shouted for the stranger to tell them who he was. Azathos raised his hands and shouted that it was him, and there was no need to hit him. When Kang Chul saw him, he asked where everyone was and why he was here alone. Azathos started to speak, but stammered. He said that they had a problem. An hour ago, Demiglas said he would practice a little. Demiglas also said he would teach Hong Seok how to extract black mana from a living creature. And Hong Seok replied that he thought black mana was a life force, and wasn't it dangerous to extract it. Demiglas clarified that Kang Chul doubted it because it was inhumane. Hong Seok's eyes lit up, and he asked why he would doubt it. This made Demiglas laugh, and he replied that he seemed to be worried for nothing. Gorgor, who was standing next to him, told Demiglas not to look down on Hong Seok, because the rascal was not as good-hearted as he thought. Looking back at his friends, Hong Seok said that up until this point, he was just a weak spot on his team, and that Huang is improving very quickly, and Kim Jin is smart. Hong Seok frowned and said that he didn't want them to be together just because of their friendship, and he was tired of not being part of the group. Demiglas replied that he sensed Hong Seok's determination, and turned to Elder Gorgor. He asked if Gorgor could take care of the barrier, because he would like to pass on his knowledge to his apprentice. With a raised hand, Gorgor smiled and replied that he would be happy to do so, but Demiglass should know that deals with demons are not made for free. Gorgor held out his hand and told Demiglass to let Demiglass know he would take 4 heads. In response, Demiglass said he understood and would pay him before they left the demon realm. Demiglass turned away and put his hands above his head, holding his shield. Hong Seok asked what he should do. Sitting down at Inga's body, Demiglass put his hand down and told Hong Seok to put his hand on his. Demiglass then asked if Hong Seok knew how to summon Simon. Of course Hong Seok said yes, and Demiglass said that they would now perform this spell in reverse order. Repeating his words, Hong Seok said that he had never tried this before, but would try his best. Closing his eyes, Hong Seok thought that this was an unusual invocation, but in reverse order. And Demiglass told Hong Seok to keep going because he was doing a great job. An eye appeared on the Necronomicon and a toothy mouth that stuck out its tongue. Light began to come out of Inga's body, and Hong Seok closed one eye and clenched his teeth. Opening his eyes wide, Hong Seok saw a seal in front of him and thought it might be a black magic circle. Looking up, Hong Seok said he could feel the mana filling him. And Demiglass said that mana depletion is a simple skill that allows you to absorb another creature's mana. And when this mana is black, the effect is on the face, and Hong Seok should not forget this feeling because this skill is the basis of all black magic. Noticing that there was almost no black smoke, Hong Seok asked, "It's much less now." After removing his hand, Demiglass calmed him down by saying that everything was fine, which meant that Hong Seok had absorbed so much mana that there was no mana left at all. Demiglass then asked how it felt and if Hong Seok could feel the black mana overflowing. With his head down, Hong Seok said it was incredible, and he felt like he was several times stronger. But Demiglass said he probably didn't feel that way, because Huang had extracted black mana from a hunter much stronger than him, and he had probably gotten stronger. Smiling, Huafeng replied that black magic was so cool as a pentagram suddenly appeared in his eye. Raising his hand, Hong Seok said that it still wasn't enough. Behind Demiglass, Gorgor shouted that it was dangerous. The Necronomicon was taking over the boy's mind. Watching this, Demiglass opened his mouth wide, thinking that the owner of this book, Azathos, why he resonated with the young maid. Running towards Hong Seok, Demiglass shouted for him to stop telling him that if he stopped controlling himself, he would be in danger. Clasping his hands together, Demiglass began to speak, the corrosive wind piercing his skin and the essence of purity spring water from the forest of spirits. He shouted that he would fuse them to create colossal ice, and then he pointed his hands towards Hong Seok. Applying cold hand fusion magic, Hong Seok shouted for him to freeze in the excruciating cold, but Hong Seok also raised his hand, revealing the Necronomicon telling him to repel the blow. Smiling, Hong Seok told him to create an immortal warrior that would never fall. The Necronomicon applied the rebirth of the dead. Inga's body flew upwards. Demiglass's ice block stood up against the skeleton of the book, striking it. Demiglass himself asked how he was using necromancer spells he hadn't even learned yet. In response, Hong Seok revealed that it's a whole bunch of skills that he never knew, but they fill his head. Then Hong Seok shouted that it was one of them, and leaned forward while the book began to flip through the pages using the void chain. Beck appeared out of nowhere, and used lightning strike against the book's attack, and asked Hong Seok why he was attacking his ally. The chain struck the lightning, and Bayek asked where Hong Seok's manners were. One of the chains hit Beck, and he clenched his teeth and realized with a clench of his teeth that he had missed one. Behind him, Demiglass shouted for Bayek to get rid of it quickly, because he couldn't let him. Smiling, Hong Seok used mana depletion, and the light of the Necronomicon completely enveloped Bayek. Meanwhile, Hong Seok shouted that he needed more mana and more mana. Swearing at him, Gorgor lunged at him, calling Hong Seok a jerk and demanding that he wake up. Suddenly, Gorgor turned purple as well, and flew past Demiglass, asking if he was going to let a pathetic little book control him. Grinning, Gorgor used Elder Simon Sr.'s evolution. Grabbing Hong Seok, Gorgor shouted that the jokes were over, and squeezed him. He asked how the Necronomicon dared to steal his student's body, and clarified what he was up to. Suddenly, Gorgor addressed Hong Seok as Azathos, the king of the void. Looking at him, Hong Seok replied that he didn't know exactly how long it would take, but he didn't realize that he would awaken the book so soon. Listening to Hong Seok say that he did the right thing by giving the book to him, Beck clarified that it was Azathos, and Azathos Jr. looked out from behind him. Hong Seok's face turned snide, and he asked Gorgor to stay out of the conversation, adding that he was only borrowing the body for a short while and had something to offer. With his hands spread out, Hong Seok asked if they should go to a safe place since it would soon be known. Hong Seok's eyes shone even brighter, and Gorgor shouted for him to wait. However, Hong Seok used a mass teleport and everyone began to vanish. When they all vanished, Only Azathos Jr. and his father's skeleton remained standing there. Azatos's face drooped and he whimpered aloud, asking his father what about him. Kang Chul asked if Azatos left his son behind and took the others with him, and Azatos said that his father had just lost his mind. But Kang Chul said it was for the best if they went somewhere safe. With his arms spread out, Azatos said they had to go, and told him that they were radiating black mana in all directions, and it was only a matter of time before Kuga noticed. After saying that, several black dragons flew over Kang Chul's head. Looking up at the sky, Kang Chul said it was too late for them to leave. A dragon-riding creature appeared in front of them and introduced himself as the third general of Lord Kuga's fire dragon army. He said that they could call him Vargaros of the First Flame, and that he would punish the insolent humans who had dared to invade the demon realm. After pointing his finger at them, Vargaros rushed to the attack and ordered the rest of the army to attack. When he saw them, Azathos clutched his head and shouted. Kang Chul stood silently with his arms folded. Taking his shirt, Kang Chul put it on, and while buttoning it, he shouted, "Hey you!" Kang Chul kicked Vargaros and said that he needed to bulk up because his shirt was narrower than Kang Chul's because Vargaros was skinny. Azatos, who was watching this, thought Kang Chul had just defeated Vargaros so easily. Suddenly, Wang Ho spoke up and told everyone to look at Kang Chul and asked what he was going to do next. He added that they don't know where their comrades are now, but Kang Chul said it's even better. In Kang Chul's opinion, those three young men would only hinder them in the future, and Wang Ho said Kang Chul would go to Kuga's place. With a smile, Kang Chul said, why would they be so tense? Kang Chul kicked Vargaros and called out to him. When he raised his head, Kang Chul ordered him to go. Looking at Vargaros, who was dripping tears, Kang Chul added that he should tell his master. With a wince, Kang Chul clenched his fist and asked him to tell him that Kang Chul wanted to fight. Once upon a time, there was a glorious era with scarlet wings and a splendid appearance that exuded goodness. One species lived as lords that were the fire dragons and thrived under the patronage of the king known as Mithra. However, they could not escape the wind from the wings of change blowing in from the new age. They lost Mithra and grew weaker and weaker. Even more, they degenerated. They lost the ability to think for themselves and became monsters driven by instinct. Centuries passed, and when everyone began to forget the former greatness of the fire dragons, a new Mithras was born and he became Kuga the Conqueror. With his arms outstretched, Kuga shouted that he was the one who would rule the demon kingdom. Watching Kang Chul throw Vargaros' body at his feet, Kuga asked, how dare he provoke him with such a pathetic insult? Kuga then said that it was for the best, now he would get back the hand that Kang Chul took from him. Smiling, Wang Ho said he didn't think Kuga would really come, and Kang Chul added that childish taunts work best on idiots. Jumping toward them, Kuga shouted that Zeferi and Azathos were dead, and then he reached for his sword. Swinging his sword, Kuga used Flame Cut, saying that it meant he was the strongest being in the entire demon realm. Reaching for his hilt, Kang Chul smiled and said sword against sword, and he was good at it. Swinging his sword, Kang Chul shouted that it would blow his head off his shoulders. Kuga tried to strike again, but his eyes went wide because he saw that his fire was gone. Looking at him, Kang Chul said that as soon as they crossed swords, he knew for sure it wasn't Kuga. In response, Kuga asked what Kang Chul meant by saying it wasn't him. Kang Chul said the Demon Kingdom Lord meant that Kuga would never have killed Kun. In Kang Chul's opinion, Kun wouldn't have lost to such a crappy sword wielder. Raising his eyebrows up, Kuga replied that Kang Chul obviously had no idea what he was talking. Kuga said that he remembered it like it was yesterday and could still feel his blade slicing through his flesh. Kuga's eyes turned red and he kept talking as his hot blood flowed out. Black blood, and that ecstasy. Squeezing his hand, Kuga said that he was the one who took Kun's life with the power of the fire dragons and great determination. Kuga's pupil changed and he used the fire dragon's incarnation force. The ground beneath the trio's feet began to tremble, and Wang Ho refined this earthquake. Grabbing Kang Chul's leg, Azatos exclaimed that Kuga had only activated his power, and the whole earth was shaking, and clarified that maybe they should run away. Kang Chul threw him back and asked Azatos to be quiet, asking why he should run away if the fun was just beginning. Kang Chul's pupil turned golden, and the squirrel black he used excellent. Now in front of Kang Chul instead of Kuga was a dragon that opened its mouth. Bardo, who was sitting on the train, was planting nails with his teeth and raised his hammer up. Seeing the crowd of hunters in front of him, Bardo sighed and asked how they all got here. Hong Seok frowned and replied that he had teleported them here because no one could find this station in the void. Hearing this, Bardo recognized the holo and asked if it was Lord Ozathos. Hong Seok confirmed the guess. Bardo wondered why Azatos was in such a form. Clenching his teeth, Azatos replied that it was his body. He then said that Kuga had played a cruel trick on him, and while they were talking, his body was burning in the lava of the fire dragon's nest. Peck stated that he more or less had an idea of what Azathos was about to propose. Turning to him, Azathos told him that he wanted to go to the fire dragon's lair and get his body back. Peck said that was ridiculous. Baek scratched the back of his head and said that the fire dragon's nest was where Kuga lived, and Azatos suggested that they go to the fire dragon's lair to die. Smiling, Hongseok said they'd be fine, because Kuga must be busy away from home right now. Kang Chul armed himself and flew up and attacked the dragon. Hearing Azathos' words, the crowd cheered. Huang asked Kuga and Teacher Kong are now in the same place, Azatos replied. Of course. Hong Seok raised his hand and said that Kong Chul had provoked Kuga with a childish taunt, but he couldn't let it go and personally went to look for him. Smiling, Azatos said he was sure they were going at each other right now. Huang turned to him and asked if they should help him, but Azatos said no. Clenching his fist, Azatos said they would save his body first. Huang wanted to object, but Beck raised his hand and ordered him to stop. Turning away, Baek said it would be better if they didn't get involved. Huang interjected. In Baek's opinion, if these two started the battle, they would only be a hindrance. Watching Kuga defeat Kang Chul, Azatos Jr. grabbed his head and shouted. Scratching his beard, Wang Ho said this demon's name is Kuga, and he wields unprecedented power. Azatos shouted that he was saying the same thing. The dragon spewed flames, and Azathos asked what Mr. Kang was thinking, and why he started a fight that was impossible to win. Smiling, Wang Ho said that indeed it looked like a hopeless scuffle. Raising his hand, Wang Ho said that it would have been if Kang Chul hadn't awakened his dormant power. Azathos looked at him, and asked what? But Wang Ho asked him to look again, and asked if that was what the face of someone who was losing a fight looked like. Smiling, Kang Chul said, that is what the fire dragon's breath is. Powerful. He said that they demons are good at being born with a huge amount of mana. Turning back, Kang Chul said that they could afford to waste it on such techniques. In response, Kuga asked that Kang Chul was desperate because his strength was on a different level. Clutching his sword, Kang Chul asked what kind of nonsense and clarified that he shouldn't have asked him that question. Raising his sword, Kang Chul thought that the Overlord flame he had gotten from the Hellfire vessel was an opportunity to test how strong it was. He needed a simple yet powerful technique to test its effectiveness. So, he decided why not give it a try and raised his sword and used fire breath. The fire burst out of Kang Chul's blade and covered Kuga completely, and then Kang Chul asked how he felt. He smiled and said that even though he didn't breathe it out with his mouth, it was still powerful. With a smile, Kuga asked how he got so much strength, and added that he thought Kang Chul had a hard time fighting Zyfri. Straightening up, Kang Chul said that he almost died, because she actually came after him. Kang Chul then summarized that things were different now, and he didn't have to limit himself anymore. Fire appeared around Kang Chul, and he asked Kuga to show him the power of real flames. The flames also came out of Kuga's mouth, and he declared that he was born to become the ruler of the demon realm. Breathing out fire towards his opponent, Kuga shouted that he would not be defeated by a pitiful human. The fire was so powerful that Wang Ho covered himself with his arm, and Azathos Jr. grabbed his other arm to keep from flying away. Wang Ho yelled that he couldn't believe it was an explosion from a normal exchange of punches. Smiling, he said that he seemed to have inadvertently awakened the sleeping monster. Raising his hands, Beck said that Kuga might not be there, but it was too dangerous to rush in blindly. He thought there would be fire dragons there, since it was their nest, and it would also be guarded by small Kuga bipeds. Nearby Demiglas said that was not all. Pointing at Azathos, Demiglas said that even if they risked saving him, he wasn't sure they would get anything. Azathos responded by clarifying who said he was asking to do it for free. He said that the warrior had come to the demon realm to keep the human world from falling into chaos. Azathos said that if they saved him, he would fight for them humans. Azathos also said that if he became the ruler of the demon realm, he would make a vow and swear never to invade the human realm. Raising his hand, Azathos said that Lord of the Demon Realm is not just a title. The Overlord is the guardian of the demon realm of one of the 7 worlds, just like Kun, the past Overlord of the demon realm. Bak thought that if he really made a vow of non-aggression, the human world would be safe. Putting his hand on Bayek's shoulder, Huang suggested he do it, and Bayek exclaimed. But Bayek exclaimed that it was he who had taught him that they took up shields to defend. Huang thought that perhaps there was no mission more important to them as hunters than this one. Beck smiled and said that Huang was right and that he had been thinking too much. Shaking his hand, Beck said he was in, and as a hunter he was joining this strange company. Shaking his hand in return, Huang said that obviously he was coming too. Gorgor intervened in the conversation and said with a smile that they had infected him with their stupidity, and he was coming too, and the fire dragons were their enemies. Putting his hand on top of his arm, Demiglass said that he would also go with them because he wanted to help the little mage get his body back. Turning to Kim Jin, Hwang asked him how he was, and Kim Jin put his hand down too. He said it might be scary, but since everyone's on board, he'll go. Azathos smirked and asked if they thought they were done. Turning away, he summarized that in that case, they would go straight there. Waving his hand toward the train, Azathos told them to sit down. Bardo opened his mouth and exclaimed that they wanted to take the train, and asked why they didn't just teleport again, since he had just finished the repairs. But Azathos said that this body could not withstand another spell that strong, and he would make it up to Bardo. With a bow, Bardo agreed, and Azathos said they were on their way. The humans, dark elf, and demon joined forces to form a team to rescue Azathos. The battle between Kuga and Kang Chol was already over. Kang Chol put his foot on the dragon's body. Scratching the back of his head, Azathos Jr. said that he couldn't believe that Kuga, the king of conquest, had lost. Lying on the ground, Kuga said that it was ridiculous because he was one step away from becoming the ruler of the demon kingdom. Clenching his sword hand, Kang Chol said that if he really wanted to meet him. Raising his blade, Kang Chol smiled and added that he should have brought all the fire dragons with him. Kang Chol then asked Kuga to tell him who had taken Kun's life. Mia's face appeared in Kang Chol's mind, and he clarified it was the Flame Lord. Kuga's eyes opened wide, and he asked how Kang Chol knew. Kang Chol then asked where she was, but Kuga grinned and Kang Chol yelled for him to answer. Kuga responded by clarifying how much more humiliation he would have to endure, and called him a bastard. Kuga said that he wouldn't talk, nor would he beg for mercy, and that Kang Chol would be better off beheading him right now. Agreeing with him, Kang Chol said he would fulfill his wish. After saying goodbye to him, Kang Chol drew his sword and struck a blow when suddenly his attack was repulsed. A creature appeared in front of Kang Chol and smiled, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Kang Chol looked up and squinted his eyes and said that it was Yensok Guok in front of him. And Jensok said that judging from the weight of Kang Chol's punch, he thought that Kang had regained his former form. And Kang Chol asked why Jensen was here, and Jensen said he had business to attend to. The blades came into contact, and Jensen flew into the air with a slashing kick. Kang Chol tried to deflect it, but he flew backwards. As Kang Chol's back hit the rock, dust kicked up, but Kang started to rise almost immediately. Jensen came up to him and reminded him that he had told him many times that proper stance was the foundation of good defense. As Kang Chol stood up, he put his sword on his shoulder and said that Jensen had just caught him off guard, and he was a little taken aback, but he wasn't hurt. Jensen smiled and said that Kang Chol had always been tough, and Kang Chol said that Jensen was a second-ranked ranger among hunters, so why would he protect a demon that was a threat to humans? Swinging his sword, Jensen asked Kang Chol if he was deaf, and reminded him that this was business. Then Jensen said his client needed this muzzle loader. Then he got into a stance using a traditional art. It was the willow-shaped kick. Jensen took a swing and said he was going to strip anything within reach of his blade. From where Jensen and Kuga were, a glow appeared and enveloped the surrounding area. Wang Ho, who was watching this, exclaimed that it was a perfect form devoid of anything unnecessary, and it would not be easy to break through. Breathing heavily, Kuga asked Jensen came because they sent him. Without turning around, Jensen answered that he was right, because if Kuga wasn't there, the whole plan would go to waste. Kuga thanked him for saving him, but asked him to be careful. He thought that Kang Chol was not someone to be taken lightly. Kuga frowned and replied that he knew that, because he had taught the brat everything from how to hold a sword to how to live. Gorgor crossed his arms and said that judging by the color of the sky, they seemed to be almost there. Winking at Kim Jin, Gorgor told him not to be so nervous, because if Kuga wasn't there were enough people present. But Kim Jin looked at him questioningly, and then closed his eyes and turned away. This made Gorgor angry, and he exclaimed that Kim Jin was a rascal because he didn't answer when his elders talked to him. Hwang smiled and said that it was true, and that Kim Jin should answer Master Gorgor. Lowering his head, Kim Jin said he didn't know, and Hwang asked what he didn't know. When Kim Jin raised his head and blushed, he shouted that he didn't know the language of demon. Hwang asked since when, and Kim Jin replied that he had obviously been born. He reminded him that he was a normal person. Hwang looked at him in surprise and said that he was. Hwang smiled and said that in that case it means that Kim Jin didn't understand anything at all. Bardo's voice said that the train would soon arrive at the fire dragon nest, and Hwang shouted that they seemed to be there. At first Bardo told them to go out through the doors, but then he told them not to go out at all. and Bardo explained that they had an emergency and clarified what they should do now. There were a lot of dragons flying around the train, and Beck said that it was nothing to be expected. Demiglass came up to him and said that the reception was quite splendid and that the master was not at home. Pulling out his sword, Beck said that they had no choice, and Bayek said that they just had to fight them, and Bardo asked why his train was in the thick of trouble. A dragon flew up to the train and roared, while PJK used a barrage of blows. After dealing with the dragon, PJK clenched his teeth and said it was a problem to hit them in midair. Demiglass looked out of the train, his spells ready in his hands, and asked Peck to let him help. As soon as Demiglass raised his hand, gray smoke appeared in the air. It started to rain, and Peck's face stretched out because the downpour makes it harder for them to flap their wings. Raising his hand again, Demiglass said that he would help him use all his power. Then he waved his hand downward using the ice road, and a block of ice appeared from the train to the ground. Peck looked back at it and said that it was a great support, and then jumped up. Jumping up on this block, Beck ran swinging his sword. He thought the enemy had slowed down, and he was kindly lined up with a path straight towards him. Clenching the hilt, Pack thought he would destroy as many of them as he could, and then Bayek used lightning strikes attacking the dragons one by one. When Kim Jin saw the dragons fall, he told them about it, and Huang exclaimed that Beck was really strong. But the dragons kept coming, and Beck said that he was slashing and slashing, and that there was no end in sight. Kim Jin clenched his teeth and asked how many more there were, and then a dragon behind him opened its mouth, and Demiglass shouted to his right. Beck turned around and saw the toothy maw. Suddenly a beam struck the dragon, and it shattered into pieces. It was Gorgor. Running forward, Gorgor shouted that he would cover, and Peck could keep fighting. As Zathos looked out of the train, and holding his hat told Peck to hold on a little longer. Seeing the dragon's mouths open and fire blazing, Gorgor told them to be careful. Jumping off the train, Demiglass swore, and then clapped his hand. As he flew upwards, Demiglass spread his arms and used Black Mana Shield against the dragon's flame. Only Peck exclaimed that the attack had blocked as Gorgor turned around and shouted from behind. One of the dragons directed its fire at the train, and it shattered into 3 pieces. Huang, who was on the train, clenched his teeth and said they had been wrecked. Azathos stood up next to him and told Huang not to dramatize, because they had landed unharmed with the help of levitation magic. Huang stood up too, and asked what about the others and Beck. Azathos looked at him and said that they had split up after the train had broken up. Rubbing his cheek, Huang asked if they should join them. But Azathos said no. He said that instead of wasting time looking for the others, it was in their best interest to get his body back as soon as possible. Turning forward, Azathos said that it must be somewhere in this lava. Opening his mouth, Huang exclaimed, "His body is in this lava." Bending over, Huang picked up a rock. He threw it into the lava, and it hissed and dissolved into the lava. Huang clenched his teeth, and he said that if the lava was touched, there would be no bones left. Huang looked back at Azathos and asked if he knew what to do. Azathos asked Huang thought he had come here without a plan. Azathos raised his head and opened his mouth wide and told Huang to just wait, since he had taken care of everything. Some objects started flying out of Azathos' mouth, and Huang screamed at what he was doing. Leaning closer, Huang saw the skulls and asked if they were the currency of the Demon Kingdom. Wiping his mouth, Azathos told him that they were pink bashki, which were considered the most valuable of all. Huang clarified what he would do with them. Smiling, Azathos said that Huang would find out soon. Suddenly, Huang exclaimed, "Wow." Looking down, Azathos said it happened faster than he thought. A face with red eyes and a wide smile appeared under their feet. Rising up, the creature said he had everything except what he didn't have. The shadows receded, and a merchant from the train appeared in front of them, raising his paws to ask what he could do to help the dear customers. Azathos replied that he needed a ship that was strong enough not to burn in the lava. Clutching his head and chin, the merchant said he had one, but at a reasonable price. Holding out his palm, Azathos told the merchant to give it to him right now, and he would buy it for 4 pink heads. The merchant's face grinned, and with a groan he apologized to Azathos, saying that he was only accepting 1 currency today. Upon hearing that the merchant was asking for 10 years of human life, and not a day less, Huang exclaimed. He shouted that 10 years was just like last time, and clarified what this obsession with his life was. Sighing, Azathos told Huang to just give it to him, and Huang asked if he meant it, because he didn't even know how much time he had left. Turning away, the merchant, smiling, said that he understood that there would be no deal, but someone told him to wait. Shoving his hand into his pocket, Demiglass replied that it was a low price, and he doubted that the ship was worth that much. With a wince, the merchant asked if he understood anything about bargaining, and added that the price always depends on demand and nothing else. Showing 2 fingers, Demiglass smiled broadly and said that he would give 20 years of his life and asked how he felt about the offer. The merchant scratched his head and thought about the offer. Bending his fingers, the merchant calculated that they lived about twice as long as humans. Squinting and smiling, the merchant summarized that the value was commensurate. Raising his hand, Demiglace said that if he was satisfied, he would please give them a ship. Puffing up his cheeks, the merchant replied that he would gladly take them these 20 years. A glow enveloped Demiglace, and when it was over, the merchant stretched and thanked them for dinner. Holding out his hand, Azathos told the merchant to get the ship here quickly. Taking out a small ship from his pocket, the merchant said it was a lava cod. Huang opened his mouth and asked if it was too small. With a snap of his fingers, the merchant replied patiently and said that it was a patented product of the demon realm, and it was equipped with a powerful 4/9 mana engine and a cold coating that could withstand even lava. With a clap of all hands, the merchant said that Azathos was the new owner, and he was already transferring ownership. After that, a huge ship appeared in front of them and plunged into the lava. Huang exclaimed, "Wow," and Azathos summarized that it was flawless. Jumping down from the cliff onto the ship, Azathos held up his hat and shouted, "We're here!" Huang jumped down after him, asking Azathos to wait for him. Watching Demiglace jump, the merchant behind them wished them a safe journey. As the ship set sail, Huang turned to Demiglace and asked why he had paid in his place. Raising his hand, Demiglace said that the age of a dark mage is just a number, and their lifespan increases when absorbing black mana. And Huang clarified the merchant didn't know this, and Demiglace replied that little is known about dark mages in any of the worlds, and the merchant couldn't know the truth. Demiglace then remarked that they seemed to be in a quandary. He asked who could have imagined that the lava blast would be so huge, and he worried if they would be able to find Azathos' body. But Azathos told him not to worry. Demiglace turned around at him. Looking at the Necronomicon, Azathos smiled and said that the little guy could sense him. Azathos said he would tell him where to swim to find his body. Hunter 6th, rank swordsman, Echo. Because of the rainbows that were said to form when his sword struck, people gave him a nickname. He was called the Seven-Colored Blade. His sword had not only terrifying power, but also beauty and grace. But even Echo could not earn the title of Master Swordsman awarded by the Hunters Association to swordsmanship experts. The reason was simple. There is a more experienced expert than Echo. And at the same time, Nihun is a spear expert and Dalkyu Park is an axe master. They were unable to obtain the respective titles of Sword Master and Spear Master and Axe Master, all because all these titles had already been conferred by one hunter man who wielded any weapon at the highest level. Master of Arms Jensen Guak, and right now he's wielding his sword with all seriousness. To fight the only enemy, turning to Kang Chol, Jensen said that he was always destroying things dear to him. Crouching down, Kang Chol said that Jensen calls his subordinates thing. Jumping down, Kang Chol said that means Jensen hasn't changed a bit. Standing with his sword raised, Jensen asked Kang Chol if he hadn't heard, because he said he would cut anything within reach of his sword. Thinking about it, Kang Chol decided to analyze the situation considering his habits to find the best trajectory to strike. With a swing of his sword, Jensen used the traditional sword art of willow shape. Clenching his teeth, Kang Chul thought that the first form would only use his sword aura, and he would take it with his sword and redirect it. Looking closely, Kang Chul wondered why the aura band was so thin. This is not the first form he knows. Suddenly, Wang Ho shouted for Kang Chul not to block it with his sword. Dodging, Kang Chul thought that the old man was right, and this attack was dangerous, so he'd better just dodge. Jensen smiled and said that he was sorry, because the Kang Chul he knows wouldn't dodge such an attack. When Jensen Guok's sword aura split the sky, Kang Chul got goosebumps for the first time in years. With his hands spread out, Wang Ho asked if he was so strong that he could bend spatial matter, and asked what level his sword art was at. Jensen said that he remembered defeating him countless times after Kang Chul had arrogantly challenged him. Smiling, he asked what it was like to see how strong he had become, while Kang Chul was wasting his time looking for some woman. Kang Chul replied by telling Jensen that he clearly wasn't relaxing. He looked up and said that Jensen had forgotten something, so he would remind him. With a smile, Kang Chul reminded him that he had beaten him in the end. Jensen wondered if Kang Chul remembered the day they met. Jensen was exploring the dungeon when he accidentally met him. Kang Chul was holding only one dagger. When Kang Chul saw Jensen, he gave him a terrifying look. Jensen couldn't help but laugh, because the aura of a simple man, not even a hunter. It made some of his guildmates so nervous that they drew their weapons. Suddenly, Jensen thought about this guy who was emitting a strong aura and whose heart was filled with anger. Jensen wanted to kill him, so he accepted him into the Blue Sword Guild. After that, Jensen personally taught Kang Chul everything he needed to enter the dungeon. From survival techniques to the art of sword wielding, Kang Chul had become a successful hunter before Jensen even realized it. And when he saw Kang Chul contributing to the guild, he was even proud of him. The guild's wealth was growing as well as its status after Blue Sword entered the top 10 guilds. Jensen thought that they would continue on their way to the top until Kang Chul ruined everything. Standing in front of Kang Chul now, Jensen raised his sword higher, saying that he had accepted him into the guild for nothing. Waving his sword, Jensen shouted that Kang Chul was the worst thing to happen to the guild, and he was his only mistake. Applying a second form of barrage, Jensen shouted for Kang Chul to be cut to ribbons by his sword and die. Jensen seemed to attack randomly, but his sword style was very precise, and each strike was carefully calculated. Jensen's attacks created a perfect fortress-like defense. Kang Chul thought about how best to proceed. Should he block each blow individually and break through with even more force? Watching Kang Chul running towards him, Jensen told him to come towards him. Clenching his fists, Azatus Jr. shouted that it was a direct collision. Watching Kang Chul fly, Wang Ho raised an eyebrow up and said he was aiming lower. Then Kang Chul realized that the destructive power of the sword was coming from a stable position. Blowing up the piece of rock Jensen was standing on, Kang Chul decided that he would throw him off balance and impose a fight by his own rules. The piece of rock Jensen was standing on flew into the air, and he said it was amazing that Kang Chul could think with his head. He thought that Kang Chul would lose his cool and attack him without thinking. As Kang Chul watched this scene, he wondered how levitation was possible. He reminded Jensen that he couldn't, and Jensen clarified that Kang thought it would be like before. Jensen frowned and said that after he had caused trouble for the guild, there had been an incident at Gandam Station. His guildmate's reputation and wealth, Jensen lost everything. That day, while watching the station burn down, Jensen made a promise. He vowed that he would live to see the moment when he would take it all back and bring Kang Chul to his knees again. Pointing to his eye, Jensen said that's why he decided to get more mana. He came to the then 5th-ranked hunter, the great magician Un Cheon. He took away his eye. Thanks to him, Jensen's levitation is nothing. Gritting his teeth, Kang Chul asked what that eye was, and then clarified. Jensen wanted to say that he took Un Cheon's life and stole it. Seeing the smile on Jensen's face, Kang Chul shouted, "How dare he, since Un Cheon was one of them from Blue Sword." Spreading his hands, Jensen reminded that he said he was willing to do whatever it took. Raising his sword, Jensen added that Un Cheon would be happy to be a part of his dream. In response, and Chul asked means he had come to the conclusion that he should gather criminals and form the Night Cloud Guild on the 6th brand. Jensen asked what to say and told him that it was the perfect place to secretly raise his army and said that he would fulfill his dream. As he struck, Jensen shouted for Kang Chul to stop meddling in his affairs. He used the 3rd form of doom. Kang Chul stood up and thought that Jensen Guan dreamed of opening all the dungeons and connecting them to the surface. Kang Chul thought that if that happened, the whole world would fall into chaos, and there would be no turning back. Kang Chul swung his weapon with clenched teeth and decided that he would stop it right here in the demon realm. A pillar of flame struck the enemy, and Kang Chul thought he would stop it before it could do any damage to the human world. He decided that he would gather all the power he had gotten from the infernal vessel and use it to infuse his sword. This strike is called the Explosive Blade. When Azathoth saw the sparks, he shouted that they had crossed swords as he suddenly bowed his head to Azathoth. Wang Ho shouted for him to duck if life was precious. There was an explosion so powerful that Wang Ho's cap flew back. He and Azathoth fell to the ground to take cover from the fire, and then it dissipated. At that moment, Kang Chul came close to Jensen, saying that he was caught. Then Kang Chul caught fire. Jensen stood with his sword raised in front of the flames. Smiling, Jensen said that as he saw Kang Chul still had a few cheap tricks left. Attacking, Jensen shouted that they were all useless and used a cyclone gust. However, Kang Chul repelled his attack, and Jensen let his sword out of his hands. Catching it, Wang Ho exclaimed that he would keep an eye on this sword. Swinging it again, Kang Chul shouted, "Great sir!" When Jensen saw this, he clucked. He thought Kang Chul had been aiming for the sword hand from the beginning. Now Jensen's mind was wondering when Kang Chul had become such a skilled fighter. Kang Chul swung, and Jensen covered himself with his hands but fell down the cliff. Landing next to him, Kang Chul said that now Jensen was empty-handed. As Jensen stood up, he replied that losing one small sword was not a big deal. A pink blob of energy appeared in his hand, and Jensen said he had something more reliable. He summoned a weapon, and a staff called the Scythe of Doom appeared in his hand. Waving the scythe, Jensen used Crescent Moon Slash, and Kang Chul clenched his teeth as he watched. Raising his sword, Kang Chul repelled his opponent's attack, but Jensen flew up and shouted that he wasn't finished yet. He attempted a slashing strike from above, but Kang Chul repulsed this attack as well. Again, Jensen stretched out his arm and shouted a call for the dagger of silence. Jensen crouched down and struck Kang Chul in the stomach, blood spurting from the wound. Jensen straightened up and kicked Kang Chul in the leg, sending him flying backwards. As Kang Chul fell to the ground, he thought that Jensen was changing his weapons and using unusual attacks, so it was hard to predict his next move. Ducking down again, Jensen stretched out his arms and performed weapon summoning. Now 2 Golden Dragon twin axes appeared in his hand. Swinging them around, Jensen applied the double axe style of Dragon Dance. Clutching the weapons, Kang Chul thought that this was to be expected from a weapons master. With other weapons, he was no worse than a sword. Standing behind Kang Chul, Jensen said that he recognized his courage because not everyone would have the courage to stand up to him. With a sigh, Kang Chul said, "It's not easy to fight when other people are around." Taking out a dagger from his stomach, Kang Chul asked Wang Ho to take Azatos Jr. and get as far away from here as possible. At first, Wang Ho wanted to object to Kang Chul's insistence. Agreeing with him, Wang Ho grabbed Azatos' arm and turned around and told him they were leaving. Shouting, Azatos asked if he was going too, and Wang Ho told him to shut up, saying that if he got caught in their mess, he would die before he could meet his father. Kuga, who was lying in front of him, laughed and said that it was useless because Jensen Guak was the second strongest man. Wang Ho leaned on him and told Kuga to shut his mittens, because he was also going with them. Kuga's eyes opened wide. With one hand, Wang Ho picked up Kuga, and he shouted what the old man was doing. In response, Wang Ho said that Kuga would be his hostage. When Jensen saw Kuga being carried away, Jensen shouted and Kang Chul stood in front of him, with his sword saying that if he wanted to get around him, he would have to get past him first. And Jensen said that it seems Kang Chul is finally taking things seriously. Putting the sword horizontally, Kang Chul said he would remove all the restrictions on his power. Suddenly fire erupted from Kang Chul's horns, and he grinned, after Kang Chul himself caught fire. When the fire died down, Kang Chul appeared in front of Jensen, with black gloves on his hands and no jacket. With a smile, Jensen said that he was the real Kang Chul, and he meant Kang Chul, the commander of the Blue Sword Guild's first strike team. Pointing his sword at him, Kang Chul said he didn't want to hear those words coming out of his mouth. Jensen looked at the sword and said that he was annoyed that the weapon was pointed in his direction. He added that he'd have to break it, and Kang Chul replied that his weak axes couldn't handle it. Hitting the axes, Jensen replied that in that case he should use a stronger axe. Using weapon synthesis, Jensen crossed the 2 axes and a giant double dragon axe appeared in his hand. Putting the axe on his shoulder, Jensen extended his other arm and asked what he wanted. Swinging it, Jensen suggested to have a physical strength contest like Kang Chul likes to do. Clutching the hilt with both hands, Kang Chul ran at his opponent with a shout. Their blades came into contact. Jensen's axe gave off a bright flash of light. Kim Jin sighed heavily as he sat down on the ground. Looking at his torn pant leg, he thought he had hurt himself in the fall. In his opinion, that sucks, and he needs to find the others who ran up to him and asked him if he hurt himself. Kim Jin looked up and saw a girl in front of him. It was Mia, who asked if she could look at him. Kim Jin shouted and thought about how there might be other people in the demon realm besides them. Kim Jin didn't understand what was wrong with Mia, as he couldn't feel even a hint of mana. He assumed that Mia wasn't a hunter. Kim Jin then asked what an ordinary person like her was doing in the demon realm, and who she was. With a smile, Mia clarified that she hadn't introduced herself, had she? She said that her name was Mia, and she was the one Kang Chul was trying so desperately to find. Kim Jin frowned at what she just said, and repeated that she was the one Mr. Kang was looking for. Continuing to smile, Mia said that Kim Jin seemed a little shocked, and asked if Kang had told her much about her. Kim Jin smiled and said that Kang hadn't said anything specific, but he knew that the purpose of the trip was to meet her. With her hands behind her back, Mia replied that she would like to meet him, since it's been so long since they've seen each other. Kim Jin replied that Mr. Kang was also in the demon realm. Leaning closer, Mia said she knew that, and added that Kang Chul's flame smells special. Kim Jin asked if it did, and Mia said that it didn't matter, and that he didn't have to worry about it. After looking at the wound, Mia asked what Kim Jin was going to do with his wounded leg, and it didn't look like he would be able to walk anytime soon. Kim Jin replied that he should go back to the others, but in his condition he would only be in the way. Holding out her hand to him, Mia opened her palm and asked him if he wanted to swallow this first. Looking at the weather balloon on the blueberry, Kim Jin held out his hand and asked what it was. Mia replied that it was a powerful medicine, and she had little doubt that no better could be found in the entire demon realm. Frowning at the item, Kim Jin said that if it was so rare, it would be okay if he took it. Continuing to smile, Mia replied that it was okay because she didn't need it. Looking at the medicine, Kim Jin wondered if he could really take it. After thinking about it, Kim Jin held out the medicine back, thanking Mia and saying that he would refuse. When Mia asked why Kim Jin said that, for starters, because she is in the demon world alone without any visible mana. Kim Jin also said that she has no weapons or basic equipment. In Kim Jin's opinion, this tells him that either she is strong enough to hide her mana love, or she's here with the permission of the owner of this place, which means they're in cahoots, and whoever she is, Kim Jin has to consider her a threat. Tossing her the medicine, Kim Jin said he thanks her for the offer, but he can't take this suspicious medicine. Catching him, Mia said she didn't expect such a smart fox to be hanging around with that jerk Kang Chul. Holding out her hand, Mia said that she wanted it to look natural, but it seems she can't be an actress. Squeezing his hand, Mia added that if Kim Jin doesn't want to swallow it voluntarily. Clutching at Kim Jin's throat, Kim Jin started screaming. Sparks of fire were shooting around him. Moving closer, Mia said that even though she didn't feel good about it, she would have to feed it to her by force and ask Kim Jin to tell Kim Jin ah. Clutching his throat, Kim Jin thought he knew she was hiding her power. He didn't realize what the pressure was. Screaming again, Kim Jin realized that his body was moving on its own. At that moment, Mia put a blue balloon in his mouth and he swallowed it. As Kim Jin fell to the ground, he asked Mia what she had fed him. Mia said that it was the essence of the Demon Kingdom's lord, Kun. Covering his mouth with his hand, Kim Jin said that he thought that Kun had died a long time ago. Smiling, Mia replied that he was, and she took his life and then got his essence. Raising her hand, she asked Kim Jin if he was feeling the change. Watching Kim Jin scream, Mia covered her mouth with her hand and laughingly apologized for hurting him. She added that she hoped Kim Jin would understand. She wanted to check something, and for that, she needed a human body. Kim Jin clenched his teeth and thought that this woman was very dangerous. Meanwhile, the battle between Jensen and Kang Chul was still going on, sword versus axe. Putting the sword on his shoulder, Kang Chul said that it looked like he would be physically stronger. Raising his hand, Jensen said he hadn't seen a sword that strong in a long time, and clarified who made it. Numbly, Kang Chul replied that it was Bentley the Mercedes apprentice. Spreading his legs and arms, Jensen said that he figured he would start ordering weapons from them from now on. He summoned the weapons again, and he had the Centaur's spear, Oath Knight's two-handed sword, poison knife, dwarven hammer, and the Mace of Justice. Grabbing the hilt of the mace, Jensen said they would see how long Kang Chul would last. Jensen used suppressive power to strike, and Kang Chul deflected the attack. Looking out from behind his sword, Kang Chul thought that the enemy had various mana-controlled weapons. There are many of them, but the problem is that each of them has a different character. After the next strike, Kang Chul was injured. As he looked at his opponent, he thought that he didn't understand the weapons in Chul's eyes with the highest quality mana. They helped Jin Sung Guok to control each weapon so perfectly, Kang Chul thought as he fought back. He felt like he was fighting several weapon experts at the same time. Nay, humorizing, Kang Chul asked Jin Sung, thinking he was the only one with spare cards up his sleeve. Tucking his palm behind his back, Kang Chul also performed the Ignis weapon summoning. Seeing this, Jensen shouted, asking, "Is that Mia's sword?" Raising the blade, Kang Chul shouted. When he struck, a path of fire formed on the ground before the enemy. Lying on the ship, Demiglass said that he thought now was the time to repay the favor. The body of Azathos appeared in front of them as Demiglass walked to the edge of the ship and looked at it. There was an explosion and all of Jensen's weapons fell to the ground. Under the rubble lay Jensen. Looking at him, Kang Chul asked if he still had any weapons left. Jensen threw out one of his swords and said that it was melted beyond repair and he should have finished off Kang Chul. Kang Chul responded by asking what Jensen was going to do, and then he said that Jensen's plan was to awaken the Flame Master and burn Soul down again. And Jensen replied that it was because the world was rotting. He asked Kang Chul if he realized how frivolous people are. Trophies from the dungeons have degraded to meaningless luxury items and decorate the homes of those who have never been in a dungeon in their lives. Smiling, Jensen said that everyone is only interested in the material aspect and has no respect for the hunters who dive every day protecting them. In his opinion, even as they spoke, dozens of hunters were rushing into the dungeons at the behest of some rich pigs who hadn't even seen a sword in their hand. Falling to his knees, Jensen touched the ground, saying that he couldn't accept it, and pathetic weaklings shouldn't rule over hunters. Jensen said that's why he wanted to change everything. He decided to create a world governed by simple logic where the strong have power. Then Kang Chul asked him if his solution was to open the borders and fill the surface with monsters. According to Kang Chul, Jensen should know better than anyone that this would put many people's lives at risk. Standing up, Jensen said that the pathetic creatures who can't even defend themselves really deserve their lives. Putting his sword to his throat, Kang Chul said he was glad he was able to put an end to Jensen's crazy plan before he carried it out. Smiling, Jensen said that claiming Kang Chul had stopped, the light began to thicken around him, and Jensen added that it should have been after he took his head off. Realizing what was about to happen, Kang Chul swore and raised his sword higher, and an explosion occurred in his opponent's place. Watching what appeared before his eyes, Kang Chul recognized the skeleton as Kun. Turning to Jensen, Kang Chul asked if he had turned Kun into an undead. Jensen asked if Kang Chul thought it was shameful to use the services of a necromancer. According to him, Kun is not finished yet, but will probably find his use. Kang Chul shouted for him that there is no limit to abuse. Then Jensen asked if he didn't teach Kang Chul that you have to do whatever it takes to win. He said that if Kang Chul loses, as he can see even as a dead man, he will not be able to escape punishment. Raising his hands back, Kang Chul shouted that Jensen was too dangerous to stay alive. Crossing his blades, Kang Chul declared that he would not let him escape. Kun's bones shattered into pieces. With a single blow, Kang Chul stripped Jensen of his arm. Clutching at the wound, his opponent screamed. Jensen wrinkled his nose and said that Kang Chul would pay for this, and he would not forget it. Then Jensen flew upwards in a black shadow and vanished. Looking at this, Kang Chul thought Jensen had vanished. Suddenly, Jensen flew out of the portal and fell to the ground. Someone asked him where he was going. Jensen lifted himself up and saw Azathos in front of him and wrinkled his nose. Jensen crouched down and asked how Azathos had gotten here, but Azathos clenched his fist in response. Azathos asked if he really thought he could lock him up forever. With both hands, Azathos beat Jensen, saying he was so pathetic. When he was done, Jensen was lying on the splintered ground with his arm and legs twisted. Huang and Hong Seok appeared from behind Azathos' shoulder, asking if the teacher was okay. Looking at them, Kang Chul thought that he never thought these kids would ever help him. Then Azathos approached Kang Chul and said that he was going to become a lord. But now, Azathos is being led by the Flame Lord, who pushed him into the lava. He pointed at Jensen and added that she was leading him too. Raising his hand, Kang Chul asked if they were a common enemy. Azathos asked if Kang would fight with him if he lent him his power. Standing on his hand, Kang Chul said he saw no reason to refuse. Kang Chul also said he had a gift for Azathos to celebrate their alliance. He said that they had captured Kuga and Azathos could control his fate. Azathos replied that it was indeed a wonderful gift. Watching the dawn, Azathos called out to the retired martial artist that he no longer felt the mana of that man. Smiling, Wang Ho said that it looked like Kang Chul had won after all, and Azathos replied that he had never even doubted him. Turning to him, Azathos asked what they should do now, and whether Wang Ho thought they should go back. Leaning on Kuga, Wang Ho suggested that they just sit and wait here, and Kang Chul would come. Suddenly, Mia appeared nearby and said she was sorry to disappoint them. Mia patted Azathos' cheek and said that she wasn't Kang Chul, and tears came to Azathos' eyes. Seeing the girl, Wang Ho asked if she was the Flame Lord. Grabbing Azathos by both cheeks, Mia said that she was happy to meet the first-generation warrior lord. Rising up, Wang Ho reached for the sword on his back and said that he knew she was behind all of this. Wang Ho then clarified she had come to save this dragoness, but Mia replied that it was actually the other way around. Raising her hand, Mia said that she had come to collect the debt hearing. This Kuga immediately opened his eyes. He shouted that this meant that the vessel was not ready yet, but Mia reminded him that she had given him orders not to leave the nest. In Mia's opinion, Kuga couldn't even do such a simple thing, and it was obvious that it was time to get rid of him. Kuga stood up and asked Mia to give him another chance, promising that this time she would be satisfied. In response, Mia asked him what he was begging her for, and added that it meant that Kuga had rejected his pride as a member of the dragon race. Reaching out her hand to apply the spell, Mia said it was too late. She said she could tolerate stupidity, but not obedience. Raising his head, Kuga roared, spewing flames from his mouth. Wang Ho turned back. Looking at Mia, Wang Ho clarified what kind of tricks are these, and Mia said, "This sword." Mia ordered him not to reach for it if he didn't want to die in vain. Clenching his teeth, Wang Ho thought that Mia was not bluffing, and her bloodlust was so great that she had goosebumps. The fire was extinguished, and the Kuga dragon's body turned to stone. Mia told Azathos not to worry. Clenching her fist, Mia replied that she had just taken her flame. That's all. The dragon crumbled, and a small horned creature appeared in Kuga's place. Azathos pointed his finger at it and asked his father if his father had fought the brat. And Kuga shouted why now, that they had almost finished creating a body to hold Kun's essence. Hearing this, Wang Ho asked if they were going to create a Dark Lord. Mia confirmed his guess by saying that the Demon Realm Lord and the Dark Lord were the same being. She said that she was going to utilize the power of the essence she received from Kun to create a new Dark Lord. In response, Wang Ho asked why she was doing this, and Mia replied that she wanted to burn everything to the ground. She wants to burn everything until there is not a single living thing left in the world. Taking out his sword, Wang Ho exclaimed that they were clowns, clarifying if they really thought he would let them carry out such a horrible plan. Throwing himself into the attack, Wang Ho shouted for Mia to hold on because he was going to stop her, even at the cost of his life. Swinging his sword, Wang Ho used a spiritual attack, but Mia repelled it by simply waving her hand. When Wang Ho saw this, he shouted unthinkably, but Mia smiled and said that she was disappointed. She grabbed Azados' head and said that Wang Ho couldn't do his best because of one small hostage. According to Mia, he didn't really need to try hard because the Dark Lord had already been created. At these words, Wang Ho's eyes opened wide and shouted something. The smoke cleared, and standing in front of Jensen's body was Kim Jin, with a black shadow instead of a head. Noticing him, Azatos clarified who it was. Kang Chul also turned around. The creature remained silent and sat down in lotus posture with his hand outstretched toward Jensen. Enraged, Azathos swung and struck, shouting how dare he ignore him. But the creature turned around and a black cross appeared right in front of him. When Azathos' hand hit this cross, his body began to disappear. Raising his wounded arm, Azathos asked the creature what he was. He asked how a weak human body was able to use the power of Kun. The creature lifted Jensen under his arm. Squinting at Kim, Jin said that if you look closely from his back, Huang shouted that it was Kim Jin. Huang said that Kim Jin's face is not visible, but his clothes and build are the same. Kang Chul clenched his fist and grinned his teeth, and wondered if Mia had put the essence of Kun into a human. The entity in Kim Jin's body said that he was the Lord of Darkness. Raising his hand, the Lord said that he is the one who maintains order in the demon realm. He said that from now on, those who do not belong to the demon kingdom will be banished. Holding out his hand, Huang shouted that Kim Jin Hong Seok also made a face. From Azathos' body, 2 rays of light struck the sky. The Lord looked at him silently. When Azathos disappeared, Hong Seok and Huang fell to the floor. Beck reached out his hand and asked if Huang was okay. Huang turned around and asked what Beck was doing here, but he said he didn't know. Turning to the door, Beck said that before he knew what he was doing, he was here. Huang looked around and asked where they were, and Kang Chul said they were in a dungeon. When everyone was up, Kang Chul said that they were apparently back in Seoul. Hong Seok asked what was going on and asked if what was there was really the Kim Jin they all knew. Huang turned to him and asked what he was talking about. Hong Seok replied that he had different mana. He said that this mana was similar to that of Mr. Gorgor, or Azathos the Demon Man, and Huang said that it was similar to how Azathos took over his body. Demiglass intervened and said that it was different, because in Hong Seok's case, it would be more accurate to say that Azathos borrowed his body. He said that Hong Seok's and Azathos' mana were separate from each other, but Kim Jin's mana had already merged with the other. The guys didn't understand him, and Kang Chul explained that Kim Jin's self-awareness was being destroyed by something more powerful. Kang Chul also added that this is a method the Flame Lord usually uses to increase the number of his followers. Huang listened to the teacher say that if this continues, Kim Jin's consciousness will leave him, and then Huang asked what to do. He asked if they shouldn't go back to the demon world and save Kim Jin. With his hand over his face, Demiglass replied that unfortunately they have no way to get there at the moment. Demiglass also reminded that the train was destroyed in the demon realm, and they don't know when it will be repaired since they lost communication. Huang hit the wall and screamed, saying that Kim Jin is dying out there, and there's nothing they can do about it. A hand on his shoulder was put by Bayek, who told Huang to calm down because they have to find a way. Beck said that they won't stand by anyway, because the enemies are a threat to all people right now. In response, Kang Chul said that, if you think about it, he doesn't see Mr. Wang. Clenching his fists, Hong Seok asked them not to say that Wang Ho is dead. Folding his hands, Kang Chul said that they would hope it's not true, because without him, they would lose a lot of their fighting power. And Demiglass said that there was a man who might know if Wang was alive, or at least he could tell them how to get to the Demon Kingdom. Manager Kim was sitting in the office drinking coffee when suddenly there was a strong jolt and the coffee spilled out. Hong Wan was squatting with a barbell and turned towards him and asked him how long it was. Kim replied that it was 4,533 times. Hearing this, Hong Wan said that in that case he would do another 500. An assistant entered the hall and turned to Mr. Chairman and told him that he had visitors. Kim turned to him and told him to send them away because the chairman doesn't meet with anyone outside of his official schedule except the head. When the assistant told them who had come, Hong Wan came out to the visitors and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Smiling Demiglass said that if he was not mistaken, they were seeing each other for the first time since the opening of the association. And Hong Wan replied that it was so, and time flew by, and then he apologized for not visiting him. But Demiglass said it's okay, and he can't blame him for his busy schedule. Hong Wan added that it all reminds him of the old days. Hong Wan also asked how everyone else was doing, and Demiglass said that warrior Wang Ho was in great danger. Hearing this, Hong Wan exclaimed his older brother, then Kang Chol said that Wang Ho had sensed the impending danger. He went to the demon realm to find out what was wrong, but never returned. And Kang Chol summarized that they wanted to go after him and rescue him, but the train to the demon realm doesn't run anymore, so couldn't Hong find a way? After thinking for a while, Hong Wan replied that as far as he knew, there was only one way. Pointing his finger at them, Hong Wan said they needed to find someone. They needed a hunter of the 4th rank of Nanu Spatial Mage. Folding his hands, Hong Wan said that she would be able to open a portal to the demon realm for them. Then Kang Chul asked where she was, and Hong Wan said that she was a person who could not be followed. Kang Chul said he would try to find her, and Hong Wan said he thought he could. Hearing Kang Chul say he didn't see any other options, Hong Wan asked him to take some. Handing him the card, Hong Wan said that he had put his mana into the card and Nanu would recognize it and help them. Taking the card, Kang Chul thanked him, and Hong Wan added that he had a bad feeling and hoped everything would be all right. Meanwhile in the cave, Wang Ho exclaimed that Kang Chul and the others' mana had disappeared. Mia said that she had sent them all back to the human world, and added that she would like to meet Kang Chul, but not now. With his hand pointing at himself, Wang Ho clarified why he was still here. Raising her index finger, Mia said that Wang Ho was a nuisance because he knew how to return to the demon realm. Then Wang Ho asked if she would destroy him, but Mia said no, because she knows his little big secret. She asked Wang Ho can transfer energy hearing. This Wang Ho clenched his teeth. When she raised her palm, a golden ball appeared above her, and Mia said that the power at the base of the world in condensed form is the power of the lords. Smiling, Mia said, that is why there is only one of them in each realm. Mia then reminded that humans don't live very long, and she assumed that's the reason the power flows between their generation. It's just a completely different system, and the human world also has the power of the Overlord. Wang Ho replied that she really knows a lot, but Mia asked if he lost the lion's share of his power when Kang Chul awakened as a warrior. Closing her eyes, Mia added that he had a pretty good idea of everything since she had experienced it firsthand. That was only half of a warrior's power. If Wang Ho died and the power flowed to Kang Chul, it would be bad. Behind Wang Ho, the Dark Lord appeared, and Mia said that she only needed to capture him and make sure he was on the verge of death. After saying that, the Dark Lord struck, and Wang Ho fell face first. Smiling at the Overlord, Mia praised him for his excellent work. Line 6, Wolgok Station. Walking along the subway, Kang Chul thought he had found what Hong Wan had asked for. Then Hong Wan gave him the glove Nanu was wearing and asked if it was enough. When Kang Chul approached the closed stall, he tapped on the iron window. A small window opened and the creature that looked out demanded a password. In response, Kang Chul said warm beer and cold doenjang soup. When the creature opened the window, Kang Chul clarified it was a hang security measure. Raising her hand, Happy replied, of course, and said that the 6th line was under the control of the Night Cloud Guild and that there was an increase in incidents. Suddenly, Happy smelled a scent and remembered the day when Wei came to her. She immediately realized that she was the one he was looking for. Removing the scarf, Happy asked Kang Chul if he had come from the underworld or something. Kang Chul's eyes opened wide and he asked in response. Happy closed her eyes and said no, and the only thing she was concerned about was payment. When she clarified what Kang Chul was looking for, he put a glove on the counter and said he was looking for the person it belonged to. When Happy took out the glove, she noticed that it had been treated well and asked how long it had been since the last time she had used it. Kang Chul replied a week, and Happy held the glove up to her nose and said that in that case they would proceed. Just like that time, Happy applied some eau de toilette, and a light flashed between her and the glove. Then Happy exclaimed that she had found it, and Kang Chul clarified where the owner was. Raising her finger, Happy stated that she had found it, but at a certain point, the smell disappeared. Holding her head in her hands, Happy turned away and said that nothing like this had ever happened before Kang Chul asked her where it had disappeared. Happy said it was at the Machon station on the 5th branch. Kang Chul looked at her and asked Happy if she understood, and she answered naturally. An undertaker appeared behind him and smilingly said that they were moving out immediately. When Happy saw him, she opened her mouth and wondered how the Undertaker was here, since she hadn't even smelled him. Raising his hand, the Undertaker replied that it was an instant teleportation stone. He exclaimed at Machong Station, and the stone began to shine brightly in his hand, and then they vaporized. When they arrived at the station, Kang Chul saw the people in front of him, and said that this was not a dungeon. The Undertaker replied that it was interesting, and asked why Kang Chul thought the space mage had decided to visit this place. Kang Chul said that they would ask her personally. Kang Chul walked down to the subway and saw 2 guards in front of him, and said that it looked like they were in the right place. One of them raised his hand and said not a step further, and said Kang Chul was a hunter. When Kang Chul confirmed his findings, the guard asked him to leave the place because it wasn't a dungeon for him. Kang Chul replied that if it's not a dungeon, then what are they doing here? He asked if they were hunters. The guards only frowned. Behind Kang Chul's back, the Undertaker stretched out his hand and asked everyone to calm down, saying that they could solve everything with words. Upon seeing him, the guards shouted and the Undertaker bowed, saying that the head of the Grass of Eternal Life Guild was at their service. Suddenly, the guard stood upside down on the floor, apologizing for not recognizing him. The Undertaker replied that it was no big deal. He added that his guild was still quite closed off from the world, and it was normal that they didn't recognize him. Seeing the badges on their jackets, the Undertaker clarified that they were members of the Taisen Guild. He then asked if they could find out the reason why the hunters were guarding this place. In response, the hunter said that since they were being polite, they would not treat them with hostility. He said they could not tell them about the mission because they were not members of the Taisen Guild. Kang Chul replied that he would ask them something else. After pointing his finger at them, Kang Chul asked the spatial mage Nanu inside. The hunters said nothing, and Kang Chul said he had something important to ask her. Someone appeared behind the hunters and said that they were so persistent. It was Minho, the guild manager, who yelled out what they wanted to accomplish by making such a scene in someone else's office. He shouted that Kang Chul wanted to meet Nanu and asked if he knew how much she charged for a day's work. Raising his hands, he shouted that it was 90 million won, not counting taxes, and Kang Chul comes here empty-handed. Minho continued shouting, and asked Kang Chul if he thought he would just let him meet her, and who he thought he was. Minho poked Kang Chul in the chest, and said that he didn't know him, and he shouldn't pretend to be the chairman of the Hunters Association. Kang Chul thought he had forgotten, and held out a card from Hong Wan. When Minho saw it, he squirmed and asked what it was, and then his eyes widened. Taking it, Minho shouted it was the chairman's card, and then laughed and asked why Kang Chul hadn't said anything earlier. Turning away, he told Kang Chul to tell him that Minho from the Daisan Guild had helped him when he returned. Smiling, the Undertaker said that it was to be expected since guilds followed the rules of the association. Minho stopped and waved his hand toward the portal, saying that Nanu had created it. Looking at the portal, Kang Chul thought that it must have been what the people at the entrance were guarding. Noticing that sparks began to fly out of the portal, Minho smiled and said that it seems that she was just about to come out. Following her out of the portal was Nanu, holding 2 sacks in her hands and looking very happy about something. Looking at her, Kang Chul thought that Nanu was a spatial magician. When Nanu saw Kang Chul, her eyes widened and she asked who this mister was. Then she turned to Minho, asking why the hell she asked her not to let anyone in while she was working. Minho smiled and apologized, saying he had no choice but to apologize since they had been sent by the chairman of the Hunters Association. Clenching her teeth, Nanu exclaimed to the old man with the blinding baldness. Entering the portal, Nanu looked out of it and asked if he had ordered her to be captured, but Minho said he hadn't. Pointing at Kang Chul and the Undertaker, he said that these gentlemen would like to ask her for a favor. Nanu's eyebrow went up, and she asked again about the favor. Kang Chul confirmed her word. Afterward, Kang Chul asked if she could open a passage to the demon world for them. Nanu replied that of course she could, but why were they going to that dangerous place? Nanu snapped her fingers and asked if he was the same Kang Chul. When he asked how she knew him, Nanu scratched the back of her head and said that she had met the Lord of the Waves while traveling, and he had told her. Minho stared at Kang Chul and wondered who this man was, because he didn't look like a man who could impress Nanu. Nana spread her hands and asked what to do. She had already traveled between dimensions twice today, so she didn't have much mana left. She thought it wouldn't be enough to send 2 or 3 people somewhere. However, Kang Chul replied that it didn't matter because sending him alone would be enough. The Undertaker looked at him and asked if he wouldn't take Bok and Demiglass with him, and Kang answered no, because it would be easier for him to do without them. He also added that he would like to go there immediately, and Nanu replied that if only he would do it. Her hair started to grow, and Nanu said he didn't know what they were going to do as soon as he got there, but he had to be careful. Everything around her turned blue, and Kang Chul thanked her for her concern. She did the invocation and shouted now, A spatial portal appeared in front of her. As Kang Chul approached the portal, he was stopped by an undertaker holding out a bag. Taking it, Kang Chul heard the undertaker say that even though time was short, he had collected almost everything he had asked for. Smiling, the undertaker said that he was sure Kang Chul would have a long and arduous journey ahead of him, and prayed that Kang Chul would return safely. Kang Chul disappeared into the portal, and Nuna closed it, then stretched and blew her nose, saying she was having a hard time doing something that wasn't in her plan. Reaching out her hand to Minho, Nuna told him to empty his pockets because any work beyond the contract should be paid properly. She said that they would pay 90 million won for the unscheduled portal, and then Minho looked at the Undertaker. Then he raised his hand and Nuna asked the Undertaker, but he replied that she could send the bill to the Hunters Association. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Mia handcuffed and suspended Wang Ho in the air. Looking at him, she said that she couldn't believe that she was able to see the great first warrior in such a humiliated position. Opening his eyes, Wang Ho asked if she was amused and coughed up blood. And Mia replied that he should not make such a bad person out of her. She added that she did not get full enjoyment out of it. Wang Ho, on the other hand, asked why she is trying to talk his teeth when he is already in such a position, and didn't she keep him alive on purpose? Mia blocked all the points Wang Ho's mana had to pass through, so he didn't even have the strength to lift his head. At that moment, Wang Ho thought that he was useless and without mana. He was just an ordinary old man like any other. Sighing, Mia said that is what it is, and first of all, she needed to take over the demon realm. Turning to the Lord of Darkness, Mia asked why he came back if Azathos was right in his hands, and the Lord replied that the only order he had received was to rape all humans except the warrior. Lowering her head, Mia said that arrogance is not something you can expect from him, and it only doubles the amount of work they need to do. Mia looked at him and said that his orders were to bring Azathos to her, so she could finish him off with her own hand. Azathos Jr. was sitting next to her, tied up with a rope of fire, and shouted that she was going to destroy his father and told him not to talk nonsense. Saying he was too noisy, Mia jabbed her finger at him, and flames poured out of it, hitting Azathos in the mouth, and Mia told him to shut the fuck up. Turning to the Overlord, Mia clarified what he was waiting for, and ordered him to go. But the Overlord told her that he couldn't do her bidding, and Mia asked why that was. The Overlord raised his head and told her that no matter how hard he tried, he could not detect Azathos' mana. Azathos was at the Demon Realm station, and when Bardo saw him, he asked what the Lord was doing here. Lord Azathos replied that he needed the train and asked when it would start working again. Bardo said that he had suffered so much damage on his last trip that he estimated that it would take at least 2 months to repair it. Scratching his Pobdarok, Azathos replied that it was too long, saying that then the Flame Lord would have already taken over the Demon Kingdom. Suddenly someone said that it was not too late. Azathos recognized the voice. He turned around and saw Kang Chul coming out of the portal and said that they had unfinished business. Kang Chul raised his head and reminded him that he had made a promise to Azathos that he would make him the ruler of the Demon Kingdom. Raising his fist, Kang Chul smiled and clarified that the deal was still on the table. Punching his fist back, Azathos replied, "Well, of course, the one and only friend." Turning away, Azathos said that he only had one question for Kang Chul. He asked what the Flame Lord hoped to accomplish in the Demon Realm and why she was sticking her nose into his world. Closing his eyes, Kang Chul replied, "Fear and rage, she draws her strength from those fickle emotions." In Kang Chul's opinion, she was here inciting their demons to battle, and in the process gaining power. Azathos realized that in short, she was using their noble efforts to satisfy her greed. Slamming his fist into the ground, Azathos screamed, "How dare she tarnish the pride of Lord Azathos, King of the Void?" Clutching her head, Bardo screamed, and Azathos said that she would never be forgiven. Azathos looked at Kang Chul and asked him to tell him what was required of him now. Kang Chul answered that, first of all, he had to save the demon, because after the battle between Kuga and Ziferi, there was no one to look after them. He thought that meant that none of the demons would be able to resist her, and she would subdue them by force alone and make them her slaves. Leaning toward him, Azathos said that the more slaves she had, the more her power would grow. Laying her head on his arm, Mia sighed and said that he was nowhere to be found. When Azathos escapes into the void, it is impossible to track him. The younger Azathos screamed she thought her father could be caught by someone like her. Putting a fire gag on him, Mia said he had too much energy for a hostage and specified it was because he was a child. Then she said it didn't matter because she could deal with his father later. Mia smiled and said that her priority right now was to get control of the Demon Kingdom. She wondered if her dummy was up to the task. She thought it was fine, because when it came to orders, it obeyed them without question. A wounded creature stood in front of the Overlord, and he asked it to swear its obedience. However, an army of these creatures replied that they would never swear to anything. One of them shouted that their lord Kun, even if he had already died and left them, they had no desire to follow the Overlord and could leave. But the Overlord turned to Virga, the head of the Black Horn Beast Demons, summarizing that he refused to swear obedience. Taking his bow, the Overlord said he was proceeding with the elimination and put an arrow into it. From his bow, a multitude of arrows flew into the sky that flew at the beast demon, and the Overlord said that it was a stream of arrows, like a heavy downpour. The dark stream of arrows hit their target, and all the beast demons were wounded. Then the Overlord said he would destroy all who held weapons, all except Varga. Their leader, the Overlord, said he would ask him the same question and asked if Varga would swear obedience. Varga replied by telling him to shut up, and the Overlord took a few more arrows and said that the next ones would hit old men and children regardless of gender. He told Varga to think hard, and he looked back at the two children who were trembling with fear. Throwing his blade on the ground, Varga said that they swear they're obedient. He snapped his fingers, and a red circle with a dot appeared on Varga's forehead. Looking at it, the Overlord advised to remember the pain of this branding. As he disappeared, he said that as long as Varga had the Overlord, he would never be free of these shackles. The Dark Lord merged with Kim Jin and subjugated the various factions of the demon realm with incredible power and speed. The demon clan of the north is defeated and swears their obedience. Vampires exterminated after refusing to swear allegiance to the Overlord. A clan of blue-winged harpies made a voluntary surrender, and even the Simon-standing Gorgor said that the time had come. The Overlord hovered in the air in front of it. Squinting Gorgor said that, of course, it had to be someone he knew, and the Flame Lord had gone too far in her jokes. The Lord said that if the leader of the Simons said that if he wanted to live, he should swear obedience. Gorgor responded by saying that the Overlord was talking nonsense. Suddenly he turned purple. He said that the greatest honor for a true warrior is to fall after a battle. And he turned to demonic evolution. Raising his blade, he shouted that the Overlord may be able to take their lives, but never break their pride. Paveliel then said that he had no choice in such a case. He raised his hand and black shadows began to gather around him, and the Overlord said that the consequence of refusal was death. A coon appeared above the Overlord's hand, and Gorgor opened his mouth, thinking that it was impossible that this mana had the form of a coon. When the Overlord said that Gorgor disappeared without a trace, Coon put an arrow in his bow. Azathos appeared out of nowhere, and with a wave of his hand destroyed Coon. Turning to him, the Overlord remembered that Azathos was the #1 target for elimination. He switched to another target and started to eliminate him. However, he was stopped. Kang Chul appeared in front of his blade with his sword, and told the Overlord that he seemed to have come here alone, and he was with a friend.